Hers opening weekend gross was less than $9 million, averaging just over $3,000 per theater. Our Step Up's theater count and audience should be great. Huh. His gloating nearly came through the phone. Don't get complacent. Critics are all praises, Linton warned. Critics focus on technique, human themes, artistic depth. Audiences want sensory thrills, excitement, laughs, touching moments that resonate emotionally. Theaters side with audiences since box office depends on them. I heard theaters plan to reduce Death becomes her showtimes next week. Universal's coordinating to add those slots to Step Up. Huh. I'm so happy. Indeed good news. All right. Keep a close watch on Universal and update me immediately on any changes. The good news came fast. Step Up secured 2,500 theaters and 5,200 screens for opening, while Death becomes her dropped to 1,800 theaters and 3,300 screens. Death Becomes Her's budget was $40 million with director Robert Zemeckis and stars Goldie Hawn, Bruce Willis, Meryl Streep, top-tier names. Step Up, by contrast, had under $10 million budget and a cast of fresh newcomers and rookies. Chapter 87, Movie Premiere, Bragging and Showing Off. On August 5th, Universal held the premiere of Step Up at the Los Angeles Dome Theater. The film was set to officially hit theaters on August 7th. According to the promotional plan, starting from August 7th, the cast and crew would embark on a nationwide promotional tour across the United States. Thousands of fans had already gathered around the red carpet. Amidst thunderous cheers, the main cast including Halle, Tyra, Snoop Dogg, and George walked down the red carpet. Finally, Linton got out of the car under Danny's escort, leading Naomi by the hand as they walked onto the red carpet together. The crowd erupted in even louder cheers and screams. The two walked slowly like true Hollywood stars, constantly greeting the excited fans who warmly responded. Along the way, Naomi struck various beautiful poses, showing her best side to the fans and media, allowing photographers to snap pictures. Linton interacted with the fans lining the carpet, greeting many of his followers. Soon, a unified cheer arose that drowned out all other noise. Linton takes flight. Stars follow bright. After the red carpet, the host arranged by Universal was already waiting to take photos and interact with Linton and the others. This is a premiere I've been looking forward to for a long time. Everyone on our team has worked incredibly hard for 6 months. We hope the audience will love this film, Linton said as he held the microphone. Naomi, walking alongside him, was also given a chance to speak. Being part of this film has been a wonderful journey for me. We've all given our all to create a fantastic movie, and I believe everyone will enjoy it. When the host asked how they fell in love during the filming of Step Up, Naomi replied, "Who wouldn't fall for a young, handsome, and talented director like Linton, who's also a big star?" Laughter filled the room, and fans shouted, "Linton, I love you too." Universal took the event seriously, inviting many celebrity guests to support the premiere. After the film crew entered, guests like Steven Spielberg, Tom Cruise and his wife, and Keanu Reeves followed. On the red carpet, Spielberg praised, "Linton is an incredible genius. Besides his singing, he has extraordinary film talent. I believe this movie won't disappoint us." Tom Cruise and his wife also complimented Linton's talent. "He's a true genius. When Nicole and I saw the trailer, we were very excited. We're sure this film will be fantastic." The media interviews were smooth, with questions arranged by Universal, avoiding any inappropriate ones. After easily handling the reporters, Linton went to greet the attending guests. "Hello, Mr. Spielberg. Welcome to the premiere. Please come in." "Hello, Mr. Cruise, Mrs. Kidman." Tom flashed his signature charming smile. "Linton, we're neighbors, yet you never invited me to your housewarming party. We should have hung out earlier." "That's my fault. I was rushed when moving in, so there was no party." "No worries. Soon I'll invite you both over to my place," Linton replied. Once the red carpet ceremony ended, Step Up officially started screening. The Universal logo flashed, followed by an image of a whale leaping from the ocean, with Linton Studios' name below. "This is definitely the wickedest thing I've ever heard in my life." Energetic music played. After 100 minutes, the film ended with prolonged, enthusiastic applause. Spielberg sat in the front row, and his presence already gave Universal plenty of favor. Though initially skeptical about what newcomers could create, he was quickly won over by the fast-paced plot, cool dance sequences, and the youthful love and inspirational story woven throughout, combined with attractive stars. All elements that teenagers loved. Cheers from the audience behind him during the viewing reaffirmed his belief that this film could be a big hit. Tom Cruise whispered with someone he knew next to him, his attention only partially on the film. He shared Spielberg's thoughts, but was captivated once Linton and Tyra appeared on screen. He judged that although it was a modest-budget commercial film, it had strong potential for success. The movie ended perfectly amidst thunderous applause, celebrating this wonderful youth musical. Linton led the main creators on stage to take a bow, thanking guests for coming despite their busy schedules. Afterwards, the creators shared humorous stories from filming, praising Linton as an incredible genius and confessing how tough making the film and dance rehearsals had been. Especially tough was dealing with the Los Angeles riots during filming, which caused a temporary shutdown. Fortunately, the crew stayed united with a well-organized schedule, completing the shoot successfully. Next, the guests shared their impressions. Spielberg smiled and praised, "This is a very excellent and outstanding film. It completely changes the traditional Hollywood musical style. I wish it great box office success." Tom Cruise also stood to speak. "It's truly incredible. This movie is fantastic. It's a rare youth musical that young people will surely love. I believe it will surprise the fans." After the guest impressions, media and fans asked questions, mostly aimed at Linton. Typical ones he'd answered countless times. "Linton, why did you switch from singing to directing movies?" "Linton, I heard you financed this movie on your own." "Linton, how does it feel to direct your first film?" "Linton, I heard you wrote the script yourself. Is it related to your personal experiences?" Linton answered casually, but felt the questions were all repetitive without any surprises. Fortunately, finally one reporter asked a fresh question. "Linton, can you predict Step Up's box office revenue?" "We're aiming for over $100 million in North America," Linton answered, thinking finally someone gave me a chance to show off. His bold statement caused a stir. "You're really daring to dream big." A $10 million investment movie, starring and directed by newcomers, targeting over $100 million at the North American box office. Only 6 films had crossed that mark so far this year, so if it failed, he'd lose prestige badly. Reporters were thrilled. Tomorrow's headlines were ready. New director talks big. Step Up targets $100 million North American box office. Linton's brag breaks the roof, with debut film's $100 million box office goal. Spielberg, the crew's couple, and other guests were speechless, as were the other crew members amazed by Linton's audacity. "Linton, what's the basis for this $100 million North American goal?" "Of course there's a basis. Step Up features such cool and dazzling dance scenes, great music. I'm handsome, and Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra are gorgeous. The love story is beautiful, the story inspiring. Everyone achieves a bright future through hard work." You saw the audience reaction during the screening. Also, in our test screenings, the average rating was A or above. Plus, it's summer blockbuster season. With such a great movie during peak season, why can't the box office hit over $100 million? Anyway, he was blowing smoke hard, boasting was free, and it created promotional buzz. Many who heard him truly believed the movie might perform very well. But $100 million box office in North America? That was impossible. Just wait and see if he gets proven wrong. Chapter 88. Midnight Box Office, Roadshow Promotions. As expected, the next day, Linton's box office forecast made headlines in the media. However, the articles were all criticisms. Some called him arrogant, others said he was ignorant, some claimed he was just dreaming. They all had something to say, but every report mentioned the movie Step Up and the premiere the day before. It definitely added a huge boost to the movie's buzz before its release. At midnight on August 7th, Step Up opened with screenings in 2,000 theaters across 4,600 screens. The movie's soundtrack CD was fully stocked in all record stores, with the soundtrack poster displayed in the best spots. Universal Studios merchandise shops also had Linton's 2 shirt styles and hats from the movie available. Linton and Naomi did not go to the cinema, but stayed at the estate waiting for news. At a Beverly Hills theater, Levitt's daughter Christy and a group of classmates bought tickets and waited for Step Up to begin. They all looked like Linton fans. The group held fan support props, attracting attention and even influencing some couples who were just there for a late-night movie to purchase tickets for Step Up. After midnight, everyone with their soda and popcorn passed through the ticket check. Christy was surprised to see the theater nearly full, with an occupancy of over 85%. The movie started, and she was quickly captivated by the exciting film. As the story unfolded, she and her friends often yelled, "Out! Linton, he's so handsome. Linton's dancing is amazing." The atmosphere in the theater was very lively. At the finale, the song Be What You Want to Be played with the credits rolling. The audience, initially ready to leave, stayed to watch the credits with hidden Easter eggs. Oh, Tyler got signed by the Harlem Dance Crew, and the second male lead was picked by the Lakers for their tryout team. That's awesome. Everyone was moved, seeing how the actors had achieved bright futures through hard work. After the movie ended, the friends enthusiastically discussed it, clearly conquered by the film. Someone suggested, "Shall we see it again tomorrow? I want to really study Linton's dance and maybe learn it." Yeah, such a great movie. Linton is so handsome, and the dancing is so cool. I'm definitely coming back. Not just Linton is handsome and cool, the girls in the movie are pretty too. I'll watch it a few times. Right, let's meet here again tomorrow. The proposal to watch the movie again the next day was unanimously approved. Leaving the theater, the group was approached by a market research company representative asking them to rate the movie. Normally this late, they wouldn't want to waste time on surveys or accept small gifts from the company. But tonight was different. They all gave A+ grades because they loved Step Up so much. Christy also peeked at some people clearly not. Linton fans who also rated it A or A+. Back at the estate, Linton received a congratulatory call from Levitt. "Linton, good news. Step Up had an 80% occupancy in the midnight screening across 2,000 theaters and 4,600 screens, earning $1.54 million in box office. That's great. Looks like we're on the path to success. Absolutely fantastic. I have a feeling the movie might hit over $100 million in North America. We'll need you to work hard on marketing and distribution. Don't worry, our interests align. We'll invest all the promotional resources needed. Thanks, Levitt, for calling so late." "No problem. It's part of my job, and I'm as excited as you are. Now I can sleep well tonight. Haha, wish you sweet dreams." "You too, bye." Linton hung up, picked up Naomi, and said, "We did it. $1.54 million at midnight from 2,000 theaters and 4,600 screens." Realizing the news, Naomi kissed him and cheerfully exclaimed, "Yeah, we did it, honey. You're amazing. I'll reward you properly." She already sensed she was about to become a big Hollywood star. Fueled by the exciting box office news from the midnight show, both were thrilled and passionately celebrated, with Naomi showing fierce energy, matching Linton's fervor, making their night long and intense. At 9 a.m., Linton led Naomi, Mina, Bella, Danny, David, and Ellie to Universal Studios to meet up with Hallie and Tyra for the nationwide publicity tour. Initially, Universal planned only for Linton and Naomi to do the tour, but Hallie and Tyra asked to join, and Linton agreed. Universal assigned a PR agent named Jason to accompany them. Linton brought Bella along to handle massive fan materials. She prepared 2,000 movie posters with Linton's autograph, 500 t-shirts, and 300 baseball caps, all signed by Linton. These would be gifts for each city's fan club to organize viewing events and boost offline promotion and ticket sales. Levitt also shared midnight audience survey results from the third-party CinemaScore company. CinemaScore conducted on-site surveys in 90 theaters across 30 cities for the midnight shows. They surveyed 4,916 viewers, 52% male, 91% under 25 years old, 17% minority groups. An impressive 4,636 gave A+ ratings, 237 gave A, and fewer than 10 rated below B+. The results were spectacular. However, the survey noted the midnight crowd was mostly Linton fans, so the results might not be fully representative. More extensive surveys after the wide release would provide a more objective view. The first stop was Houston. Just stepping out of the airport, the group was met by hundreds of fans cheering wildly. Most wore the t-shirts Linton wore in the movie, holding a banner, "Linton takes flight," stars follow bright. Many media reporters were there too. Seeing such enthusiasm, Linton's team was delighted but mindful of airport operations, so Linton briefly interacted with fans and answered a few questions from reporters before leaving. Universal's local distribution office sent a shuttle van to take them to the Hilton Hotel. On the way, Jason happily remarked, "With this huge fan support, tonight's Houston media headlines will definitely be all about us." In 1992 America, film marketing roadshows mainly involved interviews with local newspapers and TV, participation in local TV talk shows, organizing fan meet-and-greet events at commercial plazas, and sharing filming stories. They rarely interacted directly with audiences in theaters unless it was a major, nationally influential cinema. Whenever the team arrived in a city, surrounding area media would swarm in like a whirlwind. Since this was Linton's first big promotional test, Jason quickly briefed them on interview etiquette and prepared answers for many likely questions. Once settled in the hotel, Bella entered the room. "Boss, the hotel outside is packed with fans. You should greet them." Linton went to the balcony on the 4th floor. The crowd outside numbered at least 1,000, some possibly following from the airport. He smiled, waved, and blew kisses, interacting with fans across the distance for nearly half an hour before returning inside, with fans slowly dispersing. "Boss, this afternoon you'll do media interviews in the hotel. I'll take the fan materials to the Houston Fan Club Hub to meet core fans and discuss viewing events. All right, have David go with you." The afternoon included 12 major media interviews, each lasting 15 to 20 minutes. The interviews went smoothly despite a variety of questions. Some asked how Linton transitioned so quickly from singer to actor-director. Others inquired about filming difficulties and amusing incidents. Some wondered about his impressive dancing skills. Others questioned how he endured the initial skepticism surrounding the movie. There were also questions about casting controversies, original soundtrack, and score. Universal had prepped responses, and Linton handled these easily, naturally becoming the center of attention. He also guided reporters to ask Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra some questions, giving them moments in the spotlight. During the evening TV talk show, besides answering host and audience questions, Linton performed street dance live, including dance collaborations with Naomi and Tyra, finally singing "Be What You Want to Be." Hallie also sang "Till the Dawn," which, although not as polished as Shania, earned enthusiastic applause. The talk show was a hit, with the production promising to air it the next evening during prime time. Chapter 89, Foursome, Promotion Levels Up Again. By the time Linton returned to his hotel from the TV station, it was almost 11 p.m. He had just finished freshening up. Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra seemed to have planned it together. They came to Linton's room wearing sexy pajamas, saying they wanted to wait for the opening day box office numbers together. Was it really necessary to dress so seductively just to wait for the box office results? Especially when Hallie and Tyra came in and immediately clung to him on either side. It was clear their intentions were more than just waiting. They probably wanted to play a round of poker with some added affection. Well, it was already 11:30 p.m. The box office summary wouldn't be out until after 1 a.m. Linton took the initiative to embrace the three of them and said, "The box office numbers won't come out for another hour and a half. So let's start a gift of love first, celebrating our movie with a heartwarming salute." The intense four-person poker game began. Naomi was more accustomed to it since she had been practicing with Linton frequently, but Hallie and Tyra were especially enthusiastic and their moves downright intense. To Linton's surprise, during their intimate moments, he clearly felt Naomi's, Hallie's, and Tyra's popularity rise significantly. It seemed that with the film's release, their star power was skyrocketing fast. This also reflected the movie's growing heat. There was no need to worry about the box office performance. When the phone rang, all four had to pause their passionate game. Jason's excited voice came through. "Linton, great news. Step Up's box office just exploded. It opened today in 2,500 theaters with 5,200 screens and earned $9.54 million, including midnight showings that brought in another $1.54 million. The opening day total is $11.08 million. Hanging up the phone, Linton told the three thrilled ladies, "Did you hear that? We made it. Honey, you're the best. You said the box office would break $100 million, and everyone thought you were bragging. Now it seems you're absolutely right, Naomi teased. I think our gift of love earlier had an effect too. Let's keep going, sending even more blessings for the movie, Hallie suggested boldly. The three cheered happily. Hallie's bold proposal met enthusiastic agreement, and the game resumed with room-filling laughter and warmth until dawn. The next morning, more news arrived. Step Up captured the box office crown with $11.08 million, beating Clint Eastwood's self-directed and acted Unforgiven, which opened with $7.35 million. The third place went to Three Ninjas, which also opened the same day, earning $4.15 million. Following were Batman Returns in its sixth week with $2.74 million and Death Becomes Her with $2.31 million. The gap between Step Up and the others was huge. CinemaScore conducted a survey in 30 cities across 150 theaters, polling 8,735 viewers. The male audience comprised 51%, 90% were under 25 years old, and minority groups accounted for 20%. Among them, 8,216 gave the movie an A+ rating, 348 gave an A, and fewer than 50 gave below B+. Seeing these numbers, Universal went crazy. Such data only comes from blockbuster hits. No one doubted the $100 million North American box office anymore. Various media outlets, TV, and newspapers reported the $11.08 million opening day success, shifting from earlier criticism to praising it from all angles. Some even called it a miracle for a low-budget film. Under the arrangement of Universal's local promotion team, the press tour group held a media and fan meet and greet on Houston's bustling commercial street. When Linton and his team walked the red carpet, they instantly ignited the excitement of reporters and fans, especially the young men and women who had seen Step Up and Linton's fans. Their high-pitched screams nearly pierced the sky. Universal Pictures' distribution department also held a strategic meeting about Step Up. It included President Lew Wasserman, who had been worried about this year's performance until this sudden box office surprise. Truth be told, although he knew about the Step Up project beforehand, no one at Universal really believed in it. Many had complained that Levitt gave Linton such good distribution terms. Anyway, now that the movie was a hit, Lew had to personally get involved to show his wise leadership. The meeting was lively and efficient. Since Step Up showed huge box office promise, Universal planned to maximize its potential. 4 decisions were made. First, quickly communicate with partner theaters to secure more screening slots. Second, increase promotional investment by $4 million, bringing Universal's North American promotion spending to $10 million, roughly equal to the production cost. Of course, this figure was public-facing. The actual cost was known only to Universal's subsidiaries, which handled the entire promotional chain. Third, speed up overseas release, upgrade international distribution level, and invest $10 million, focusing on promoting the movie's success in North America. Fourth, expand the scope of press tours, increasing the team size, and splitting into 2 groups for separate promotions. Universal was particularly pleased that Step Up had great racial balance, with a high proportion and excellent reception among Black audiences. They decided to send Hallie, Tyra, George, and Snoop Dogg to cities with large Black populations for tour events, while Linton and Naomi traveled to major cities continuing the promotion. After the meeting, Lew asked Levitt, "Do we have the rights to the Step Up sequel?" "No. Who expected this film to succeed? They never considered a sequel. Honestly, I agreed to distribute it mostly out of respect for Daniel. As you know, many colleagues criticized me back then. Yeah, it exceeded everyone's expectations. No matter what, you've done the company a great favor. With Step Up's success, we're finally ahead of Columbia and might even surpass MGM this year. Linton is a genius. He graduated just last year and immediately created an album selling over 30 million copies. Then he shifted to movies, writing, directing, and starring, and despite everyone's doubt, he pulled off a box office hit. He's truly God's favorite. Genius worlds are beyond us, ordinary people. But I know one thing. If we keep close to his projects, especially the sequel, we can share in the success. Make sure to negotiate with Linton for the sequel as soon as his promotion wraps up. If possible, Try to secure investment shares, and we can offer the best distribution terms. Got it. I'll personally talk to him after the promotional tour. At the fan meet and greet, Linton, Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra each performed song and dance numbers from Step Up, shared shooting stories, interacted warmly with fans, signed autographs, took photos, and answered questions from reporters and paparazzi. Everything wrapped up around noon. After a quick lunch, they rushed to Chicago without delay. Chapter 90, Rivals and Followers. On the way to the airport, Jason briefed everyone about the latest changes in Universal's distribution strategy. All 4 adjustments were advantageous for Step Up, and everyone was delighted. Hallie and Tyra were a bit reluctant to part ways with Linton, but they understood that splitting the promotional tour would benefit the movie's box office and boost their own fame, so they offered no objections. Then Robert called, first updating Linton on Universal's new strategy, and then informing him that the 2 promotional squads and their routes had been finalized. The first group consisted solely of Linton and Naomi, with Jason managing their public relations on the road. Their itinerary remained unchanged. The second group included Hallie, Tyra, George, and Snoop Dogg, with Universal assigning an additional PR person for their team. This group's tour would cover cities with predominantly African-American populations. The first stop was Washington, where George and Snoop Dogg would fly straight from Los Angeles the next day with their PR handler. Meanwhile, Hallie and Tyra would finish the Chicago promotional events tomorrow, then fly directly to Washington to regroup. At the same time, in Burbank, Warner Brothers was discussing Step Up. Warner Brothers had invested in and produced Unforgiven, a Clint Eastwood-directed film starring Clint Eastwood himself along with big names like Gene Hackman and Morgan Freeman, with a hefty production budget of $36 million. Unexpectedly, its opening day box office was far below that of the small-budget youth dance film. More critically, audience ratings averaged at A/B+, far lower than Step Up's A+, suggesting an even wider gap in final box office returns. Have you figured out why Step Up is performing so well at the box office? President Kevin Tsujihara asked. Jeff Robinoff, director of distribution, responded while activating the projector. We've done the research, and there are 5 key reasons. First, the film itself is very appealing. Although Linton is a newcomer director, he crafted an exciting and fresh movie. Though it's a musical, Step Up revolutionized Hollywood's usual musical style, blending contemporary and street dance in a very cool way that resonated with young audiences. Also, the story was complete and moving, intertwining youth, love, and inspirational themes with a compelling narrative. Second is the publicity. You might recall that from the project's inception, the media overwhelmingly panned the movie. While this seemed negative, it undeniably made most people aware of it. Now, with quality content and reputation reversal, Universal's follow-up promotions through test screenings, scandal hype, media debates, and other tactics have made Step Up known to everyone. Importantly, the word of mouth turned around. Universal spent just $10 million on marketing, but it outperformed the usual $20 million marketing impact for similar films. Third, Linton's fans. Our frontline investigators found that fans organized group viewings in every theater, significantly contributing to the box office. These fans also indirectly influenced many undecided viewers to choose Step Up. Fourth, the movies. Target audience is very clear, and the release timing is spot on. Step Up appeals strongly to teenagers, a typical youth-targeted film. Universal's marketing also focused on the youth, and it just happened to be summer vacation, the peak movie-going period for teenagers. Fifth, theater support. In late July, Universal held large-scale theater screenings. They invited nearly all involved theater experts to preview Step Up, and representatives widely recognized its box office potential. Although it's a low-budget commercial film, the theaters opened it in 2,500 cinemas across 5,200 screens in the opening week, nearly matching Unforgiven's release. Judging by yesterday's performance, theaters will likely increase its showings. These are the success factors for Step Up. What about its weaknesses and scandals? Kevin Tsujihara asked. There are quite a few, but after evaluation, we don't recommend attacking the film. Why? Because all of Step Up's weaknesses and scandals were extensively criticized by the media before release. Now, with its quality and reputation turnaround, Attacking it won't yield negative effects, but will instead add to its buzz. What are your specific suggestions? 3 points. First, Unforgiven made $7.35 million on opening day. Although it trails Step Up, it met our expectations. And since the two films target different audiences, with smearing ineffective, we should agree on a mutual no-smearing pact with Universal and intensify our own promotions. Linton started citywide promotional tours yesterday, so we should follow suit, organizing Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman, and Morgan Freeman to also do promotional tours. Second, negotiate with theaters for more screenings. Our $7.35 million opening isn't low and deserves more showings. We can cooperate with Universal to reduce other films' screen time. Third, strengthen relations with critics. We already hosted critic screenings and conducted PR. Critics were positive. I heard Step Up didn't even engage with critics or organize screenings, and critics generally dislike it. Our reviews for both films will be released tomorrow. We should follow up to make critics clearly praise Unforgiven and downplay Step Up. Agreed. Let's proceed with these 3 actions. Also, Step Up's box office success may signal a revival of youth films. Brett, your production team should analyze Step Up's keys to success. Find a youth musical script in the library, modify it accordingly, and start the project ASAP to capitalize on this trend. Got it. We'll implement immediately. Production director Brett Singer agreed. At Miramax's president office, Harvey Weinstein, furious after learning Step Up's opening day box office, smashed a glass, telling his staff, "Contact our media buddies. Have them smear Step Up hard. Don't let them have an easy win." "Sir, we'll act immediately." But Step Up's widely praised and currently playing well. Merely asking media might not work. Then pay them to do it. I refuse to see Step Up succeed so smoothly. Understood. I'll handle it now. Also, since Step Up is doing so well, we must quickly produce a similar youth musical. Find a suitable script ASAP. Harvey knows that attacking rivals is crucial, but making money is even more so. So while smearing, they'd still follow the trend and profit. Hollywood's major studios were shocked by Step Up's opening and held meetings to analyze its box office secrets while preparing to produce similar films. This is standard worldwide. When a film hits it big, copycats rush in, and Hollywood was no exception. Influenced by box office and audience acclaim, Linton's group arrived in Chicago and received even wilder fan welcomes. More than 2,000 fans came to pick them up at the airport, nearly causing chaos. After briefly greeting, Linton hurriedly left the airport. At the hotel, he interacted remotely with fans gathered outside, urging them to leave early to avoid disrupting public order. The Chicago promotional schedule mirrored Houston's. Afternoon press interviews in the hotel, evening talk show at the Chicago TV station, and next morning a media and fan meet and greet at the Sears Commercial Plaza. Bella took fan materials to Chicago's fan hub to meet core fan club members and coordinate viewing activities. Unexpectedly that afternoon, Robert called again. Matt Damon, Edward, who played the fat guy, and Emma, the director of Maryland School Actress, all requested to join the promotional tour. After all, everyone wanted to ride the wave of the rising hit to boost their fame. Linton agreed and arranged for Matt Damon and Emma to join him in New York the next afternoon, while Edward would travel with George and the others to Washington. Chapter 91, Box Office Champion. That evening, after wrapping up a talk show recording at the TV station and returning to the hotel, Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra, as usual, gathered in Linton's room for a poker game, continuing their heartfelt well wishes for the movie. Perhaps because they were about to part ways tomorrow, Hallie and Tyra were especially eager, unleashing their full energy, captivating most of Linton's attention, somewhat sidelining Naomi. As Hallie put it, "Tomorrow it'll all be yours, so tonight just give it up a little." The joyful time lasted through the night, and their fun was intense and passionate. Since Hallie and Tyra were leaving soon, they went all out that night, fully immersed in playful battles filled with various moves and teamwork, with Naomi assisting, making the three of them evenly matched against Linton. Both had modeling backgrounds, with bodies toned and agile. Their mixed heritage beauty and smooth skin gave Linton an intense experience, and in return, he shared a bit of his energy essence with them. Linton clearly felt his ability to absorb the energy growing faster as the movie's popularity soared. The next morning, good news kept coming. On Saturday, more theaters added step-up screenings. 2,720 theaters with 5,650 screens pulled in $12.87 million in box office. Over the 2 days, it totaled $23.95 million. It was already certain that Step Up would break the $100 million mark in North America. However, media coverage today was slightly different. Over a dozen outlets began to disparage Step Up with the usual attacks, casting controversies, claims that Naomi rose by compromising herself, rookie director and actors, poor acting, old cliches. Today, critics' reviews were also released. Contrary to much media praise, most critics found Step Up mediocre. Kenneth Turan from the Los Angeles Times called it a soulless spectacle, asserting that the film missed opportunities to explore human nature, crime, and race, rushing through serious subjects. He even advised Linton to pursue deeper artistic goals in future works. Linton, the production team, and Universal had already prepared for such criticism. After all, Step Up was a purely commercial indie film aimed at young audiences. Linton wasn't chasing awards and Universal hadn't spent on critics' PR. It was normal for critics not to like it. Honestly, critics still influence box office, but mostly among older viewers. Young audiences cared more about their favorite stars, word-of-mouth buzz, and what their friends were watching. Step Up's target crowd was young people. Ellie, after dealing with the disparaging media and coordinating with Universal's distribution department, reported to Linton, "It's clear the smear campaign was orchestrated by Miramax's PR, basically paid to do dirty work. But both Universal and I believe this old cliché attack actually boosts the film's buzz. We don't need to worry. Does Miramax have any movies out now? No, which is odd. They're hurting themselves without any gain by trying to tarnish us. Damn, Harvey acts like he's God. We just didn't collaborate with him. He throws bait hoping others will bite and get screwed. We'll see how it all plays out," Linton mentally noted. After hosting a media and fan meet in Chicago's Sears Plaza that morning, Linton and Naomi flew to New York to join new cast members Matt Damon and Emma Lister for continued promotional tours. Meanwhile, Hallie and Tyra flew to Washington to join George, Snoop Dogg, and Edward for a new promotional circuit. New York, the largest city and box office hub in North America, also hosted the famous Ziegfeld Theater. Besides interviews and TV talk shows, the team added interactive sessions with fans at Ziegfeld Theater. That night, the largest auditorium of Ziegfeld Theater with over 1,150 seats was packed. After Step Up finished screening, the doors opened, and the host walked in, followed by the Step Up team's entrance. The audience erupted in cheers. Let's give a big round of applause for the Step Up creators, director and lead actor Linton Anderson, Naomi Watts, Matt Damon, Emma Lister. They walked to the stage and stood side by side. Linton began, "Hello everyone. We're thrilled to be at Ziegfeld Theater and have this post-screening chat." "Linton, I love you," someone shouted. Cheers and applause immediately followed. Once the excitement settled, Linton continued, "Feel free to ask any questions." Besides promotion, the tour allowed face-to-face interaction with the audience. Questions ranged from plot details, actors' personal lives, Linton and Naomi's romance, to how they pulled off those cool dance moves, creating a lively atmosphere. Most questions were directed at Linton, but with the movie's success, Naomi's popularity soared, and she was asked more questions. Both answered gracefully, even encouraging questions for Matt Damon and Emma Lister. Finally, Linton wrapped up, "We felt a lot of pressure making this film. At the start of the year when it was greenlit, many doubted us, and the media was skeptical. Thanks to the entire crew's perseverance and teamwork, Step Up is here today. Thank you all. We hope you enjoyed the movie. Please support and spread the word." As expected, despite poor critic reviews and some negative media, Step Up's box office wasn't impacted and continued to surge. On Sunday, Step Up pulled in $9.81 million with a total opening weekend of $33.76 million, clinching the top spot. Unforgiven, in comparison, earned $6.07 million Sunday and $21.78 million total, placing second. The box office gap between the two was big. On Monday, Step Up's strong weekend box office was widely reported not only in entertainment media, but major national newspapers like the Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, and New York Times. Universal's PR push played a big part. Less than 10 movies each year in North America hit over $100 million, so they made sure to seize the promotional opportunity. Energized by the high box office, both promotional teams worked even harder, warmly welcomed wherever they went, each feeling their star power rising fast. Since Hallie and Tyra's departure, Naomi had moved straight into Linton's room in New York, ignoring the separate hotel room prepared for her. As the lead actress, Naomi's rise was unparalleled, from unknown newcomer to a B-list Hollywood star. Her agent was already fielding offers for leading roles and numerous commercial endorsements. It felt like a dream to Naomi, making her excited and energized daily, with boundless passion, passionately entwining with Linton each night until dawn. Starting Monday, Step Up continued sweeping the box office. Though a workday, Monday still brought in $5.42 million. Tuesday, Theater Discount Day, saw an increase to $5.85 million. Wednesday and Thursday pulled in $5.31 million and $5.16 million respectively. After a full week, Step Up racked up $55.5 million in North America against a $10 million budget, a real box office miracle sparking widespread media discussion. Step Up's success also prompted several studios to prepare new musical youth films. Chapter 92, Movie Merchandise, Investment in Microsoft. The movie Step Up was flying off the shelves, and the soundtrack album was also selling like hotcakes. Daniel took the opportunity to have Shania Twain start promoting her songs on the charts. In the first week, the soundtrack sold over 1 million copies in North America. Both Step Up and You Must Be made it into the top 40 of the Billboard Singles Chart. Although much of the success was riding on the movie's popularity, it was still an impressive achievement for a newcomer, making Daniel and Shania ecstatic. Shania, especially, excitedly called Linton to share her feelings. She told him she finally had fans, and people were asking for her autograph as she walked the streets. She ended the call enthusiastically, saying she would have a big surprise for him once he returned from the promotional tour. The only downside was that Linton was too busy with the movie's promotional tour to dedicate time for promoting the single. Be What You Wanna Be only reached 23rd on the Billboard chart, failing to break into the top 20. But there was no choice. He had to prioritize the film's promotion first. When Daniel called to ask about it, Linton promised to make time to promote the songs after finishing the tour. There was more good news. The movie merchandise also became a craze. The t-shirts and baseball caps Linton wore in the movie became hot sellers. Wherever Linton went, fans waiting at airports and attending fan meetups mostly wore the movie's t-shirts and caps. Many stores restocked the day after the film's release, and Universal even increased their orders. However, starting the second week, smear campaigns against Step Up intensified sharply. After investigating, Ellie told Linton that the attacks weren't from the Unforgivable crew. The latest movie's single white females production team was responsible, with some media outlets still getting paid by Harvey to spread damage. The media's focus for slandering fell mainly on Linton and Naomi. Linton faced allegations of trading favors, poor acting skills, and a lack of artistic pursuit as a director. Naomi was accused of trading body favors to climb up, with weak acting and dancing skills. These old stories had been beaten to death by the media long ago. There was no fresh dirt, and both Linton and Naomi had built immunity against such attacks. After weathering the initial smear storm, their mental resilience was strong, making them almost indifferent to the attacks. Audiences didn't take the slanders seriously either, so Step Up's success wasn't affected. In the second week, benefiting from the lack of strong competition and Universal's effort, the film's screening remained in 2,720 theaters with 5,650 screens. Inevitably, attendance and box office saw declines. Step Up was a fan-oriented movie, so the drop was healthy. The second weekend still delivered $22.52 million, holding the box office crown. Coming in second was the newly released single White Female, directed by Babette Schroeder, starring Bridget Fonda, Jennifer Jason Leigh, and Steven Weber. Bridget and Jennifer treated viewers to lengthy fan service, and the first weekend grossed $18.23 million, a solid result. Third place went to Unforgivable, raking in $14.76 million during the second weekend. Internationally, Step Up started releasing in countries like the UK, France, Germany, Australia, Spain, Mexico, Italy, Japan, and Korea. Universal heavily promoted the film's massive success in the US, feeding the foreign audience's admiration for American hits. Linton's fan club also pushed the trailer with success. The overseas opening weekend box office reached $24.6 million. Due to the usual 6-month delay for Hollywood films to debut in Japan, the early release was surprising. But thanks to Universal being acquired by the Japanese Matsushita Group and effective PR from Matsushita, Step Up was able to open in Japan in the second week. Itself, Japan being the second largest box office market, this news was excellent for the movie. Of the $24.6 million overseas revenue, $4.6 million was from Japan. According to Universal's promotion plan, the third week would involve adjusting the promotional tour. Linton was assigned to Japan, France, and Germany. Naomi, born in the UK and raised in Australia, was set to promote in the UK and Australia. The rest stayed to promote in North America. During the tour, Linton received a call from Richard at Skycrest Capital, reporting they had contacted the Bill Gates family office. Due to the Los Angeles riots, Microsoft stock hadn't risen much this year, influencing Bill Gates' office's attitude. They agreed to transfer Microsoft shares at current market prices, even offering to transfer more shares, asking how much they could accept. Richard suggested reserving $2 million in cash and using the remaining $318 million to buy Microsoft shares since he hadn't found a channel to purchase Cisco shares yet. Even if he found a way later, the Microsoft shares could be used as collateral for bank loans. This was a rare opportunity. Linton naturally agreed, instructing Goodman to quickly head to Seattle with Richard to sign the contract. The next day, good news arrived. Richard and Goodman successfully signed the Microsoft stock transfer contract with the Bill Gates family office. Based on Microsoft's current market cap of $19.2 billion. Transferring $318 million meant Skycrest Capital held 1.65625% of the company. Adding the original 0.715% they owned, Linton's total Microsoft stake came to 2.37125%. By 1999, when Microsoft's valuation might surpass $500 billion, that stake would be enormously valuable. During downtime on the tour, Matt Damon humbly sought Linton's advice on screenwriting. He planned to adapt an essay he wrote in high school into a script and asked if Linton was interested in directing it. Linton recognized the script as Good Will Hunting, a film that had not only earned decent box office but also won numerous awards. More importantly, by investing in the film, Harvey Weinstein made money and gained Matt Damon as a loyal ally. Linton shared his experience with Matt and enthusiastically said, "Once your script is ready, bring it to me. Even if I don't have time to direct, I'll help you find funding and a suitable director." Matt was deeply moved. Indeed, Linton was planning to snatch opportunities away. With Harvey acting like a mad dog attacking everyone, Linton decided to take Weinstein's chances for himself. This included the lucrative Scream series later produced by Weinstein's company. Sorry, but Linton claimed those too. On August 21st, Linton and Naomi finished their North American promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles. By then, Step Up had fully released in North America for 2 weeks, accumulating $89.73 million box office revenue. Chapter 93. Winnie's Investment Advice, Shania's Reward. Boss, we have identified targets for the Silicon Valley office property purchase. We've shortlisted 5 office buildings. They are close to Linton Tech Park, covering a total area of 26 acres, with a total construction area of more than 100,000 square feet. The property rights and building quality are solid, and the structures are perfect for tech companies. Current occupancy rates are above 90%. The ownership of the 5 buildings is split between 2 real estate agencies. The asking price totals $38 million. I estimate we can negotiate it down to $36 million. Would you like to visit the site? Linton had just returned to the estate when his investment assistant, Winnie, came over to brief him and handed him 5 sets of property documents. Linton carefully reviewed the documents and found all 5 buildings to be relatively new, with the oldest built only 5 years ago. The tallest buildings were 7 stories, the shortest 5, all located within 1 kilometer radius of Linton Tech Park. It's currently on the outskirts of Silicon Valley, but is expected to become central as the valley rapidly expands in the coming years. Sounds good. Form a negotiation team with Goodman and Henry and get started on the price talks, Linton instructed. I'll try to lower the price as much as possible. By the way, if we buy these 5 properties along with the 2 you already own, you'd have 7 office buildings in Silicon Valley, a substantial asset. For better management, I suggest setting up a property management company under the charity foundation. It would unify the operations, improve efficiency, enhance security, and even lower taxes. That's a great idea. Tell Goodman and Henry to join us. Let's discuss it together. While Winnie was making calls to Goodman and Henry, Linton noticed she had her hair elegantly tied up today, wearing a Chanel ladies blazer, a black skirt, flesh-toned stockings, and a pair of towering Victoria's Secret high heels. Standing over 5 feet 9 inches, she was breathtakingly beautiful, carrying the intellectual poise typical of a financial professional. In terms of looks and presence, she rivaled any female star Linton had ever met. How do I look? Pretty, right? Winnie finished her call, saw Linton admiring her, and confidently spun around to showcase her figure. You do look stunning. I just wonder, with your looks, why didn't you become an actress or a star? Why pursue finance? Different personal interests. Success has many paths, and there's no rule against beautiful women working in finance. I loved math since I was young, got interested in finance later, and got into Harvard's finance program. I then pursued a master's in economics at Harvard for a deeper understanding. So, tell me, where do you see the best investment opportunities currently? I mentioned this during my interview. I believe computer and telecommunications are just getting started. These industries have enormous market potential with countless opportunities. The next wealth explosion will likely come from them. With their growth, Silicon Valley will boom even faster. You're making a solid investment decision targeting leading companies in these sectors and related infrastructure. It's a stable move with great appreciation potential. Don't just flatter me. Do you have other perspectives? As someone from the entertainment industry, your investment insight is impressive. From a professional point of view, I think investments can be optimized further. Computer and telecommunication are broad industries with numerous subsectors, all with vast market spaces and the potential to spawn superstar companies. We could invest in some companies showing leadership potential like database software, chips, fiber optics, mobile phones, and so on. These are solid investments. If you want higher returns, venture capital is an option. Most startups in Silicon Valley start with VC funding, but it's risky without detailed market research and understanding of the founder's capabilities. What about other industries? With the Soviet Union dissolved, American goods now flow worldwide with fewer restrictions. The next step is setting up a global trading system aligned with U.S. interests. Large multinational retailers like Walmart will experience golden growth, and energy companies are also good bets. Linton appreciated Winnie more and more. Not only was she beautiful, she was intellectually gifted. He felt he had found a treasure. Impressive. You have a broad and forward-looking vision. My current investments will stay focused on the computer and telecommunications sectors. Besides Microsoft, Cisco, Compaq, Dell, and the Silicon Valley real estate, feel free to propose your investment plans with reasons. If you convince me, we can include them in our next investments. For venture capital, you can explore it when possible. If you find any promising opportunities, get someone to do market and background research and bring it to us for discussion. Other industries can wait for now. Got it. I won't let you down, Winnie said happily after hearing her suggestions were accepted. They talked about the U.S. economy and investment landscape, sharing similar views and occasionally breaking into hearty laughter. While they were talking, Goodman and Henry arrived at the estate. Linton consulted them about Winnie's idea to set up a property management company to manage the office buildings uniformly. After discussion, everyone agreed it was necessary. However, the property management company couldn't be registered in Delaware for low taxes and had to be registered locally in California, which still offered lower taxes than personal income tax. Linton immediately signed the authorization and tasked Winnie and Goodman to register the company. They decided to name it Linton Property Management and also contacted headhunters to recruit a general agent for it. The afternoon passed quickly. After dinner together at the estate, Winnie and the others left. After 8 p.m., Linton asked Hayden to drive over and pick up Shania, avoiding the paparazzi. Knowing Linton was back in Los Angeles, Shania had planned to reward him tonight. Considering the movie was still in theaters and paparazzi were tailing her closely amid rumors involving Naomi, he had to be extra cautious. Escorted by Hayden, Shania arrived silently at Linton's estate without being noticed. Tonight, Shania wore a black strapless cocktail dress with black high heels. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, complemented by white long earrings and bold red lipstick, exuding a mature, alluring charm. Upon seeing Linton, Shania dropped the bag she was holding and pounced into his arms, exclaiming, "I've missed you to death," before planting a passionate kiss. After the fiery kiss, Linton lifted Shania into his arms and headed toward the third floor. "Don't forget the bag," Shania struggled to say. "What's in the bag?" Linton asked as he set her down. "It's a reward for you. Didn't I promise a surprise?" After nightfall in Beverly Hills, the area was filled with decadence. Upstairs in Linton's estate, a sleepless night unfolded, full of surprises that thrilled Linton. Shania's tall, curvy figure stood on the third-floor terrace, her flawless pale skin breathtaking in the moonlight. Her deliberately tied golden hair didn't conceal her beauty. Her swaying silhouette in the intoxicating night stirred Linton's passion. Various outfits, stockings, and props showcased different delights, constantly unlocking new experiences and skills, giving Linton the ultimate service. Chapter 94, Japan Roadshow, Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai. On the afternoon of August 22nd, Linton traveled from Los Angeles International Airport to Tokyo accompanied by his bodyguards Danny and David, assistants Mina and Bella, agent Ellie, and Universal's publicity staff Jason to kick off the overseas promotional tour for the movie Step Up. According to Universal's promotion plan, Linton was scheduled to visit Japan, France, and Germany. The original plan was to spend 3 days in Japan, 2 days in France, and 2 days in Germany. However, after reviewing it, Linton slightly adjusted the itinerary by adding an extra day in France while keeping the rest the same. Before departure, he naturally informed Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Sophie Marceau, and Heidi Klum. On the plane, Linton received the detailed itinerary for Japan from Jason. Due to the time difference, they were set to arrive at Tokyo Narita Airport at 10 a.m. on August 23rd. On August 23rd, they would check into the Four Seasons Hotel in the morning. That afternoon, Linton would participate in TV and newspaper interviews at the hotel, and in the evening, he would interact with audiences at the Humax Cinema in Tokyo's Ikebukuro district and the Hodo Cinema in Shinjuku. On August 24th, in the morning, there would be a fan meeting held in Tokyo's Chua district, followed by a recording at a variety show on Japan's Asahi TV in the afternoon. That evening, Linton would attend a dinner hosted by Matsushita, Panasonic's collective president, Matsushita Masaru. On August 25th, he would travel to Osaka in the morning. In the afternoon, a fan meeting would be held on the bustling Shinsaibashi shopping street, and in the evening, he would interact with the audience at a local cinema before staying overnight in Osaka. On August 26th, they would fly from Osaka to Paris. Linton and his entourage arrived at Tokyo Narita Airport at 10 a.m., where Ichiro Koi, president of Universal Japan, greeted them. As they emerged from the plane, thousands of enthusiastic fans erupted in cheers. They were all wearing T-shirts featured in Step Up, holding supportive banners saying, "Linton takes flight, stars follow bright." Flashes from countless cameras almost blinded Linton, surprising him as the reception felt even more intense than in the U.S. Seeing the passionate fans made Linton and his team very happy. To avoid interfering with airport operations, Linton kept his interaction brief, answering a few questions from reporters before leaving. Since entering the Radiant Core stage, Linton's learning ability had been impressive. In just a few months, he mastered several major languages. This time, he communicated entirely in Japanese without a translator, earning enthusiastic responses from fans and journalists alike. Upon arriving at the Four Seasons Hotel in Tokyo, the crowd of passionate fans awaited again. With the help of security, Linton's group managed to check in smoothly. In the hotel room, Linton went to the balcony and smiled, waving and blowing kisses to the fans below, which drew loud cheers and female screams. Reporters snapped photos nonstop. After about 30 minutes of this far-reaching interaction, he returned inside as the crowd slowly dispersed. After all the hassle, it was already 11:30 a.m. After a simple lunch at the hotel, Linton held interviews with 16 TV and newspaper media outlets arranged by Universal in the hotel conference room. During the interviews, Linton spoke fluent Japanese without a translator, impressing the reporters. Meanwhile, Bella, accompanied by David, visited Tokyo's fan meetup spots to connect with core fan groups and discuss viewing activities. Japanese media interviews differed greatly from those in the U.S. Apart from asking about the movie's plot or Linton's feelings transitioning from pop singer to director, they were curious about his impressions of Japan, favorite Japanese films, and favorite actresses. Fortunately, Universal Japan had prepared in advance, and Linton was well prepared. He handled the questions comfortably. Of course, Linton kept his focus. No matter the question, he always circled back to promoting Step Up. Ichiro Koi did excellent PR work, and that evening, numerous media outlets reported on Linton's promotion of Step Up in Japan. Articles highlighted its hot streak in the U.S. and praised Linton's fluent Japanese and sincere friendship with the Japanese people. That night, Linton engaged with audiences at the Humax Cinema in Ikebukuro and the Hodo Cinema in Shinjuku, spending an hour at each venue. 40 minutes before the screening ended, he arrived backstage at the theaters, shaking hands and taking photos with theater agents. He signed posters and small gifts prepared for the cinemas and gave exclusive interviews and photo sessions to on-site media. At the screening's end, accompanied by the host, Linton took to the stage in front of the audience to interact. Thanks possibly to advance publicity about his visit, both cinemas were packed with 500 enthusiastic attendees each, who greeted him with screams and cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere. During the interaction, the audience eagerly asked questions, some about the plot, others about his personal life, how he learned those incredible dance moves in the movie, and if he had any favorite Japanese actresses. Curiously, no one asked about his rumored romance with Naomi. Returning to the hotel near 11 p.m., as expected, Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai were waiting in the room. Izumi was both confident and elegant while Noriko was charming and sweet, both with flawless, radiant skin that under the lights highlighted their unique East Asian allure. Not having seen each other for over half a year, the three were excited. The two women eagerly embraced Linton, sharing passionate kisses before quickly getting close in a lively and intense way that filled the room with sweet melodies until dawn. During their intimacy, Linton confirmed the two women's popularity had risen significantly since their last meeting, indicating a good half-year's progress. "My dears, I'm booked all day today until night. Do you have any plans?" Linton asked. They exchanged a glance. Izumi said, "My company gave me 3 days off. I'll be with you these days. You focus on your work. Other than accompanying you to tomorrow night's dinner, I'll wait for you at the hotel." "Same here," Noriko added. Such understanding made Ichiro Koi's exceptional hospitality apparent. He was well on his way to a bright future. Since Ichiro, Izumi, and Noriko were so considerate, Linton wanted to return the favor. Before departure, he handed Assistant Mina a credit card and instructed her to take the two ladies shopping, also including herself, each with a $100,000 limit. He also asked her to buy 2 gifts, one for Matsushita Masaru hosting the dinner that evening, and one for Ichiro Koi. That morning, under Universal's local publicity team's arrangements, Linton attended a media and fan meeting at Tokyo's Choi District Plaza. When Linton appeared on the temporary stage, the crowd of media and fans erupted in excitement. Especially the young fans who had watched Step Up and followed Linton. Their loud screams seemed to echo across the Pacific. At the fan meeting, Linton performed the street dance from Step Up, sang his song Be What You Want to Be, shared behind-the-scenes stories from filming, interacted warmly with fans, signed autographs, posed for photos, and faced questions from reporters and paparazzi until noon when the event concluded. Chapter 95. The Bold Matsushita Sakato. That afternoon on the Asahi television talk show, the host's style was noticeably more open than in America, asking many bold questions, sometimes even heading straight into risque territory. Linton answered them all humorously. He even performed street dance live and sang the song Be What You Want to Be, earning thunderous applause from the audience. The talk show was a huge success, with the producers promising to air it in the primetime slot that evening. After the event, they returned to the hotel. Mina, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai came back from a shopping spree laden with bags, clearly having had a fruitful trip. Upon seeing Linton, Izumi and Noriko immediately embraced him and gave him grateful kisses. That evening, Matsushita Masaru hosted a party at his home. Linton attended as promised and brought a gift to thank him for his warm hospitality. Matsushita Masaru highly praised Linton's movie Step Up and encouraged him before finally introducing his youngest daughter, Matsushita Sakato, to Linton. Matsushita Sakato appeared to be around 24 or 25, tall and slender. Wearing a light brown fitted skirt that highlighted her alluring curves, her waistline was high, accentuating long legs clad in black high heels. Her wavy long hair fell over her ample bust, a sizzling figure paired with a stunning, subtly restrained face, a true beauty. To Linton's surprise, Matsushita Sakato was actually a fan. She enthusiastically greeted her idol with a hug and pulled him to a quiet corner to chat. She told Linton she had bought and collected all his singles and albums, knew all the songs by heart, and had watched Step Up twice. She actively promoted the movie in her friends' group chat. Given that she was the family favorite of a large and influential family, the Matsushita family had done well in nurturing her. Having graduated from Tokyo University's graduate program a year ago, she was now working at a frontline branch of Matsushita Electronics. During their conversation, whether about work, art, politics, or a global perspective, she demonstrated remarkable insights that impressed Linton. After all, Linton was from the future, having lived through the information explosion era and understanding global trends well. Combined with his celebrity and film director aura, his talk and knowledge genuinely amazed Matsushita Sakato, who found herself captivated. Maybe Linton had really moved her heart. In the latter half of the banquet, Matsushita Sakato invited Linton. I know a bar not far from here where the sake tastes amazing. How about we go for a drink, just the two of us? Linton wasn't eager to get involved. While Matsushita Sakato was beautiful, she wasn't a star and lacked popularity, which didn't help his ability progression. More importantly, the Matsushita Group was the parent company of Universal, and as the family's little princess, getting involved could create lots of trouble. Best to stay clear. I already have two ladies with me tonight, Linton said, pointing to Izumi and Noriko, politely declining. No problem, we can all go together, Matsushita Sakato replied nonchalantly. This answer threw Linton off balance. Tentatively, he said, You mean it's okay if we all go to the bar? Not just the bar. Whatever happens after, we can all be together, she said boldly. Were Japanese women really that open? Especially a direct descendant of a prominent family? Well, Linton retracted his initial thoughts. It seemed the Matsushita family's upbringing had taken a wild turn. But I do mind. Your father might cause trouble for me. Don't worry. I'm usually well-behaved. Dad won't bother me. Maybe next time. Tonight just isn't right, and the hotel might have paparazzi. If they catch us, it won't be good for your reputation. Linton used various excuses to refuse. But what surprised him was that not long after the banquet, when Linton, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai had just returned to the hotel, Matsushita Sakato knocked on his door. At that moment, there was no need to think twice. Even if Matsushita Masaru caused trouble later, it didn't matter. The quartet's night had begun. With guidance from the two veterans, Matsushita Sakato quickly got into the groove, fully engaging in the game. Soon, the suite was filled with sweet and joyful singing, like spring birds chirping. Although Matsushita Sakato was bold and uninhibited, Linton noticed she was inexperienced, unlike a seasoned pro. This impressed him more favorably. The next morning, after breakfast, Linton asked, I'm heading to Osaka today for more promotion. What's your plan? We already agreed we'll stick with you these 2 days. Of course, we're coming to Osaka, Izumi and Noriko said. Linton, you're amazing. I've never felt this good before. I want to go to Osaka with you too, Matsushita Sakato said, eager for more. Don't you have work? Linton asked, realizing the question was pointless. It's okay. "I'll just make a quick call," she replied. Indeed, for Matsushita Sakato, skipping a day of work was as easy as eating and drinking. They boarded the bullet train to Osaka and checked into the Hilton. The three women rested at the hotel, while Linton held a fan event on Shinsaibashi Shopping Street in the afternoon and interacted with viewers in the cinema at night. The events were as successful as those in Tokyo, drawing large crowds of enthusiastic fans and creating a lively atmosphere. Bella, accompanied by David, also took fan merchandise to Osaka's fan gathering spots and met with core fan groups, coordinating viewing activities. That night, the foursome continued their poker sessions at the hotel. Thanks to his strong physique and ability, Linton, although playing 3 against 1, held his own, fighting bravely and growing more confident until dawn. To thank his companions, he also gifted them substantial energy from his reserves. On the morning of August 26th, under warm and reluctant farewells from Izumi, Noriko, and Matsushita Sakato, Linton and his party left the hotel and headed for Osaka International Airport. On the way, Ichiro Koi informed Linton that the roadshow had been very effective. The box office for Step Up had significantly increased over the past 3 days, especially in Tokyo, with Osaka expected to see a similar surge. Japan's total box office had exceeded $12 million, with the total likely to surpass $20 million. Also, the movie's original soundtrack album was selling well in Japan, having surpassed 500,000 copies, and 1 million sales seemed achievable. Linton thanked Ichiro for his meticulous arrangements and promotional efforts, gifting him an exquisite $90,000 artifact purchased by Linton's assistant. Ichiro was deeply honored and repeatedly thanked Linton, promising to closely monitor the subsequent promotional screenings to ensure continued box office success. With abundant gains, Linton left Japan, boarding a flight bound for Paris. Chapter 96, Romantic Paris, Sophie Marceau helps promote. Due to the time difference, Linton and his group were scheduled to arrive in Paris at 2 p.m. on August 26th. On the plane, he took the itinerary arranged by the French branch from Jason's hands. On August 26th, they would check into the Hilton Hotel. At 3:30 p.m., Linton would begin interviews with TV and newspaper media at the hotel. At 8:30 p.m., he would head to the Grand Rex Cinema in Paris for an audience interaction session. On August 27th, in the morning, there would be a fan meeting at the La Défense Business District. In the afternoon, they would go to shoot a variety show on France 6 TV. At night, the French office would arrange a party inviting local entertainment figures. On August 28th, they would go to Marseille in the morning, hold another fan meeting at the Marseille Port Terrace Business District in the afternoon, followed by an interactive movie session with the audience at a local cinema. They would stay overnight in Marseille. On August 29th, they would take a flight from Marseille to Berlin, Germany. At 2 p.m., the plane arrived on time at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, where Thomas Aig, president of Universal France, welcomed them. Just like in Japan, fans welcomed the stars at the airport, media coverage was extensive, and there were hotel fan interactions. Linton didn't use a translator and communicated entirely in French, which won enthusiastic responses from fans and reporters. At 3:30 p.m., he started interviews with 14 selected TV and newspaper media outlets in the hotel conference room arranged by Universal. Throughout the interviews, Linton communicated fluently in French. Bella, accompanied by David, took fan materials to meet the core fan club members at a popular gathering spot in Paris to discuss upcoming fan screenings. The media interviews were much like those in Tokyo, mostly similar questions, all handled with ease by Linton, who always steered the conversation back to the movie Step Up. That evening, some media began reporting on Linton's promotional tour for Step Up in France. The reports mentioned the film's blockbuster success in the U.S. and highlighted Linton's fluent French, praising him as a true friend of the French people. At 9 p.m., Linton arrived at the Grand Rex Cinema to interact with the audience. This cinema is one of the most splendid historic theaters in Paris and among the most advanced cinemas worldwide. It boasts the largest screening hall in Europe, with 2,800 seats. That night, the hall featured a golden showing of Step Up. Entering the backstage lounge, Linton greeted and shook hands with the cinema agent and took photos. He signed posters and small gifts prepared for the theater to use in ongoing promotions and giveaways. He accepted solo interviews and photographs from on-site media. At 9:40 p.m., after the movie screening, accompanied by the event host, Linton went on stage to engage with the audience. Possibly because the cinema anticipated Linton's promotional appearance, the 2,800-seat hall was packed to capacity. Cheers and screams filled the air as Linton appeared, creating a heated atmosphere. During the Q&A, the audience eagerly asked questions about the plot, Linton's personal life, and how he learned to perform the film's cool dance moves. More intriguingly, some asked which French actress Linton liked, if he had an ideal one-night stand, and whether he had a romantic encounter with Sophie Marceau during his last visit. A reminder why Paris was known as the City of Love. Linton returned to the hotel by 10:30 p.m., unsurprisingly greeted by Sophie Marceau waiting in his room. That night, Sophie was clearly dressed to impress, wearing a red evening gown that emphasized her seductive curves, her golden wavy hair resting gracefully over her full shoulders, radiating glamour. As soon as she saw Linton, she threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fragrant kiss while whispering, "You little rascal, I've missed you so much." After 2 months apart, both deeply missed each other and eagerly helped disarm each other's defenses. They soon became completely intimate, beginning a passionate session that lasted through the night until dawn. "Darling, I have a full day of events today and will be busy until late. What about your schedule? I'm free for the next 3 days to keep you company. What exactly are your plans today? Do you want me to join you? In the morning, I have a fan meeting at La Défense Business District in Paris. Then in the afternoon, I'll film a variety show for France 6 TV. At night, the French branch arranged a party at the hotel. Tomorrow, we head to Marseille." Linton handed Sophie the itinerary. "I can accompany you to the morning fan meeting. I'll rest at the hotel in the afternoon. I already have the invite for tonight's party. Is it okay for you to participate in the fan meeting with me? After all, I'm here promoting the movie Step Up. Hopefully, your agency doesn't mind. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't have any movie releases right now, so it can count as helping a friend promote a film and hopefully boost Step Up's buzz. The movie is really good. I watched it twice and was deeply moved both times. I heard it's already made over $100 million at the North American box office. Thank you for the compliment. I think we did a good job too. As of yesterday, the North American box office totaled about $102.13 million. You're amazing. Your first film, where you wrote, directed, and starred, is such a success. No wonder you're the man I admire." Sophie expressed pride warmly. "Next time, if you have a role suited for me, be sure to let me know. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you on screen. Of course, I'll notify you when the right role comes up. By the way, what do you think about going to Hollywood? Maybe next year. I recently accepted a lead role in a movie called La Fille de D'Artagnan, Revenge of the Musketeers. Filming starts in late September and continues into October. After that, I'll prepare for Hollywood. You'll have to help me out then." "No problem. Just call me before you come." The ending song of the film is really well composed and elevates the theme beautifully. Do you have a copy of the soundtrack? I want to practice now so we can sing together at the event tonight. Linton asked Mina to bring a Walkman and a soundtrack CD. The song was simple and catchy. Sophie learned it quickly. In the morning, arranged by Universal's local publicity team, Linton and Sophie Marceau arrived at the La Défense Business District for a media and fan meet and greet. As Linton held Sophie's hand walking onto the temporary stage, the crowd and media erupted in excitement. Fans screamed with such volume and passion that their cheers seemed to echo all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 97. 2 French Roses. The paparazzi were like they'd struck gold, rushing to the front of the stage, shouting excitedly, "Linton, are you dating Sophie? What's your relationship with Sophie? Are you planning a long-distance romance with Sophie? Have you been captivated by Sophie? Were you two together last time?" No one cared about the movie. All the questions were about romance. It seemed all media worldwide loved to stir up celebrity gossip, each eager to be the gossip column's editor. Don't get the wrong idea. Sophie and I are just good friends. She's here to help promote the movie Step Up. Please give it a lot of coverage, Linton answered calmly. Step Up is a fantastic movie. It's Linton's debut work, He wrote, directed, and starred in it. It's cool, inspiring, and touching. Upon release, it caused a sensation in North America, grossing over $100 million at the box office by yesterday. Please help spread the word, Sophie said with a beaming smile. With Sophie's participation, the atmosphere was electric. Linton performed Street Dance from Step Up. He also sang the song Be What You Want to Be With. Sophie shared behind-the-scenes stories and warmly interacted with fans, signing autographs and posing for photos. The fan meet and greet was a huge success, likely to grab many media headlines today. Of course, the media's focus might be on the rumored relationship between Linton and Sophie, but no matter what, Step Up would get mentioned in the end. In the afternoon, Linton had his assistant, Mina, accompany Sophie shopping, each allowed to spend $100,000 as usual. Linton himself, accompanied by local Universal staff, participated in the recording of a French TV Channel 6 variety show. In the evening, Universal's French branch hosted a grand party at the Hilton Hotel. This party was very different from the one earlier in the year. Back then, Linton was just a somewhat popular singer, and the partygoers were mostly unknown entertainment figures. Now, Linton was a rising young director with a North American box office over $100 million. Every notable French star showed up, hoping to connect with Linton for future collaboration opportunities. This included Emmanuel Bert, who missed the last Paris party, and Christiana Ricci. During the first half of the banquet, Linton met many figures from the French entertainment industry. Accompanied by his assistant, he exchanged many business cards, his smile growing weary from all the greetings. Later, while fewer people were around him, Sophie brought Christiana Ricci over. Linton, let me introduce you to a stunning beauty, Christiana Ricci. Christiana wore a sky blue, sleeveless bodycon dress. Her tall, slender figure stood about 5 feet 6 inches. She wore white crystal high heels. Her smooth shoulders connected to creamy arms, and her skirt fell to mid-calf, accentuating her alluring curves. Her brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing a fair, graceful neck, her deep eyes paired with tempting red lips. She radiated an exquisite, fresh beauty. Standing next to the radiant Sophie Marceau, the two were equally dazzling, undoubtedly the two most celebrated French roses. Hello, Miss Ricci. You're my goddess. It's an honor to meet you. Facing his goddess, Linton didn't just offer a simple handshake, but embraced her warmly. Mr. Anderson, I'm a fan of your songs. Now a fan of your films too. Christiana replied enthusiastically. I've seen your film, Monsieur Hire. Let's find a quiet place to relax. Linton ordered 3 glasses of red wine and found a quiet corner. Linton, you're amazing to have made such a great movie like Step Up at such a young age, Christiana admired. It's okay. Please help promote it. Definitely. I've already watched it twice and will organize my friends to see it again. Thanks. Cheers, Linton said, raising his glass. And not just that, Linton wrote, directed, acted in, and composed all the songs for Step Up. Sophie proudly promoted his work. Wow, that's incredible. I really admire you. The three enjoyed their conversation so much that as the party was ending, Christiana extended an invitation. I know a great bar with an amazing cocktail. Want to join me for a drink? But I already have company tonight. Linton said politely, but understood the invitation's true meaning. Considering Sophie's feelings, he declined gently. It's fine. We can all go together. Sophie surprisingly said without hesitation. Then why not to my room? I have some good wine. Let's taste it together. The three quietly left the banquet hall for Linton's hotel suite. Of course, once inside, the wine went mostly untouched. With such a splendid night and 2 of France's most glamorous roses before him, Linton naturally made the most of the time. All three shared great passion. Sophie Marceau and Christiana's stunning figures deeply enchanted Linton. Their joyful and passionate duet echoed all night long. During breaks, Linton asked Sophie why she introduced Christiana to join them. Unexpectedly, Sophie's answer was that it was to deepen Linton's impression of her, to increase her stake in his heart, so he'd think of her more often and come back to Paris. Faced with such beauty and favor, Linton was committed to reciprocate with greater passion. Yet during the intimate moments, Linton noticed Christiana's popularity wasn't as high as Sophie's, which was disproportionate to her looks. Clearly, She needed more resources and nurturing ahead. The next morning, after resting, Linton asked, "I'm heading to Marseille to continue promotion. What's the plan for you two? Didn't I say I'd be with you these days?" "Of course, I'm coming to Marseille," Sophie said. "Linton, you're fantastic. I've never had such a great experience. I want to come to Marseille too, to get some fresh air," Christiana added, clearly enjoying the company. After a simple makeup touch-up, they flew to Marseille and checked into the Hilton Hotel. Sophie and Christiana rested there. In the afternoon, Linton held a fan meet at the Marseille Harbor Terrace Commercial Plaza, interacting with local audiences at the cinema in the evening. The schedule mirrored Paris, and the events were tremendously successful with vast crowds and a lively atmosphere. Bella, accompanied by David, brought fan materials to the Marseille fan club and core members, connecting and coordinating fan viewing activities. Nighttime returned to their usual intimate gatherings at the hotel suite, unwilling to waste any moment before their impending separation. The passionate sessions were intense and lasting. Sophie and Christiana were especially clingy and cooperative, demanding constantly. Thanks to his strong physique and the abilities, Linton, despite fighting two at once, maintained the upper hand, growing stronger the longer it lasted, fighting harder and harder until dawn. To thank the two for their company, Linton gifted them substantial energy essence. Thanks to Step Up's blockbuster success, his popularity soared, accelerating his skill progression alongside dual cultivation with many girlfriends. That night, during the session with Sophie and Christiana, Linton naturally advanced to the third level of Radiant Course stage, an unexpected delight. On the morning of August 29th, after a heartfelt farewell from Sophie and Christiana, Linton and his group left the hotel for Marseille Province Airport, flying to Berlin, Germany. The promotion tour in Berlin followed much the same routine as Paris: media interviews, cinema audience interactions, fan meetings, and TV variety show appearances. Bella again delivered fan materials to Berlin's fan club gathering spots and core members, coordinating viewing activities. The entire promotional tour ran smoothly, and the movie's box office surged noticeably. After 2 enjoyable nights with Heidi Klum, Linton's group flew back to Los Angeles on August 31st, concluding their overseas promotional tour with great success. Chapter 98: Step Up Movie Revenue. Back in Los Angeles, Linton first went to Universal Studios to discuss the next phase of the film's distribution plan with Levitt and Robert. When they saw Linton return, Levitt warmly embraced him and happily said, "Our great director and hero is back." As of August 30th, Step Up's North American box office had reached $109.51 million. It was already the 4th week, and the daily box office had inevitably dipped significantly. But over the weekend from the 28th to the 30th, the daily box office still exceeded $2 million each day, with weekdays expected to not drop below $1 million. Of course, the number of theaters showing the film had sharply decreased. Now it was only screening in about 800 theaters with 1,300 screens. As time passed, the screen count was expected to decline further. Universal anticipated the theatrical run would end in 2 months with a total North American box office around $125 million. This was a remarkable achievement that would definitely rank in the top 10 box office hits of 1992. Halle, Tyra, and their team were still promoting the movie in cities with higher African American populations. They had expanded their reach to mid-sized cities, and the effect was very good, though they planned to wrap up this week. Overseas, thanks to Linton and Naomi's promotional efforts, Naomi, having more free time, and with this being her breakout hit, pushed promotional events very hard. She toured 7 cities in the UK, and just recently moved on to Australia to cover 7 cities there for in-depth promotion. Linton felt a bit ashamed hearing this. Compared to Naomi's intense schedule, his own promotional efforts seemed too light. But thinking about the good results he personally had from promotion, he relaxed. The overseas box office growth was evident, especially impressive in Japan and France, followed by Germany and the UK. Last week, another 20-plus countries began screening the movie. By August 30th, the overseas box office had totaled $92.35 million, Japan $15.24 million, France $11.21 million, Germany $11.54 million, and the UK, $9.75 million. Universal estimated the total overseas gross would not fall below $200 million. However, this would take a long time since each country had different film protection policies, leading to staggered release dates. Some countries might not screen the movie until 2 to 3 months later, or even half a year. Merchandising for Step Up, including t-shirts and baseball caps in North America, had surpassed $50 million in sales. Inventory was mostly sold out now, with final sales expected around $55 million. How much profit did the merch make? Linton asked. Our profit margin was set at 40%. There might be some markdowns on leftover stock, but total profit won't go below $20 million, Levitt replied. After deducting distribution fees? Of course, that $20 million is net profit for both our companies combined. Linton was stunned. The merch profits were incredibly high. A real goldmine. Noticing Linton's surprise, Levitt added, Don't think every film's merch has profits this high. Our merch sold so well mainly because the movie was a breakout hit and your image in the film is extremely popular. Good looks, cool dancing. That really drew in the young crowd. For most movies, if merch profits reach 50% of the film's investment, that's considered very good. Some films with poor box office don't even sell their merch and end up losing money. Yeah, all profits stem from the box office. Linton nodded knowingly. Linton, you're amazing. Your first film cracked $100 million in North America, making you a top director already, and we all made big money from it. So, how much can I expect to make from this movie? Levitt, can you estimate? Sure. First, the North American market breaks down into 4 parts. 1. Box office revenue sharing. Based on our calculations, the North American total box office should be around $125 million. According to the tiered revenue sharing agreement between Universal and theaters, where the studio's share decreases over time, the percentages drop from 70% in the first week to 65% in the second, 60% in the third, then to 45% in the fourth week, decreasing 5% each week until the 8th week at 25%. Given current performance, the final studio cut should be about 55%, roughly $68.75 million. After deducting Universal's distribution fee of $31.25 million, the producer's share would be $37.5 million. Second is TV rights. Given Step Up's box office, the 7-year TV rights deal should be worth about $10 million. After the 7 years, licensing fees are renegotiated. Universal takes $2 million, leaving $8 million to the producers. Third, home video rental and sales rights. Based on box office performance, the 7-year deal includes a base transfer fee around $10 million plus a 30% rental and sale revenue share, with renegotiations after 7 years. Universal's base transfer cut is $2 million, leaving $8 million for the producers. Rental and sales revenue is usually settled quarterly and split equally between us. Fourth is movie merchandise, so far only t-shirts and baseball hats, already discussed with profits over $20 million, split evenly to about $10 million each. Other merchandise income depends on the film's long-term influence. If possible, Universal Studios might develop special zones or commercial partnerships. That covers North American market income. You can expect around $63.5 million in one-time revenue, not including subsequent home video revenue shares, which won't be small. You also have soundtrack sales. Daniel said it's selling very well, so that income should be significant too. The soundtrack sales are good, but most of the profit goes to Universal Records. Haha, that's a different division from us, but it's all under Universal nonetheless. When will our studio receive these funds? Typically, within a week after the film's run ends, we complete the TV rights and video rental/sales deals. A week after the film's end, theaters settle their box office shares with Universal. Then we settle with you producers. This process varies, sometimes quick, sometimes very slow. But don't worry, you're family at our company, so we'll settle with you as fast as possible. How fast exactly? After the film's run is over, you can have your accountants and lawyers come verify the accounts. Once confirmed, at most 3 days, I'll complete payment and transfer the funds. Chapter 99, Movie Overseas Revenue and Sequel Plans. Thanks. Oh, speaking of videotapes, I have an idea. I'm planning to edit two versions of the videotape. A regular version, same as the movie, and a director's collector's edition. The collector's edition will include scenes cut due to the movie's runtime limit, plus some behind-the-scenes footage, including the dance training process and a segment where I perform a highly challenging dance. Linton went on to describe the street dance filming process. You're a genius. That's fantastic. Just with this move, the base transfer fee for our videotape rental and sales rights will increase by $2 million. More importantly, it will bring in more rental and sales revenue, increasing our share as well. Get the director's collector's edition edited as soon as possible. It will be a powerful bargaining chip when transferring the videotape rental and sales rights. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. The dance scenes in the movie were already cool, and you could dance even cooler. But for those difficult dance scenes, it's best to add text warnings to prevent viewers from trying them and injuring themselves, which could cause legal trouble. Okay, I'll do that quickly. This week, I'll focus on helping Daniel push the song Be What You Want to Be on the charts, and next week I can finish the edits. By the way, when will the overseas revenue be settled? Overseas revenue settlements are complex. Mainly, the release times vary by country and region. Some countries might not release the film until 6 months later. Each market has different copyright protections. In countries with strong protection, like Japan, the UK, France, and Germany, we can earn good revenue from TV broadcasts, videotapes, and merchandise. In countries with weaker protection, like Southeast Asia, income might come mostly from box office only. Typically, settlements happen 1 year after the North American release. Wow, that's complicated. The settlement takes that long. We don't have a choice. Overseas markets are just that complex. There's an industry-standard approach. Usually the 7 major Hollywood studios buy full rights of the film's overseas markets based on North American box office results, paying the production company a one-time fee. You could consider that. Is that so? Linton asked Robert beside him. Yes, that's indeed the industry's common practice for overseas rights. Robert replied. That sounds like a good idea. How? Is the buyout price calculated? Linton asked Levitt. Based on the movie's box office, genre, North American merchandise sales, and the star power of the lead actors. Generally, the buyout price for overseas rights ranges between 25% to 40% of North American box office revenue. Since the Soviet Union dissolved at the end of last year, our market expanded a lot, so the buyout price increased by 5 percentage points. Now it's between 30% and 45%. That's quite a range. How do you pin down the exact percentage? It's normal. The higher the box office, the higher the percentage. Action, sci-fi, and horror movies, which are hot for videotape rentals, get a higher percentage. The stronger the merchandise appeal and the bigger the star power, the higher the share, too. Based on your guess, what percentage would suit Step Up? Linton asked while using soul induction. Levitt felt dazed for a moment and couldn't help but say honestly, given Step Up's performance in North America, Universal might offer just over 42%. Thanks. We'll discuss it and get back to you. Sure. You can also look up historical deals for other movies. No rush. There's still over a month until the movie leaves theaters. I have another suggestion. Since Step Up is doing so well, should we start the sequel soon? So soon? I thought Hollywood sequels usually come out about every 2 years. Correct. Series films typically release sequels every 2 years, but Step Up is different. Its success isn't due to the story. That's fully told already, so no copyright protection. The second movie won't be the same story, and even the lead actors will be replaced. We're only using themes of youth, dance, romance, and inspiration, so audiences will find it fresh without getting tired of the style. Moreover, because of Step Up's huge success, many studios have announced youth dance movie projects. Without copyright protection, if too many jump in, the genre might drown in poor films. So, I think we should rush the sequel. Levitt clearly had thought this through deeply. Since Universal profited big from Step Up's release, they naturally wanted Linton to start sequel production quickly. All right, I'll discuss it and start preparations soon. But can the release terms for the sequel be more favorable? Absolutely. I've reported to the board. We can offer Universal's best terms. 20% distribution fee in North America, 25% overseas, no other changes. How's that? Okay, that works. Linton nodded in satisfaction. Also, can Universal invest in producing the sequel? Since the sequel will have a new director and new leads, the budget won't exceed $10 million. We can handle that ourselves. Linton gently declined. What? You're not directing? Can the new director guarantee quality? Levitt was shocked. Don't worry, I won't gamble with my money. Though I'm not directing, I'll write the script and serve as co-producer to oversee quality. This is a huge sequel and a gold mine. Profits could reach hundreds of millions. Be careful not to mess this up. I still suggest you direct it yourself. I understand and will arrange things carefully. But I really don't have time. I already have plans for next year, writing, directing, and starring in an action movie. You have a new film planned? Good. Get me the script and project plan soon. Universal would love to collaborate, including investing and distributing. The new movie's budget won't be large, around $35 million. But let's be clear, if you invest, you must not interfere with creative control. Otherwise, just distribute it like we did with Step Up. Bring me the script and project plan, and we'll discuss details later. I have no issues, but the final decision depends on the board. Okay, but the project won't start until year-end. I need to finish Daniel's work in the second half of the year, release 2 singles. Haha, understood. You're Universal Records' golden boy. No, more like Universal's treasure now. Daniel just became president and really needs you to guarantee performance. Also, Universal plans a step-up celebration party on the evening of September 5th. Naomi, Hallie, and Tyra's promotions will be done by then. Is that okay with you? Sure, I'll be there on time. Do you need me to do anything? It's mainly for promotion and networking. You just have to handle some media interviews. As a new big director, you'll also attend to actors and agents' enthusiasm. There will be a lot of beautiful women there. Levitt smiled knowingly and said, You know what I mean. Chapter 100, Robert's Surprise and Studio Upgrade. After leaving Universal around 4 p.m., Linton saw there was still plenty of time and invited Robert to join him back at the Linton studio to discuss the next steps. On the way, Robert kept looking at Linton with eager eyes, making Linton a bit uneasy. He asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Robert said, I was wondering if you have been touched by God or something. How could you be this amazing? This being your first movie, you know, at first I worried it might flop, and even my most optimistic hope was just that the film would break even. But now, we've achieved huge success. The movie easily crossed the $100 million mark in North American box office. Among all films released this year, it's ranked 5th in total box office, definitely making the top 10 for the year. More importantly, our return on investment is the highest. You've become a breakout star director, and through this film, my status as a producer has soared. I'm now a well-known name in Hollywood. Ha ha ha. Linton modestly responded. This is the result of all our hard work. You don't need to be modest, Robert replied. While others might not realize it, I do. The entire creative team, including myself, were just average Hollywood folks. Even Naomi Watts was a complete newcomer. 95% of the credit for this film's success belongs to you. Let's keep that between us, but don't say that out loud, Linton said, secretly agreeing. And Universal has treated you so well. This isn't typical of one of the big 7 Hollywood studios. What do you mean? They're usually very domineering. Absolutely. They're the rule makers of the industry and hold near monopoly over film distribution. To film studios, they're like a mountain to climb. Tell me more. Take distribution contracts, for example. Normally, a production company wouldn't get a distribution contract before the film is finished. Studios have to beg one of the big 7 to evaluate the market potential. Only after their approval will they sign the deal, and their contracts are harsh. Distribution fees, including promotion costs, usually don't go below 35%. We got it at only 25%. Beyond fees, distributors usually take 30 to 50% of the film's rights. TV rights and video rental sales splits could take up to 50%. Compare that. Our contract is incredibly favorable. For overseas income, the big 7 completely squeeze the smaller studios. We can never tell where they fudge numbers. Some films make great box office money, but the studios claim high overseas distribution costs cause losses, leaving the producers with no payout. The billing is so complex and opaque. Even the big four accounting firms can't audit it properly. It's so bad that even Wall Street has been fooled and forced to take the losses. Payments come at least 1 to 2 years late, so studios often sell full overseas rights to the Big Seven to avoid worse losses. But they get unfairly low percentages. Normal studios struggle to get over 20% of North American box office revenue from rights transfer. Also, payment settlements are slow. After the film leaves theaters, the Big Seven get the box office totals within a week, as well as the TV and video rights revenue. But producers often wait 1 to 2 years to get their payout, unless they grease some palms. But none of these headaches happened to us. How did you pull that off? Linton knew the real reasons. First, he was Universal's top star, part of the inner circle. Second, since Universal's acquisition by Japan's Matsushita Group, management was more focused on enriching themselves, with no real loyalty to the company's interests. Plus, Daniel was influencing matters from inside, smoothing the way through internal deals. Third, Universal's recent poor performance made them eager to boost revenue, and they needed a sequel to step up. Fourth, and the biggest reason, Linton secretly used soul induction ability, although no one knew. Linton didn't reveal the truth to Robert, only said, "It probably has to do with me being Universal's lead star in the Step Up sequel. Anyway, it's good for us. With you around, producing is easy for me. By the way, when does the Step Up sequel start? Can I continue as producer?" Robert eagerly asked. "Levitt makes a good point. Let's start as soon as possible. I'm also thinking of rewarding the core team. How much do you think is appropriate?" No need for rewards. The Hollywood system rarely does that. The film's huge success benefited everyone. The studio, the producers, and all creators. Each of us got our contract payments, and our resumes got a big boost. Future paychecks will be higher too. The unions will handle distributing later revenues on schedule. Honestly, all the creators should be thanking you, Robert answered, surprising Linton. Well, the film's success is the result of everyone's efforts, Linton said. If you feel awkward, how about throwing a wrap party when the movie leaves theaters so the team can celebrate? Good idea. You arrange the party. Also, I have some new ideas for the studio. Let's discuss them. Boss, please go ahead, Robert said excitedly, already guessing Linton's plans and taking himself as subordinate. Because of Step Up's huge success, Linton started thinking about establishing his own film company. With so much inside knowledge of successful movies, he could invest and produce his own films, directing or starring when suitable, or just investing to profit. He could also support up-and-coming actresses to work with. Linton was very satisfied with Robert during the Step Up collaboration. He was very familiar with all producing processes, had strong coordination skills, and broad connections in Hollywood. He was a great producer. Linton wanted to keep him to manage the film company. Before, the Linton studio was just a shell. Now, with Step Up's success, I've proven my ability. I want to upgrade the studio into a real movie company. If you're interested, you can be the general manager. Thanks for your trust, boss. I'll work hard to manage the company and not let you down. Robert gained a lot from the collaboration. Step Up's success made him an overnight star producer. From an unknown small producer, he rose to a well-known figure in Hollywood. More importantly, with Linton's talent and presence, the new company would not have distribution problems. Hearing Linton's plans, Robert immediately agreed to join. Any hesitation would be an insult to his own intelligence. Joking aside, grabbing such a partner tightly, especially as a founding member, was an obvious choice. Chapter 101, Linton Films, Song Promotion Plan. After forming the new company, do we have any goals or plans for film production? Or is it just to produce your own movies? Robert quickly stepped into his role. I plan for the new film company to produce 3 to 4 movies each year. I myself plan to star in 1 movie a year and invest in producing 2 to 3 more films. If you're going to seriously expand in the film industry, the new company needs to hire the proper production staff and post-production team to maintain control over the crew, ensure efficient operations, and, more importantly, prevent any under-the-table profiteering. You should prepare a company structure and job requirements for us to review. Oh, and the new company should have a dedicated screenwriting department. Got it. I'll have that ready for your review this week. At that moment, Assistant Mina handed the phone to Linton, saying it was Daniel from Universal Music calling. Hi Daniel, I'll be at the office tomorrow. Right now, I just arrived at Linton Studios and am about to start a meeting. Evening is good. Why don't you come over to my estate for dinner tonight? Daniel, hearing that Linton was back in Los Angeles, couldn't wait. He proactively scheduled a meeting with Linton to discuss the movie soundtrack promotion. They agreed to meet at the estate in the evening. By the time they finished talking, the car had arrived at Linton Studios. Linton gathered Bella and Mary to join him in the conference room for a studio meeting. Assistant Mina took notes. Linton first announced the North American and overseas box office results for Step Up and the movie's expected revenue to everyone. He shared that the film had already achieved tremendous success, exciting everyone. Bella immediately suggested popping champagne, but unfortunately, there was none prepared in the office. Seeing everyone so excited, Linton instructed Mina to inform the estate's housekeeper Amy to prepare for a celebration dinner later that evening. Regarding the overseas full rights transfer of Step Up, Robert will lead the negotiation team along with Mary, Henry, and Goodman. First, collect data on overseas full right deals of North American movies that grossed over $100 million in the past 3 years. Plan your negotiation strategy. Once the North American theatrical run ends, we'll begin formal talks with Universal. My bottom line is that the deal should be no less than 42% of the North American box office. Anything above that, the negotiation group can earn a 10% commission. Got it. I'll gather Henry and Goodman tomorrow and meet with Mary to kick off the preliminary negotiations to secure a good price, Robert said confidently. Mary also promised to give her all. Also, I've decided to upgrade Linton Studios into Linton Films. Robert will serve as general manager. The new company should be capable of producing 3 to 4 movies annually. You all work with him to quickly develop the company structure and job requirements. With the new company established, our current office space may not be sufficient. Feel free to look for suitable locations nearby. This place can remain as the copyright division and fan club office. I will prepare to set up a separate copyright studio here. Hearing all the good news from Linton, everyone was thrilled and cheered loudly. Boss, can I get involved in film production from now on? Bella raised her hand. Yes, once the film company is set up, you can work in the production department while continuing your fan club duties, Linton said. Seeing Bella's ambition, he naturally wanted to support her. Thanks, boss. I'll make sure the fan club work is top-notch. After assigning the work, Linton privately stayed behind with Bella to commend her excellent fan club management and privately rewarded her with a $200,000 check. Linton knew that the massive success of Step Up was largely due to strong fan support. The fan club's contribution to the movie's promotion was invaluable. The fan club had become Linton's ace in boosting both box office and record sales, something even Daniel and Levitt were unaware of. Another reason for the $200,000 reward was that during the recent overseas trip, Assistant Mina had accompanied Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Sophie Marceau shopping twice, earning a $200,000 shopping allowance. The saying, "It's not poverty, but inequality that's the real worry," truly applied. That evening, Linton and the studio team celebrated at the estate, where Daniel and Mira were already waiting. After dinner, Linton and Daniel moved to the study. Daniel told Linton, the movie soundtrack was selling very well, nearing 3 million copies in North America and over 2.2 million overseas, with total sales poised to exceed 10 million. However, Daniel stressed that Linton needed to invest in promotion soon. As the film's hype declined, if the song's promotion lagged, sales would drop rapidly. Also, the track Be What You Wanna Be was of such high quality, but since it hadn't charted well, it hadn't yet topped Billboard's weekly charts. Last week, it was only at number 3. Daniel hurried over to discuss the upcoming promotional schedule for Be What You Wanna Be. I can start full cooperation tomorrow. What are your plans? This promotion will be relatively relaxed. We plan to tour the top 10 U.S. cities in terms of ratings. In each city, we'll visit the 3 to 4 most listened to radio stations, interact with listeners, and promote Be What You Wanna Be, which will help boost album sales. Each city for a day, totaling 10 days. Daniel handed Linton the detailed itinerary. I have no objections to the overall plan, but Universal will host a Step Up movie celebration party the night of September 5th, and I must be back for that. So, keep September 5th and 6th free. Schedule chart promotion activities in Los Angeles for September 7th. The rest is up to you guys. Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll send Duke and your assistant Molly from Universal to accompany you. You'll head to San Francisco. Fine. I'll meet them at 9 a.m. at the office. 5 of us total, me, my assistant, Mina, my public relations agent Ellie, and 2 bodyguards. I'll have Mina send you the personnel info shortly. By the way, what about the single you promised earlier this year? When are you releasing it? Daniel asked. Don't worry. I'm nearly finished writing 2 new songs. After this promotion and chart push ends, I'll begin recording. But you need to plan the promotion and release strategy carefully for the best effect. Good. That makes me feel better. To ensure the movie soundtrack sales, singles should be released in November and December respectively. That should maximize impact. We'll carefully evaluate the promotional strategy. Daniel breathed easier. How are my Grow Up album sales doing? Worldwide sales have passed 34 million copies, but sales have mostly plateaued. Future growth will rely on time accumulating numbers. I plan to arrange accounting and settlement at the start of September, including August's movie soundtrack sales. Next week, you should have your accountant come audit the accounts. Daniel proactively offered to manage album settlements. It was clear that having a trusted insider as boss had its perks. Chapter 102, Celebration Banquet, Sharon Stone. After Daniel left, Mira handed a stack of materials to Linton. With the huge success of Step Up, Linton's popularity and commercial value skyrocketed, and Mira had recently received numerous endorsement offers. These included clothing, shoes, perfume, outdoor gear, electronics, beverages, whiskey, red wine, motorcycles, and more. Over 30 brands in total, including Pepsi, which had previously overlooked Linton. The endorsement fees were all set to Hollywood's top-tier star rates, with the lowest offer being $5 million per year. Mira, what do you think? Linton asked. Considering you already have 6 endorsements, Sony, Dell Computers, Ray-Ban sunglasses, Timex watches, Armani suits, and Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs, I suggest we add Pepsi, Jones Shoes, Macallan Whiskey, Dior Sauvage for men, and Yamaha motorcycles. Pepsi offers $5 million per year, and the other 4 each offer $5.5 million per year, with 3-year contracts. I've already endorsed Mercedes SUVs. Endorsing Yamaha motorcycles might not look right. They're different categories. I've consulted our lawyer. There's no contractual conflict. Still not good. Legally fine, but what about public perception? What would the partners think? Let's drop Yamaha. All right. What about the other 4? No problem. Start negotiations quickly. Prioritize Pepsi's deal. You don't need to haggle too much over their fee. Try to get better terms with the other 3. Okay, I'll start right away. When you negotiate with Pepsi, suggest adding a clause for me to write a promotional song for them. See if they're interested. He pulled out 4 new songs, I Swear, Sold Out, Surrender, and Taste the Feeling, and handed them to Mira, asking her to register them with BMI as soon as possible. The next day, Linton started promoting the songs. This process was much more relaxed than the earlier film and soundtrack promotional tours. He spent 1 day in each city, visiting the 4 top-rated local radio stations during peak listening times. Evening rush hour, 9 p.m., 10:30 p.m., and the next morning's morning commute, interacting with hosts and listeners. He talked about Step Up, shared filming anecdotes, discussed the creation of the soundtrack, and especially promoted Be What You Want to Be. Each segment lasted about half an hour before he moved on to the next city. This strategy worked wonders, revitalizing sales of the movie's soundtrack album, which had been declining. On the evening of September 6th, Universal held a grand celebration banquet for Step Up at the Hilton Hotel. All the main creators and cast were present. Many famous filmmakers and stars attended, including Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, Jamie Lee Curtis, Pierce Brosnan, and Sharon Stone, who had skyrocketed in popularity earlier that year from her role in Basic Instinct. High-level executives from major film companies were also present, such as Warner Brothers President Kevin Tsujihara, Paramount's Sherry Lansing, and 20th Century Fox's Joe Roth. At the hotel entrance, Universal rolled out a red carpet surrounded by excited fans. When Linton arrived with Naomi Watts, the crowd erupted in cheers and screams. Unlike the film premiere where Naomi was still relatively unknown, Now she was a leading actress with over $100 million at the North American box office, a hot celebrity, and about 40% of the cheers were for her, leaving her glowing with joy. The two warmly greeted fans and walked the entire red carpet before facing press interviews. With the film's success, media attitudes toward Linton and Naomi completely reversed, from criticism to praise. Reporters asked, "Linton, how do you feel about the film's success? Can you share your secrets to becoming a blockbuster director? What would you like to say to your audience after your debut film topped $100 million? Naomi, how does it feel to become a big star? We heard you were warmly welcomed during your UK and Australia tours. What do you want to say to your fans? Will you two get married like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman?" Linton and Naomi answered these questions gracefully and entered the hotel ballroom. The banquet began with a speech from Universal's president, Lew Wasserman, followed by the first dance performed by Linton and Naomi. As Levitt predicted, Linton was warmly received at the banquet. Executives from major film companies approached him with offers, like Warner Brothers president Kevin Tsujihara, who directly asked, "Mr. Anderson, are you interested in partnering with Warner Brothers? We have the best marketing channels and top producers." Linton politely replied, "Thank you, Mr. Tsujihara. There will definitely be opportunities to collaborate in the future." After that, Sherry Lansing, Joe Roth, and other executives also approached him. Linton managed the conversations professionally, exchanged contacts, but did not commit immediately, leaving hope for future collaborations. This made Levitt and Lew Wasserman a bit anxious. After the executives, it was time for famous stars. Linton first had a drink with Spielberg, who was preparing Universal's Jurassic Park. Linton thanked Spielberg for his support of Step Up and agreed to explore future cooperation. Next was the famous director James Cameron, rumored to have a bad temper, but Cameron was warm and friendly. The two enjoyed a great conversation, agreeing that commercial films depended on market appeal and audience satisfaction, while critics' awards were just icing on the cake. They exchanged personal contact info and planned future collaborations. The pattern at the banquet seemed clear: film executives, legendary directors, top stars, then hopeful newcomers seeking opportunities. Linton met many top stars and collected numerous business cards, and even some room keys. Later in the evening, the crowd around Linton finally thinned, and he planned to find a spot to rest. A stunning blonde with fiery red lips in a figure-hugging white evening gown, exuding Chanel No. 5 fragrance, approached. It was the wildly popular and sexy star Sharon Stone. Sharon gave Linton a warm hug, grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter, handed him one, and said, "Let's find somewhere to talk." They settled in a quiet corner. Sharon praised, "Step Up was amazing. It made me feel so alive, reminded me of the glory days of my youth. I heard you wrote, directed, and starred in it." "Thanks, but it was a team effort," Linton replied. "Linton, you truly are a genius. And Sharon, your performance in Basic Instinct was fantastic. It had my heart racing. Want to see an even better show? I can give you a private performance. Now." "Yes, I booked a room upstairs." At that moment, what could he say? Faced with such an invitation from a stunning woman, Linton couldn't refuse, especially since he wanted to experience her allure firsthand. Sharon's fame was second only to Madonna and far above Sophie Marceau. The two quietly left the ballroom and went to the business suite on the 6th floor that Sharon had booked. What Linton didn't know was that Naomi Watts, Halle Berry, and Tyra Banks, who had quietly been watching him, were furious. They had planned to relax and enjoy some private time with Linton after the movie's success, only to be blindsided. But they too were swamped. After Step Up's release, their own popularity surged, and they had producers, executives, and directors circling, so they couldn't afford distractions. They cursed Sharon silently. In the 6th floor suite, Sharon fully displayed her charm and talents. The passion ignited quickly and was intense. Hands gripped the headboard, sheets torn in the rush of need. They tumble across the carpet, swinging breathless on the edge of bliss. When desire ignites, the world races by, a blur of heat and motion. When desire dies, stillness settles, and everything feels different. Unlike with other women, Linton held no personal feelings for Sharon. Thus, their only interactions were this passionate connection and his ability growth, nothing else. Though Sharon was experienced, Linton dominated their encounter. In the end, she lay in his arms, saying, "Darling, you're incredible, even more than the rumors. I've never had such an amazing experience." Rumors? What rumors? You probably know. The earliest was your college ex-girlfriend publicly talking about you. Later, Hallie and Tyra were also reportedly won over by you. You know about Hallie and Tyra? There are no secrets in Hollywood. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but now I know you even surpassed them. I've booked this room for 3 days. Can you stay with me all 3? I'm free tomorrow. The day after, I have commitments promoting the film's soundtrack. Although Sharon's company was wonderful and her star power immense, Linton wasn't about to change his well-planned schedule. Then stay tomorrow. Let's fuck all day until the next morning, okay? Sure, no problem. Just worried about your stamina. Oh, you're amazing. I need to rest now to recover my strength, and we can have sex again tomorrow. She drifted to sleep in his arms. Chapter 103, Winona's Vacation at the Estate, Album Revenue Split. The next morning, before dawn, Linton was woken up by Sharon Stone's sucking. Seeing Linton awake, she said, "Darling, how about a morning workout?" Linton, naturally brave and fearless, jumped into action, starting a fresh round of passionate encounter. They didn't leave the room all day. Meals were delivered by the hotel, and besides resting, they kept indulging in their intimate battle, leaving each other with unforgettable memories. On the morning of September 7th, Linton reluctantly said goodbye to Sharon and promised to meet again for another round soon. There's that saying, "Don't miss out on good women. Don't let bad ones go," which Linton found quite reasonable. Sharon Stone's fame was no joke, much higher than Sophie Marceau's, and in just 2 days, Linton had advanced a lot in his skill. While Linton enjoyed his blissful time, Halle Berry and Tyra Banks were furious. They had planned a fun weekend with Linton, but couldn't find him anywhere. Calls to Linton went unanswered. His assistant Mina and bodyguard Danny had no clue either. Both women vented their frustration at Sharon Stone. After learning about Linton's schedule for next week, their anger only grew, but they couldn't do much, just silently vowed to take the initiative next time. Following the itinerary, Linton continued promotion and chart battles, concluding the last event in Philadelphia at 11 p.m. on September 11th. On the morning of September 12th, he flew back to Los Angeles. The promotional results were excellent. The Billboard chart showed Be What You Wanna Be had already claimed the #1 spot, and the soundtrack album sales saw a significant boost. Meanwhile, Mira brought good news. Pepsi negotiations went smoothly, securing a $5 million per year endorsement deal for 3 years, waiting for Linton to return and sign. They were also interested in using Taste the Feeling for promotion and hoped Linton and Universal could quickly start collaboration talks. Winona Ryder had been waiting for him in Los Angeles. It had been half a year since they last met. The treatment he provided was close to expiration and really needed another session. Winona had taken the female lead in the film Bram Stoker's Dracula earlier this year. Shot in London, the production faced many delays, finally wrapping up by the end of June. At that time, with Linton busy promoting Step Up and having rumored flings with Naomi Watts, Winona held back from meeting him. Last week, they did some reshoots in London, finally concluding filming. With the Step Up promotional period over, she couldn't resist calling Linton to arrange a vacation at the estate. Back at the long-missed estate, Linton had Danny drive discreetly, avoiding paparazzi to pick up Winona. Originally, Linton planned to give Winona a tour of the estate, but didn't get the chance. Winona pulled him straight to the master bedroom and initiated passionate warfare. As she put it, her body had been starving for too long, and she simply couldn't hold back. After 2 hours, during a break, Linton joked, "Seeing how hungry you are, why didn't you have sex with other men these past 6 months? Your cast probably has many handsome guys." "I wanted to," Winona said softly, "but somehow, despite their good looks, I just couldn't find the feeling. There was no passion or fun. Maybe you're just too amazing. I'm hooked on you and can only rely on you now. That's even better. You belong to me, so don't think about other men. My doors are always open for you," Linton said shamelessly, secretly delighted. "But you're a player. So many women surround you. Can you publicly announce that I'm your girlfriend?" Cough, cough, that won't do. It wouldn't be fair to other women. Besides that, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Linton felt a bit awkward, but knew he had to. Be firm, avoiding sending the wrong signals. I knew you're a bad boy. Fine, I won't trouble you. Who asked you to be so irresistible? Besides, I can't fully satisfy you alone. But you have to promise me one thing. Every month, we have a date and a passionate encounter, or I won't survive. No problem. I can promise that, he replied. That's more like it. Now get up and show me around your estate. After freshening up, Linton led Winona on a tour of the estate. The beauty and luxury fascinated her. Seeing Naomi and Cameron each had a guest room, she immediately said, I want a room too. Linton let her pick, having Amy help with the decorations. Winona declared that she would spend the whole next week at his estate for the vacation. During the weekend, Linton stayed with Winona. Using his soul induction ability, he treated her once more, ensuring she wouldn't suffer from depression or withdrawals for at least half a year. On Monday, Linton brought Henry, Mira, Robert, and Mary to Daniel's office at Universal Records to settle the second income installment from Linton's debut album Grow Up and the first income from the Step Up movie soundtrack. Normally, the soundtrack started selling in August, so this quick settlement was unusual. But with Daniel as president, special arrangements were made. Shania and Lisa also came with their managers and accountants, all smiling. First was Grow Up's second phase, royalty share, from early February to the end of August. In North America, the album sold 3.12 million copies, $14.80 per copy. Overseas sales were 4.1 million copies at $13.60 each. According to the agreement, Linton got 22% royalties. His personal share was 3.12 million $14.80, plus 4.1 million $13.60. 0.22 equals $22,425,920. Second was the Step Up soundtrack's first royalty share till end of August. 2.81 million copies sold in North America and 2.67 million overseas, both $16.99 per copy. Linton's share came from 12% songwriting plus 7.059% singing royalties, 17 songs total, 8 solo, for duets. His personal cut was 2.81 million $16.99 plus 2.67 million $16.99 0.19059 equals $17,744,920. Third was the licensing fees for Grow Up's 13 songs across various uses: TV, sports arenas, universities, nightclubs, competitions, malls, commercials, totaling $5.32 million. With 22% royalty, Linton earned $1,170,400. Fourth, the studio share from Step Up soundtrack. Same sales as above, his studio got 20% of movie merchandise revenue. Studio's share was 2.81 million $16.99 plus 2.67 million $16.99. 0.2 equals $18,621,040. Additionally, there was some income from song licenses tied to the Step Up movie, which premiered on August 7th. Licensing had just started, but with the movie's success, expects continued strong performance. So far, $960,000 generated, but due to complexity, they decided to settle it next time. Summing up, Linton's total personal income this time was $41,341,240. Payments made: $2,480,474 to WMA, $413,412 to Henry, netting $38,465,554 for Linton. Studio earned $18,621,040 from movie merchandise. All documents were pre-verified by Henry, Mary, and others. Linton, Robert, Lisa, and Shania signed each file. Daniel poured champagne and handed glasses around. Cheers to a great cooperation. Cheers to our success. Everyone toasted loudly with joy. Chapter 104. Shania and Winona, the Pepsi collaboration. While still in Daniel's office, Shania had watery eyes, looking at Linton with a silk-like gaze. After leaving Daniel's office, she immediately walked over to him and hooked her arm around his, saying, "Linton, on such a happy day, Let's celebrate together, shall we? Since meeting Linton, the past 6 months felt like a dream to Shania. Her career development had been incredibly smooth. This time, not only did she receive a large sum of income, but, more importantly, with the blockbuster success of the movie soundtrack, her fame was rapidly rising. Among the songs she sang solo, Step Up reached Billboard number 9, and You Must Be reached number 17 on the Billboard charts. She had firmly stepped into the ranks of second-tier female singers, completing her transformation from a newcomer to a pop star. Sunshine Music was already helping her collect songs and preparing to release her album. Her agent kept receiving constant offers. Multiple brand endorsement invitations had come in, and her future looked bright. Since Winona was still vacationing at the estate, Linton first handed 2 scripts to Mira, The Shallows and Step Up 2, asking her to register them as soon as possible. Before leaving, Mira reminded Linton not to forget the endorsement contract signing with Pepsi the next day. Linton took Shania to his office at Universal Music and frankly told her about Winona's vacation at his estate, asking if she minded. Shania had long known Linton was a bit of a playboy and was mentally prepared, so she agreed without much hesitation. It wasn't enough for Shania to agree. Linton also called Winona in front of Shania, asking if she minded him bringing a beautiful woman home to celebrate. Winona had already prepared herself upon seeing Cameron and Naomi occupying rooms at the estate, and when she found out it was Shania Twain, she also agreed without hesitation, only requesting he come home early. Meeting 2 such understanding women moved Linton. Forget everything else. He left work immediately and took Shania back to the estate. Seeing Linton being such a Casanova, already having one woman at home and now bringing another. Even assistant Mina rolled her eyes, silently calling him a big pervert. To Linton's surprise, Winona and Shania got along very well. Perhaps because they were not in the same industry and had no competition, or maybe because they both joined later and sought allies. The 2 quickly became friends. Linton had been a bit worried they might clash upon meeting, but apparently, they weren't that simple. Shania also took a room next to Winona's, and Linton instructed housekeeper Amy to coordinate the arrangements. After communicating with her agent, Shania announced she would take a week off to vacation with Winona at Linton's estate. That afternoon, the 3 swam, sunbathed, and had fun at the estate. At night, they played a high-stakes poker. With Shania joining, the game became much livelier. At first, the 2 women were a bit reserved, but soon, under Linton's vigorous efforts, they were overwhelmed and had to team up, making the battle even more intense. The next morning, Mira, Ellie, and Goodman arrived at the estate to meet with Linton for the Pepsi contract signing. Before departing, Linton gave Winona a credit card. He instructed David, Hayden, and Sandy to avoid paparazzi and take the women to choose cars, a car each, within $300,000, intended as their dedicated vehicles at the estate. He reminded them to keep their choices low profile in style and color. These cars were not for them to drive, but for chauffeured transportation. The 2 women happily gave him kisses, almost reigniting a passionate rivalry. The endorsement signing with Pepsi went smoothly in front of the media. The endorsement fee was $5 million per year for 3 years, totaling $15 million, paid annually. Linton was required to film 1 commercial for Pepsi each year and participate in at least 1 promotional event. Naturally, Linton was not allowed to drink other sodas publicly. Pepsi was very interested in Linton's song, Taste the Feeling. After internal evaluation, they deemed it a perfect promotional song for Pepsi. In the afternoon, Linton, Pepsi, and Universal held talks about the song production, MV shooting, distribution, and copyright issues and reached a cooperative agreement. The song would be recorded by Universal in 2 versions. Pepsi's promotional version would have slightly different lyrics emphasizing Pepsi. The MV would be filmed by Pepsi, also in 2 versions. One version used for the song's promotion would contain some Pepsi elements, but required Universal's approval and would be distributed by Universal on MTV and local TV. The other version was purely Pepsi's promotional MV, broadcast through Pepsi's own channels. The song was scheduled for release starting January 1993, with Universal handling global distribution using the usual release plan. Pepsi promised strong support, including chart promotion and advertising in various countries to expand the song's influence. Starting February, Pepsi would launch its MV version and promotional material globally to enhance its brand image and sales. Regarding licensing, the three parties agreed that Pepsi would have exclusive rights to the song in the beverage category, with a licensing fee of $5 million, of which Linton received $4 million and Universal $1 million. Pepsi would not participate in other rights or revenue sharing, which would follow the existing contract between Linton and Universal. This was a win-win cooperation. Linton valued Pepsi's promotional power most for boosting his popularity. Under the witness of the three parties' lawyers, the contract was signed that very day. Linton considered asking about the MV's female lead, but thought better of it. His current status wasn't quite enough to influence a huge company like Pepsi, so he left it to them. After all, the lead would definitely be a dazzling starlet. After finishing, Linton returned to the estate and was warmly embraced by Winona and Shania, who exchanged kisses with him. It seemed that appropriate material indulgences were necessary. Their cars had already arrived, parked at the estate. Winona chose a top-spec Mercedes S300, and Shania picked a top-model BMW 740, both priced below $200,000. Fortunately, both opted for silver instead of flashy colors favored by most women, showing they heeded his advice on subtlety. Linton shared the good news of his Pepsi endorsement with the two women, who responded with amazement and admiration, perhaps feeling their identity had been elevated by having dedicated cars and rooms at the estate, or maybe motivated by the car purchase, or simply happy for Linton's Pepsi collaboration. That night, Winona and Shania were extremely passionate, their energy maxed out. Together, they matched Linton's stamina in a fierce, balanced, passionate encounter. In the middle, Winona suddenly had an idea: to rotate between their three rooms for intimate moments, enjoying the passion in different settings. Since aside from the assistant on the first floor, nobody else was around, Linton agreed. Moving from the third to the second floor, in different rooms and scenes, the two women also sang loudly, truly having an amazing experience. The next morning, the three of them, radiant, came downstairs for breakfast to find assistant Mina looking exhausted, with large dark circles under her eyes, a clear sign of being overwhelmed. Chapter 105. Company Formation, Silicon Valley Property Acquisition. Upon arriving at the studio, Robert, Mary, Bella, and Goodman were already waiting. Robert had prepared the new company's structure and job requirements. The new company was named Linton Films, focusing mainly on film production, without involving film distribution for the moment. The company set up departments for production, finance, screenwriting, and administration. Legal affairs were outsourced to Goodman's law firm. Linton served as chairman and also director of the screenwriting department. Robert was the general manager and head of production, and Mary took charge of the finance department. The key staffing focus was on the production department. Meeting Linton's target of producing 3 to 4 films per year, Robert planned 25 critical roles within production. These included essential crew positions such as editors, sound engineers, and colorists. The production department was subdivided into 2 teams, production and post-production, so future film post-production could be entirely completed in-house. Finance added 2 people, and the screenwriting department planned for 3 roles. The office handled company administration, daily reception, and front desk tasks, with 4 positions planned. After discussions, Linton directed Robert to prioritize recruiting outstanding graduates from the University of Southern California's School of Cinematic Arts, especially those with proven experience as lead producers on film crews. Robert was tasked to leverage his network at USC for recruitment. Other positions would be advertised by Goodman. All staff were to be hired before early October. The new office location had been chosen nearby, renting the 5th and 6th floors of an adjacent office building, totaling 22,000 square feet. Robert also presented the office renovation plan and a list of furniture and equipment purchases, including $2.8 million worth of state-of-the-art post-production. Here, Linton approved the plan but insisted the equipment be installed by the end of September. Additionally, he proactively proposed buying 4 vehicles for the company: 2 Mercedes sedans, since he was a Mercedes spokesperson, 1 for Robert's use, another for company reception, plus a business van and a pickup truck. Robert and Mary were to handle the purchase together, necessitating new recruitment of 4 drivers managed centrally by administration. With Universal Music's $18.6 million revenue from movie merchandise settled, the studio's budget was healthy. Goodman was also instructed to register Linton Copyright Studio to manage film and music copyrights. They planned to hire 2 people, with office space at the original Linton studio, co-located with the fan club. Subsequently, Robert handed over gathered data on recent overseas full rights transactions for North American box office hits over $100 million from the past 3 years. As of 1992 last week, 3 films outside the Hollywood Big Seven had North American box office over $100 million. These were Lethal Weapon 3, North American box office $144 million, overseas full rights transaction $61 million, Basic Instinct, $117 million box office, $46 million overseas rights, and A League of Their Own, $107 million box office, $33 million overseas rights. In 1991, there were 3 such films, in 1990 just 2. They were Terminator 2, Judgment Day, Silence of the Lambs, City Slickers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Total Recall. Their overseas rights accounted for less than 40% of North American box office. Linton reviewed and realized Lethal Weapon 3 had the highest ratio of overseas rights to North American box office at 42.36%. These figures confirmed Levitt's claims. This year's overseas deal ratio was noticeably higher than prior years, and genres like action, sci-fi, and animation had better overseas sales. Since Lethal Weapon 3 hit 42.36%, our step-ups overseas rights can't be less than that. My prior requirement stands. Overseas rights sales not below 42% of North American box office. Anything beyond that, the negotiation team gets a 10% commission. Think through negotiation strategies carefully. Talks should begin in early October. Robert's team nodded confidently. After the meeting, Goodman stayed behind to report to Linton, handing over documents. Boss, the paperwork for Linton Property Management is done. Thanks to Linton's increasing business volume, Goodman earned a handsome income and recently resigned from his old firm to start his own law office, serving Linton exclusively. Also, 3 candidates were headhunted for the property management company manager position. Their backgrounds and work histories checked out. When can you interview them? Tomorrow morning. Let's nail this down quickly. We'll have to rely on them to set up the real estate company and put it into operation as soon as possible. Let Winnie join us then. In the afternoon, accompanied by Winnie and Henry, Linton inspected 5 office buildings in Silicon Valley for acquisition. Winnie had a good eye. Locations, building structure, floor area ratio, landscaping, parking, and current occupancy rates were all favorable. Thanks to the recent LA riots, some companies went bankrupt. Banks reclaimed assets, resulting in many quality office buildings on sale. The combined price for the 5 buildings settled at $35.8 million, which pleased Linton. Contracts were signed with 2 real estate firms that afternoon. As usual, they put 30% down, $10.74 million, financing the rest with a 10-year bank loan. Winnie was tasked with handling property title transfer. After signing, Linton, Winnie, and Henry met at the Charity Foundation office to discuss further investments. Universal's swift action saw $38.4 million deposited into their bank account by afternoon. For tax reasons, after calculation, Henry recommended donating $25 million to the Charity Foundation and retaining the balance under Linton's name for future expenses. Linton considered. With so many women in his life, keeping some liquid money was sensible. He already owned an estate, and he wanted a plane and a yacht, though purchases for these 2 would wait. Now wasn't the time for showboating. He'd invest in computing and communications, sectors ripe for huge future returns. Plus, continuous earnings from endorsements made this pragmatic. He finally decided to transfer $35 million to charity, leaving $3.44 million in his personal account. Winnie and Henry were impressed. Winnie's eyes sparkled. Though already investing $50 million in Silicon Valley office real estate, Linton planned to focus on tech and communications for next investments. He assigned Winnie to find investment targets in those industries and develop a plan for his approval. He believed that if an enterprise was truly impressive, he would recognize the name and business scope. At the charity office, Linton, Goodman, and Winnie formed an interview panel for the 3 headhunted candidates. They selected Edward Lister, a 35-year-old white male who had worked in major real estate before and managed departments at Silicon Valley property mogul Garrett's firm. After using soul induction to ensure Edward had no hidden agenda, they offered him a $200,000 annual salary. Once hired and under confidentiality agreement, Linton gave him company and property information. Edward was to produce the company structure and staffing plan for Linton's approval and choose office space from the 7 buildings. That afternoon, Linton dove into Universal's editing room. With editor Juliet's help, in just 1.5 days, Linton comfortably cut the step-up director's cut. The director's cut ran 122 minutes, adding 5 minutes of Linton's difficult full-length street dance sequence, plus 6 to 7 minutes of scenes previously cut for length. Additionally, about 10 minutes of behind-the-scenes footage was included. A "Do not try this at home" subtitle remained in the bottom right corner during the 5-minute dance. After the director's cut was edited, Levitt organized a group of young employees from the distribution department to watch it. After viewing, they raved about its quality, most saying they'd pay an extra $10 for this version. Levitt suggested pricing the standard VHS at $28.80 and the director's cut at $38.80, pending final negotiations with VHS distribution license holders. Linton left subsequent matters to others. After over 2 months of nonstop work, he deserved a break. Besides, 2 beauties awaited at his estate, and with a sizable recent payment from Universal, a vacation with Winona and Shania sounded perfect. Chapter 106, A Trip to Hawaii. Linton shared his vacation plans with Winona and Shania, asking if they'd like to join him on a trip. Naturally, both were thrilled. After all, no matter how beautiful the estate was, a few days there felt dull. The chance to vacation with Linton was an exciting opportunity. After some discussion, they agreed on a week-long trip to Hawaii. Both women contacted their agents to extend their time off. Linton asked Mira to arrange the Hawaii itinerary, instructing his assistant and bodyguards to prepare for the trip. He booked the plane tickets and planned to bring along his assistant Mina and bodyguards Danny and David. Hawaii was not only famous for the historic World War II event, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, but also renowned for its idyllic scenery. When people thought of Hawaii, images of hula dancing, blue skies, turquoise seas, sunny beaches, and bikini-clad beauties naturally came to mind. The Hawaiian Islands, located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, offered a mild and pleasant climate. In September, temperatures ranged between 73 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit, adorned with beautiful landscapes. The plane landed smoothly at Honolulu International Airport. Since the movie hype had waned, paparazzi weren't as aggressive this time. Plus, since Linton and the 2 women were wearing makeup and disguises, and the trip was unannounced, no one recognized them. They exited the airport with ease. Outside, 2 cars arranged by the travel agency waited patiently. Linton, Winona, and Shania rode in a Mercedes 600, while the bodyguards and assistant took a business van. The vehicles soon arrived at a private resort area in Honolulu, turning into a lush forested area leading to a compound consisting of a townhouse and small villa. The estate covered a vast area, surrounded by dense woods. Nearby was a small hill, and in front of the villa was a private beach. The townhouse's exterior was gray-white, with 9 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms, each room boasting charming mountain and ocean views. The seaside villa had even better scenery and a more open view. The second floor featured a huge observation deck perfect for ocean views, sunbathing, and a boardwalk leading straight to the beach below. This was a high-end Hawaiian resort estate, reserved for wealthy celebrities, with a hefty price tag. Linton had booked it for a week. Winona, Shania, what do you think? Should we stay in the townhouse or the villa? You 2 decide. Linton offered the choice. Definitely the villa. They decided unanimously after learning the staff would all be at the townhouse. All right, we'll stay in the villa. Mina, Danny, David, please arrange our luggage, then choose your rooms in the townhouse, Linton instructed. The villa had 3 rooms on the second floor, a large master bedroom in the center with a huge deck outside that overlooked the sea. The 3 didn't hesitate and openly stayed together in the master bedroom. After a quick shower and some Hawaiian-themed dinner, Linton embraced the two women on the ocean view deck. Watching the sunset and feeling the refreshing sea breeze, they all felt utterly relaxed. In this peaceful and undisturbed setting, the trio quickly became one. Shania, still somewhat clear-headed, suggested, "Let's head back to our room. We might get seen out." "Here. No worries," Linton replied. "I checked carefully. We're alone here, and no one nearby can see us." Suddenly, a melodious singing voice rang out. An intense passion filled the night air, from the deck to the room and back, continuing vigorously until dawn. The morning sea breeze fluttered the white sheer curtains as bright sunlight streamed into the bedroom. The disheveled bed was covered with silk sheets draping three naked bodies. It was a rare chance for Linton to enjoy a lazy wake-up with the two women until noon. After freshening up, they moved to the townhouse's dining room, where lunch awaited. The lunch spread was magnificent. Large plates of oysters, lobster, traditional Hawaiian roasted pork, caviar, coconut-flavored ice cream. The chef's skill was impeccable, and the trio savored the meal with great delight. After lunch, back at the villa, they applied sunscreen and lounged under big umbrellas on the observation deck, enjoying sunbathing and playful banter. After 4, as the sun began to wane, Linton donned swim trunks, and Winona and Shania slipped into bikinis. Embracing each other, they descended the boardwalk from the deck to the beach. Alone on the beach at sunset, they frolicked in the clear blue water. Winona and Shania's delightful laughter echoed in the air. The sun gradually dipped, casting golden light over the rolling waves. The shimmering golden sea painted a breathtaking picture. The three stopped their play, mesmerized by the scene. Shania whispered in awe, "This place is truly beautiful." "It really is. I wish we could stay like this forever," Winona sighed. "No sight is as beautiful as you two." Linton smiled, complimenting them. "Linton, are we visible to anyone around here?" Winona wondered. "This is a private beach. Only the three of us are here," Linton said, scanning the surroundings with keen eyesight and even extending his spiritual awareness to confirm no one was watching. "Why not have a little playful action in the water? It would be unforgettable against such a stunning backdrop," Winona boldly suggested. "What if someone sees us?" Shania, tempted, still voiced concern. "I assure you, no one can see us," Linton promised warmly. "Then what are we waiting for?" Winona declared, diving into Linton's arms. The waterside passion stirred waves under the golden sunset, a uniquely beautiful sight. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness or capture it. Of course, if anyone intruded, Linton was prepared to deal with them harshly. The sun set later over the ocean, but eventually night fell entirely, and their aquatic escapades came to a rest. Linton carried the exhausted women back to the room. After some freshening up, Winona exclaimed, "I'm starving. Let's go grab dinner." Indeed, such intimate exertions used more energy than usual, and everyone was ready to eat. At dinner, the menu was prepared by a skilled chef. Chilled tomato soup with spring rolls, baked wide noodles, red snapper, braised beef ribs, fried meatballs, coconut ice cream, and tropical fruits. They accompanied the meal with 1982 Lafite Rothschild, making it a truly exquisite feast. After dinner, the trio strolled around the yard, then returned to the villa. On the second-floor deck, enjoying the cool sea breeze and the rolling ocean, their mood was exceptionally light. "Any plans for tomorrow?" Linton asked. "How about snorkeling? I want to see the coral reefs and tropical fish," Winona suggested. "Me too," Shania agreed. "Great. We'll go to Hanama Bay, famous for snorkeling with shallow water, gentle waves, abundant fish, and gorgeous views. But it's touristy. You'll want makeup and disguises," Linton approved. Thanks to their disguises, snorkeling proceeded smoothly. Though the bay was crowded, no one recognized them. The assistant coordinated in advance with the travel agency to arrange diving instructors and boats that took them away from crowded areas. Equipped with masks, they watched colorful tropical fish swim among coral reefs. Winona and Shania's stunning figures moved gracefully in the water, playing with the fish. The fish were unafraid, and the two quickly mingled with the schools of fish, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It was Linton's first time snorkeling too. Enchanted by the underwater beauty, he eagerly chased the fish, having a blast. Over the following days, Linton, Winona, and Shania toured famous Hawaiian spots: Honolulu, Pearl Harbor, Volcano National Park, exploring the island's best attractions. The only downside was having to wear makeup and disguises every outing to avoid being recognized by tourists and paparazzi. Unavoidable, as all three were stars. By day, they enjoyed sightseeing, sampling different cuisines, and by night, they indulged in spirited games of poker, releasing their passions. Sometimes, they even played childish games like tag or cat and mouse, adding extra joy to their magnificent vacation. Life was glorious, nearly heavenly. Chapter 107. Speed, Surrender. Good times always flew by quickly. In a blink, 7 days were about to pass, and the three of them reluctantly said goodbye to the resort that had brought so much joy. They flew from Honolulu International Airport, leaving Hawaii and returning to Los Angeles. Back in Los Angeles, it meant that Shania and Winona's vacation was also coming to an end. On the last night, after dinner, Linton didn't go straight to bed with the two women. Instead, he took them to the study and handed each a folder. A movie script. Speed, Winona asked in surprise. Are you shooting a new movie again? Yes, the script is finished. We'll start prepping next month and plan to begin filming in December. I want you to play the female lead, so keep your schedule open. Thank you. I love you so much. Winona kissed him warmly. But before I came here on vacation, I already accepted an invitation from Martin Scorsese's production for The Age of Innocence. I play the lead, and I've signed a contract. Filming starts late November. The schedules clash. What should I do? She said, worried. Indeed, Hollywood actors faced fierce competition, but once you gained fame and became at least a second-tier star, work opportunities flowed. Hollywood studios always chased successful stars. The characters you played before would lead to similar role offers. For them, roles and job offers were never lacking. It was good resources that were scarce. Winona, as a rising star, had starred in several hit movies with solid box office and reviews. Naturally, major studios chased after her. The movie The Age of Innocence, directed by legendary Martin Scorsese, was prime Hollywood material. She couldn't miss the female lead invitation and naturally accepted it first and quickly signed the contract. I'm not familiar with the Age of Innocence project, but since it's Martin Scorsese, it won't be bad. Since you already signed, just perform well, Linton assured her. What about your movie? I really want to star alongside you, Winona said reluctantly. Acting in Linton's film would be great, shooting by day and spending nights. Passionately together, it would be perfect. More importantly, Linton was incredibly talented. His first film was a huge success, and the second was clearly going to be as well. Starring in his films would greatly boost her career, but the timing was unfortunate. I'll just recast. Hollywood is never short of actors. As for starring alongside me, there will be chances. All right, but tonight, you better make it up to me emotionally. No problem. Tonight, we'll do things your way. Shania, what do you think of this song? After talking with Winona, Linton turned to Shania. Surrender, a blues track. Is this your song? You want me to sing it? Shania was so excited she stumbled over her words. Being a top singer, she immediately recognized the quality. It had hit potential. Of course, I think this song fits your voice perfectly and hope it helps you advance further. Linton smiled with confidence. Thank you, darling. You're too good to me. How can I ever thank you? She threw herself into Linton's arms, kissing him passionately. Winona rolled her eyes and said, Shania, how about we show our thanks with a little passionate wrestling match right here? Sounds good. Tonight, we're taking charge, Shania said, crawling under the desk as Winona, the cowgirl, launched an attack from above. With tomorrow's departure looming, the three were fired up and passionate. From the second floor to the third, from the study to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the balcony, their passion left its traces everywhere. Luckily, the assistant had learned her lesson and moved voluntarily to the staff quarters, or else she'd be waking up with dark circles again. The next morning, after breakfast, Winona, teary-eyed and reluctant, got into a Mercedes S300, driven by David, headed back to her apartment to meet with her manager and start her new job. Linton took Shania to Universal Music, where they met with manager Mira, then headed to Daniel's office. Linton, did you write a new blues song for Shania? Daniel asked happily. Yeah, I got inspired recently and wrote Surrender. I think Shania's voice suits it well and want her to sing it, Linton said, signaling Shania to hand the song to Daniel. As a top executive in the music industry, Daniel's professional judgment was impeccable. He quickly recognized Surrender's quality and got excited. Since Shania's songs from the Step Up soundtrack became a hit, Sunshine Music had been planning an album for her. The album had many songs but lacked a strong lead single. Now that Shania just returned from vacation, Linton created such a high-quality song. The timing was perfect, like a timely rain or life-saving help. Linton truly was a genius. Not only could he create songs tailored to himself, direct films, but also craft songs perfectly suited for female singers. Luckily, he was on their side. Daniel had already considered Linton one of them. Shania wasn't simple either. During the week off, these two must have had an exciting time, earning her Linton's affection. This was beneficial. Her album sales rising meant greater profits for Sunshine Music, and she benefited too. Great. This song can definitely be the lead single for Shania's debut album. Can we sign the licensing agreement now? You'll license it to Sunshine Music for Shania to perform. We'll split song rights 6% for lyrics, 6% for composition, totaling 12% as usual. Sure, I've already informed my lawyer Goodman. He's on his way. Prepare the contract quickly. But keep in mind, I'm signed with Universal. Giving my song to Sunshine is causing some internal pressure you have to handle. No problem, I'll take care of it. But we must stay on message. Say that while working on the Step Up soundtrack, you admired Shania, and Surrender suits her voice perfectly. All right, if anyone at the company asks, that's what I'll say. The rest you handle. But be prepared. Going forward, the company's female singers might line up to approach you, hoping to be noticed, hoping for an unspoken favor, hoping you'll write songs for them too. They can try, but good songs aren't that easy to write, Linton said with a wave, making Shania, who had looked worried, smile happily. Daniel picked up the phone to call Sunshine Music, urging them to send their lawyers to draft the contract and arrange signing. Chapter 108. Competition for the director of Step Up 2. What about your own songs? Didn't you say you were going to release 2 singles this year? After hanging up the phone, Daniel asked the question he cared most about. They're ready too. Saying that, Linton handed him 2 songs, I Swear and Sold Out. One was blues, and the other was rock. However, Linton had modified the lyrics of Sold Out, replacing religious references and mentions of Jesus with themes about chasing dreams. The song's themes became about dreams and faith, about hard work and struggle, perfectly fitting his image. All right. Who are you planning to have produce these songs? Still Lisa? Yes, Lisa. Our previous collaborations were very smooth, and I was very satisfied. She's the one for this project as well. Okay, I'll have her come over right away. She'll be thrilled, Daniel said, instructing his secretary to notify Lisa to come over as soon as possible. Also, both songs need music videos. When do you plan to record and shoot them? Today is September 21st. Let's finish recording the songs by the end of this month. The music videos should be done by early October. By mid-October, I'll probably need to start preparing for my new movie. All right, once Lisa arrives, I'll have her prepare the recording as soon as possible. I'll start arranging the music video production immediately. Should Zach direct again? And on choreography? With the massive success of Step Up, they're extremely popular now and swamped with work. But for your songs, no matter how busy they are, they'll make time. They have priority, but no pressure. Making music videos isn't that challenging anyway. Just then, Lisa walked in. After hugging Linton and exchanging greetings, she became thrilled upon hearing she was to produce 2 singles for him. Her previous work with Linton had brought her both fame and fortune. She was making bank. Working on Linton's songs was considered the best assignment at Universal Music. Every producer was eager for the chance to work on his new releases, but Linton directly chose her. Thank you, Linton. Thank you, Daniel. I'll quickly complete the arrangements and submit them for your approval. We'll deliver the best possible versions to ensure top-quality production for these singles. Good. The goal is to finish recording by the end of the month. No problem. I'm going right now. Lisa hurried off with the 2 songs to get started. When do you expect to finish your new movie? Don't forget, you still need to release an album in the first half of next year, Daniel reminded, steering the conversation back to the album. Probably by the end of February, definitely by early March. Rest assured, the album release in the first half of next year is on schedule. Alright, but since you'll begin film preparations in October and shoot through March, how will you promote I Swear and Sold Out? Without promotion, even the best songs won't sell well. For example, Be What You Want to Be. Before you promoted it, despite the film's popularity, it never hit #1 on the Billboard charts. Once you had time to push, it topped Billboard for 2 consecutive weeks, greatly boosting sales of the movie soundtrack. Daniel brought up another concern. How many copies has the Step Up soundtrack sold so far? Very good. Over 4.6 million in North America and 4.5 million overseas. But sales momentum is slowing, with a projected total around 12 million worldwide. In that case, I can probably carve out 1 week in November for single promotions and charting efforts. Other than that, it's impossible, unless you release 1 single this year and hold the other until March next year. That won't work. I just got promoted in June. Universal is counting on your singles to boost this year's performance. No choice then. I can't be in 2 places at once. I can't just leave the film crew hanging to promote songs. You just have too much going on. If you focused only on singing, none of these problems would exist, Daniel joked. As they joked, Goodman and Bentley, the general manager of Sunshine Music, arrived with his lawyer. Both parties quickly drafted the licensing contract for the song Surrender. As per industry standard, Linton licensed Surrender to Sunshine Music's singer Shania. After release, Linton would receive 12% of all royalties as the songwriter and composer. After signing, they left Universal. Linton handed over copies of 3 songs to Mira to hurry up with BMI registration. He then went with assistant Mina to the studio, where Zach and were waiting. Hollywood was no secret. Ever since news spread that Linton was launching Step Up 2 and wouldn't be directing himself, many directors stirred, showing off their skills to win the role. Zach and were among them. After hearing the news last week, they immediately contacted Linton to vie for the job. However, Linton was vacationing in Hawaii with Winona and Shania and couldn't give them attention. Upon learning he was back last night, they called ASAP and Linton scheduled a meeting this morning. At the studio, the two, once close collaborators, clearly wore a guarded and distant attitude, each seeing the other as their biggest rival. Linton ignored their silent rivalry and called them to the conference room. I know why you're here. To direct Step Up 2, right? Yes, and I believe I'm the best fit, Zach answered. I can definitely keep the style of the first film, and said confidently. I'm not directing Step Up 2 myself. I know your skills have grown since the first film, but honestly, I'm not sure if either of you can handle directing a whole movie alone. Since you're here, I'll give you a chance. The main script is finalized. Some dialogue and daily scenes might be polished by a writer, but the overall plot is unchanged. Go to Robert and get a copy of the script, then storyboard your ideas and prepare a shooting plan. If I like what you produce, I'll consider giving you the job. Actually, Linton intended to have and direct Step Up 2 and Zach direct The Shallows. Both proved themselves later on, but he wanted to give them a solid test first. As the saying goes, the opportunities you fight for are the ones you cherish the most. Linton wanted them to fight for the directing gig through effort. What if we both deliver storyboards and plans you like? And asked, likely to avoid turning their friendship into rivalry. My new production company plans to make 3 films, including Speed, which I'm directing, and also The Shallows. If you both impress me, the one not chosen for Step Up 2 can direct The Shallows. But your plans must be independently created. If I find similarities suggesting collusion, both of you will be disqualified. Thank you, boss. We won't disappoint you. Zach and breathed a sigh of relief, stood, and saluted Linton before heading off to find Robert. Chapter 109. New Company, New Atmosphere. 10 minutes later, Robert walked into Linton's office. Zach and left. Linton asked first. They both copied the screenplay for Step Up 2 and left. Boss, how did you talk to them? At first, it seemed like they were enemies, always on guard against each other. But now, they're joking and chatting like old friends? That doesn't make sense. Nothing surprising. I asked them to storyboard based on the script and make shooting plans. Whoever does it better gets the job. Isn't that still outright competition? How did it turn into friendly chatter? That makes no sense. I added a clause. If the losing candidate's plan satisfies me, I might entrust them to direct The Shallows. Ah, so there's a fallback clause. No wonder. But boss, you really believe in both of them. They've only worked with you on one movie, and in our film industry terms, both are still rookies as directors. You might not have noticed, but while filming Step Up, I carefully observed both of them. They both have natural directing talent, are very insightful, and have been studying hard from start to finish, real promising director prospects. But whether they can independently direct a good movie will depend on their performance now. Boss, you are impressive. You directed and starred in Step Up, and still managed to keep a keen eye on the people around you. That's not something ordinary people can do. That's the difference between a genius and everyone else, Robert flattered. No need for flattery. Tell me about the progress with the new company. Everything is progressing smoothly. The new office is under renovation and should be finished in about 3 days. The office furniture and equipment have been ordered. Once the renovation is done here, they'll be delivered within 5 days, and then we can officially operate. What about post-production equipment? That's already ordered too, but it won't start arriving for about a month. How's the hiring going? The production team is basically assembled. They all have more than 2 years of experience, and half of them graduated from the University of Southern California's Film and Television School. Any outstanding producers? I found 3. All have been graduated from our school for over 10 years. They've all worked as executive producers on major commercial productions. After learning about our company, they are eager to join, just waiting for your interview. Good. Schedule it for this afternoon. How about the other staff, writers, finance, office? All hired. We narrowed down 3 candidates for office manager. You'll need to make the final decision. Schedule all for this afternoon. Interview together. Notify Goodman. The panel will be the 3 of us. Let's have the interview in the small conference room here. Got it. I'll arrange it immediately. Also, notify the writers to come in tomorrow morning for a script discussion on Step Up 2. Okay. In the afternoon, Linton, Robert, and Goodman formed the interview panel for 3 producer candidates. All 3 graduated about 10 years ago from USC's Film and Television Production program. They were about 30, in their prime, all with continuous producing experience since graduation, starting from entry-level production work, finally serving as executive producers on major commercial projects. All 3 candidates were white males named Kenneth Talley, Blake Hans, and Frank Slater. Through the Step Up production, Linton gained a clear understanding of a producer's role. He asked them about challenges faced during production. Their solutions were practical and showed experience and ability. He approved all of them. Next, they interviewed candidates for office manager and selected a white woman named Megan Oster, 28, above average looking, smart, and capable, with strong communication skills. She previously worked in the administration department at MGM Studios. After the interviews, Linton asked Goodman to expedite their onboarding so they could start working soon. The next morning, Linton and Robert gathered the 3 new writers, producer Frank and Zach, and to discuss the Step Up 2 script. Among the 3 writers, there were 2 white males and 1 black female, a great combination to cover various scenes well. Thanks to Robert's recommendation, Linton planned to have Frank as the producer for Step Up 2, while he himself would serve as co-producer. Step Up 2's story was still set at the Maryland School of Arts, but the plot and characters were entirely different from the first film. The story followed Andy, a rebellious dancer and member of Baltimore's most prestigious dance troupe, 410. She got a chance to study at Maryland School of Arts, but struggled to fit in. She also drifted apart from her 410 friends. Unwilling to give up, Andy decided to prove herself with strength. She gathered members from her class, including the school's most charismatic dancer, Chase, to form a new dance group. When they learned about an underground street dance competition called The Streets in Baltimore, they eagerly set out to compete, only to find their opponents were none other than the 410 troupe. After a real showdown, Andy reclaimed her dream and won back her place in both worlds. Linton had already written the complete script, but like the first film, he lacked real-life experience and knowledge of grassroots life. He needed professional writers to help improve the street life and dialogue. The 7 discussed the script. It was already well written, just needing polish to be more authentic to the community and street dance lifestyle, and to refine the dialogues. The 3 writers would collaborate, and it would take about 3 days to finalize the script. At the end, Linton told Zach and Anne, "Universal will film 2 music videos for me in early October. The crew might come to you. My suggestion is to focus on preparing the storyboards and shooting plans for Step Up 2 and not get distracted by worrying about any gratitude." They were thrilled and thanked Linton for his generosity. The next day, Linton took Goodman to the Charity Foundation office to hear from investment assistant Winnie and auditor Edward about the organizational structure and position needs for Linton Property Management. After Edward's on-site survey of 7 Silicon Valley properties, considering that each office building's property management was outsourced to professional companies, he proposed setting up 4 departments: General Affairs, 3 people; Finance, 3 people; Operations Management, 15 people; and Quality Management, 3 people. Property management roles would be considered later when contracts expired. The General Affairs and Finance departments would have standard responsibilities. Operations Management would focus on increasing office rental occupancy, timely rent collection, with 2 staff per building, totaling 15 positions. Quality Management would oversee the company's quality management system, supervise service quality of 7 office properties, evaluate tenant satisfaction, handle customer complaints, and manage client relationships, with 3 people. The property management office was planned to be located in the basement of Linton Tech Park. Edward also created an office layout and renovation budget. After explaining his reasons and answering questions from Linton, Goodman, and Winnie, all agreed on Edward's plan. Linton asked Goodman to issue recruitment announcements. Edward, Goodman, and Winnie would form a hiring team to quickly fill positions. They approved Edward's office renovation budget and instructed the property management company to begin work as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Winnie's Talent, New Investment Strategy. After the meeting, Winnie asked Linton to stay behind so she could report her next investment plan. Her plan included 5 companies. 1. Oracle Corporation, a leading database software company, with its Oracle database product dominating globally and widely applied in various fields. It went public on NASDAQ in 1986. In 1990, due to strategic mistakes, its stock plunged 80%. However, in April this year, the flagship product Oracle 7 was launched, putting the business back on track. Its stock has stabilized and risen, currently with a market cap of $2.49 billion. She recommended this as first priority. 2. Intel Corporation, the semiconductor chip design and manufacturing leader. Its technology and products are absolutely leading worldwide. With the growth of computers, demand will explode. The company has an incredibly bright future with a current market cap of $15.6 billion, recommended as first priority. 3. AMD, also a semiconductor chip company focused on personal computer processors, is a follower of Intel. Although AMD's technology and product quality are far behind Intel, it performs well in the lower-end market. The fast computer market means huge potential in low-end segments. With high barriers to entry, Intel faces few competitors. Considering antitrust laws, Intel is unlikely to suppress AMD heavily. The company outlook is optimistic, currently valued at $1.3 billion, recommended as second priority. 4. Motorola, a leading telecommunications manufacturer, holds absolute dominance in mobile communications, with its mobiles reigning over North America and expanding globally. Its market cap is $22.3 billion, recommended as first priority. 5. Nokia, a European mobile communications device maker based in Finland, recently launched a next-gen digital mobile system outperforming Motorola. Their devices are more compact and lightweight and are widely popular in Europe, challenging Motorola strongly. Its market cap is roughly $2.6 billion, recommended as second priority. Linton was amazed by Winnie's investment plan, as she chose companies he was very familiar with and gave an excellent analysis. These 5 companies would all grow to global giants in the future. Producing such a high-quality investment proposal in such a short time showed Winnie's hard work and sharp insight, confirming her as a top-notch investment talent. Very good plan. These 5 companies all have high investment value, but I would adjust the priority a bit, said Linton. He affirmed Winnie's plan and made some adjustments based on future insights, moving AMD and Nokia to first priority and Motorola to second. Upon hearing Linton's praise, Winnie beamed. However, she looked puzzled at the adjustments. Linton explained, AMD is first because of the antitrust laws you mentioned. Despite its current technological lag, we don't worry about Intel suppressing it. Computer development potential is huge. Every PC needs a processor chip. The industry is still young, and as you said, few semiconductor companies exist and barriers to entry are high. We expect AMD to surprise us in the future. Motorola's drop is for two reasons. Its technology is falling behind, and compared to Nokia's lead, there's no sign of aggressive innovation. Look at the bulky mobile phones we use now. Everyone wants something smaller and lighter. Despite dominating North America and expanding globally, my investments focus on long-term value and future potential. Also, Motorola is currently very large, so growth space is less than others. Nokia is the opposite, so I raised its priority. But is Nokia listed in the US? No, only in Finland. But through Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs brokers, it's easy to trade. I recently contacted a European friend who switched to a compact Nokia phone. Since we both are bullish on communications, I gathered comprehensive info and saw its investment value. Great, your vision is broad, and your market insight. Impressive. Thanks for the compliment. What about allocation? Do you have specific requirements? Winnie happily accepted Linton's views and asked, You can decide the proportions. The investment amount is over $35 million, and after step-up settles in October, there will be more funds coming in. Buying in public markets might take long, so try to find institutional block transfers in these top priority stocks first. Got it. I'll work both angles, quietly buying from brokers and contacting large shareholders to see if opportunities arise. Hearing about Linton's plans to add capital, Winnie's eyes brightened. Seeing Winnie so capable and motivated, Linton not only praised her verbally, but also treated her to a grand dinner at the Hilton's top-floor restaurant as recognition and encouragement. Though Linton didn't intend anything beyond work, chatting, discussing business, and dining with such a top-class beauty with shared interests was genuinely delightful. At dinner's end, Linton promised that if the investments go well, her year-end bonus would be no less than $200,000. The praise from the tall, handsome boss, a luxury hotel dinner, the year-end cash bonus, and pep talk fueled Winnie's enthusiasm and strengthened her fondness for Linton. Unconsciously, she started seeing stars in his eyes. Chapter 111, Madonna, Fourth Level of Radiant Core. That evening, Linton came out of the swimming pool and was about to start his practice when he received a call from Madonna, inviting him to spend the night at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Counting the time, the last time he met Madonna was at the Grammy night, which was already 6 months ago. Madonna's popularity should have fully recovered by now, but it seemed he wasted 3 months, which was not a good habit. Without hesitation, he hung up and told his assistant to stop work for 3 days. If there was an emergency, she can contact Danny. He then asked Danny to avoid the paparazzi and take him straight to the Ritz-Carlton. When Linton arrived at the room Madonna had prepared, as soon as he opened the door, a passionate figure pounced on him. After a fervent embrace and kiss, Linton had time to take a good look at this beautiful woman. Madonna wore a very seductive black nightgown, made of 2 layers of what looked like silk fabric. Inside was a black slip, closely fitted, hugging her waist and hips down to her upper thighs, exposing 2 full, fair long legs. She wore 2 pairs of crystal-colored high-heeled sandals, with her delicate, white feet peeking out. The outer layer was like a thin veil draping over her body, covering her exposed upper body but adding an extra allure with its semi-transparency. Her golden wavy hair fell over her shoulders, her ruby lips were stunning, and her porcelain skin was as white as snow. Her big watery eyes blinked as she looked at Linton. Full of mature charm, her allure was at maximum. However, what puzzled Linton was that Madonna's popularity seemed to have slightly dropped since the first time. That didn't make sense. Earlier this year, she starred in A League of Their Own, which grossed over $100 million in North America. Her popularity should be even higher. What was going on? Could she not have fully recovered after half a year? It wasn't until the next morning, after breakfast was delivered from the hotel, that they had time to talk about work and life. Darling, you must have missed me so much. You haven't come to see me for so long, and wouldn't even let me come to you. You're such a bad boy. I have no choice. You know my situation. Before June, all my energy was focused on filming my first movie. I couldn't afford to be distracted. After filming, for the sake of the box office, Universal made me and Naomi stir rumors. At that time, how could I dare meet you? If paparazzi caught us, it'd become a scandal and hurt the film too. Now the movie's nearly finished its run. That's why I answered your call and came over. You're just saying nice things. I heard you took a week's vacation after filming in June. Why didn't you invite me? That was just after the Los Angeles riots. I was worried you'd want to stay with family. Then last week, I heard you went on a week's trip with 2 beautiful women. Why didn't you invite me again? Are you jealous? A little. Mainly because we haven't been together for so long. To Linton's surprise, Madonna directly admitted to being jealous. No way, you jealous of others? You're the queen of gossip in America, and the talk about your love life is something I've heard since childhood. That was before I met you. This year, my gossip news has basically disappeared, Madonna said softly. That explained it. Without gossip, public discussion naturally declined. No wonder her popularity was slightly lower than when they first met, even with the hit movie boost. Really, maybe you're just too amazing, raising my threshold. Or maybe I caught your spell. Anyway, when I'm with other men, it's all your fault, you big bad guy. Look how my skin's gotten worse. That's even better. From now on, you belong only to me. It saves me the discomfort of knowing you're with other men. Linton said shamelessly, feeling happy inside. But that's so unfair. So many women surround you, and you're so busy. When I want to see you, you have no time. Calculate it. It's been 6 months since we last met. I don't know how I've endured. I won't stand for this much longer. All right, from now on we'll find time to meet once a month. I'll take a day off to be with you, and at least 3 days every 3 months. How's that? Can you spend one night with me every 2 weeks? If you don't have time during the day, that's fine. Madonna was actually quite pleased but wanted to ask for more. Okay, I'll try. If you don't mind the gossip, you could come to my estate. After thinking it over, despite Madonna's not-so-good reputation and her older age, as his strongest cultivation partner, he decided to tolerate her like the others. After all, he couldn't easily give up on her and would treat her the same as other women. Really? I don't mind. I've always been the queen of gossip with a SOSO reputation. But aren't you afraid? Gossip about me could be bad for you. No worries. We'll be careful. When you come, I'll have my bodyguards pick you up and avoid the paparazzi. If they catch us, so what? We'll just say we're good friends. Visiting a friend's house isn't unusual. That's what you say, but the paparazzi won't write that. The public won't believe it. Doesn't matter. If worse comes to worst, let them gossip. I'm no longer a rookie. A little scandal won't hurt me. Linton wasn't really afraid of scandals. Now that he was a superstar singer, an A-list Hollywood actor, a top commercial director, and film company owner, a bit of gossip wouldn't be a big deal. He had enough confidence. You're so good, Madonna said excitedly, throwing herself into Linton's arms to plant a passionate kiss. At Madonna's strong insistence, Linton stayed at the hotel for 3 days without handling any work. Madonna said being with him made her feel young again. Her skin improved a lot. He was her best beauty. Treasure. She happily told Linton that she felt younger, and her commercial value increased. Brands for clothing, cosmetics, and handbags raised her endorsement fees. However, she also clearly felt her physical condition declining lately, and her skin was getting worse. Now, her skin was becoming more hydrated, which made her feel intoxicated. Linton benefited greatly too. As the movie gained global success, his popularity soared and his ability advanced. Later, he also got help from Winona, Shania, and Sharon Stone. Now with Madonna, he progressed smoothly to the 4th level of Radiant Core. She truly was his excellent partner. Madonna also talked about her work. She had founded her own entertainment company in the first half of the year, which included divisions for records, film production, and book publishing. She planned to release a photo album titled Sex by the end of the year. Besides herself, she wanted to invite some celebrities to shoot bold photos. She asked Linton what he thought about this business plan. Linton recalled that in a previous life, the release of Sex caused Madonna's popularity and commercial value to drop sharply. It wasn't until 1995 that she gradually recovered. For the sake of his ability, he immediately spoke up. Don't publish that kind of album. You're already the hottest star in America, with unmatched popularity and commercial value. You're a role model for countless young girls. With the current social climate supporting equality, it's okay to occasionally do something daring. It's even fine to pose for Playboy covers. But you should avoid personally organizing such bold commercial projects. Mainstream America is still conservative. Doing this could seriously hurt your image among the mainstream audience. They might worry their kids would be influenced badly and even discourage them from being your fans. It would be self-destructive. Is that so? My company's marketing team said something completely different. I'm serious. There's no need to hide this from you. You can consult professional PR firms to see if I'm right. Okay, I'll listen to you. This photo album is off. For Linton, who gave her so many wonderful feelings, she could listen to him. But if I obey you so much, you owe me a reward. All right, what do you want? I want to go on vacation with you. Next time you go, invite me, okay? I don't mind going with others. No problem. But the next vacation will probably be after April next year. I'll definitely invite you then. Linton felt happy seeing Madonna overcome her popularity crisis. Rested enough? Let's make the most of our time. Chapter 112. New MV lead actresses, Christiana and Heidi Klum. 3 days later, Linton arrived at the estate with his assistant Mina and headed to the studio to review the final script of Step Up 2. On the way, Mina quickly briefed him. Lisa from Universal Records called, saying the arrangements for the 3 singles are completed and the recording sessions are ready. She asked when you could come over to record. Let's start recording tomorrow. Tell them to prepare, Linton replied. Anything important in the next 3 days? No, many people called, but since they heard you were in seclusion writing, they didn't bother you much. I took notes, Mina said, handing him the notebook. At the studio, Robert, Zach, and Frank, and 3 screenwriters had already arrived. The plot of Step Up 2 wasn't complicated. After thorough discussion and revisions, everyone finalized the script. Linton instructed Frank to start preparing the movie project, quickly begin casting for outdoor scenes, draft the budget, and have Ann and Zach submit the storyboard and shooting schedule as soon as possible. Considering continuity, the outdoor scenes for Step Up 2 were still set in Baltimore, with the school remaining the Maryland School of the Arts. I have only one requirement, Linton said. Besides keeping the tone of the first movie, the dance needs to be cooler, and the group dance sequences should be grander to attract viewers more. After finalizing the Step Up 2 script, Linton asked the 3 screenwriters to also revise and improve the scripts for Speed and The Shallows. He promised that based on their contributions, their names would be included as secondary screenwriters in the credits of all 3 movies. This was a huge opportunity. Being credited as a second screenwriter not only boosted their reputation, but also meant they had real movie credits. More importantly, they would receive long-term royalties from the Screenwriters Guild. Motivated like never before, the 3 writers were full of energy. The next day, Linton went to Universal to record I Swear, Sold Out, and Taste the Feeling. Thanks to his enhanced ability, he had full control over his muscles, extended vocal range, richer tone, and improved singing skills. With Lisa's thorough preparations and excellent cooperation from the recording team, all 3 songs were recorded perfectly in just 3 days. After the recording, Universal's MV shooting crew was assembled, with producer Carson, director Jack, and choreographer Axe, all well-known names in the MV industry. However, the Taste the Feeling MV filming had to wait for Pepsi's scheduling and was planned for mid-October. Linton wasn't familiar with Jack and Axe. Their names didn't stand out in later years either. But despite that, their MV directing skills were outstanding. Together with Linton, the 4 formed the core of the shooting crew. Jack's MV scripts matched the era's vibe, featuring handsome men and beautiful women dancing in various settings. I Swear had a bit of storyline, while Sold Out was pure energetic dancing. Due to the era's limitations, Linton didn't suggest any changes and gave his approval directly. During the cast meeting, when MV casting was discussed, Linton made it clear he already had his choices for the female leads in the 2 MVs. Carson and the others could decide on the other roles themselves since he had no time to be involved. Carson and his team exchanged glances, knowing who the real big star was, and reluctantly agreed. Linton had long contacted Christiana Reilly for I Swear and Heidi Klum for Sold Out. Both women aimed to develop their careers in the U.S., Heidi coming from modeling, Christiana from acting, both needing exposure and popularity to jumpstart their careers. Given the heat from these two songs, Linton believed they would significantly help their American careers. According to Carson's schedule, the MVs were set to start filming in a week, with I Swear filmed first, each shoot lasting 3 days. Afterward, Linton informed Christiana and Heidi of the shooting schedule so they could come early to sign contracts and rehearse dances. Unexpectedly, upon receiving Linton's notice, Heidi flew in from New York that very night. Linton didn't plan to have them stay at the estate and instead arranged 2 executive suites on the same floor at the Hilton Hotel for their accommodation. That evening, he picked up Heidi at the hotel. That night, Heidi wore a sleek black evening gown, highlighting her exceptionally fair and delicate skin, seeming to radiate light. Her deep, sultry eyes showed a captivating charm, with her smooth blonde hair gently cascading, adding a touch of mystery. Her fiery red lips and perfect curves, hourglass waist and hips, formed the ideal S-shaped figure. Her long, straight legs were alluring, exuding mesmerizing seduction. Heidi showed Linton her full enthusiasm, freely releasing her charm. Linton also demonstrated his unmatched talent, and they shared a wonderful night together. The next morning, Christiana arrived from Paris. She wore a white mid-length cardigan over a white lace camisole, subtly revealing her tiny waist and perfect curves. The slim waist was a feast for the eyes. She paired it with denim shorts that showed off her fair, long legs, making her look sexy and attractive. When she met Linton in her hotel room, the passion flared, exchanging warmth and wild abandon. The hotel echoed with their joyful voices. In the afternoon, Linton introduced Heidi and Christiana to each other, ignoring the sharp glances and silent tension between them. Considering Christiana had no agent in the U.S. yet, Linton introduced her to Mira, who took her to the William Morris Agency to sign a management contract before joining the crew. He had assistant Mina escort Heidi and her agent to the crew to sign contracts and begin dance training. That evening, Linton hosted a banquet at the Hilton for Heidi and Christiana. On the way back to the hotel, Heidi and Christiana eyed each other fiercely. Both held a murderous look. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Assistant Mina even worried that they might start fighting. She cursed her boss for being a playboy and speculated, with a hint of malicious glee, that if they didn't fight now, they surely would later in the night. Perhaps even the 3 of them in a wild threesome. Surprisingly, this thought made her heart beat faster. Chapter 113. New Movie Projects and Celebration Party. Heidi Klum and Christiana never actually ended up fighting like the assistant had imagined. To keep things discreet, Linton booked himself the presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel and hosted a dinner for the 2 women there that night. In fact, Heidi Klum and Christiana were not direct rivals, and thanks to Linton's careful efforts to ease tension and the smooth flow of fine wine, the 2 gradually let go of their hostility. Eventually, the 3 of them, Linton included, opened up honestly in the hotel suite and ended up playing a spirited game of poker, just as the assistant had pictured the 3 of them in a mixed battle. The new office of Linton Films had completed its renovation and was officially put into use. For the next week, Linton occasionally attended rehearsals on the music video set during the day to stay updated on preparations, but mostly he spent time at the film company discussing and refining the script for Speed with Robert, Kenneth, Blake, and the screenwriters. Evenings were reserved for lively games with Heidi Klum and Christiana at the hotel. The 3 had developed quite a taste for the competitive fun, engaging passionately every night, fully enjoying the poker battles, making for fulfilling and joyful days. Since the Speed script was already solid, the team quickly finalized the final version. Considering that the movie involved complex locations and a challenging shoot, the crew's workload was heavy. Coordination with the Los Angeles Police Department was essential during filming. Linton planned to keep Robert as the producer and Kenneth as the executive producer for the project. He instructed them to start prepping the movie project, rapidly begin casting for the location shoots, and draft the project budget and schedule. If possible, Linton hoped to bring in investment from Universal Pictures, recognizing that the studio's involvement along with the cooperation of the LAPD would greatly facilitate location negotiations and the film's marketing campaign. However, the key condition was that he retained project control. Given the prospect of Universal's investment, Linton set a market-rate salary for himself and Speed: $1 million for the screenplay, $2 million for directing, and $5 million as the lead actor, totaling $8 million, although no share was included. After settling on the final Speed script, Linton tasked Blake and the three screenwriters with continuing to refine the Shallows script, another upcoming film project for the company. At midnight on October 1st, Step Up ended its theatrical run after 8 weeks, with a North American box office of $127 million, a very impressive achievement. Among movies released in 1992, it ranked 5th in North America and was assured to be among the top 10 for the year. Over 100 theaters had applied for extended runs, so there might be additional box office growth. However, during extended runs, theaters took an 80% cut of revenue, with Universal Pictures only receiving 20%, which was even less than their 25% distribution fee. In other words, Linton Studios would earn very little from the extended runs. Once the film had ended its run, Linton coordinated with Levitt and informed Henry, Mary, and Goodman to begin auditing Step Up's box office and revenue share with Universal. Universal was hastily discussing television and home video rights for Step Up. Brown Company and PepsiCo transferred the advertising fees to Linton Films the day after the movie ended. $1.5 million from Brown and $1.8 million from PepsiCo as the final payment, plus the $200,000 initial sponsorship paid before filming, totaling $2 million. Both companies had exceeded their expected advertising impact and proactively offered to sponsor Linton Films' new movies. Robert happily replied that the production team would contact them immediately once filming began. After a week of preparations, on October 3rd, filming of the music videos started at Universal Studios. The two music videos had simple storylines without complex large scenes, but the two beautiful female leads amazed the whole crew. Filming went smoothly, and 3 days later, I swear wrapped. Afterward, perhaps reluctant to leave Linton's presence or unwilling to let Heidi Klum have him all to herself, Christiana did not immediately leave Los Angeles, but stayed at the Hilton, continuing to play with Linton and Heidi Klum at night. On October 8th, Sold Out finished filming, and both Christiana and Heidi had to leave the next day. The last night's game was especially fierce, with all three fully engaged, releasing all their passion in an intense and long-lasting game that lasted well into the night. The next day, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Christiana and Heidi, Linton returned to the film company to review the storyboards and shooting plans for Step Up 2 submitted by Zack Snyder and Fletcher. It must be said that both had reasons for success. Although neither had officially directed a film before, their experience on Step Up had developed competent directing skills, and both submitted work that satisfied Linton. Having heard that Linton was visiting the office today, Zack and arrived early, awaiting his final decision. Without hesitation, Linton summoned both into his office and announced, "I reviewed your storyboards and shooting plans. Both were excellent and met my standards. You have both passed the test. However, after careful consideration, Step Up 2 will be directed by Anne. Zack, don't be discouraged. I've promised you the Shallows film. Its script is finalized, and the project can commence immediately. Thank you, boss. I'll make a great film and won't disappoint you or the company." They both expressed joy and pledged to give their best. Linton then gathered Robert, Frank, Blake, Mary, Zack, and in a small conference room, announcing the immediate launch of both Step Up 2 and the Shallows projects, setting up dedicated teams to begin preparations. Step Up 2 had a budget of $12 million, with Frank as producer, Linton as co-producer, and tentatively as director. Filming locations would continue to be Baltimore and the Maryland Art Institute. The Shallows' budget was $6 million, with Blake as producer, Linton co-producing, and Zack tentatively directing. Considering winter filming, Linton suggested they scout locations in Australia. For both films, Linton's screenwriting fee was $500,000, and his co-producer fee was also $500,000. Subsequently, Robert and Zack and their agents began negotiating directing fees. Unsurprisingly, Zack and valued the opportunity to direct their first commercial film over the remuneration, so they didn't haggle much over pay. Each accepted $200,000, matching Linton's directing fee for Step Up, and contracts were signed that afternoon. Finally, Linton instructed Frank and Blake to submit project plans by Monday, planning to open distribution negotiations next week after settling Step Up's revenue with Universal. Saturday night, Robert booked the biggest banquet hall at the Hilton to host the Step Up celebration party. Since the film's run had ended and promotion wrapped, no media or outsiders were invited. Just the crew gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. Step Up's huge success had lifted everyone's fortunes, with substantial pay increases and increased demand. Even Matt Damon and Edward, who played the fat friend, previously minor players, began to shine in Hollywood. The biggest winner was definitely Linton. Step Up had elevated him to a top commercial director and first-tier Hollywood star. Next was Naomi Watts, who skyrocketed from a moderately known music video actress to a firmly established second-tier star, with fame closing in on the top tier. After wrapping promotion, Naomi was busier than ever, juggling endless appearances, signing 6 endorsements, and recently receiving an audition invitation for the lead role in Sleepless in Seattle. Then there were Halle Berry and Tyra Banks, 2 young and beautiful African-American stars, now solidly holding their niche in Hollywood's Black Beauty segment. Though opportunities remained scarce and competition fierce, producers now prioritized them whenever chances arose, and their schedules were also packed with appearances and endorsements. During the first half, everyone was polite, lining up to thank Linton and toast him. By the second half, everyone let loose, dancing and celebrating wildly. Soon, countless men and women were entwined, and Linton didn't bother policing. It was typical Hollywood behavior, as long as no drugs were involved. But soon, he had no time to care. Learning from past experience, Halle and Tyra had planned to stay close, hanging on Linton's arms under the influence of alcohol, exchanging kisses, with Naomi eyeing them jealously beside them. Deciding to leave the party to the others, Linton took Naomi, Halle, and Tyra back to the presidential suite to play a 4-person game. Luckily, before the party started, Linton had the assistant prepare the presidential suite, affording enough space for the 4 to enjoy themselves. Chapter 114, Step Up Revenue Sharing. It was not the first time for the 4 of them to play, and after nearly 2 months of not seeing each other, plus the boost from the party's fine wines and the success of their movie, their game became exceptionally spirited and intense. Naomi, Halle, and Tyra let loose, fully displaying their charm with a blend of tenderness and wildness. Linton took on the challenge of 3 against 1 with fearless courage. The room echoed with laughter and song, full of lively energy, keeping them up all night. The next morning at breakfast, Halle and Tyra reminded Linton about the last Universal Studio celebration party, where he had spun away from them secretly to be with Sharon Stone. They demanded compensation, that Linton spend the entire day with them again at the hotel. Naomi looked at Linton with hopeful eyes as well. Considering it was Sunday and how great the experience of playing together had been, not to mention the 3 women's popularity rising sharply due to the movie's blockbuster, all of which greatly helped his ability, Linton happily agreed. Of course, they could only stay for 1 more day since Linton had to be busy on Monday, and Naomi, Halle, and Tyra also had engagements to attend to continue building their own fame. The 3 women had heard that Linton's film company was preparing new projects, especially Step Up 2, and eagerly asked if he had roles that would suit them. Linton was honest, saying that Step Up 2 would feature all new younger actors, and there were no matching roles for them in this or the other 2 upcoming movies. However, he promised to inform them immediately if any suitable roles arose. He also advised Naomi that the film Sleepless in Seattle was a premium Hollywood project, with Tom Hanks confirmed as the male lead, urging her to seriously pursue the lead female role. They continued the fun games with intense enthusiasm. Despite facing 3 opponents at once, Linton's robust body kept him competitive, growing braver and stronger with every round. Even meals were served in the room by the hotel, and the camaraderie and spirited battles didn't pause until Monday morning. To thank the 3 ladies for their company, Linton gifted them a generous amount of his energy. On Monday morning, Linton arrived at Universal Studios with Robert, Henry, Mary, and Goodman to settle the Step Up movie's revenue. Levitt escorted them to President Lew Wasserman's office. Besides the secretary, a lawyer and an accountant stood by. On the desk, a bottle of champagne was ready. The secretary placed several thick files before them. The revenue breakdown for Step Up consisted of 4 parts. First was the box office share. The movie generated approximately $127 million before leaving theaters. Based on the tiered revenue-sharing agreement between Universal and theaters and the weekly box office distribution, the final share was about 55%, netting Universal roughly $69.85 million. After distribution fees of $31.75 million, Linton's production company's share was $38.10 million. Second was the TV rights. Universal had sold 7-year broadcasting rights. Public TV's 7-year rights fetched $6 million, and cable TV another $5 million, totaling $11 million. After 7 years, the rights would be renegotiated. Universal took $2.2 million per the distribution agreement, leaving $8.8 million for Linton's company. Third was the video rental and sales rights. Universal sold the 7-year rights to Master Video. Thanks to Linton adding a director's cut, the base transfer fee reached $12 million, plus a 30% share of rental and sales. After 7 years, these rights would be renegotiated again. Universal deducted $2.4 million from the base transfer, and Linton's company received $9.6 million. The rental and sales shares were settled quarterly, split equally at 15% each. Fourth was merchandise. Only T-shirts and baseball caps sold during the movie's run. North American sales reached $56.5 million, with a profit of $21 million after costs. Based on the distribution agreement, each side earned $10.5 million. Universal was also planning specialized zones and business partnerships using step-up licenses, with pricing details to be discussed later. Adding these together, Linton Studios' total revenue was $67 million, plus the quarterly 15% share of video rental and sales. Universal estimated video sales this year wouldn't fall below 2 million units, at $35 each, totaling $70 million, making the 15% share over $10 million, not even counting video rentals. Boss, don't worry. Everything checks out, Henry and Mary confirmed quietly to Linton after thorough verification. Linton signed on the files, and Levitt poured several glasses of champagne. Lou Wasserman personally handed one to Linton. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business. Cheers. They raised their glasses and cheered loudly. It was a win-win, with huge returns. Linton's investment was under $10 million, yet he had established himself as a top Hollywood director and star. Counting soundtrack and advertising revenues, the studio's income reached $89.12 million. This excluded future soundtrack revenue settlements, overseas income, quarterly video rental shares, forthcoming merchandise income from Universal Studios, and Linton's personal music royalties. Universal also profited greatly. After a low-risk $10 million investment, their returns were nearly equal to Linton's. Moreover, this movie's distribution helped Universal break out from the bottom 7 box office performance studios in Hollywood. Unexpectedly, MGM had the worst performance, even behind Columbia. Universal was likely to rank 3rd from last, boosting morale among management. Linton knew Hollywood's usual tough negotiating style meant these funds arriving at Universal were one thing, but getting the producers' proper share quickly was another. Settling within 6 months was already fast. Grateful to Lou Wasserman and Levitt, Linton presented scripts and project proposals for Step Up 2, Speed, and The Shallows. These are 3 films my company has approved for production. Let's discuss specific. Cooperation. Chapter 115. Deal reached for 3 film collaborations. Hearing Linton's words, Lou Wasserman and Levitt's eyes lit up. They had already heard that Linton Studios was planning films for Step Up 2 and Speed, and had long wanted to negotiate specific collaborations with Linton. Unexpectedly, there were 3 films in the mix, including The Shallows. Once they realized The Shallows was a small commercial production with just a $6 million investment, they paid it little mind, focusing instead on Step Up 2 and Speed. How about we discuss film collaboration matters here, while the others find another place to negotiate the overseas full rights deal for Step Up? Linton proposed. seeing their attention fixed on the new film projects. For overseas revenue settlements, both parties had long intended to use a full rights transaction. However, specific pricing negotiations naturally wouldn't have Linton, Lew Wasserman, and Levitt directly involved. It would be left to their teams initially. That way, even if negotiations got heated or contentious, it wouldn't affect the strong relationship among their top executives, who would only handle the final decisions. So, Linton and Robert stayed in Lew Wasserman's office to discuss the new film collaborations with Lew Wasserman and Levitt. The others, alongside Universal's negotiation team, found another conference room to negotiate the overseas full rights deal for Step Up. Lew Wasserman and Levitt both showed strong interest in the Step Up 2 and Speed projects, expressing hope to participate not only in distribution but also in investment and production. Lew Wasserman even called Roman Garrett, director of production at Universal Pictures, to join the negotiations. Step Up 2 was a sequel to a blockbuster hit with a modest investment, sure to bring in big profits. Naturally, Linton was reluctant to give up any investment shares. But for the Speed project, Linton was open to introducing Universal's investment, with the clear condition that control of the project remained firmly in his hands, and at most 40% of investment shares would be ceded. After lengthy and friendly discussions, both sides reached a preliminary agreement on the 3 film projects. Step Up 2 would be distributed by Universal Pictures, with distribution fees as follows: 20% cut on North American box office income, 25% cut on overseas box office income, 20% cut on all video cassette and TV rights income, 50% cut on all movie merchandising income. The tentative release window was set for August, with specific dates to be finalized once the film was completed. Universal committed at least $10 million to promotion and guaranteed opening in no fewer than 2,500 theaters. Additionally, Universal would assign a producer to serve as assistant production manager on set. Universal would also provide studio space at Universal Studios for filming. Of course, Linton Studios would pay standard market rates for salaries and rental fees. The Speed project involved a $35 million investment, including $1 million for the screenplay, $2 million for the director, $5 million for the lead actor, and a total of $8 million for Linton's personal acting fee, with no back-end profit participation. Neither Lew Wasserman, Levitt, nor Roman objected to Linton's acting fee. Given his status, it was a reasonable market price. Their greater concern was the investment share, hoping Universal would hold 50%. However, Linton remained firm on the 40% maximum share, ensuring he retained control. Eventually, both parties agreed. Thus, Speed would be a collaboration between Linton Studios and Universal, with Linton Studios investing 60% and Universal 40%. Linton Studios would hold production control. After theatrical release, it could first draw 10% of the total income as production management fees, with remaining revenues shared according to investment percentages. Both parties would share the film rights proportionally. The 40% investment from Universal was merely tentative, pending review by Universal's Project Audit Committee. All film investments required approval from this committee, followed by majority endorsement before presentation to the board of directors. Only after board approval could the project officially begin. Lew Wasserman, Levitt, and Roman were confident they could convince both the audit committee and board for Speed, but the process had to be followed. Distribution terms for Speed matched those for Step Up 2. Considering Universal had Jurassic Park in June and Step Up 2 in August, Lew Wasserman and Levitt suggested a July release for Speed to avoid conflicts. Linton agreed to the July date. The Shallows was treated as an added bonus, a small-budget commercial film. It naturally didn't receive distribution terms like Step Up 2. Both parties didn't fuss over it, roughly agreeing on terms similar to Step Up's. Universal would distribute The Shallows with fees as follows: 25% cut on North American box office, 30% cut on overseas box office, 20% cut on video cassette and TV rights, 50% cut on merchandising. Tentative release was set for April, with specifics to be finalized when the film was completed. After the film was finished, Universal would organize evaluations by film experts and conduct test screenings with randomly invited audiences. If the film passed expert evaluation and earned an overall B rating or above from audiences, Universal promised no less than $2 million in promotional spending and at least 1,500 opening theaters. Otherwise, both promotion and theater counts would be halved. Universal would also assign a producer to the set as assistant production manager and provide studio space at Universal Studios, with Linton Studios paying market rate fees. With cooperation on the 3 films settled, it was already late afternoon. Lew Wasserman promised to push Universal's approval process for Speed quickly. Once approved, all 3 films would have formal cooperation agreements signed simultaneously. However, negotiations over the overseas full rights for Step Up weren't progressing as smoothly. The 2 sides had significant disagreements and some friction over the final price. Linton, Lew Wasserman, and Levitt preferred not to personally get involved, instead authorizing their teams to handle talks, confident that a mutually acceptable agreement would eventually be reached. Universal Pictures' finance department, as efficient as Universal Music, handled paperwork swiftly. By Monday, the contracts were signed. By Tuesday, $67 million had been transferred to Linton Studios' account. Given The Shallows was scheduled to release next April, and it was already mid-October, and although filming would be relatively simple, the schedule was tight. Linton instructed Blake and Zach to speed preparations, requiring shooting to start by early December at the latest. In the following days, Robert, Henry, Mary, and Goodman formed a negotiation team to continue talks with Universal on the overseas full rights for Step Up. Meanwhile, Linton stayed home storyboarding sequences for Speed. That afternoon, Cameron Diaz called. She had just wrapped filming her TV show, White Collar, for the evening in New York and would be returning to Los Angeles the next day, asking if Linton was home. At the beginning of the year, Cameron had shot the movie August Love and finished by late June. Since Linton was busy stirring rumors with Naomi Watts then, he hadn't met with her, making Cameron a bit resentful for several days. Later, she accepted the lead role in White Collar, just finished filming, and was eager to meet Linton. Linton realized it had been 6 months since they last met and felt nostalgic for her charm, so he gladly agreed over the phone. Since The Shallows was already in preparation, it was time to give her the script to start familiarizing herself and preparing for the lead role. Chapter 116, Cameron, Incredible Profits. The next afternoon, David quietly drove to avoid the paparazzi and picked up Cameron Diaz at the estate. Cameron was clearly dressed up with care, her golden hair flowing over her shoulders, wearing a purple velvet evening gown. She had sheer stockings on her calves and wore black high heels. Her lips were fiery red, presenting a glamorous, beautiful, and sexy image. It had been 6 months since they last saw each other, and they both missed the good times. Upon meeting, Cameron threw herself into Linton's arms and gave him a passionate kiss. After the kiss, Linton lifted her and carried her upstairs to the 3rd floor. Soon, soft laughter and muffled moans floated through the air. They lost themselves in each other, making up for lost time in the most intimate way. After 2 hours, they took a break. Cameron nestled comfortably in Linton's arms, unwilling to move. "You jerk, did you miss me? You don't even know how I survived these past 6 months. All right, things were special before. Now that Step Up has been taken off the theaters, you can come anytime." "Good. This time, I'm going to spend a few days here with you, and every day I'm going to defeat you," Cameron playfully said. "No problem. After such a long session, you must be hungry. Let's go downstairs for dinner. I have a special surprise for you." "Really? What's the surprise?" "I'll tell you after dinner." After a warm shower together, they went downstairs to eat. Linton took Cameron to his study and handed her the script for The Shallows. "This is a movie my company is currently working on. The female lead role suits you perfectly. Take a look." "Oh, I love you so much," Cameron exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. She hugged Linton tightly and kissed him passionately. To be honest, seeing Naomi Watts soar to fame after starring in Step Up triggered some jealousy in Cameron, but she had controlled herself well and hadn't shown it around Linton. Now, the opportunity was here. This movie is a female-centric story. You're the absolute lead. Do your best, and the movie will attract a huge fan base once it's released. What preparations do I need to make? 3 main requirements. First, maintain your sexy figure. Second, find a surfing coach for outdoor surfing training. Third, study the script carefully. And if you're unsure, get a coach to guide your acting. When does filming start? Soon. Definitely by early December at the latest. We plan to release the movie next April. Linton insisted on an April release for The Shallows, also to boost Cameron's competitiveness against the lead role in The Mask, minimizing risks of exploitation. Honey, looks like my vacation has to end early. I wanted to stay a week, but now it seems I'll only rest here for 3 days. Can you spend those days with me? Sure. I'll stay home preparing storyboards for the new film. During the day, you can swim, work out, and play badminton or tennis with Mina and the others. At night, we'll have our fun sessions to your satisfaction. You're so sweet. I think we can try something new, Cameron said, slipping under Linton's desk. Maybe because Cameron had been starved for affection, or due to the thrill from the female lead news, their nights were especially passionate. From the second to the third floor, study to bedroom to terrace, they released themselves completely, leaving traces of their affection everywhere. However, Linton noticed Cameron's popularity had barely increased in 6 months. She was now no longer on the same level compared to Naomi, and her influence on his growth was minimal. He hoped the movie The Shallows would bring a qualitative leap, and after starring again in The Mask, it would truly boost his progress. At breakfast the next day, Linton noticed his assistant transformed into a raccoon again, and that morning, she had proactively moved in next to Amy. For the next 3 days, Linton worked on the movie storyboards during the day while Cameron swam, played sports, and worked out. At night, they indulged fully in their intimate sessions, savoring the wonderful experiences. Linton also let her pick a car under $300,000 to use exclusively on the estate. Cameron chose a black, fully loaded Toyota Lexus, priced under $120,000. After a beautiful 3-day vacation at Linton's estate, although reluctant, Cameron left firmly determined to excel in her lead role. She followed Linton's advice to learn surfing and get acting coaching. After a week of negotiations, Robert and his team reached a final agreement with Universal's negotiation team. The overseas full copyright sale price of Step Up was $53.975 million, exceeding Linton's bottom line by $635,000. According to the agreement, the negotiation team could share a $63,500 bonus. At the same time, Levitt sent good news. The investment cooperation for Speed had completed the project approval process at Universal Pictures. Shortly afterwards, they signed contracts for Step Up's overseas full copyright sale, Speed's investment cooperation, and distribution contracts for Speed, Step Up 2, and The Shallows. Universal promptly transferred $53.975 million to Linton Films. Up to now, Step Up had generated total revenue of $145.595 million, not including future royalties from the soundtrack album, rental and sales of videotapes, and other derivative income. These subsequent earnings would be settled next year as part of the company's taxable income, marking Linton Films' rise to fame and huge profits. Step Up's investment was $9.7 million, yielding a gross profit of $135.895 million, an astonishing return, though taxes would be heavy. Under U.S. corporate income tax standards of 30%, plus state surcharges, the total tax rate could reach 32%, meaning Linton Films owed $43.48 million, an amount Linton wished to avoid. Fortunately, the company was registered in Delaware with lower taxes. If registered in California, the tax rate would increase by at least 4%, adding $5.43 million to the tax bill. This was why most Hollywood film companies registered in Delaware. Linton Films injected $18 million into the already approved Step Up 2 and The Shallows productions. Considering Speed was a co-investment with Universal, they established the Speed Studio for separate accounting. Linton Films deposited $21 million according to the contract, and Universal transferred $14 million. Studio structures were Hollywood's way to manage large films, requiring outside investments, overseeing finances, preparation, personnel, filming, advertising, sponsorship, and merchandise. Some studios could last for years or even decades for hit films. After funding these 3 productions, even after deducting annual operating costs and new equipment purchases, Linton Films' gross profit stood above $88.5 million. After consulting Henry and Goodman, the company decided to donate 10% of gross profit, $8.85 million, to charity for tax deductions, matching the U.S. corporate tax deduction cap. The recipient was naturally the Linton Charity Foundation. Even after this, the tax payment due in April next year remained high at $25.48 million. It now depended on Linton's future fixed asset investments and Henry's tax strategies. Robert suggested moderately increasing costs for Step Up 2 and The Shallows by boosting Linton's script fees and co-producer remuneration. Linton agreed, raising both to $1 million each, pushing Step Up 2's budget to $13 million and The Shallows' to $7 million. Following Henry's advice, the estate's yearly almost $1 million security costs were also charged to the film company. Chapter 117: Oracle and AMD Shares. Preparation for The Shallows. After allocating $41 million for 3 films and donating $8.85 million to the Linton Charity Foundation, even after reserving funds for next month's post-production equipment purchases, the company still had over $90 million in the account. Having such a large sum sitting idle in the bank was certainly impractical. Just recently, investment assistant Winnie brought good news. A minor shareholder of Oracle, holding 2.5% of its shares, seemed to have lost patience with the company and was willing to sell all their shares, valued at $62.25 million based on current market capitalization. Also, regarding AMD, a venture capital firm, which owned 18% of AMD, was willing to reduce holdings by 4.5%, valued at $58.5 million at current market value. Both companies had been Linton's top priority investments, and acquiring all these shares would require $120.75 million. Winnie had already purchased nearly $5 million worth of stocks from 5 different companies on the open market. Accounting for the new $8.85 million donation from Linton Films, the Linton Charity Foundation's account now only had $38.85 million in cash. Winnie was troubled about making a choice and had recently come to Linton Estate to seek his advice. She was inclined to purchase all the shares and suggested pledging Microsoft stock to secure a bank loan. Linton considered that the film company had a large amount of cash on hand, and upcoming revenues from soundtrack sales and video rentals could cover any financial shortfall for the investments in AMD and Oracle. He instructed her to start substantive negotiations with the shareholders immediately to secure all the shares and assured her he would handle the funding. Linton gathered Robert, Mary, Winnie, Henry, and Goodman, and ensured that Linton Films kept enough liquid cash. Both parties signed contracts. Linton Films would lend $85 million to the Linton Charity Foundation at bank loan interest rates, with a 1-year loan term. Winnie's execution was exceptional. She swiftly negotiated with both shareholders, finalizing purchases at average market prices over the last half-month. To celebrate, Linton threw a dinner for her at the estate and rewarded her with a $100,000 check on site. However, during the drinks, Linton clearly sensed that Winnie had developed different feelings towards him. Later in dinner, Winnie opened up about her childhood stories and the qualities she admired in a boyfriend. Listening, Linton felt she seemed to be describing him. Winnie wore a purple long dress, lightly made up, her delicate features glowing warmly in the soft lighting, making her look strikingly beautiful. The perfect blend of intelligence, charm, and allure. But Linton restrained himself from reciprocating her feelings. Firstly, his personal path made it impossible to have just one girlfriend. Winnie was not an entertainment insider, yet her outstanding qualities seemed to suggest she would want exclusive devotion, which he could not offer. Secondly, though Winnie was a top-tier beauty and talented, she lacked public recognition and popularity, so pursuing a romantic relationship with her would not benefit his abilities. Thirdly, her excellent investment skills were valuable, and he didn't want to risk damaging their professional relationship, which could lead to her quitting. Perhaps noticing Linton avoiding the topic and fearing rejection, Winnie never explicitly confessed her feelings and left with a hint of sorrow. For safety, Linton did not let her drive home. David drove her back instead. With funds secured for the 3 films, preparations accelerated. The Speed Studio rented office space near Universal Studios. Robert served as producer, Kenneth as executive producer, and Universal assigned Tim, an experienced associate producer. Originally, Levitt wanted Tim to continue as associate producer for Step Up 2, but Tim had grown an admiration for Linton and insisted on joining Speed's crew, believing it was a better opportunity. Along with Tim, Universal also assigned assistant director Carter and other crew members. Linton instructed Robert to announce recruitment for 2 assistant directors promptly. The production team was to expedite scouting for on-location sites, equipment rentals, constructing sets at Universal Studios per the script, and arranging cost-effective car rentals. Besides Speed's crew, Linton was also screenwriter and co-producer for The Shallows and Step Up 2, responsible for overseeing overall quality. Given The Shallows needed an April release, production timelines were tight. Linton met with Blake, Zach, and Universal's associate producer Studa to finalize plans for exterior locations, filming tone, cast, soundtrack, special effects, and shooting schedule. As directed by Linton, the initial scouting team went to Australia and chose the scenic Lord Howe Island, perfectly fitting the script's setting. The weather was ideal as Australia was entering early summer, ensuring favorable filming conditions. The Shallows told the story of 20-year-old Nancy, a surfer attacked by a shark at the beach who repeatedly escaped near death and fought to survive alone. Linton introduced Cameron Diaz to Blake, Zach, and Studa as the chosen lead actress. He had Cameron wear a swimsuit to showcase her stunning figure. Upon seeing Cameron's gorgeous face, sexy silhouette, 3.6-foot-long legs, and 34D curves, the trio realized how captivating it would be to depict such a beautiful, sensual young woman repeatedly pursued by a shark. It was bound to attract an avid male audience to theaters. They approved Cameron as Nancy, but requested that she intensify surfing training to master all techniques before filming began. Cameron confirmed she had already hired a surfing coach and was practicing diligently to meet the production's demands. The crew promptly negotiated her salary with her agent and signed an acting contract, agreeing on a modest $200,000 fee. During discussions of the film's tone, Linton stressed it must highlight Nancy's beauty and sex appeal, the terror of the shark attacks, the thrilling tension of escape, and the suffocating suspense. The story must also showcase Nancy's relentless spirit and triumphant use of wit to kill the shark and survive. The film had to be an edge-of-seat thriller with no dull moments, rated PG-13, and limited to a runtime under 90 minutes. Following these guidelines, Zach revised the script and shooting plan, scheduling the shoot to start on December 10th and last 55 days. Linton lacked time and energy for the soundtrack, so partnered again with Universal Records. They would compile 10 to 12 songs fitting the film's narrative. Linton reserved final approval rights over the songs and prioritized Shania's selection of performers. The Shallows soundtrack would serve as a promotional tie-in, with Universal producing and distributing, and the film crew earning 20% of sales and copyrights. The shark effects would obviously utilize CGI. Linton contracted Industrial Light and Magic, who engaged early during prep for modeling to ensure quality and efficiency. The special effects cost was $1.5 million. Next, from Myra's contact list at WMA, Linton, along with Blake, Zach, and Studa, selected key roles like cinematographer, art director, props master, makeup artist, and stylist. Casting for other roles and further production preparations were delegated to Blake, Zach, and Studa. Recently, Cameron, thrilled to be starring in a major leading role commercial film, practiced surfing during the day and unleashed her passion at Linton Estate in the evenings. To fully please Linton, she brought various props, collars, whips, ropes, a vacuum suit, flight attendant costume, nurse outfit, office attire, school uniforms, stockings, and new ideas, allowing Linton to indulge his wild side and experience unparalleled service and excitement. After a few days, Linton shared a generous amount of his energy with Cameron. Her skin became noticeably smoother, glowing with a soft radiance, and her face took on the flawless look of fine porcelain or polished marble. However, concerned that nightly escapades might hinder her surfing training and script study, Linton temporarily paused their nighttime encounters. He encouraged Cameron to dedicate herself fully to film preparations, surfing practice by day, and night sessions with an acting coach for script analysis and performance guidance. Chapter 118. Step Up 2 in Preparation, Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Connelly. After wrapping up preparations with the Shallows crew, Linton turned his attention to Step Up 2. He met with Frank, and Silva, the assistant production manager from Universal, to finalize the main tasks and tone for the crew. Unlike The Shallows, which was a fresh project, Step Up 2 was a sequel. Most outdoor scenes would be shot in Baltimore again, while indoor shots were planned on sets at Universal Studios. To give the actors plenty of time for dance rehearsals, filming was scheduled to start on January 10, 1993, with a shooting cycle of 70 days. The film's core vibe would carry on from the first: handsome guys, beautiful girls, slick youth dance numbers, romance, and inspirational themes. A big focus was on casting the leads and choreography. Linton insisted that the leads had to be especially attractive since this was a youth idol film. Without any major stars joining, the male lead had to be irresistibly handsome, and the female lead stunningly beautiful. Coupled with cool dance routines, that was the formula to draw audiences to theaters. Linton suggested inviting Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Connelly for the main roles. When assistant Mina pinned their photos onto the display board, everyone murmured in awe. At this time, a young Leonardo was about to turn 18. At the peak of his youthful charm and looks, a bona fide heartthrob who appealed to everyone. Jennifer Connelly was even more impressive, a beloved American teen idol, already popular for her stunning beauty and performances in movies and TV shows. The team unanimously agreed it was a perfect choice to invite Leonardo and Jennifer as the leads. Linton instructed Frank to send audition invitations immediately, but if they really took the roles, both needed to start dance training at least 2 months ahead to guarantee performance quality. Linton had never considered using body doubles. He also noticed Anne's eyes sparkled with excitement when she saw Leonardo's photo and silently felt sorry for the young actor. Anne herself was very beautiful, early 30s with striking features and shoulder-length golden hair. As a longtime dancer, her physique was perfectly balanced. Although not quite on par with stars like Cameron or Naomi, she was undeniably a gorgeous woman. Linton thought it was far better for Leonardo to be under Anne's guidance than exploited by some unscrupulous older industry veterans. As for the Step Up 2 soundtrack, Linton didn't have the time or energy to handle it personally, and chose to continue working with Universal Music. Universal was tasked with preparing 16 songs based on the film's storyline. Song selection had to be cleared by Linton, and he insisted that Shania had top priority to choose performers. The soundtrack album, as a film tie-in, would give the Step Up 2 crew a 20% share of sales and a 20% copyright stake. And, now directing the film, couldn't keep her previous role as choreographer. To ensure dance quality, she recommended Hollywood's top choreographer David Scott after Linton's on-site evaluation. Leonardo and Jennifer responded quickly to the crew's invitation and showed up excitedly the next day with their agents for auditions. At this point, Leonardo was struggling to transition from child star to adult actor. His recent films hadn't made much impact. Getting an invite from Step Up 2 was a dream come true. He told his agent he'd do anything to land the role. Jennifer, though celebrated for her beauty nationwide, lacked notable work and desperately needed a strong film to boost her status and commercial value. She was over the moon receiving the invitation and was determined to get the part. Linton, Frank, and Silva auditioned Leonardo and Jennifer that afternoon. They performed acting scenes and danced a little. All four were blown away. The real Leonardo and Jennifer were far more dazzling than their photos. Leonardo was breathtakingly handsome, and Jennifer was stunningly beautiful. Most pleasantly surprising was their dance foundation, and estimated that with 2 months of intense training, they could meet the film's dance requirements. Linton told Frank to start contract negotiations immediately and get them into dance training as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after dinner, assistant Mina handed Linton the phone with a curious look. Jennifer was calling. She wanted to visit the estate for a more thorough showcase of her talents to give Linton a fuller impression. Nobody knew where she had gotten his number. Linton was moved by how strong the film's female lead role was in attracting someone like Jennifer, knowing her incredible beauty, sexy figure, and especially her voluptuous 36D curves. Feeling his heart warm, Linton agreed over the phone and, to avoid paparazzi hassle, had David drive quietly to her hotel to pick her up. Jennifer looked exquisite that evening. Perfect skin, long hair cascading over her shoulders, fiery red lips, and a chic black form-fitting gown paired with black high heels. Her figure was strikingly sensual. Her voluptuous bosom, slender waist, perky hips, and long legs created a perfect S-shaped silhouette. In the study, faced with such a vision, Linton could hardly contain himself. Both understood the night's purpose well, so no courtesy was needed. He pulled Jennifer close. Jennifer eagerly returned his kisses, and as they kissed deeper, their body temperatures rose. At the height of their passion, Jennifer whispered into Linton's ear, "Darling, not here. Take me upstairs." He lifted her and headed straight to the third floor. Both fumbled hurriedly to remove their restraints. Then lively, sweet melodies filled the air. After a while, passionate play paused. Jennifer lay like a kitten on Linton, purring, "You're amazing, darling. Baby, you're incredible too. Especially those big treasures of yours. Absolutely fantastic." Under the lamp's glow, Jennifer looked like a living masterpiece, utterly breathtaking. "Really? Then take good care of them." Unknowingly, another round began, with joyful music echoing throughout the night. Thankfully, the newbie assistant had the foresight to move into the guest house beside Amy last night to avoid looking like a raccoon today when Jennifer came knocking. Chapter 119, Sweetheart Jennifer Connelly. The next morning, all their passion had settled completely. Jennifer lay softly on Linton's chest, her fair hands absent-mindedly tracing small circles as she asked the question weighing on her mind. "Honey, did I pass the second round of auditions?" "Jennifer, don't worry. You're the leading lady. The production team will meet with you and your agent today to discuss the contract details." "Really? That's wonderful." Jennifer planted a sweet kiss on him. "Jennifer, give your best performance in this film. I want it to become your signature role. Also, start dance training as soon as possible. The movie demands a lot of dance skills. Thank you for giving me such a great opportunity. I promise to put my heart into it. Once the contract is signed today, I'll begin intense dance practice. Our dance scenes won't be any less impressive than your debut. All right, I believe this film will launch you as a Hollywood superstar. It's about time we got up." Linton pressed a button on the bedside. Soon, the butler Amy delivered 2 bags and retreated. Each bag contained a brand new Dior outfit, including lingerie and dresses. Jennifer was surprised. "I was just about to ask my agent to arrange for clothes to be delivered. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. But I'm curious, how did Amy know my measurements?" "When you arrived last night, I told Amy. She's an experienced butler and can accurately estimate someone's size. She immediately contacted the Dior boutique to send 2 sets tailored to your measurements. You're so considerate, and you're amazing. I don't want to leave you." "Then don't leave. I like having you around. I'll come by again tonight." "Sure, anytime. Just call David first so he can drive you here and avoid the paparazzi." "All right, let's freshen up and have breakfast." In the bathroom, Jennifer blushed when she saw the huge bathtub, big enough to be a swimming pool. She excitedly asked, "Tonight, can we try in the tub?" "Absolutely. It'll be a fantastic experience. I'll wait for you tonight." After breakfast, they both left the estate to focus on their work. Linton headed to the set of Step Up 2. From the list provided by Mira at the William Morris Agency, Linton, Frank, and Silva selected key crew members, the director of photography, props master, makeup artists, and stylists. All other preparations, including casting for remaining roles, were entrusted to Frank and Silva. The overwhelming success of Step Up brought a great benefit. Before Step Up 2 had even started production, Brown Company and Pepsi approached the team to propose product placement sponsorships. Step Up had turned these 2 companies into big winners. After the film's release, sales soared visibly. For a sponsorship fee of just $2 million, the advertising impact was at least $5 million. Of course, nobody knew the film would be such a hit beforehand. The initial investment was a big risk. Now that Step Up 2 was greenlit, both companies quickly came forward, eager to prevent competitors from entering and offering market-expected prices without performance-based conditions. Brown Company agreed to sponsor $500,000 worth of wardrobes for the lead actress, plus $4.5 million for the movie. Pepsi secured at least 3 camera shots for product placement and contributed $5 million in sponsorship. Linton was very pleased with these deals. Frank, and Silva were stunned. The film had not even started shooting, yet most of its costs were already covered. What could be better than that? Contracts with Brown Company and Pepsi were quickly signed, with payments structured as 30% upfront, 40% at production, and 30% at release. Both companies soon paid the first installment. Brown Company arranged for designers to visit the lead actress 1 week later to take detailed measurements and create various costumes as per the script. The crew planned to design distinctive outfits for the male lead, inspired by the first film, for merchandising purposes. Regarding the leads, Frank soon finalized deals with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer's agent, signing actor contracts. Leonardo was then struggling with his image transformation, with his previous attempts having flopped, so he accepted a modest $200,000 fee. Jennifer, who had gained some fame, signed for $450,000. The crew rented a large dance studio and 3 smaller ones near Universal, where Leonardo and Jennifer began intense training under the guidance of choreographer David. Linton noticed Anne's radiant glow and good spirits that morning, obviously pleased from something last night. It was clear her plans had gone well. It was uncertain whether she initiated things with Leonardo or if he pursued her. Over the next few days, Jennifer practiced dance diligently during the day and came to Linton's estate every evening to release her passion through intimate encounters. After each session, Linton gifted Jennifer with doses of vitality, making her skin more radiant, her spirit lively, and her beauty even more striking. Of course, Linton was also very fond of Jennifer's memorable assets, often fondling them with love, much to her delight. Previously, Jennifer had been troubled by their size and had considered breast reduction surgery. But now, seeing Linton's affection, she abandoned the idea altogether. During a break, Jennifer noticed 4 bedrooms upstairs were occupied by women and curiously asked Linton about it. Linton candidly explained the situation of the women in his life and asked if she wanted to join, emphasizing honesty. Although initially uncomfortable with Linton's many relationships, Jennifer, thinking of his many benefits and power, especially after days of intimate bonding, reluctantly agreed to claim a room upstairs. Linton let her choose her room and asked Amy to assist with the decoration. He also encouraged her to pick out a $300,000 car for her exclusive use at the estate. This helped Jennifer shed her awkwardness. She kissed Linton affectionately, beginning another round of passion. To Linton's surprise, Jennifer chose a black Cadillac Dodge with top specs costing nearly $200,000. A week later, worried that Jennifer's nightly visits to the estate might affect her dance practice and script studying, Linton temporarily stopped the daily encounters. Jennifer then devoted herself fully to preparing for the film, practicing dance during the day, taking private acting lessons at night to analyze the script and improve her skills, and coming to the estate on weekends to relax and connect. Chapter 120. Choosing the Assistant Director, Catherine Zeta-Jones. After wrapping up work with the crews of The Shallows and Step Up 2, Linton returned his focus to Speed. Speed was a massive undertaking, shot across many locations. Linton insisted on filming on location whenever possible, only using sets at Universal Studios when absolutely necessary. According to the production schedule, shooting wouldn't begin until early December. Speed was a high-octane action thriller in which a city bus was rigged to explode if its speed dropped below 50 miles per hour. The bomber behind the threat was a former police officer turned criminal, seeking revenge and a ransom. As the bus sped through crowded city streets, the officer raced against time to communicate with authorities, uncover the bomber's identity, and find a way to defuse the situation without setting off the explosives. A brave passenger, a sharp-witted woman unexpectedly thrust into the driver's seat, stepped up to help steer the bus through chaos. Her quick reflexes and steady nerves proved vital, as she and the officer worked together to keep everyone alive under the bomber's watchful eye. When Linton came to the Speed studio, Robert handed him a stack of assistant director applications, 17 in total. Most applicants were commercial or music video directors. Only a handful had any film AD experience. Linton had already shocked Hollywood by appointing Zach and as directors on 2 separate commercial films. It was a move that inspired hope among countless aspiring filmmakers looking for their big break. For the assistant director role on Speed, anyone who believed they had what it took had thrown their hat in the ring. The list of 17 names Linton now held had already been screened by Robert. To Linton's surprise, one of those names was Michael Bay, the future explosion-happy commercial director. It was unexpected to see him still working in ads and music videos. Michael had graduated from Wesleyan University's directing program 8 years ago. Since then, he had stayed active in commercials and music videos. Despite having a well-connected relative who was a high-ranking executive at Warner, he had yet to receive an offer to direct a feature film. But that was typical of Hollywood. Success opened doors. No one gave out directing jobs to unproven talent. The first shot was always the hardest to get. After reviewing all 17 demo reels, Linton quickly narrowed the list to 2 finalists, Michael Bay and Ryan Coaster. Michael's reel didn't yet reflect the spectacular visuals he'd become known for in the future, but his sharp instincts were visible. Ryan, on the other hand, had a unique, suspense-driven camera work style, though his storytelling still needed work. Linton believed that with the right training, Ryan could become a solid horror director. The rest of the applicants were dismissed. Their reels lacked creativity or, worse, showed signs of being produced by third parties. But demo reels could only tell part of the story. Linton needed to meet the candidates in person to get a true sense of their ability. He instructed Kirby to schedule auditions for Michael and Ryan at their earliest convenience. None of the other applicants stood out. Michael and Ryan arrived at the Speed studio on the 7th afternoon. Each spent half an hour in a one-on-one with Linton. After the meetings, Linton made his decision immediately. Both were hired. Kirby and Goodman were notified, and contracts were finalized that day, $100,000 each as assistant directors. With his AD team in place, Linton turned to the rest of the crew. Together with Myra's WMA list, Linton, Kirby, Tim, Kenneth, Carter, Michael, and Ryan finalized the rest of the key crew: cinematographer, art director, props master, makeup artist, and stylist. The pyrotechnician slot demanded extra care. Small explosions would be frequent, so Linton gave candidates math tests and chose the one with the strongest calculation skills. To handle larger special effects, Linton secured industrial light and magic early in pre-production. ILM would provide modeling and digital effects, backed by a $5 million VFX budget to guarantee both speed and quality. Meanwhile, Universal Music curated a soundtrack of 13 to 15 songs centered on themes of speed, cars, and adrenaline. Linton oversaw the final selections himself. He even wrote the theme song and chose to work again with Universal's rock bands. The soundtrack would also serve as merchandise. His production company owned 20% of the rights and took 20% of all sales. With the crew and music lined up, the next major step was casting. The script called for 5 principal roles. The male lead, Jack, was already cast. Linton would play him himself. His photo was posted on the casting board, and everyone on the team nodded in agreement. For the female lead, Annie, Linton set his sights on Catherine Zeta-Jones. Linton had Kirby invite Catherine for an audition. Casting notices for the roles of the villain Howard, bomb specialist Harry, and Officer Mac had been posted around actors' unions and sent to agencies, with the first public auditions scheduled for a week later. Other actors with plenty of screen time and extras were all handled by WMA in bulk. The production still needed to verify each person individually. In London's West End, Catherine had just stepped on stage when her agent Helen burst in waving a fax. "Catherine, great news. Young director Linton wants you to audition for Speed's female lead." Hearing whispers nearby, Catherine Zeta-Jones glanced around. Those caught by her gaze quickly lowered their heads and fell silent. A few faces revealed various emotions: envy, resentment, and jealousy. "Your dream has always been to make it big in Hollywood. That's why you've been working so hard. You have the Speed audition. You must succeed. You are going to make it in Hollywood and become a star." "By the way, after receiving the invitation, I looked up info on director Linton," said the agent. "Want to hear? Are you saying those rumors are true? Even if I got into young director Linton's bed, I might still not pass the audition. You know exactly what to do." Compared to getting a role, winning over a small Hollywood director and film company owner could make future prospects great. That means as long as I win Linton's favor and stay on good terms, I'll get chances many times. One actress muttered, "You are acting in a bad musical, but you are always thinking about making it big in Hollywood. It's just wishful thinking." Rachel Weisz, Catherine's co-star in 77th Street, locked eyes with her, resentment crackling between them. Catherine shot back, "Too bad. You won't even get the chance to get into his bed, Rachel. It's just an audition. What's with the arrogance? Hollywood competition is fierce. You might not even get the part." As tension peaked, Catherine gathered her things and strode out. In the parking lot, Helen was already in the car. She started the engine and asked, "Are you serious about this?" Catherine slid into the passenger seat. "Yes. Call the theater and handle my resignation. Tomorrow, I leave for Los Angeles." Chapter 121, Pepsi Music Video Shoot, Nicole Kidman. Preparations for the Speed film crew were progressing smoothly. With the addition of assistant directors Michael and Ryan, Linton finally felt some relief from the pressure. By late October, Pepsi had finalized the production plan for the Taste the Feeling music video. Since casting auditions for Speed were about to start, and Linton, as both director and lead actor, would only get busier, he agreed to begin shooting the music video in 2 days. To stay focused on the MV, Linton decided to skip the first 2 audition rounds entirely, assigning the responsibility to Robert and only planning to attend the final selection. On October 23rd, Linton flew to Hawaii with Mina, Mira, and Danny to begin the shoot. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find out that the female lead of the MV was none other than his neighbor, Tom Cruise's wife, Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman truly was stunning, standing about 5 feet 11 inches with a perfectly proportioned, sexy figure. Her glowing pale skin meant she looked striking in any outfit, radiating captivating charm. It seemed that Nicole Kidman was currently very popular. Any actress signed by Pepsi as a spokesperson had to have both exceptional style and image, and most importantly, be at the peak of her career. Though Nicole hadn't yet starred in a blockbuster film, she had won widespread American admiration through her breathtaking beauty and role as Tom Cruise's wife, and now she had landed Pepsi's endorsement deal. Pepsi, as always, spared no expense. Both the MV and the commercial were shot on high-quality film with cinematic standards. Directing the shoot was Jonathan Glazer, a rising star in the world of music videos and commercials. The shooting schedule planned 3 days for the song's promotional video and 4 days for the Pepsi commercial video, totaling 7 days. What surprised Linton was that director Jonathan treated him with great respect, without the usual sycophantic attitude. The script and shooting plan were repeatedly revised to get Linton's input. During filming, lighting and camera effects were often consulted with Linton as well. Linton sighed, realizing Hollywood opportunities were truly rare. He had just let Zach end and direct a movie alone. His influence wasn't negligible. It was clear Jonathan was hoping to bring Linton on board for his next feature film. The video itself followed a romantic arc. Linton and Nicole as a couple, walking on beaches, lying under schoolyard lights, laughing across hilltops, and sharing soft, sweet moments. The chemistry was visible. Nicole's beauty practically glowed on camera. Tall, pale-skinned, and perfectly styled for each shot. Of course, much of the video involved Pepsi product placement. Linton noticed less than 5 shots in total featured Pepsi, with only 2 close-ups, one of each holding a bottle. Pepsi had reserved the top floor of the hotel exclusively for the 2 leads, giving them privacy in matching presidential suites. Other members of the crew lived on different floors with similar room standards, including Linton's agent, assistant, and bodyguard, none of whom stayed in standard rooms. Though they lived on the same floor, the only 2 on it, it was more about not disturbing others and not being disturbed themselves. It seemed Nicole was dealing with the disappointment of her and Tom's indie film, Far and Away, bombing at the box office, leaving her mindset unsteady. Jonathan fully proved himself, showing that giving Linton a chance might not be such a bad idea. The romantic male and female leads were handsome and beautiful. The visuals were exquisite, with just the right amount of sweetness. The scenes were intimate but tasteful, the visuals tender and visually striking. During filming, there were few intimate scenes, though Nicole seemed to be subtly seducing him. Facing such a stunning and forward woman, Linton found it hard not to be tempted. But with Nicole being Tom Cruise's wife and their families being neighbors, he kept his distance. Such audacity. He's just a young director and actor. Does he really understand the entertainment business? Nicole murmured to her assistant. There are so many unspoken rules, and there are many film crew couples. There's no way he doesn't know. Hey, you are neighbors after all, and he knows Tom and you. Maybe he is worried about awkwardness, her assistant suggested. Then why does he avoid me during the day? It seemed that popularity based on someone else's fame was fragile, far less solid than popularity earned through one's own works. At night, while Linton and Robert checked on Speed's production progress by phone, ready to relax, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found Nicole standing with a bottle of red wine. Got some wine left. Want to share a drink? Nicole wore a sheer gown with white stockings, crystal half-heel shoes, her red hair flowing over her shoulders. In the lighting, her sultry look was utterly captivating. A few glasses in, the conversation turned personal. How's everything with Tom? Linton asked casually. Nicole gave a half-smile. He's predictable. Everything follows his rhythm. Nicole, you're impressive too. Is that a compliment or a warning? She teased. Maybe you're just afraid you won't be able to resist. At that moment, Nicole took the initiative, leaned in and kissed him, slow and deep, the wine glass slipping from her hand and spilling onto the carpet. Be a good boy, she whispered, climbing on top of him. Once they crossed that line, things escalated quickly. Nicole was bold and inventive. There wasn't much room for complaint. After 2 hours, when the passion ended, honey, you are really amazing, Nicole whispered softly, lying on top of Linton, her delicate fingers intentionally tracing circles on his chest. During the passion, Linton discovered Nicole's actual popularity was quite low, barely different from Naomi's. After a moment of silence, another slow, sweet round began. Without the revitalizing essence, Nicole's seductive power naturally weakened, though she never gave up, repeatedly trying despite losses. To Nicole's surprise, despite the sleepless night, they were full of energy during the day. Honey, how do you manage to stay so energetic? You haven't had a wink of sleep yesterday, yet you're still so full of energy. Maybe we're just good for each other. We draw the best out of one another, Linton said, giving the usual diplomatic excuse. Before dinner, Nicole naturally accompanied Linton back to their room. During breaks, Nicole showed clear jealousy when discussing Naomi, vaguely mentioning Naomi's rough modeling days after they met. Nicole and Naomi were from the same hometown, and Nicole had introduced Naomi to Hollywood. They should have been inseparable best friends. Now, seeing Naomi without a breakout role, barely holding on to the Hollywood seventh tier, it was different. Linton realized Nicole's jealousy, making her a partner unsuited for a long-term relationship, though she might peacefully coexist with Linton's other women as a regular fling, especially as she was top-notch. Whether genuinely fascinated by Linton or seeking a better experience, Nicole even had her assistant bring along some rare enhancing props. Various outfit shows followed school uniforms, nurse outfits, flight attendant costumes, lingerie, stockings. Originally, Nicole wasn't a once-in-a-lifetime beauty, but with the help of props, her seductive effect on Linton maxed out, turning him into a brave lover every night. Thus, they filmed the music video during the day, and Nicole openly stayed at Linton's room at night. Thanks to Nicole's wholehearted efforts, Linton gave her some revitalizing essences each night. This made Nicole's energy and spirit grow stronger by the day. Her skin became even more radiant, her allure increasing as if years younger. After their relationship had significant breakthrough, their on-screen couple performances grew more intimate and natural, pleasing Jonathan, who praised their acting skills and smoothly finished the day's shooting. 6 long days and nights, with at least an hour of rest each night. They shot by day and explored new intimate experiences by night, both reaching peak sensations. Chapter 122, Catherine Zeta-Jones. The music video shoot went smoothly and finished on schedule. On the last night, after the wrap party, the two didn't hang out, but went straight back to the hotel, naturally continuing their intense connection. Considering they would part ways tomorrow and return to Los Angeles, with many inconveniences and concerns ahead, this was a rare, precious final moment, so they cherished it fully with passion. Nicole was especially open, giving herself completely, offering every part of herself. making Linton's experience and sense of accomplishment unparalleled. The next morning at breakfast, with separation looming, Nicole felt a bit sad and reluctant, but more concerned about their future intimate life. She asked Linton, "Honey, once we're back in Los Angeles, can we still be this close?" "Nicole, I don't think that would be easy. I see your relationship with Tom is good, right?" "No, that's just on the surface. You know, he joined that science group that throws weekly parties. After each party, there's wild stuff going on. I really can't control him, and he doesn't care about my feelings. But we are neighbors after all, right? That doesn't matter. Who says neighbors can't get close like this? Besides, we're in Hollywood. This kind of thing is common here, isn't it? Still, that won't work. I don't mind, but if the paparazzi catch wind of it, it will ruin your reputation. Then we'll keep it as discreet as possible. You try to meet once a month at most, okay? Once a month might be too frequent for you. You're more worried about being exposed. You know, Los Angeles is full of paparazzi everywhere. You manage at least once every 2 months, okay?" Nicole sat on Linton, sending a kiss, seductively adding, "Maybe you could try more variety sometimes." Catherine Zeta-Jones had just arrived in Los Angeles from the UK, but instead of heading straight into the audition room, she found herself met by Robert, the production manager. "I'm sorry, Ms. Jones," Robert said with a polite but firm smile. "Mr. Anderson is not available now. He won't be back for a few days. I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to wait." Catherine's expression tightened slightly. She had flown in from London, even quit her job, and now she was asked to wait without a set appointment. With a polite nod, she left with her agent and checked into a hotel nearby. She waited. 1 day, then 2, eventually 5. Returning to Los Angeles and rejoining the Speed crew, Linton found the set in good shape. All preparations were progressing on schedule, and the assistant directors had nearly completed the storyboard breakdowns per his instructions. Linton was pleased. Once he had settled in, Robert approached with updates. "Welcome back. Everything's on track," Robert said. Then he added, "By the way, Catherine Zeta-Jones has been waiting. She arrived 5 days ago." Linton raised an eyebrow. "Catherine Zeta-Jones. You remember, the British actress you suggested? She's been waiting for 5 days. Linton looked surprised. "She's already here?" "She came from London. Said she's here for the audition you personally invited her to. I asked her to wait since you weren't around." Linton sighed, running a hand through his hair. "All right. Tell Catherine to come to the company tomorrow afternoon. We'll work on her image and camera presence together." The next afternoon, before work officially began, Catherine arrived at the production office with her agent. The crew on set paused to stare. She was more breathtaking than in any photograph, an ethereal blend of classical and modern beauty. "Mr. Anderson," her agent called. "Catherine Zeta-Jones, here to audition." Linton approached, and for a brief second, even he was taken aback. Catherine wore a fitted blue long dress and white low heels that highlighted her tall, graceful frame. Her long white hair fell elegantly over her shoulders, and her pronounced features gave her a timeless, magnetic charm. As Linton reached out to shake Catherine's hand in courtesy, instead of just a handshake, the latter gave him a small hug, letting Linton feel her fullness and softness. "Ms. Jones, sorry. The last few days I have been shooting promo clips outside, and just got back. Sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem. It is fine," Catherine said cautiously. Afterward, Linton pressed the call button, asking the assistant to excuse Robert. Together, he and Catherine conducted a detailed and complex audition. Once inside Linton's office, Catherine gave a performance that far exceeded expectations. "Should I now show my talent to impress you?" Catherine worried about her lead's uncertainty. "Talent? What talent?" Linton showed interest. She danced with the elegance of a ballerina and the raw energy of modern street choreography, blending styles effortlessly, her West End background shining through. Midway through her routine, Catherine mimicked a few moves from Step Up, then suddenly spun into Linton's arms. He caught her reflexively, their eyes locking. Without words, he shifted her into a Princess Carrie. Just as he started to lower her, Catherine wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Linton blinked, momentarily stunned, but then kissed her back. She felt like dreaming and, realizing it was real, warmly hugged Linton and gave him a kiss. Catherine perfectly fit the role requirements. Linton didn't hesitate, but directly told her the audition was successful and to have her agent come the next day to discuss the contract. Catherine was excited but also surprised. No red sofa or casting couch rules, just a complicated audition and immediate decision. Is this still Hollywood? Catherine hesitated. Before we sign, I have one more thing. I can dance for you, Catherine said, looking at Linton's small office, locking the door tightly and quickly undoing her dress. Linton blinked. Wait, dancing also involves undressing. Sometimes, she teased, taking off her long dress, leaving only a sexy white lingerie, complementing her slender stature and pale skin, maxing out the sex appeal. But since Linton hadn't seen much, his restraints still had limits. By then, Linton understood Catherine's intentions, and indeed Catherine was an exceptional beauty who aroused desire. Checking the time, it was already 4 o'clock. Well, he couldn't disappoint such a cold beauty. Linton responded sweetly, and soon the office was filled with melodious music. It had been 7 or 8 days since Jennifer arrived in Los Angeles. Still there was no sign of Linton. But when she heard he was finally back, she rushed over, heart pounding. When Jennifer found him, she smiled. Linton, can I invite you to dinner tonight? Linton was impressed with Catherine's talent and accepted a dinner invitation at the estate for the evening with her. However, when faced with Jennifer's dinner invitation, he could only politely decline. Sorry, tonight's already booked. Jennifer pouted. What about tomorrow night? Linton gave a polite nod. Okay, no problem tomorrow night. Back in the office, Catherine leaned into Linton, still glowing from the passion. Linton smiled faintly, wrapping his arms around her once more. Chapter 123, Bodyguard Expansion Plan, cast confirmed. 2 hours later, after wrapping things up, the two of them walked out of the office dressed sharply, but Catherine's face couldn't fully hide the blissful glow she wore. After a heartfelt goodbye to Catherine, Linton headed back to the estate. On the way back to the estate, Linton noticed Danny hesitating, looking like he had something to say. Danny, if you have something on your mind, just say it. Boss, more and more women are moving into the estate. Just their personal cars alone amount to 5 new vehicles. David and the other 4 are probably overwhelmed. With your fame and wealth rising so fast, the security demands on the estate are increasing. Should we bring in more security? Linton realized that though the 5 bodyguards were elite, the growing number of women and his growing fan following meant the security force needed to grow too. It made sense to strengthen the team. Danny, I'm thinking of adding 30 more bodyguards, 10 men and 20 women. Preferably veterans like you, ex-special forces. Any suggestions? That many? Won't the estate's guest house run out of room? Danny's first concern was lodging. After several expansions, the estate staff had grown to 24 under housekeeper Amy. Adding bodyguards and assistant Mina brought the total to 31, and the guest house quarters were basically full. Housing won't be a problem. The estate is big enough to add 2 more buildings. What I'm asking is about recommendations for suitable bodyguards. I can contact my military friends and have them recommend people. Also, you might want to check with the Los Angeles Military Recruiter's Office to see if anyone fits the bill. All right, start contacting people. Also get Goodman on the phone with the Military Recruiter's Office. We're happy to help, Linton ordered. Back at the estate, Linton gathered the butler Amy, Danny, and the other bodyguards to discuss expanding the security team. Amy was tasked with designing plans to add buildings to the guest house and build training facilities for the new bodyguards. Linton, always a gentleman with a sharp eye, made sure to prioritize beautiful, capable women and confident, professional men for the new hires. Linton hosted the final round of auditions for Speed's supporting roles. Happily, all original film actors were still in. The performances of those 8 actors in the original novel were all remarkable. The casting was finally confirmed. Dennis Hopper would play the villain Howard. Jeff Daniels would take the role of the bomb expert Harry, and Joe Morton would play Lieutenant Mac. Linton just looked at whether the salary exceeded the budget and approved them all. In addition, when signing the contract, he had to add a clause to not allow drug use while on the crew. Since they passed the first audition, Robert, the production can start contract talks with their agents. Sign the paperwork and send them the full script, training details, and rehearsals, Linton said during a team meeting. We need to keep the pay in check while working fast, he added. He did not get involved in the selection of other actors and extras who had less lines. as the production team had not yet selected them all. Those actors were checked and confirmed from the package list provided by WMA. LAPD was eager to highlight their positive image through speed. Even before reading the script, the LAPD saw it as a perfect police promotional film. They promised full support, assigning a 5-person committee and Deputy Chief Hofdell as their liaison. The LAPD would provide police station sets, support for interiors, a SWAT team as extras, and police cars and helicopters, all free of charge. Hoff was increasingly pleased with the film and offered all sorts of resource support. In addition, Hoff gave Linton a special LAPD card granting exclusive privileges. To seal the partnership, Linton worked out a deal with Universal to donate $1 million to the LAPD before the movie's release, securing goodwill and privileges. Public image for the LAPD had declined slightly due to the '92 riots, causing donations to plunge, and this partnership was seen as a boost. In return, the production hired 2 LAPD experts as consultants for authentic tactical moves, police jargon, and procedures. They also assigned a small bus driver coach to help Catherine train properly. Advertising tie-ins were slim, but after several discussions, Linton and the production team listed suitable products for placement: off-road vehicles, convertibles, minibuses, digital watches, and sunglasses. The sponsorship team was told to contact Mercedes-Benz for off-road vehicles, Timex for digital watches, and not to forget Ray-Ban for sunglasses. After all, he is the spokesperson for those companies. The only merchandise approved beyond the soundtrack was a small bus model, made in multiple versions. At 6 p.m., Jennifer arrived at the Hilton Presidential Suite. After her makeover, she looked stunning, like a ripe peach. That evening, to avoid paparazzi, Linton had the assistant book the suite and invited Jennifer for a private dinner. Jennifer eagerly threw herself into Linton's arms, taking his hand to her waist. "Honey, you're back. I missed you so much. Sweetheart, let me carry you to the dining room. Let's eat first," Linton said gently. Jennifer's dance training during that period was very intensive, and she expended much of her physical energy, so she did not control her diet intentionally. Though she wasn't particular about dieting, guided by Linton, her appetite had noticeably increased. She was savoring every rich meal. She proudly shared her improvements while eating, often receiving praise from him. After dinner, Linton scooped her up and carried her upstairs to the 3rd floor, while soft music filled the master bedroom. "Darling, have you been thinking of me? Did you miss your little sweetheart?" Jennifer placed her hand on his little brother and teased. Earlier that morning, Jennifer's agent had sent word: a $300,000 contract to sign for the female lead in Step Up 2, which had her excited and eager, preparing long before sundown. Jennifer spontaneously danced for Linton in the bedroom, but unfortunately her waist was too small, and her chest was full of waves when she danced, which completely attracted Linton's attention and distracted him from evaluating her actual dance moves. Chapter 124. I Swear Hits Big. After the first round of their passionate encounter, Catherine lay curled up on Linton like a little kitten. "Honey, being with you is just amazing." "Baby, you're such a charming devil," Linton replied with a grin. Just then, their stomachs rumbled in unison, a clear sign their fiery passion had drained their energy. "How about we eat first?" Linton suggested, picking up the phone to order room service. After a quick freshen up, dinner arrived: juicy sirloin steak, rich foie gras, roasted lamb chops, creamy mushroom soup, Caesar salad, and a bottle of 82 Lafite. The hotel's 5-star kitchen lived up to its reputation, but most of the food ended up in Linton's stomach. Catherine mostly nibbled at the salad and soup, just sampling the rest. As they sipped the red wine, Linton reminded Catherine that the film crew had arranged a coach bus and a trainer for her. She'd be moving into the crew's hotel the next day to begin her physical prep. He also advised hiring an acting coach to help her analyze the script and refine her performance. Filming was set to begin in late December, less than 50 days away, a tight schedule. Catherine nodded earnestly. "Honey, you know, this movie means everything to me. I want it to succeed more than anyone else. Don't worry, I'll give it everything I've got." "Good. Let's work hard together and make a blockbuster. I believe next summer will mark your rise as a Hollywood star." During their time together, Linton reaffirmed that Catherine was still an up-and-comer. Not yet as popular as Cameron, but already on par with Jennifer. On November 3rd, Daniel personally invited Linton to Universal Records. When the I Swear music video was played internally, it wowed everyone. Christiana's stunning beauty, paired with Linton's youthful charm, made a striking on-screen couple. Universal estimated the MV would boost single sales by at least 20%. The poster, featuring Linton embracing Christiana, had a perfect visual balance. A beautiful woman and a handsome man, sure to attract fans of all kinds. Every track on the single was written and composed by Linton, earning praise as a true musical prodigy. The Step Up soundtrack had already flown off shelves worldwide, and now they were following up with an even stronger track, I Swear. 5 million discs were distributed across North America, ensuring prime placement on store shelves by the evening of November 5th. By then, every city was plastered with carefully designed posters promoting the single. On November 4th, the I Swear MV debuted on MTV and various local TV stations. The response was electric. Fans fell in love with the Linton-Christiana pairing, and buzz grew fast. For 2 straight days, Linton was swamped with interviews arranged by Universal, across TV, print, and radio, likely over 100 media appearances. By November 5th, reporters were asking more about Christiana than anyone expected, a testament to the MV's success and the on-screen chemistry between the two stars. On November 6th, Linton's new single I Swear officially dropped, his first major release as a superstar. Universal gave it an internal S-level rating, the highest tier. The initial 10 million units were still being pressed and shipped around the globe. That same day, Linton hit the road to promote the single, joined by Duke, assistant Mina, Bella, manager Ellie, and bodyguard Danny. They spent the next week touring second-tier cities across America. Every stop took at least a full day, with late-night flights and rushed meals on the go. Radio DJs praised Linton's talent, often referencing the huge success of his previous album Grow Up, which had sold over 34 million copies worldwide. At each stop, fan meetings were held in shopping malls or public parks. Late at night, they visited small local radio stations to connect with fans and drive promotion. Thanks to the success of Step Up, Linton's fame had exploded. Even at odd hours, fans crowded airports to greet him. At fan events, the turnout was so massive that local police had to step in to control the crowds. Seeing the MV's popularity, some distributors requested to stock it as a physical release. Universal responded to the demand by pressing a test batch of 100,000 copies for nationwide trial sales. By the time the group returned to Los Angeles on November 13th, Linton was still full of energy, while the rest of the team was completely worn out. The promotional blitz had paid off. Over 3 million copies of I Swear were sold in North America in the first week, with another 2.5 million internationally. Hearing the numbers, Linton urged Daniel to ramp up production. 10 million might not be enough. Thanks to his prompt, Universal quickly began a 7th production batch to keep up with demand. The single would go on to dominate the Billboard charts for 11 consecutive weeks in 1994. With Linton's skyrocketing fame and Universal's distribution power, sales were expected to surpass 20 million copies. With casting finalized, Robert quickly locked in salaries and signed contracts, all within budget. Before coordinating with the LAPD, the production arranged for Linton, Jeff, and Joe to experience real police life to better prepare for their roles. Jeff trained with the bomb squad, Joe studied command center operations, and Linton, having scheduled this weeks ago, shadowed special police units to prepare for his part. Chapter 125, Christiana's Arrangement and Cisco. Shares. Returning to Los Angeles, a stunning beauty was already waiting for him. Since the I Swear music video became a massive hit, Mira had received countless invitations for Christiana's appearances and many endorsement offers. After consulting with Linton over the phone, Christiana flew in from France and arrived yesterday. Linton was concerned she might be financially strained and that meeting up right after his return could be inconvenient. So he had Mira use his own money to book a business suite for her at the Hilton Hotel. As soon as Christiana saw Linton, she ran into his arms and kissed him passionately. Though they had been apart for just over a month, absence had only deepened their longing for each other. Once the door was closed, their lips met again in a fiery kiss. In moments, they helped each other out of their clothes, and soon, A round of passionate lovemaking began, echoing with joyful cries. 2 hours later, after taking a break from their passionate encounter, they felt too lazy to go out for dinner and decided to order room service instead. While dining together, they cuddled up and chatted about work. This time, I swear, had really made an impact, and Christiana was finally starting to gain recognition. She had been moderately known in France, but now she was becoming a rising name in the US as well. "Baby, this is what you deserve," Linton said, smiling. "You're so beautiful. With the right projects, fame is only a matter of time. Darling, thank you for helping me become famous so quickly. Mira told me we've received tons of invitations for TV shows and commercials, plus even more endorsement offers. How should we pick the commercial events?" "My advice: accept most of the TV appearances. They're great for visibility. As for commercial events, be selective. Make sure the organizers are credible and the events are high quality." "Got it. What about endorsements? Should I accept those too?" "For now, I suggest accepting them temporarily." "So, all of them?" "You're still at the start of your rise. It's okay to take on some lower-tier endorsements for now. That's a smart move at this stage, even if the fees are low." She gazed at him dreamily. "Darling, can't I star in your movie?" "You'll have to wait a bit. Our current projects aren't quite right for you. But by next May, I'll begin a new film, and you'll be the female lead. Until then, have Mira look for good film or TV roles. Make sure the crews are solid. It's time to build your acting skills." "Thank you, darling, for helping me plan everything," Christiana said excitedly. She kissed him again and nestled into his arms. Back at the estate later that day, just before dinner, butler Amy and several bodyguards arrived with blueprints. With more staff joining the household, living space was getting tight. After consulting with Danny and the others, Linton approved their suggestions and asked Amy to push forward the construction immediately. He hired a design firm, and after surveying the land with the team, they drafted plans for expanding the annex and building a training ground. 2 new annex buildings were set to be built, matching the original 8-story height. Each apartment would feature a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout, around 600 square feet, a clear upgrade from the old servants' quarters. In front of the annex would be a spacious lawn, about an acre in size, with over half dedicated to the new development. Next to the annex, a 6,000 square foot training ground was planned, complete with various training equipment. After dealing with this issue, Linton rejoined the speed film crew to continue pre-production work. Though he, as the director, often came and went, sometimes absent for days, the crew remained on track. Preparations were progressing smoothly. The newly hired assistant directors, Michael and Ryan, proved competent, and Universal Pictures assistant director Carter didn't hinder progress. After reviewing the team's work for 2 days, Linton joined the LAPD SWAT team for a week of field training. This immersive experience gave him a clearer understanding of SWAT operations and helped him collect material for his role as Jack. With LAPD's cooperation, they finalized several interior shooting locations, including an unfinished highway and a suburban house slated for demolition. Even when he wasn't physically present, Linton's mental sharpness and calculating ability allowed him to oversee the crew by phone with precision. While Linton trained with SWAT, Richard, the investment manager at Skycrest Capital, brought encouraging news. In August 1990, Cisco's board had finally lost patience with the founders, the Bosak couple, due to their eccentric behavior and poor management. Eventually, the board ousted them from the company. The Bosak couple held nearly 20% of the shares. Furious, they aimed to clear all their shares to trigger a stock market shakeup. Several small shareholders bought the shares at market prices. Now, Richard aimed to acquire 7% of those shares. Despite Cisco's rapid expansion through acquisitions, even a cash-out in early 1999 would yield over 30 times the original investment. Linton, however, remained composed. He believed in Cisco's long-term promise and instructed Richard to stick with the original plan. He also told Richard to work toward joining Cisco's board, even if it meant taking a smaller salary as part of the benefits package. As a non-professional, Richard was to avoid interfering with Cisco's business decisions. His sole job, protect Skycrest's interests. Linton worried that reckless actions might interfere with Cisco's growth, which he believed would eventually make it a tech giant. worth over $550 billion by the early 2000s. More importantly, Richard's presence on the board would help ensure that Skycrest could participate in every round of funding, maintaining its 7% stake. Linton instructed Goodman and Henry to fully cooperate and arranged for them to pledge Microsoft stock at the bank to secure a $220 million loan, slowly completing that deal. After negotiations, both sides agreed to transfer shares based on the average closing price over the next 2 weeks. When the deal was completed, Skycrest Capital officially held 7% of Cisco, making it a major shareholder, although still without a board seat. Sequoia Capital, Cisco's primary venture capital firm, had held 25% before the company went public. They acquired another 7% from the founders, bringing their total to 32%. During the latter half of the month, Cisco's average market cap was around $31 billion. A 7% stake amounted to approximately $2.17 billion. Chapter 126 Script Reading, Madonna's Crisis Averted. After experiencing life as a LAPD SWAT officer, Linton gathered all the main creative members of the crew for a script reading session to ensure everyone was on the same page about the film's script. It was clear everyone had done their homework. As each person shared their understanding of the script and their characters, they spoke accurately and confidently, which made Linton very satisfied. The script reading went very well. After the meeting, Catherine intentionally stayed behind, saying she wanted Linton to visit the hotel to check on her recent driving training progress. Check her bus driving skills at the hotel? That was clearly just an excuse. Her intentions were something else entirely. Still, Linton had enjoyed their previous 2 encounters immensely and missed her charm, especially since she carried a blend of classical and modern allure, exuding an elegance and charisma that Linton particularly liked. Naturally, he agreed to her invitation but didn't go to the hotel rented by the crew. Instead, he had his assistant Mina book a presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel. That night, the two shared passionate, intimate moments, fully indulging in their pleasures and each other's company. During a break, Catherine congratulated Linton sincerely on the success of his new single I Swear. I Swear was really impressive. In its second week, it continued to top the Billboard singles chart, with North American sales surpassing 4.5 million and overseas sales over 4 million. In just 2 weeks, global sales had exceeded 8.5 million. Universal Music's marketing department estimated the single would ultimately exceed 25 million in sales, making Daniel grin from ear to ear every day. Catherine also talked about her training and acting improvement. After more than 2 weeks of rigorous practice, she could skillfully drive a bus smoothly, meeting the movie's requirements. Since receiving the script, she hired an acting coach every night to help her understand the script, the character, and improve her performance skills. Seeing her dedication, Linton acknowledged it and reflected. Indeed, those who succeed in Hollywood and become stars are those willing to stay grounded, work hard, and persevere. From Cameron, Naomi to Catherine, it was no different. No one succeeded easily or casually. Of course, someone like him, with an unfair advantage, was another story. Baby, you've done excellent work. Keep it up. Trust me, our movie will be a great success. All your efforts will pay off, and you'll soon become a major Hollywood star. Dear, thank you. Without you, I'd probably still be dancing in London. How did you even think to send me that audition invitation? We probably didn't even know each other then, Catherine asked with genuine curiosity. True talent always shines. Last year when I toured London promoting my album, I happened to see your role in the TV series The Darling Buds of May and was amazed. You left a deep impression on me. I even considered going to the theater for your live performance, but the timing was tight, so I couldn't make it. That's a pity, but no worries. If you want, I can perform for you anytime, Catherine said with a hopeful look. So when casting the female lead for Speed, you were the first person I thought of. Honestly, given your talent, success in Hollywood is only a matter of time with the right opportunities. Dear, you've been too kind. It's never as simple as that. A female actor's golden years last only about 10 years, and timing is everything. The longer you wait, the tougher it gets. If not for your recognition of my talent, I don't know when I might have gotten the chance to act in Hollywood, let alone as a lead in a big commercial production. Thank you for meeting me when I was at my best. Enough talk. I'm going to reward you properly now." She then eagerly moved under the dining table. "Baby, you're amazing," Linton said, watching her move beneath the table. "Do you like it?" "Absolutely." They resumed their passionate moments, with joyful cries filling the air again. To maintain Catherine's energy and not affect her training the next day, Linton gave her a generous dose of his vitality essence. In the coming days, Linton continued advancing the film's preparations, drafting detailed shooting plans. Thanks to Michael and Ryan, the two assistant directors, Linton delegated most administrative tasks and focused on overall coordination and strategy on set. Meanwhile, Mira brought good news. Jones Shoes, Macallan Whiskey, and Dior Wild Spirit Men's Cologne all signed endorsement deals worth $5.8 million annually for 3 years, with annual payments. Each year, Linton had to shoot a promotional commercial and attend a commercial event for the brands. In November, he signed endorsement contracts with the 3 companies and attended the signing ceremonies. He also spent a week filming commercials for the brands. Fortunately, the shooting and promotional events were all in Los Angeles, which made things easier for Linton. After filming, he attended the brand events as scheduled. The 3 companies promptly paid the first-year endorsement fees. Combined with a $9 million payment from Pepsi, after agency commissions, Linton's account increased by over $24.81 million. He kept $4.81 million for his personal expenses and transferred $20 million to the charity fund account, which Winnie managed to seek investment opportunities. However, Henry reminded him that Linton had donated multiple times this year, so the charity's net assets exceeded $150 million. According to tax regulations, charity spending this year must reach at least $7.5 million. Linton asked him to visit San Francisco to follow up on the charity progress and audit expenses. That day, Madonna returned to Los Angeles for a vacation. Linton kept his promise and spent 3 consecutive nights with her at the Ritz-Carlton. Despite the intense nights, their daytime activities were unaffected. Madonna knew Linton was very busy and spent her days resting at the hotel to recharge. Their nightly sessions were intense and long, usually continuing until dawn. Madonna's career was progressing well, with her companies flourishing. Following Linton's advice, she suppressed all internal objections and canceled the publication of the controversial sex magazine that later damaged her reputation. She coquettishly credited Linton for this decision, asking him to stay an extra night with her. Linton was delighted to see his precious partner resolve her crisis. He also understood Madonna didn't have the full perspective and wasn't aware of the massive negative impact publishing that magazine would have. She only listened to his advice because she liked and adored him and didn't want to upset him. Her small request for an extra night's company was naturally granted. Feeling younger, her skin fairer and fresher, and energy overflowing, Madonna was thrilled. On the final day, she went on a major shopping spree during the day. Their night was filled with all kinds of props, stockings, and costumes. Madonna even offered every part of her body, letting Linton enjoy the ultimate experience. Chapter 127, Charity List, Nicole Kidman's Invitation. Time passed quickly, and soon it was December. The estate's annex building and security training ground were under intense construction, expected to be operational in about 2 months. The recruitment of 30 bodyguards proceeded smoothly. Some were introduced by Danny's active duty comrades, others through veteran associations, and some had switched from other security companies. The common thread was that all had military special forces experience and excellent skills, including firearms, hand-to-hand combat, and restraint techniques. After Goodman hired a professional firm to conduct background checks on applicants, Linton formed an interview panel with Danny and David. They initially selected 30 new bodyguards, 10 men and 20 women. Given the importance of bodyguards, especially since some would become close confidants, Linton personally tested each of them with sole induction to ensure no ill intent, no infiltration by outside parties, and that none had major character flaws. After passing the screening, Goodman handled their onboarding. Their salaries were equally high for men and women, $80,000 annually each. This was considered very generous. Mercenaries in conflict zones barely earned $50,000 a year. Of course, Danny and David and the veteran bodyguards earned more. Danny's salary had increased to $120,000, and David and the other three earned $100,000 annually. Since the annex was still being built and most had no prior security or bodyguard experience, Linton arranged a 2-month bodyguard training course through a specialized security institute. Meanwhile, Henry completed the charity fund's audit and returned from San Francisco with Aunt Kelly, who was serious and responsible, with clean and well-regulated accounts. Since Kelly had been in charge since July, 6 charity projects had been carried out totaling $5.5 million. Donated $500,000 worth of supplies to the Children's Home in San Francisco. Donated $500,000 worth of supplies to the Senior Care Center in San Francisco. Donated $500,000 worth of supplies to the Children's Home in Los Angeles. Donated $500,000 worth of supplies to the Senior Care Center in Los Angeles. Purchased $3 million worth of food distributed to refugees in Africa via the San Francisco Red Cross. Donated $500,000 worth of supplies to the National Leukemia Support Association. This $5.5 million included $1 million for Linton's personal expenses, Kelly's $200,000 salary, and $300,000 wages and office expenses for the fund's staff. With a $7.5 million annual charity budget, $2 million remained to be used in December. Linton pondered and asked Henry if donating to an academy counted as charity. Receiving an affirmative answer, he decided to donate the $2 million to his alma mater, the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts, as gratitude and to build a good reputation there. He asked Aunt Kelly to contact his mentor, Professor Johnson, to facilitate the $2 million cash donation to the school, also elevating his mentor's status. Linton's hit single I Swear continued its hot streak, topping the Billboard Hot 100 for the third week. Sales remained strong with 1.3 million copies sold in North America and 1.6 million overseas. To maintain the momentum, Universal Records postponed the release of Linton's second single sold out by 2 weeks to December 17th, avoiding competition with his own music and splitting fan attention. Linton figured this timing was good since filming for Speed was set for December 20th, and he could spare 2 days on the 15th and 16th for promotion, which was pretty good. At the end of November, newcomer Shania Twain released her single Surrender, which debuted impressively at number 14 on the Billboard Hot 100, selling over 400,000 copies in North America. A solid achievement for a new artist. Universal arranged a month-long North American promotional tour for her. Though grueling, she enjoyed the success. After the Billboard rankings, Shania called Linton to thank him for writing such a great song and promised to reward him handsomely after her tour, offering anything he wished. Remembering their last reward and Hawaiian vacation, Linton asked, "Can it be with others too?" "No problem, as long as you're happy," Shania readily agreed, raising Linton's hopes. Preparations for Speed progressed smoothly. Various outdoor sets, props, costumes, and equipment were basically ready. Industrial Light and Magic presented the first version of their modeling for review. Feedback was given and revisions underway. Universal Studios set construction was nearing completion. The core crew had all arrived. Staying in the studio's hotel, rehearsing intensively, and discussing the script. Thanks to efforts from the advertising and sponsorship team and Linton's previous high box office, 5 product placements were secured. Off-road vehicle by Mercedes-Benz G-Series, for product shots, for $1 million sponsor fee, 2 units for filming. Convertible sports car by Chrysler TC, for product shots, for $1 million sponsor fee, 2 units for filming. Bus by Greyhound, for product shots, $2 million sponsor fee, 2 units for filming. Digital watch by Timex, 3 shots, $2 million sponsor fee. Sunglasses by Ray-Ban, 2 shots, $1.5 million sponsor fee. Total sponsorship reached $13.5 million, including props supplied, saving production costs. During this time, Nicole Kidman called, inviting Linton for a night together. Initially, he declined, citing busy filming prep. But Nicole was persistent, calling several times, pleading softly. Linton relented, enticed by her stunning beauty and thrilling presence. To avoid paparazzi, both had their assistants book business suites on the same floor of the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. Nicole checked in early afternoon. After dinner, Linton had Danny drive him to the hotel's underground garage. Taking the elevator to the 16th floor, he bypassed his own room and directly pressed Nicole's doorbell. Once inside, a fiery, seductive figure melted into his arms. After a passionate kiss, Nicole gasped, "You little rascal, I missed you so much." Then she eagerly began disarming him. Linton was inflamed by her sensual black, sheer nightgown, wearing nothing underneath, paired with black garter stockings and her natural breathtaking beauty. Soon, an intense and passionate night of lovemaking ensued, accompanied by joyful cries. During a break, Linton asked why she was in such a hurry to meet him again. "Since our last night together in Hawaii, I think I've caught your fever. Every night, I dream of being with you," Nicole said softly as she lay on him. "Really? That's serious?" Linton shivered internally, worried it might be due to the starlight spark energy. "Yes, and after that night in Hawaii, my energy and spirit improved. My looks and skin seemed years younger. But now I've regressed. Can you blame me for being anxious?" Well, youthfulness and radiant skin were critical, he thought. Do our encounters really have such effects? He feigned ignorance. "Really," she said. "You're my angel. Being with you means receiving God's blessing, which is why these miracles happened." That was a fine explanation. Blame it all on the God. "Also, when I'm with Tom, I just don't feel the same connection." "What should I do?" "Stop. We shouldn't talk about this," Linton said. "You are Mrs. Cruz. Then you owe me a good reward tonight," she declared, transforming into a fierce female warrior and launching the assault. Originally intending just one night together, Linton found himself unable to resist the intense pleasure and thrilling excitement Nicole brought. He stayed with her for 3 nights straight. Of course, his daytime work was unaffected. To avoid paparazzi detection, Nicole didn't leave the hotel at all during those 3 days. Chapter 128. Starting production of The Shallows. On December 10th, the film The Shallows officially began production on Lord Howe Island, Australia. Linton, as the screenwriter and co-producer, was naturally expected to attend the kickoff ceremony. He was a bit anxious himself since both Blake and Zach were taking on major roles for the first time, shooting in a faraway foreign land. Blake was stepping into the producer role for the first time, and Zach was making his directorial debut. Thinking it would be good to stay on set for a few days to support them and eliminate any potential risks, Linton planned his trip. Blake and Zach had arrived on Lord Howe Island with the crew 2 weeks early. All preparations were complete. The local government understood how Hollywood films could boost tourism, so they not only provided various conveniences and support to the crew, they also coordinated with the local Coast Guard to provide a helicopter free of charge for the crew's aerial shots for a whole month, plus offered a 30% tax rebate. The only requirement was that the film credits mention Lord Howe Island. The production's advertising deals went well, securing product placements totaling $1.7 million. $800,000 for surfboards, $600,000 for bikini swimwear, and $300,000 for sunglasses. For a low-budget film with no stars or renowned director, this was a great achievement. On December 8th, accompanied by Danny and Mina, Linton flew to Sydney and then transferred to Lord Howe Island. With Blake and Zach, he thoroughly inspected the film preparations and was very satisfied. Everything was solid. Industrial Light and Magic's special effects team was on track, producing a lifelike, terrifying shark model that perfectly met the film's needs. The island's natural scenery was stunning with rich tourist resources, though it remained relatively undiscovered. The infrastructure was well developed. The crew rented a 4-star hotel with around 200 rooms, sufficient for their needs. The top floor had 5 executive suites occupied by Blake, Zach, and Cameron. Naturally, Linton stayed there as well. After dinner, Cameron naturally followed Linton to his room, and once the door closed, she threw herself into his arms and kissed him passionately. "You big bad guy, you finally came. I've missed you so much." She hurriedly began undressing him. Soon, a delightful, passionate encounter began, filled with sweet sounds. 2 hours later, the activity paused. Cameron lay contentedly on Linton's chest, absent-mindedly tracing circles on him. Linton asked about her movie preparations with concern. "Darling, don't worry. I care more about this movie than anyone else. I know this is the key battle that will launch my Hollywood career." "That's true. It's a strong female lead film. If you perform well, you'll really take off. I've been working hard, surfing practice by day, acting lessons by night. I haven't even had time to have fun. How's your surfing? Are your moves looking good? If not, I won't approve. Your beauty needs to shine from every angle, which is crucial for box office success. Don't worry, Han, the producer Blake and director Zach have already assessed it. No issues at all. Sweetheart, give it your best. I believe this film will be a box office hit. You're so good to me. I have to thank you properly. She flipped atop him, kissed him from head to toe, and then the passion continued. On December 10th, all the main crew gathered for a brief press conference. Unfortunately, the film's small budget, lack of big stars, and remote location attracted few journalists. Most were local Australian media. Still, Linton's dual role as co-producer and screenwriter, combined with his hit single I Swear topping the Billboard charts, managed to draw 3 media outlets from Los Angeles. Local press asked mostly film-related questions. Director Zach, what is the theme of The Shallows? Why did you choose Lord Howe Island to shoot this film? Mr. Anderson, since you wrote the screenplay, why aren't you directing? Ms. Diaz, this is your first lead role in a commercial film. How are the preparations? The responses were polite and relevant. However, the Los Angeles media showed a different attitude, mostly ignoring the film. Mr. Anderson, your single I Swear has topped the Billboard charts for weeks. Why not capitalize on this momentum with more promotion? Are you having issues with Universal Music? Mr. Anderson, rumors say this film was made for Cameron. Did you break up with Naomi and get back together with Cameron? Mr. Anderson, I heard there was no public audition for the female lead, and you appointed Cameron directly. Are you involved in casting couch practices? Mr. Anderson, Shania Twain's new single reached number 4 on Billboard last week. Rumor has it you wrote it for her, and that she was your pick for the Step Up soundtrack. What's your relationship with her? These were all messy, trap-laden questions that left Linton speechless. After answering, he couldn't help but say, "This press conference is for The Shallows production launch. Please ask questions about the movie." After the press conference, Blake handed each journalist a crew photo and a fee envelope. The group then moved to the beach filming. Location. Zach took a step-by-step approach. The first shot was of Cameron changing clothes on the beach, preparing to go surfing. It was a simple shot, but needed to highlight Cameron's stunning figure to captivate the audience. Linton respected the director's authority on set and observed quietly. Zach was skilled. The scheduling, lighting, and camera work were solid, producing beautiful shots. Cameron's swimsuit-clad curves, ample chest, slim waist, curvy hips, and hourglass figure were beautifully captured in a very sexy way, sure to attract many admirers' attention. Chapter 129, Cameo Appearance in The Shallows. What Linton didn't expect was that the next morning, Zach, a bit embarrassed, approached Linton with a request, hoping he could make a cameo appearance in the film to boost its appeal. A director or actor's success was judged by the box office numbers. Since The Shallows was Zach's directorial debut, and although the storyline was solid and he was confident in making it, he was still a rookie director. The lead, Cameron, was an unknown face with no box office pull. Zach was uncertain whether the movie could make it big, so he figured, why not leverage some of Linton's star power? After hearing Zach's request, Linton didn't say no. He called Blake over to discuss how to arrange the cameo role and storyline so it made sense, while not affecting the main plot. After much debate, no perfect entry point was found. Finally, Linton decided to showcase his surfing skills, a chance to show off his physique too. The plot was easy. Nancy came to that beach to commemorate her late mother, who had special memories related to that beach, planning to surf there. To add a reason, the script had Nancy discover an old video of Linton surfing the massive waves at that very beach when she was watching her mother's video recordings. In the clip, Linton's athletic and sexy physique battling the huge waves, standing tall on the crest with unmatched style, deeply inspired her and strengthened her resolve to surf there herself, secretly hoping to bump into the big star, Linton. The whole scene lasted less than 2 minutes, which wouldn't disrupt the main storyline but would surely boost the movie's publicity by leveraging Linton's popularity. By evening, the tide rose. Long-distance cameras on the beach, aerial shots from helicopters, and waterproof close-up cameras on jet skis were all set. When Linton appeared wearing swim trunks and carrying a surfboard, his impressive physique, all the toned muscle, especially his six-pack abs, radiated raw power and beauty. The female staff on set, including Cameron, couldn't help but stare in admiration. Once in the water, he rode the waves freely, showing off various tricks and high-difficulty maneuvers. When a giant wave approached, he unleashed his power, balancing on the surfboard atop the wave like a sea god incarnate. Everyone was amazed, and the three cameras captured every breathtaking moment. Zach and Blake broke into grins. Those under 2 minutes of footage could add tens of millions to the box office. Didn't they see the female staff on set clutching their thighs out of excitement? Zach even suggested that the film's final cut might only feature the most exciting 90 seconds due to time and story constraints. But the home video could include 5 to 10 minutes of the footage, which would definitely boost sales. Linton was impressed by Zach. No wonder he grew into a top commercial director. His market savvy and audience mindset were spot on. Linton stayed on set for 2 days. Observing the crew's smooth operation and the seamless management by Blake and Zach, he grew confident in them. With his new single about to release and Speed scheduled to start shooting on December 20th, Linton wrapped his time on the island. On December 12th, he bid a reluctant farewell to Cameron, then returned to Los Angeles with his assistant and bodyguard. Of course, during those days on the private island, Linton and Cameron spent every night sharing passionate moments to their heart's content. Considering the physical demands of filming in the water, Linton boosted Cameron's stamina with some of his essence, ensuring she had plenty of energy for the upcoming shoot. Back in Los Angeles, Linton first went to Universal Music. He negotiated with Daniel to postpone the release of his single Sold Out. I Swear was just too powerful. It fully showcased his star dominance, topping Billboard charts for 5 straight weeks, with a commanding lead by week 5. Sales skyrocketed. Over 7.5 million copies sold in North America, and more than 8.5 million overseas, totaling over 16 million units. In Linton's memory, I Swear had topped the Billboard for 11 consecutive weeks in 1994. Even without extra promotion this time, 8 or 9 weeks at #1 was a sure thing. Releasing Sold Out now would be self-sabotage, seriously hurting the new single's performance. Plus, according to the triple agreement with Pepsi, in just 3 weeks, the single Taste the Feeling would be released. That would cause resource competition. With Pepsi's backing, Taste the Feeling was guaranteed to do well, possibly taking over from I Swear to continue dominating the charts. Without promotion, Sold Out would just be cannon fodder. Linton absolutely refused to accept that. Universal Music was thrilled by I Swear's success. The whole company was buzzing with joy. Daniel was happily troubled, pondering the timing and strategy for Sold Out's release, just like Linton. After analyzing pros and cons, Daniel agreed to push Sold Out's release to late February 1993. This decision would maximize profits and fully explore the potential of all 3 singles. More importantly, thanks to I Swear's massive success, Universal's performance this year under Daniel's leadership was already outstanding. Linton also promised Daniel a full album release in the second half of 1993. After dealing with his single release, Linton dived right back into the film crew. Except for a brief trip to the University of Southern California's film school for a donation ceremony, he stayed on set preparing the final arrangements. He delved into the script, studied his character, and consulted with police advisors. He stayed in a hotel near Universal Studios booked for the crew. The hotel was huge, with multiple buildings, accommodating various film crews. Usually, a crew rented an entire building. The Speed crew and the Step Up 2 crew rented buildings number 2 and 3 respectively. Hollywood film crews were strictly organized by rank. Building 2 had 7 floors. The top floor had 5 large suites occupied by Linton, Robert, and Catherine. Others stayed on different floors based on their rank. Robert was a sharp guy. He lived on the far left of the 7th floor, put Linton's room on the far right, and Catherine's room next to Linton's with 2 empty rooms in between. When Linton moved in, the happiest was Catherine. She boldly moved into Linton's room and every night pesters him to exercise with her. But soon, Jennifer came knocking. Buildings 2 and 3 were adjacent, less than 20 meters apart. Chapter 130. Happy Days on Set, Speed Gets Rolling. On the second day after checking into the hotel, Linton and Catherine just returned to their room after dinner when the doorbell rang. As soon as Linton opened the door, a stunning woman threw herself into his arms. "Darling, why didn't you tell me you were staying at the hotel? I've missed you so much," she exclaimed. "Ahem, there's someone else here," Catherine said with displeasure. "Who are you, and what are you doing in Linton's room? Who are you?" Noticing the tension between the two women, Linton quickly intervened and introduced them to each other. "Jennifer, this is Catherine Zeta-Jones, the lead actress of Speed. Catherine, this is Jennifer Connelly, the lead actress of Step Up 2. Surprisingly, the two had no intention of getting acquainted. They each grabbed one of Linton's hands and eyed each other warily. Seeing this situation, Linton held Jennifer's right hand with his left and Catherine's left hand with his right and placed them together. "Hey, you two, don't be like this. You're both people I care about. Get to know each other and be warm. Who knows, maybe you'll become great friends." Hearing this, the two women reluctantly greeted each other and shook hands. But the atmosphere remained a bit tense and awkward, so Linton took the initiative to say, "How about we have some red wine and chat?" He grabbed a bottle from the minibar and poured each of them a glass. "Here's to new friends." Linton raised his glass. Although the two women weren't exactly getting along, they did not want to embarrass Linton, so the three of them toasted together. He then took the opportunity to introduce them in more detail. "You both were my direct choices for the leading roles, and you're exactly my type. I believe you can definitely become good friends." At the same time, he subtly used his soul induction ability. Thanks to Linton's mediation and the smooth effect of the wine, the hostility between the women slowly dissipated. However, they were still far from becoming close friends. Linton didn't push it. As long as there was no conflict between them, he was satisfied. After finishing the bottle, the mood became more ambiguous. Linton asked, "Who's staying tonight? Or will you both stay?" "I definitely want to stay. You haven't shown me any affection in days," Jennifer said first, hugging Linton's left arm tightly. "I'm not leaving either," Catherine said, clutching his right arm. "Then you both stay," Linton said, feeling thrilled. Jennifer was sweet and innocent on the left, while Catherine was elegantly charming on the right. He was brimming with excitement. Naturally, the passionate night began. The fun of the evening was beyond words. Through their intimate time together, Jennifer and Catherine gradually overcame their differences and began cooperating, managing to hold their own against the powerful boss. To avoid suspicion, Linton asked Robert to assign Jennifer a room next to Catherine's, claiming it was for evening acting rehearsals. In reality, it was unnecessary. Everyone on set knew what was really going on. Still, it was better to have some cover. As the saying goes, no proof means nothing to admit. In fact, Jennifer never set foot in that room. She moved straight into Linton's room along with Catherine. On December 20th, filming of Speed officially began at Universal Studios. Unlike for The Shallows, the production invited many media reporters for a grand kickoff ceremony. A huge crowd of reporters showed up, and the Q&A session was lively, though most questions were directed at Linton. "Mr. Anderson, I heard the lead actress wasn't chosen through an open audition but was personally picked by you. Are there any unspoken rules behind this? Don't guess wildly. My reputation has already been ruined by such rumors, branding me as a womanizer." Linton responded with a joke before getting serious. "Everyone knows I wrote the script for Speed. After the final draft, I thought about the best actors for the lead roles. For the male lead, obviously, I had to play it myself since it's basically written for my image, haha. As for the female lead, Catherine and I didn't know each other before this. Last year, when I was promoting my album in the UK, I happened to watch a TV show called The Darling Buds of May, and she impressed me deeply. She perfectly fit my idea of the heroine. So I invited her to audition. When she tried out, the producer and I agreed she was perfect. There's absolutely no chance of unspoken rules here. Next question. Mr. Anderson, what's Speed about? I heard it's an action movie. You just finished a great youth dance film, so your shift seems big. Are you confident you can pull it off? Mr. Anderson, I heard Step Up 2 has started production. Why aren't you directing it? The new director and has never directed before. Do you think she can succeed? Mr. Anderson, you've been frequently absent from the set, attending various events. As the director and lead actor, aren't you neglecting your responsibility? Is everything ready for filming? Mr. Anderson, your single I Swear has topped the Billboard charts for 6 weeks. Any thoughts? I also heard your second single's release has been delayed by Universal until next year. Is there some conflict? The questions went on, tricky and provocative, all aiming to trap him. But Linton, experienced with handling reporters, answered everything calmly and flawlessly. The reporters left complaining, "He's too sharp, no scoop at all." Of course, some Universal-affiliated media helped promote the film. Mr. Anderson, I heard to film authentic cop and robber scenes. You invited LAPD experts for guidance, and the main actors even experienced police duties firsthand. Could you elaborate? After the ceremony, Robert handed out official cast photos and envelopes with per diems to the reporters, hoping to boost publicity for Speed. Good or bad, exposure was exposure. Usually, the first day of filming involves simple scenes to warm up the crew. Speed was no exception. The first scene shot was in an elevator where the security checks the villain Dennis's repair order. To train Michael and Ryan, Linton basically let them manage the schedule and shots, while he just supervised the final footage. Okay, that's a wrap, Linton said after the fourth take, satisfied with their work. Take a break and have lunch. We'll continue this afternoon. Chapter 131. Improving the action scenes. Launch of Taste the Feeling. Christmas had quickly arrived, the most important holiday. Linton agreed to give everyone 2 days off, wrapping up early on Christmas Eve afternoon. He expected all the ladies to gather at the estate for a big reunion. But Madonna, Jennifer, and Naomi were all heading home to be with their families. Cameron was stuck in Australia, Shania was out promoting her single, and Heidi Klum had a fashion show in France. However, Christiana really paused her busy schedule to return to Los Angeles. Sophie Marceau also took the opportunity to fly in from France to seek out Linton. David discreetly arranged to pick them both up and bring them to the estate, where they joined Catherine for a holiday retreat. During the days, Linton took the 3 women to play tennis, golf, swim, work out, watch movies, and enjoy fine dining. At night, they entertained themselves in passionate intimacy. After experiencing the top luxury of the estate and being fully captivated by Linton, the 3 noticed that 5 rooms in the mansion were already occupied by other women. They requested rooms of their own, and Linton agreed, explaining the estate's rules. They chose from the available rooms and asked Amy to decorate them as they wished. On December 26th, David accompanied the 3 women to the car dealership, where each bought a vehicle to keep at the estate. Surprisingly, none chose cars from their home countries. Instead, they all picked American cars. Sophie went with a Cadillac, Christiana really chose a Dodge, and Catherine picked a Lincoln. Having their own rooms and cars at the estate probably made them feel a sense of status recognition. That night, their passionate encounters were even more intense, with them showcasing various techniques and moves, resulting in a spectacular display. The brief Christmas vacation ended as Sophie Marceau and Christiana really reluctantly departed. Filming resumed on the 27th. After the earlier adjustments, the production's efficiency significantly improved, and they quickly wrapped up the dialogue-heavy scenes. However, Linton remained unhappy with the action sequences. The fight scenes lacked elegance, creativity, and flow. They were simple, straightforward exchanges, punches and kicks traded back and forth like primitive brawling with no rhythm or visual appeal. Even the shot where the protagonist jumps from a convertible to a bus was poorly choreographed. The storyboard was unbearable to watch. Although Linton had never been an action choreographer himself, he had traveled through time, seen many impressive fight scenes, and possessed superior physical abilities and combat skills. Upon suggesting improvements, the fight choreographer was amazed. After shooting the revised action scenes, the action and speed elevated to an unprecedented level of excitement and watchability, promising to surprise fans. Soon, it was 1993. On January 8th, Linton's new single Taste the Feeling was officially released. With Speed still in intense production, Linton managed to take a day on January 6th for promotion, thanks to the strong support of 2 assistant directors. Otherwise, a director star taking time off might have halted production. That day, he primarily attended numerous media interviews, from morning till night. Universal Music arranged over 60 media interviews, and in the evening, Linton appeared on an MCA TV talk show. though he couldn't participate in live events or radio chart battles due to his schedule. Media hype was crucial. Universal Music placed high hopes on the single, investing $8 million in promotion, pressing 15 million copies for the initial release, and launching it worldwide simultaneously. The public music video for Taste the Feeling, featuring Linton and Nicole Kidman, premiered on MTV and various TV stations across America on the evening of January 7th. The beautiful love song, Linton's subtly magnetic voice, and the stunning visuals of the two superstars immediately captured countless fans' hearts. Nicole's cool, sexy image gained recognition and affection, boosting her popularity. Excited, she even called Linton, hoping to meet for a romantic evening at the hotel. Linton politely but firmly declined, wary of paparazzi attention during their peak fame, but promised to arrange a meeting once the hype cooled down. Pepsi simultaneously leveraged its vast promotional channels to push the single vigorously. Despite Linton's absence from live promotions, the massive marketing budget from Universal and Pepsi's backing led to the song's explosive global reach. In its first week, Taste the Feeling debuted at number 2 on the Billboard Singles Chart, selling 2 million copies in North America and over 1.8 million overseas. Of course, the number 1 spot remained with I Swear, which had dominated for 9 consecutive weeks and sold over 22 million copies worldwide. However, it was clear I Swear was past its peak sales period. The following week, Taste the Feeling was expected to take the top spot. With both songs ruling the Billboard charts, Linton's star power surged, noticeably accelerating his progress in his Starlight Spark training. Meanwhile, Shania Twain's single Surrender also exploded in popularity, climbing to number 3 on Billboard the previous week, with over 2.6 million copies sold in North America. Universal planned to push it to overseas markets. Universal Music dominated Billboard's top 3 singles, unmatched by any other label, commanding industry respect. Daniel was especially elated, grinning and walking with confidence daily. With the success of several hit singles boosting the company's performance, they firmly secured their place among the industry's elite. Having taken over as president less than 6 months ago, Daniel delivered impressive results, proving himself to investors and solidifying his control of the company. Chapter 132, Shania's Reward and Step Up 2 begins filming. Shania wrapped up her month-and-a-half North American promotional tour on January 7th. Although the promotion significantly boosted both her popularity and the success of her songs, making sales skyrocket, it had been exhausting for her. She had promised Linton she'd reward him as soon as she returned, but she was too worn out. Once back in Los Angeles, she was completely drained. She spent the night resting at her rented villa, and only the next morning did she regain her strength. The first thing she did was call Linton, inviting him for an evening together. Considering they hadn't seen each other for almost 3 months, Linton thought it was the right time to reconnect. Plus, with Shania's rising fame, he expected to gain some benefits from their time together to boost his own cultivation. However, since the film crew already had Jennifer and Catherine for nightly games, having Shania at the set didn't seem suitable. He asked her to come to his estate instead. After finishing that day's shooting, Linton stayed to review the day's shoot with the director team. He then assigned Michael and Ryan to check the next day's filming schedule and preparations. After greeting Jennifer and Catherine, he headed back to his estate. Shania was already waiting for him, having gone shopping during the day to prepare various props. Upon meeting, their passion ignited instantly. She threw herself into Linton's arms, holding him tightly, and planted passionate kisses. After their intense embrace, Linton carried her up to the 3rd floor. Soon, their fervent intimacy filled the entire space, accompanied by soft, melodious singing. Shania was ecstatic, almost like living a dream. It had been less than a year since she met Linton, and her career had already taken off. Her single had climbed to number 3 on the Billboard charts, and she was about to enter the international market, reaching the level of a top-tier female singer. She kept her promise wholeheartedly, using all sorts of props, costume changes, stockings, and more. Their passionate sessions were endless yet invigorating. During their time together, Linton noticed Shania's fame had skyrocketed, nearly rivaling Winona's, which significantly accelerated his ability progress. To help her ease fatigue and maintain stamina, he generously shared a lot of his energy essence with her. The next day, Shania rested at Linton's estate, spending the day relaxing and exercising to recharge, looking forward to their private time when Linton returned from the set at night. However, her rest only lasted 2 days before her manager pulled her into commercial gigs. Taking advantage of her current high popularity, these performances paid well and helped solidify her fame. Usually, singers earn most from gigs and endorsements rather than from royalties, except for top stars like Michael Jackson, Linton, and Madonna. If your image is strong enough, brand endorsements also bring substantial income. By late January, according to Universal Music's plan, Shania was set to release a new single. Her manager was busy filling her schedule and evaluating brand endorsement offers. Back to Linton's side, the filming of Speed was progressing smoothly. Yet on the morning of January 10th, he took a half-day off, leaving the crew under Michael's and Ryan's supervision. After 2 months of rehearsals and preparation, Step Up 2 officially started filming on the 10th. As the screenwriter and co-producer, Linton attended the opening ceremony. It was also partly to support Anne's directorial debut, with Frank taking on producing duties for the first time. Step Up 2 already had great buzz. At the ceremony, the press swarmed without invitations, eager for news about the sequel to a blockbuster hit. Plus, the project featured mostly newcomers, creating perfect media hype. During the Q&A session, although Linton seated and Jennifer and Leonardo in the center and himself and Frank on the edges, reporters mainly directed questions towards him. The biggest name present, and the artist whose recent singles occupied the top 2 Billboard spots, essentially bringing built-in traffic. Mr. Anderson, why aren't you directing Step Up 2? Why aren't the original cast members returning? Why choose a first-time director like Miss Fletcher? Aren't you worried she'll mess it up and ruin the sequel? A reporter asked. He cracked a smile and replied, "That's a fair question. To joke a bit, the story of the first Step Up has already concluded completely. Step Up 2 tells a totally different story but keeps the same core themes: youth, dance, struggle, love, and chasing dreams through music and movement. So, it naturally calls for new creative leads and actors. When casting, we were very careful. Just look at Jennifer Connelly. She's gorgeous, and Leonardo DiCaprio is incredibly talented. Both have trained hard for over 2 months with professional instructors, and I'm confident they will deliver spectacular performances. After filming this movie, I bet you'll see them become Hollywood's hottest stars." As for the director, Anne is a talented, passionate woman with a genuine love for learning. When she was the dance choreographer on the first Step Up, I noticed she was diligently absorbing directing knowledge. Before appointing her as director, we tested her thoroughly. She performed excellently, earning unanimous praise from me and the producers. I believe she will bring a fantastic film to everyone. Also, I'm just the screenwriter and co-producer here. I'm currently shooting Speed, so please direct your questions to Anne, Jennifer, and Leonardo instead. Though reporters mostly aimed questions at him, he handed off answering duties to and the main cast. Of course, the Los Angeles media and paparazzi were relentless, constantly trying to stir up drama or sensational headlines. Fortunately, Anne and the team had prepared extensively, with Linton's publicist Ellie coaching them to handle tough questions professionally. Their responses were smooth, avoiding any major slip-ups. After the interviews, Frank handed each attending journalist a crew photo and a payment envelope as a thank you. The group then moved to the set to start filming. Under Linton's observation, the crew operated under Frank and Anne's control without discord or disruptions. Everything ran smoothly. He had initially worried that their inexperience might cause issues or that someone else would try to stir up trouble, needing harsh discipline. But none of that happened, a welcome sign that harmony promotes success. Satisfied, he returned to the Speed crew that afternoon to continue shooting. Chapter 133: Leonardo's Joy, Mad Explosions, and Thrilling Car Chases. Still, Linton keenly noticed that Anne and Leo's relationship seemed a bit too close. Of course, it might look normal to others, but it was easy for him to sense something unusual with his powers. At night, after the first round ended, during break time, Linton held Jennifer in his arms and voiced his doubts. "Honey, what's going on between Anne and Leo? They're like you and me. Ever since we moved into the cast hotel, Leo's been staying in Anne's room. His own room is just for show. Really? We're true love. Are they true love too? Darling, we're true love, but don't you have too many true loves? Catherine's sitting right beside you, holding you. You're both my true loves, my darlings, Linton shamelessly said. Enough about us. What about them? Maybe, but I think it'll be hard for them to last. Why? Because Leo, like you, is a player. On set, he's like a peacock showing off. Many young girls are attracted to him, always trying to get close. And's got his attention now, so he doesn't respond to others. But later, even though And's charming, I doubt she can completely hold Leo's heart. And Leo's not as strong or as charming as you to get along with and other women at the same time. Of course, that's just my guess. Maybe they really are true love. Let's hope so, Linton chuckled inwardly. Leo was world famous as a notorious playboy, always preferring blonde, tall young beauties for decades. It was unlikely he truly loved Anne. More likely, it was a mutual game for the movie role. Plus, Anne was fairly attractive herself, which helped. Let's not worry about them. Are you rested? Let's continue our game. The second round started. As time went by, the crew quickly finished filming the action scenes. The main appeal of Speed was not only its exciting fight scenes, but crazed explosions and thrilling car chases that made viewers' adrenaline spike and left them wanting more. Every day on set, they could hear the booming explosions. While filming explosions, Linton noticed Michael Bay's natural sensitivity to scheduling and camera angles. The resulting shots were dazzling and breathtaking. No wonder he earned the nickname Explosion Bay later on, a natural-born explosion genius. Linton worried that after the movie released, he might steal Michael's nickname, turning Explosion Bay into Explosion Linton, which wouldn't be fun. He decided to arrange an even bigger explosion movie for Michael soon. With a playful look, Linton stared at Michael, unsettling him enough that Michael approached and asked, "Director, did I do something wrong?" "No, Michael, you did great. You'll lead the next explosion scenes." "Thank you, Director. I'll make you proud," Michael said happily, patting his chest confidently. That afternoon, the crew went to the outskirts of Los Angeles, where there was an old house about to be demolished. The modest house, roughly 100 square meters, had been renovated according to the script during preparations. The house was far from neighboring buildings, so no matter how big the explosion, it wouldn't affect others. With LAPD's help, all the demolition permits were in place. The pyrotechnics team set up explosives, industrial light and magics, ILM. Effects crew arranged molds and dummies. The props team matched the set to the studio scenes. Michael directed the camera crews to set up their equipment. After all was ready, Linton and Michael led thorough checks. The on-location shoot was a one-shot deal. Perfection was a must. Only when everything was confirmed safe did the pyrotechnics team lay the detonation wires. Hollywood movies clearly mandate wired detonation for explosions during filming. Many viewers are misled by the films, where characters casually press a remote control and the target blows up spectacularly while they walk away coolly. In reality, modern electronic tech is so widespread that wireless signals can interfere and cause accidental explosions. So wired detonations ensure 100% safety. To achieve the earth-shattering blast needed to destroy the house, the production even obtained military-grade explosives from LAPD. With preparations complete, Michael asked Linton's permission and took command on site. "Clear the area. Everyone retreat to at least 100 meters. Effects crew has cleared out. Camera crew has cleared out. Okay, listen to my count. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, detonate." Boom. The deafening explosion erupted with a giant fireball shooting up. Under the military explosive's immense power, the house instantly disintegrated into fragments. It was perfect. The cameras captured the blast flawlessly. However, interior explosion shots were handled by ILM's special effects. With LAPD's support, the crew also rented an unfinished highway segment in the suburbs for shooting car chase scenes. They rented over 100 cars for filming and purchased 10 near-junk cars for crashes and explosions. During shooting, main actors mostly posed without showing faces. Professional stunt drivers did the actual driving. To capture the edge-of-your-seat chases, Linton suggested installing wireless high-speed cameras on the cars to film the spinning tires up close. Though common in later years, this idea amazed the director's team at the time. All departments, prepare. Scene 61, take 3, action. A bus roared down the highway's end without slowing, crashing into several moving cars, which then collided with others, creating chaos on the road. Nearby ejectors fired just in time, launching several cars flipping through the air. The footage showed disaster-level wreckage. The medical rescue crew stationed on the sidelines quickly pulled stunt performers from the cars to check for injuries. Afterward, the crew returned to the studio to shoot models for scenes like the house's interior explosion, the bus jumping a broken highway, and the bus-airplane collision and explosion. Every model was obliterated in the blasts. ILM's technology was reliable. Their models looked incredibly realistic, and combined with post-production effects, the result was indistinguishable from real. Chapter 134, AMA Favorite Pop/Rock Album, Speed wraps up filming. Linton focused on filming on set, while in the music market, under the joint promotion of Universal and Pepsi, Taste the Feeling unsurprisingly took over the top spot on the Billboard singles chart in its second week, with sales climbing steadily. Surprisingly, Shania's Surrender rose to second place, while I Swear dropped to third, maintaining Universal Records' monopoly over the top 3 positions. What was even more hard for other companies and artists to accept was that after Taste the Feeling claimed the Billboard singles crown, it continued to dominate the charts just like I Swear, holding on to number 1 without giving way. By the end of January, I Swear's global sales had already surpassed 26 million copies, though the sales potential was largely exhausted. Taste the Feeling's single sales also exceeded 9 million copies globally, with Universal Records estimating total sales would not be less than 20 million. Shania's Surrender also started overseas sales with decent results, selling nearly 1 million copies abroad within 2 weeks, and total sales surpassed 5 million copies. On the evening of January 26th, the AMA Awards ceremony was held at the Los Angeles Music Hall. Linton received 2 prestigious nominations, Favorite Pop/Rock Male Artist and Favorite Pop/Rock Album. The organizers wanted him to perform, but he was busy filming and had no time to rehearse, so he had to politely decline. That night, he attended the awards with Shania Twain and won the Favorite Pop/Rock Album. Shania also received a New Artist of the Year nomination, but unfortunately did not win. She wasn't upset, though, knowing that 1992 was just her starting year, and she believed she would definitely earn her honors by next year. After the ceremony, Shania stayed close to Linton, insisting on celebrating his big win together that night. Linton, seeing her determination, truthfully told her he was going to a party with Madonna. Shania wasn't surprised and generously said they could celebrate together. After checking with Madonna and considering the paparazzi risk, Linton decided to take Shania back to the estate and had David drive a rarely used Mercedes from the estate to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to pick up Madonna. They all then returned to the estate. That night, things got wild and passionate. With Madonna and Shania teaming up, they barely held off the big boss's advance. It was Madonna's first time at the estate, and she was excited, exploring every spot on the 3rd floor. The living room, balcony, garden terrace, restroom, bathtub. With the help of Madonna and Shania, Linton naturally broke through to Radiant Core Level 5. Thanks to the huge hit Step Up and its global release, as well as 2 hit singles going viral worldwide. Coupled with his new company shooting 3 movies at once, his popularity remained high and his cultivation speed accelerated rapidly. With the constant support of several girlfriends, especially super popular stars like Madonna and Nicole Kidman, this breakthrough was inevitable. To thank them and maintain their stamina, Linton gifted them plenty of Starlight Spark Essence. During a break from their passionate moments, Madonna requested to stay at the estate for 2 days of vacation and insisted Linton stay with her at night. Shania said she had time too. Linton agreed to both, and even asked Madonna if she wanted to pick a room on the 2nd floor. His bodyguard team was about to finish training, and he planned to assign a female bodyguard to any girlfriend who needed one. The next morning before heading to the set, Madonna had already chosen her room on the 2nd floor, and Linton asked Amy to decorate it per her requests. Following Madonna's choice, Linton ordered David to buy a Cadillac to serve as her estate vehicle. Of course, Madonna was treated differently and didn't go with David and the others to buy the car. Back on set, during lunch, Robert held a small party for everyone, providing extra food to celebrate Linton's favorite pop/rock album award. To liven the mood, Linton sang Sold Out live, while Catherine boldly danced beside him, earning enthusiastic applause from everyone. These moments were all captured on camera and would be used as behind-the-scenes footage for the Speed video montage. Unexpectedly, when Linton returned to the estate in the evening, the tension he worried about between Madonna and Shania did not happen. Instead, they had become close friends. Hearing them talk about swimming, working out, and playing ball together during the day, and seeing their radiant smiles, Linton felt very pleased. Carrying one in each arm, he went straight to the third floor. Such understanding deserved a big reward, and he went all out that night. The experience was wonderful, and the greatest reward was naturally his generous gifting of Starlight's Spark Essence. Filming progressed smoothly, and time flew to mid-February. When Michael directed the explosion of a bus, turning it into scrap metal, the filming of Speed also approached its end. On February 19th, exactly 2 months after shooting started, the last shot was filmed at Venice Beach under the sunset, where Linton and Catherine embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. Both on and off screen, they are a couple, and the scene was very natural and perfect. After the thrilling life-or-death race, the lead actors shared a deep, heartfelt kiss, giving the audience some sweet relief and leaving more room for imagination. A classic Hollywood action movie trope that never gets old. After reviewing the scene, Linton proudly announced, "Speed wrapped up filming. Tonight's party, no one leaves sober." The crew returned to Universal Studios, sealed the film reels in storage, packed up props and equipment, changed into glamorous outfits, and headed straight to the nightclub booked for their wrap party. Typically, these parties included 3 essentials: fine wine, drugs, and male and female models. But due to Linton's insistence, the party strictly prohibited drugs. As for the rest, he didn't interfere. Following Hollywood tradition, Robert brought in 40 models from outside, 20 men and 20 women. The male models were handsome and strong, female models delicate and beautiful, catering to everyone's preferences. Of course, the female models deliberately flirted with Linton, but Catherine stayed right by his side all night, not leaving him for a moment. Sensing their looks weren't comparable to Catherine's and that Linton wasn't interested, the models left reluctantly and accepted invitations from other crew members. Robert and Tim greeted Linton and then each embraced a beautiful model, joining the party crowd. Linton didn't bother with them, but sat quietly in a corner chatting with Catherine. "Honey, what are your plans next?" "I plan to go back to England to rest for a while and spend time with my family. I didn't get to go home for Christmas, so I want to make it up this time." "That's good, very good. You should spend more time with family." "Darling, when is our movie coming out?" "I can't wait." "Don't rush. It should premiere in early July. Get ready to become a big star." At that moment, Michael and Ryan approached holding glasses. "Linton, thank you for teaching us so much." "You're welcome. Both of you are great and have potential to be movie directors. I'm rooting for you." "Thanks. Can we participate in post-production? We want to learn the full filmmaking process." "No problem. I'll have my assistant inform you of the schedule." Seeing their talent, Linton intended to train them to direct company films independently. "Thank you so much." The two toasted and left to find female models to join the lively crowd. Chapter 135, The Three Women's Estate Getaway, The Shallows Final Cut. Thinking about the separation tomorrow, Jennifer and Catherine's passion was running high, making their night of intimacy especially intense and lasting, with sweet and joyful melodies echoing nonstop. With the nourishing power of Linton's Starlight Spark, the two of them together were a good match against Linton himself. Of the 3 films, The Shallows had finished shooting over 2 weeks ago, and Zach was now anxiously editing in the company's post-production studio. Thanks to the Australian government's strong support and tax rebate policies, the crew saved over $800,000 in expenses, and Linton generously gave $100,000 as a bonus to the key creative team members. The preliminary release date for The Shallows was set for April 16th, just before the summer season. Therefore, Zach had to deliver the final cut by March 1st. Linton fully trusted Zach, granting him editing authority and having the company's editors cooperate with him. but the overall tone and length could not be exceeded, and the final version required Linton's approval. The filming of Step Up 2 was also going smoothly. The Los Angeles scenes had 10 days left, after which they would move to Baltimore for a 15-day shoot. Speed's release was still far off, so Linton was in no rush. The company's post-production studio was primarily occupied by Zach. After storing the film reels in the company's vault, Linton returned to his estate for 2 full days of relaxation. He also knew that Winona, Naomi, and Cameron were already waiting for him at the estate today. Winona's film The Age of Innocence had wrapped at the end of last month. Like Cameron, she was on vacation, spending time with family before returning to Los Angeles just yesterday. Naomi had skyrocketed in fame after Step Up's huge success, landing numerous appearances and endorsements, and smoothly securing the lead role in Sleepless in Seattle, which also wrapped filming in January. She had just returned from Australia after visiting family. Linton was very pleased with these 3 women's strong family and kinship values, a rare and admirable trait. Since all 3 women were free, Linton happily spent the days with them at the estate, enjoying swimming, fitness, golf, tennis, and movie watching, among other activities. Evenings were reserved for lively games. Though Linton was up against 3 women, he was fearless and unbeatable. The 3 teamed up, but it was a well-matched game. Sweet and joyful melodies continued throughout the night. The renovations on the estate's auxiliary buildings and training grounds were complete. The newly hired 30 bodyguards had finished pre-duty training and had all moved into the estate. The 2 new buildings offered relatively better living conditions. With Linton's approval, Amy, along with his assistant Mina, head chef Michael Donovan, and 35 bodyguards, moved into the new buildings, each with their own apartment. The remaining 23 servants and craftsmen still lived in the original quarters. Taking advantage of the 3 women being present, Linton let each pick a personal female bodyguard from the 20 available. Of course, he covered the expenses. They knew accepting Linton's assigned female bodyguards meant their private lives would be fully exposed to him, effectively dating only him from then on. But considering the free personal security greatly enhanced their safety, and Linton's undeniable power had completely captivated them, they happily accepted. During a break, Naomi mentioned she had earned a lot from recent appearances and endorsements and wanted to buy a house in a community below Beverly Hills. She asked Linton for his opinion. Linton agreed, saying it was not realistic for all the women to openly live at the estate. Since they were stars with families and social circles, buying small villas near the estate was a better option. Moreover, over the next 15 years, real estate would be rapidly appreciating, making it a good investment. There were many upscale communities below Beverly Hills with excellent conditions, many single-family villas. These communities had homeowner committees that would review and vote on potential buyers before they could purchase. Of course, white actresses from Hollywood were very welcome, so approval wouldn't be a problem. Noticing Winona and Cameron were still renting, Linton suggested they consider buying in the Beverly Hills area too. However, he emphasized that the most important factors in buying a house were safety and environment. Ideally, it should be a gated community. As for expenses, Linton offered $500,000 per person, which was enough. Villas in these upscale Beverly Hills communities rarely exceeded $1 million. Of course, hillside mansions, mountaintop estates, and standalone properties were far more expensive. The 3 women were delighted by Linton's attentions, arranging bodyguards and offering housing funds, making their evenings even more spectacular. After enjoying 2 carefree and joyful days at the estate with the 3 women, Linton returned to the company to review Zach's final cut of The Shallows. In the company screening room, Linton, Robert, Blake, Zach, editor Oleg, and producer Carter gathered to watch the edited version. Zach had captured the film's main tone and selling points well. Industrial light and magic special effects were excellent, perfectly showcasing Nancy's beauty and allure, the terror of shark attacks, nail-biting escapes, and the film's suspenseful, suffocating atmosphere. During viewing, Linton noticed Robert and the others never took their eyes off the screen, occasionally gasping aloud. Afterward, everyone praised it as a stunning thriller, especially Linton's cameo scene. It was a highlight that would surely boost box office. But Linton thought the film still dragged a bit. weakening the tension and failing to fully grip the audience's attention throughout. The runtime was 92 minutes, including credits, 96 minutes. He clearly remembered instructing Zach that the final cut shouldn't exceed 90 minutes. He recalled the original length was 87 minutes. Even with his 2-minute cameo, it shouldn't have surpassed 90. It seemed the new director couldn't bear to cut anything, treating every shot as precious. Linton concluded, Zach has good overall skills, and the film is excellent, but in my eyes, it's a bit slow. Remember, a thriller's most important feature is to hold the audience's attention throughout, letting them feel the tension and fear without distractions. From that perspective, some shots are excessive and the pacing too slow. Zach, cut about 5 to 6 minutes more. It will be much better. He didn't plan to intervene himself yet. Zach's fundamentals were solid. This was just the common flaw of a new director. Linton had clearly pointed out the issues, and if Zach couldn't fix them, Linton would take over, and Zach should look elsewhere to grow. Linton returned to the estate to continue the delightful vacation with the 3 women. Meanwhile, Zach took Oleg and dove back into editing. After 2 days and nights of overtime, they produced a new cut. The new version ran only 86 minutes. Including credits, it stayed within 90. Linton organized another screening, inviting Levitt, his screening experts, Daniel, and the film's soundtrack distributor. This version received unanimous approval, with experts grading it an A-, confidently predicting good box office. With the release date set for April 16th and a tight schedule, Levitt proposed 4 requirements and work plans. 1. Complete the final version within 3 days to submit to Universal Pictures for MPAA rating. 2. Produce 2 trailers within 5 days, one of 1 minute, the other 2 minutes, for Universal to start marketing. 3. Organize test screenings in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago to gather audience feedback. 4. Universal would hold a screening with theater representatives in mid-March to secure more theater showings. Universal would finalize the marketing plan based on test screenings and theater feedback. Daniel also confirmed the movie soundtrack would be released simultaneously, with Universal Records handling preparations. Chapter 136. The heart of commercial film is the audience. After the meeting, Levitt reminded Linton that the video rental and sales report for Step Up for the last quarter, ending in January, was already out, and asked him to arrange for the financial auditing team to conduct an audit together with Universal to complete the settlement as soon as possible. Daniel held Linton back to discuss the marketing and promotion of Sold Out. During this time, Daniel was riding high, walking with the wind every day. Since early December 1992, First, I Swear had topped the Billboard singles chart for 9 consecutive weeks. Thanks to the boost from Pepsi's promotional support, Taste the Feeling then consecutively topped the charts for 5 weeks, leaving no chance for other companies or singers. Also, their newcomer Shania Surrender held a steady spot in the top 3 of the charts for a long time. As of yesterday, I Swear's global single sales had reached 26.8 million copies, and the music video disc sold 500,000 copies, though its potential was already completely exhausted. Taste the Feeling had broken 14 million copies in global single sales. Even Shania's Surrender surpassed 8 million copies worldwide. Linton, Taste the Feeling has passed its peak. Although it was still #1 on Billboard last week, this week might be a bit shaky, and it will definitely drop next week. I plan to release Sold Out officially on March 5th. Is your promotion plan ready? Linton calculated the time. At that point, he would probably still be doing post-production on the movie, but taking 2 days for media interviews was feasible. However, dedicating more time for chart battles was unrealistic. Daniel hesitated but finally confirmed the March 5th release, asking Linton to participate in media promotion on March 3rd and 4th. After his movie's post-production was done, he would do a 10-day promotional push for the charts. Before leaving, Daniel told Linton that the company was preparing to settle accounts for the Step Up movie soundtrack, the I Swear single, and the Taste the Feeling single, so Linton should arrange for financial auditors to conduct the audits promptly. The 3 women had already left to busy themselves with their own work. After all, they were all famous actresses with endless invitations for appearances. Having a break this long was already hard to come by. Since the editing room was still occupied by Zach, Linton decided to take this time to write scripts for Happy Death Day and The Rock, then handed them to the company's screenwriters for revision and refinement. These were projects he planned to start in the second half of the year. Going forward, he wanted to stagger the movie projects. This way, he could better manage everything, avoid conflicts during post-production, and better arrange movie release times. Linton also took an afternoon to visit the Step Up 2 film crew. The filming was going smoothly, all according to schedule. Shooting in Los Angeles was nearing completion. Many extras and dancers had already wrapped up and left the set. The on-site directing and scheduling were orderly. During dinner, Frank reported to Linton that work here would wrap up on March 1st. The crew would rest a day and then move to Baltimore on March 3rd for 15 days of filming. Preparations in Baltimore were all set, including hotel accommodations for the crew, locations rental, communications with the Maryland Arts Academy, and approvals from City Hall. Linton was quite satisfied with Frank and Anne, but reminded them about the worsening security situation in Baltimore. The gap between rich and poor was intensifying, with rising tensions. They must be cautious there. Of course, he would send a top-notch security team to accompany them and ensure the crew's safety. After dinner, Linton was about to head back to the estate when Jennifer hooked her arm around his. With a mischievous smile, she whispered in his ear, "Honey, your big treasures miss you." Well, there was nothing much waiting at the estate, so he stayed to shower attention on his big treasures. The layout of Building 3 was basically the same as Building 2, and the crew's accommodations were arranged likewise. On the top floor, the 7th, there were 6 rooms, but only Frank and Leonardo and Jennifer lived there. He didn't bother with any pretense or opening another room, going straight into Jennifer's. Unexpectedly, Jennifer's room was cozy, with a warm feminine vibe and a light, pleasant scent. Before he could fully take in the room's setup, a passionate figure threw herself into his arms and lavished kisses on him. They kissed deeply while helping each other out of their clothes, soon fully exposed to each other. Then the passion ignited, with sweet, pleasant music playing in the background. During a pause, Jennifer, like a little kitten, lay on Linton's chest, her small hand unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. "Honey, your big treasures missed you." "I missed them too," Linton said, fondly stroking the heavenly masterpieces. "Then you should cherish them more. Darling, after filming at location 1 wraps up, why not stay at my estate for a couple of days?" "Sure, but will you be with me?" "I might be busy during the day. I need to start editing Speed, but I'll definitely be around at night." "No problem. You take care of your work during the day. I'll swim, work out, and watch movies at the estate." "You're so good, babe. Also, I've hired enough female bodyguards at the estate, all ex-special forces. You can pick one to be your personal bodyguard to keep you safe. It'll give me peace of mind." "You're so sweet, baby. Let's continue, okay?" Passion resumed. On the 27th, Zach finally completed all the post-production on The Shallows. 2 versions of the trailers were also edited. Linton, with Michael and Ryan, headed into the company's editing room to start cutting Speed with editor Oleg. Having the original as a reference meant Linton didn't have much new footage. Also, many explosions and car chases couldn't be res-hot, so total raw footage was under 300 minutes, much less than typical movie shoots. The original movie ran 116 minutes, but Linton felt some scenes dragged on and the pacing was slow. He planned the final length at about 110 minutes. Subtracting the intro and ending, the actual content had to be 106 minutes. After confirming the main storyline with Oleg, Linton demanded edits focusing on short shots, dazzling visuals, sharp, fast cuts, rapid narrative pace, and explosive special effects. The audience should feel intense psychological stimulation while watching, sensing urgency and danger, adrenaline surging, as if inside the events, unable to look away from the screen. His demands differed greatly from mainstream Hollywood films, surprising Michael, Ryan, and Oleg and opening their eyes. "Linton, this editing style might sacrifice story logic. Critics won't be kind," Oleg warned. "Remember, our movie is a big commercial production. The priority is to please the audience. The core is what the audience likes. As long as it makes big box office bucks, critics' complaints don't matter. Besides, you don't think Speed can snag an Oscar, right?" said Linton. Chapter 137, Sold Out Promotion, Underlying Currents. After Linton set the main editing tone, editor Oleg took over the detailed work. With Michael Bay and Ryan's assistants, Linton's work in the editing room was minimal. On March 1st, the Step Up 2 crew wrapped up filming in Los Angeles as scheduled, after a one-day break, on March 3rd, and led the crew to Baltimore to continue shooting outdoor scenes. Before leaving, Linton assigned a personal female bodyguard to Jennifer. He also had David select 4 male bodyguards to form an elite 5-person team to accompany the crew to Baltimore to ensure everyone's safety. On March 3rd and 4th, Linton temporarily handed over the editing to Michael and went to Universal Music to take interviews from various media outlets, participating in TV interviews and talk shows to promote the single Sold Out. Because the previous 2 singles, I Swear and Taste the Feeling, performed extraordinarily well, even more media showed up this time. Not just local Los Angeles outlets, but over 300 from across the country. Even with a 5-minute interview limit per media outlet, Linton's interviews lasted until after 2 a.m. every day. But it didn't bother him since he was in excellent health. Media inquiries mostly focused on 2 things: the performance expectations for the new single and Linton's new movie. Both Linton and Universal were confident in the quality of Sold Out and its music video. Naturally, they boldly claimed global sales would not fall below 20 million copies. This wasn't mere boasting. Linton genuinely believed it. Regarding the new movie Speed, Linton didn't reveal much, as it was a single promotion interview. He just said the film had finished shooting and was in post-production, preliminarily scheduled for early July release. During an MCA television talk show, host Ian Harley asked a rather pointed question. Linton, everyone knows you shoot fantastic music videos with beautiful leading ladies, but many viewers wonder why, for all 3 of your singles this year, you chose foreign women as the female leads. Is that so? Linton was genuinely surprised. Yes. The lead actress in I Swear was Christiana Reilly from France. For Taste the Feeling, it was Nicole Kidman from Australia. And in Sold Out, the lead lady is Heidi Klum from Germany. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. But let me ask everyone here, aren't these leads beautiful and well-suited to the music video's stories? The audience cheered loudly, affirming their beauty and appropriateness. See, the audience's response proves our casting choices are spot on. As for your earlier question, I honestly hadn't thought about it, and I think your observation is biased. Everyone remembers my debut single Baby featured Cameron Diaz, a bona fide American girl. As far as I know, Nicole Kidman became an American citizen years ago. Besides, America is an open and inclusive country housing top talents from all around the world in Hollywood, allowing us to pick the best globally. The records we produce and films we shoot sell well worldwide. This inclusiveness isn't just for entertainment, it applies to all industries. It's why America keeps growing greater. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. After the show, Linton asked his publicist Ellie if his response was appropriate. Excellent, flawless. The last question wasn't in our script. Do you think it was a trap? Definitely. If not answered well, it could harm your image with American audiences. You suspect foul play? Since even you say that, it must be true. Help me look into that guy's background. He then called Daniel and Levitt, briefly explained the situation, and asked them to investigate Ian Harley. It seemed someone was finally unsettled by his 2 consecutive singles dominating the Billboard charts. But whoever dared mess with him would pay the price. This was still a Universal-affiliated TV station. If Universal didn't handle it, he wouldn't hesitate to step in personally. On the evening of March 4th, the Sold Out music video premiered on MTV. This exciting song immediately hooked listeners with its energy, and the handsome Linton paired with stunning Heidi Klum captured fans' hearts. The lyrics conveying themes of chasing dreams and fighting with conviction aligned perfectly with the American dream, attracting mainstream audiences. With Universal's hefty promotional budget and extensive media hype across newspapers, magazines, and TV, despite no time for touring or chart campaigning, Sold Out rocketed straight to #1 on the Billboard single chart that week. That week's North American sales exceeded 2.6 million copies, with over 2.2 million sold overseas. Another super hit. Industry folks were left speechless. The song's success boosted Heidi Klum's fame immensely. Excited, she flew from New York to Los Angeles to spend 2 days with Linton. The experience was, of course, unforgettable. 3 days later, Daniel briefed Linton on the investigation results about Ian Harley. Sure enough, someone had paid Ian Harley $200,000 to sabotage him on the show, ideally embarrassing him and damaging his image. MCA had fired him and reported the matter to the police, who had summoned Ian. He might avoid jail, but would never work in TV again. Did you find out who's behind this? No. The culprits were cautious, using intermediaries, and the middleman left Los Angeles already. Police haven't caught them yet. It's likely one of those record companies. Your recent singles are too strong. Since they can't compete openly, they resort to dirty tricks. This is typical in our industry, but don't worry. Universal isn't weak. We're going to stomp on them with our best results. After ending the call with Daniel, Linton told Danny to assign people to keep a close eye on Ian Harley. Once legal proceedings concluded, they would capture and interrogate him to uncover the intermediaries and ruin him. No need for harsh penalties or jail. Better for him to pay a bloody price quietly. Plus, his elite bodyguard team he'd hired could finally get some work. After financial auditing, Universal Pictures settled Step Up's first quarter video rental and sales revenue with Linton Films. From mid-October 1992 to the end of January 1993, Universal Pictures sold 2.63 million video copies, mostly director's cut editions, averaging $35.50 each. They rented out the videos 5.21 million times, with an average rental price of $4.20. Total revenue amounted to approximately $115.25 million. According to agreements, Universal Pictures paid Linton Films a 24% share, about $27.66 million, and they got a 6% share, around $6.91 million. The home video representative explained that the first quarter after a film's theatrical run is the prime time for video rentals and sales, with income dropping sharply afterward. Still, this revenue alone delighted Linton and Universal. Good news also came from Universal's distribution department. Test screenings of The Shallows in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago received enthusiastic feedback, averaging an A rating from audience surveys. For a modestly budgeted popcorn flick, this was excellent. Universal upgraded its release tier, planning to aggressively push for theater support. However, an unexpected concern arose. Many audience members noted in surveys that Linton's screen time was too limited. In response, Linton insisted Universal emphasize Cameron Diaz and the Shark prominently in all The Shallows promotions while downplaying his role, especially on posters. When his name appeared, it should be credited as a cameo to set audience expectations lower. Chapter 138, Winnie's Initiative, A Rare Treasure. Shortly after, Universal Music settled the revenues with Linton and the film company for the Step Up soundtrack album and the two singles, I Swear and Taste the Feeling. The first part was the Step Up soundtrack album's share for Linton's film company. The album sold a total of 10.45 million copies. After deducting the amount already settled in August, this time 4.97 million copies were settled at an average price of $13.80 each. According to the agreement, the film company's share was 4.97 million x $13.80 x 0.2 equals $13.7172 million. Linton's personal share was 4.97 million x $13.80 x 0.19059 equals $13.0718 million. The second part was the single I Swear, which sold 26.8 million copies with an average price of $5.30. Linton's personal share was 26.8 million x $5.30 x 0.22 equals $31.2488 million. The third part was the single Taste the Feeling. By the end of February, the single sold 17.6 million copies with an average price of $5.70. Linton's personal share was 17.6 million x $5.70 x 0.22 equals $22.0704 million. The fourth part was the licensing fees for the Step Up soundtrack songs. All songs combined reached $5.3 million in licensing fees. The film company's share was $1.06 million, and Linton's share was $935,000. The fifth part was the I Swear music video's sales share, with total sales of $12 million and Linton's share of $2.64 million. The sixth part was the licensing fees for I Swear and Taste the Feeling, totaling $8.64 million. Linton's share was $1.9008 million. The film company's total share was $14.7772 million. Linton's personal total share was $71.8668 million. After deducting 6% for his management company and 1% for Henry, he received $66.836 million. The film company's account suddenly increased by $43.4364 million, including the video revenue. Fortunately, this income was from 1993 and would be taxed in 1994. But with such a large sum, plus the company already having over $6 million in liquid assets, Robert didn't know how to use it. He felt a bit anxious. He couldn't just leave it in the bank earning interest. He found Linton in the editing room and asked what to do. In fact, Linton wanted to upgrade the post-production equipment, but the current office space was full, so he gave up. Linton had already planned in his mind. He wanted to arrange it after finishing the post-production of Speed. Now that Robert proactively asked, he shared his considerations about expanding into distribution. Linton had no intention of building a distribution network from scratch. With sufficient funds available, he suggested Robert look for a distribution company with capabilities in North America as an acquisition target. Regarding the personal account, with an extra $66.836 million, he planned to use it carefully. Winnie really had impressive abilities. The last time Linton transferred $20 million to the charitable fund account, she did some research and actually found a small shareholder in Nokia owning 2.1% of the shares. Due to their family crisis and banks making things worse, stock pledges only offered 60% loan ratios, which couldn't solve the family crisis, so the shares had to be cashed out. Winnie had already negotiated a price, offering a 2% premium over the current stock price. The average closing price of Nokia's stock for the first half of the month was $2.8 billion. With a 2% premium, it equaled $2.856 billion. The 2.1% shares were worth $59.976 million. This was an excellent deal. Linton remembered that after the 21st century, Nokia's market value consistently stayed above 200 billion euros, peaking over 250 billion euros, which converted to over $300 billion, with potential for hundreds of times appreciation. To thank and encourage her, Linton hosted Winnie for a dinner. Originally planned at the Hilton Hotel, Winnie proactively requested to hold it at Linton Estate instead. In the evening, when Linton saw Winnie at the estate, he couldn't help but be impressed. Even though he had recently had stunning beauties like Jennifer, Catherine, Nicole, and Christiana, Winnie still amazed him. Winnie wore a sky-blue gown, her rounded shoulders connecting to creamy arms, feet in white crystal heels. At 5 feet 9 inches, her tall figure highlighted an alluring, sexy curve. Golden hair flowed over her shoulders, revealing a fair, slender neck. Her deep sapphire eyes matched seductive red lips, presenting a breathtaking beauty. Winnie was pleased with Linton's reaction and boldly hugged him, showering him with a delightful fragrance. During dinner, Winnie expressed her hopes that Linton's charitable fund would grow rapidly under her management and one day become a billion-dollar financial empire. Linton joked, "Why are you putting your heart into managing my fund? With your talents, you can achieve your dreams anywhere." "Because I like you," Winnie said, gazing intensely at Linton. Linton was momentarily speechless. As he pondered how to gently refuse without hurting her pride, Winnie downed her glass of red wine, walked over, boldly sat on his lap, hugged him, and kissed him. "Linton, I don't know what's happening, but I dream about you every night. I've never been in love before. Does this mean I'm falling for you? Have you never been in a relationship before? My family is from the South, and there, dating is conservative. High school romances are discouraged, and premarital relations are frowned upon. In college, I focused entirely on studies and didn't meet anyone special until now. Does that mean you're still a virgin?" Linton asked, a bit incredulously. "Yes, and I feel a little embarrassed." "You won't mind, right?" Winnie shyly asked. No, others might mind. But to me, you're a rare treasure." Linton then kissed her passionately. Winnie responded affectionately and soon melted in Linton's embrace. "Darling, carry me to the room?" "Sure." Linton lifted her and headed to the third floor. Soon, sweet and joyful music filled the air. Linton was extremely gentle. This was the first virgin he encountered since he transmigrated. It truly felt like winning a rare treasure, especially one so beautiful and talented. Before, he had intended not to bother her, but at this moment, all those thoughts vanished. He planned to cherish her well and gave her a lot of his essence. After resting from their intimacy, Linton openly told her about his complex romantic situation, confessing he had multiple girlfriends. "I actually knew you were a playboy with many women, but this still exceeded my expectations. You really have that many women." Winnie was a bit overwhelmed. "So you can still back out now? I don't want to see you unhappy later." "No, I don't regret it. Love me well now. As for the others, we'll talk later. You just lost your virginity. Can you still go on?" "No problem. The feeling of being with you is wonderful. Let's continue." Their passionate moments resumed amid sweet melodies. The next morning, after breakfast, Linton asked her if she wanted to choose a room on the second floor, but Winnie didn't choose a room, but chose a female bodyguard. Unlike other women, Linton provided resources to help them become stars, naturally elevating their market value and becoming profit magnets. But Winnie was helping Linton make money, and big money at that, greatly appreciating his capital. Most importantly, she was the first virgin Linton met, making her special. Although Winnie had no popularity and didn't help with his abilities, Linton now had plenty of high-quality supporters, so those concerns didn't matter. Naturally, Linton treated her differently. Besides arranging a special vehicle under the charitable fund's name, valued under $300,000, and assigning 2 female bodyguards as drivers, he recommended she buy a villa in an upscale Beverly Hills community, under $3 million, fully sponsored by him. This combo made Winnie even more infatuated, and she no longer complained about the many women surrounding him. She even took the initiative to say she wanted to stay at the estate with Linton again tonight, which he gladly accepted. Finally, Linton instructed that after completing the Nokia investment, all other investments should be paused. He asked her to first go to Montana to find a ranch for sale, with a minimum area of 200,000 acres, sufficient water sources, and preferably near an airport. Chapter 139, Step Up 2 Film Crew Accident, The Hidden Saboteur. The editing of Speed was going smoothly. The rough cut was already done, and they were now working on the fine cut. Industrial light and magic special effects work was also progressing in parallel. They expected to finish in about half a month. The partially completed shots looked great, fully meeting Linton's standards. Linton had been enjoying his days lately, busy with post-production during the day and happily playing games with Winnie at night, feeling very content. But apparently, someone did not want him to be too comfortable. On March 17th, he received a call from Frank. There was an accident on the Step Up 2 set. Just yesterday, a camera crane used for aerial shots suddenly broke, injuring a crew member. Normally, accidents happen during filming. That's why productions carry insurance. Was the injury serious? What did the doctors say? Not too serious. He broke his arm, had surgery that went well, and the insurance claim has already been processed. That's good. Make sure you carefully review the safety procedures moving forward. Also, do some morale work for the crew to keep their spirits up. Finish filming as soon as possible and get back to Los Angeles early. Boss, something new came up and it's fishy. Less than half an hour after the accident, someone leaked the story to the media. Paparazzi swarmed the set. Then, that evening, the media reported that our crew was neglecting cast and crew safety with serious hazards. What's worse, this morning, a representative from the Hollywood Actors Guild actually flew out here demanding that we stop shooting for investigation and corrections. What? Hollywood Actors Guild? They've got too much time on their hands if they're coming out here to cause trouble and demand a halt. Linton thought it was utterly ridiculous. Exactly. That's why I said it's suspicious. You think this was all set up by our competitors? Yes, I suspect this whole thing was orchestrated by them. Is the broken crane arm still there? Yes. Tell David to secure it and not let anyone take it. Also, no one on the crew leaves the hotel. I'm heading straight to the airport. Let's see who dares to pull this stunt. After hanging up, Linton asked Mina to book the fastest business jet, taking Mira, Ellie, Mina, Danny, and 3 new bodyguards direct to Baltimore. Before leaving, he informed Levitt of the Step Up 2 crew accident and the suspicions of the line producer, especially the unusual actions of the Hollywood Actors Guild. He asked Universal to put pressure on the guild to prevent further interference. Linton also checked in with Robert, handing over editing duties to assistant directors Michael Bay and Ryan. He called Winnie to tell her he might be on a business trip to Baltimore for a few days and wouldn't be able to spend evenings with her. Winnie reminded him to stay safe and mentioned she would be visiting the Montana ranch the next day. Linton felt even more satisfied with how thoughtful and wise she was. Due to the time difference, when Linton and his group arrived at the Baltimore set, it was already 5:30 p.m. Since the production was halted by the Actors Guild for investigation, everyone was downcast. Even Jennifer unusually kept her distance from Linton. They found a conference room to meet with Frank and the line producer, cinematographer, David, and others to assess the situation. The rest of the crew was hotel-bound, disheartened due to the suspension. The shoot was almost wrapped. At this time, to face such a setback was truly depressing, especially for those scheduled for subsequent projects. David shared a new finding. He suspected the crane arm was tampered with. Some cut sections were extremely smooth, inconsistent with natural wear or stress breaks. It looked like someone had deliberately sabotaged it. However, obeying Linton's order, David only secured the scene and hadn't revealed this to anyone. Linton inspected the accident site and concurred with David's assessment. A part of the crane arm was sawed through with a steel saw, weakening it to the point it couldn't bear the camera's weight during filming and eventually broke. Taking the broken arm, they held a full crew meeting in a large conference room, setting up a camera there. Once everyone gathered, Linton unleashed his mind shock ability. Instantly, everyone shuddered as if plunged into an ice cellar. After half a minute, he withdrew the shock and activated soul induction. Who tampered with this crane arm? Please stand up. David and Frank rolled their eyes, thinking, who'd be foolish enough to confess? Unexpectedly, someone did stand up. Oakland Rico, a camera assistant, nervously admitted, "It was me." "How did you do it?" "Last night, when everyone was gone, I quietly cut a large notch in the unseen part of the arm with a steel saw blade." "Where's the saw?" "Under my bed in my room. I haven't thrown it away yet." Linton signaled David, who immediately sent people to retrieve the saw from Oakland's room. "Why did you do this?" "Someone paid me $200,000. "Damn, another $200,000 bribe. Someone really wanted to take me down," Linton thought. "Who was it?" "Eric Matt. It's a public relations guy from Swift PR. "Why did he ask you to do this?" "He didn't explain, and I didn't ask. I don't know anything else." "Did anyone else in the crew help you?" "No, just me." David returned with gloves holding the steel saw. "Is this the saw?" "Yes, that's it." Linton withdrew his powers and told Frank to call the police and notify the Hollywood Actors Guild. Then he addressed the entire crew. "Everyone saw this. This wasn't an accident or due to poor safety. Someone deliberately sabotaged our production. Rest assured, we'll be back filming soon. The police will investigate thoroughly. Meeting adjourned. Get some rest and recharge. We shoot again tomorrow." Meanwhile, Oakland, now clear-headed, broke down and collapsed. David dragged him to a corner of the meeting room, where several bodyguards guarded him, waiting for the police. After dismissing the meeting, Linton instructed Danny to tell Sandy at home to immediately find Eric Matt by any means necessary, uncover the mastermind, and then simply toss him into the sea as fish food. Linton was furious this time, issuing orders with lethal resolve. These troublemakers clearly thought they could push him around. Regardless of the crew's chatter about the sabotage, the police and people from Hollywood Actors Guild soon arrived. Upon seeing the video footage and the saw, they acknowledged the evidence was conclusive. The police took Oakland, the saw, and video backups, promising a swift judicial process. The Actors Guild, after seeing the footage, sheepishly announced the crew could resume filming immediately. Before leaving, Linton used soul induction on the guild member, smiling and asked, "Who sent you?" The member momentarily lost composure and admitted, "Vice President Haas Karsenberg." "Did you investigate the actual situation on the set?" "No. You didn't investigate, but directly ordered a halt and issued correction notices?" "It was Vice President Haas Karsenberg's order. He told us to stop the production and issue corrections regardless of the actual situation. And now you admit the crew doesn't need to stop or make corrections? No, they don't. So you deliberately stirred trouble to sabotage the Step Up 2 crew, right? Yes, we received orders from Vice President Haas Karsenberg to try to halt Step Up 2 production. Chapter 140, The Plan. After sending away the representatives from the Actors Guild, Linton noticed everyone was looking at him with admiration, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The group then moved to the restaurant for a simple dinner, just enough to fill their stomachs. Linton asked Frank and Anne to go ahead and prepare for tomorrow's shoot. Before Anne left, she hugged him tightly and kissed him passionately. Linton, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing her a bit emotional, Linton thought she wasn't his type and quickly pushed her away. This isn't your fault. You've done great. Hurry back and prepare well so we can finish shooting early and get back to Los Angeles. After seeing off Frank and Anne, he turned to his publicist Ellie. How should we handle the media to maximize our gain? We can do this in 2 steps, Ellie explained. First, hold a press conference tomorrow morning to reveal the truth about the incident. We can let them verify with the police, which will help erase the damage and scandal on the crew's reputation. Second, release the footage of Oakland's confession about Eric. Stir up the media with stories about why Step Up 2 was sabotaged, who did it, and who benefits if the movie fails. This will further promote Step Up 2 and expand its impact. Anything else? Linton asked. Are you thinking about exposing the Actors Guild's dirty dealings? Do you think I should swallow my pride? You need to think carefully. If you expose them, Vice President Haas Karsenberg will be forced to resign, but the Guild's image will plummet, and you'll make enemies across the Actors Guild. Do you know what the Karsenberg name means? What? It's a prominent Jewish name. Jews hold great power and unity in Hollywood and the media. You might offend even bigger powers, and this news could be suppressed before reaching the public. Plus, Universal probably won't support you. Although it's Japanese-owned, most top executives there are Jewish. What about WMA? Would they stand with me? Mira and I are with you through thick and thin, but honestly, the company's top brass is mostly Jewish, including Vice President Logan. Mira, is that true? Yes, they're all connected. If we take on the Jewish powers, they won't heed us, Mira said. Bitterly. Any suggestions? Linton asked Ellie. I think we can approach Universal. Step Up 2 has huge interest there. We can hand the film over to Universal and let them handle the Actors Guild. They might force the Guild to respond. What response? If we are firm enough, there are likely 2 outcomes. Haas might resign voluntarily, and the Actors Guild will offer compensation. We won't care about who foots the bill. That sounds reasonable. How much compensation? Depends on your stance. The tougher you are, the higher the price and the larger the payout. Linton thought it over. This seemed the best solution. Punishing the other party without making too many enemies and getting a sizable reward. He definitely wouldn't let Haas Karsenberg off easily. There was plenty of time to deal with him. He nodded. Let's do as you say. You and Mira go find Frank and arrange the press conference tomorrow morning. I'll talk to Universal about the Guild. David, you guys did great. Here's $10,000 as a bonus. Split it among your team, Linton said, pulling out a check. Rewarding effort had always been his habit. Just then, Danny's phone rang. It was Sandy from Los Angeles. After Danny's call this afternoon, they zeroed in on Eric, who rushed off trying to escape to Mexico. Once inside Mexico, they captured him immediately. After harsh interrogation, Eric confessed. He had been commissioned by a high-ranking executive at Hollywood's Miramax named Harold, Harvey Weinstein's right-hand man, currently the operations manager at Miramax. Damn, Harvey was getting worse. It was time for payback. They had to teach him a lesson. With everything clear and it getting late, Linton said, Everyone, get some rest. Linton went to Jennifer's room. Since witnessing Linton's brilliant handling of the case, Jennifer had been excited. When Linton returned, she rushed to him. Darling, you're amazing. The impossible challenges that baffle all of us, you solve with ease. It's incredible, she said, planting a kiss. Before Linton could reply, Jennifer excitedly continued. The crew is saying you're like a messenger from God, who can perform magic. Darling, are you really a messenger from God? Messenger from God. That wasn't a bad title. Maybe it would help him later. He'd let them believe it, as long as he didn't deny it. What do you think? Am I a messenger from God? I don't know about that, but your magic tricks are real. Why do you say that? Look at your strength. After every time I am with you, I don't feel tired. I feel younger, and my skin's better. I don't even need makeup now. Catherine and the others feel the same. Isn't that magic? All right, stop spreading rumors about it. If word gets out, all the girls will come knocking on me. You don't want that, right? No way. You already have too many women. I better warn Catherine and the rest not to spill the beans. Everything's settled. Tomorrow, focus on your performance. Don't let this distraction affect you. The crew just confirmed we're filming tomorrow. Everyone's happy. They just want to finish and get out of this damn place. Good. Let's all do our best. The movie's sure to be a hit. Enough talk. Darling, your big babies miss you. Come and love them, she said, placing his hand on her ample chest. Really? I need to check that out. The scene shifted, and the sweet, joyful music began to play. Chapter 141, Counterattack. The next morning, Linton left Ellie to handle the press conference and media clarifications, while he took Mira, Danny, and others back to Los Angeles. In the Universal Pictures president's office, Lou Wasserman and Levitt watched the footage Linton brought back. They felt both furious and uneasy. They were angry because those Hollywood Actors Guild bastards had teamed up with others to sabotage the Step Up 2 crew, completely disregarding Universal Pictures' huge stake in the project. They felt uneasy because it seemed Linton might really have some sort of magic. How else could he casually ask? And the Actors Guild members obediently spilled all the truth. It was clearly unbelievable. How were they supposed to work with him from now on? They felt no sense of security at all. Yes, the rumors that Linton was God's messenger who could wield magic had already spread in Hollywood. Though there was no internet yet, gossip traveled at the speed of light. At first, the two of them just laughed it off. It was impossible. They'd been around Linton for a long time and knew him inside out. They believed he was a genius more than anyone else, but magic? No way. Yet that morning's news about the Step Up 2 crew, with a short clip of Oakland's voluntary confession and the Baltimore police's public information, planted some seeds of doubt. After seeing the Actors Guild members honestly confessing on film, they decided to believe it. And somehow, maybe just psychological, but Linton seemed sharper and more radiant than before today. Linton, what do you need from Universal? They exchanged glances, and Levitt spoke up. Two things. First, push the LAPD to catch Eric Matt ASAP and find out who is behind him. We contacted Hofdell before you came. He said LAPD has searched Eric's workplace and home, but found nothing. Eric's colleague said he rushed out after a call yesterday afternoon, probably escaping early and likely already left LA. But they're monitoring the case long-term. That's a pity. I also want to know who is behind this. Linton thought. He was probably already thrown into the Pacific, swallowed by the fish. Second, I intended to release the Actors Guild video directly to the media, but that would hurt the guild too much. After all, only Haas, Karsenberg, and a few others were responsible. I think the guild deserves a chance. So what's the plan? You take this footage to the Actors Guild and demand two things for the Step Up 2 crew. First, kick Haas Karsenberg out of the guild. Second, make the guild compensate the Step Up 2 crew $13 million for losses. Removing Haas is fine. I think the guild leadership is very unhappy with him too. But $13 million? Isn't that too high? They probably won't accept it. Also, the crew only paused for one day. Losses can't be that big. They gasped, startled by Linton's bold demands. Losses? Have you thought about what would happen if I hadn't stepped in? If the guild kept harassing the crew, causing delays and forced changes, would the movie have been killed? Even if not, if competitors stirred up widespread media smearing, backed by the guild, wouldn't the box office be a disaster? Honestly, $13 million is just the production cost. Haven't you calculated the profits? I'm already being generous by not asking for profit compensation. When you put it like that, it's really risky. This involves more than $100 million for both our companies, almost ruined by those scumbags. We can't let them slide. Hearing Linton's explanation, they broke out in cold sweat. When their interests were involved, they united against their common enemy. Tell the guild they have 1 week. If they don't give a satisfactory reply, don't blame me for going straight to the media. They can control the media, but with so many outlets nationwide, I'll offer all the footage free. Not all will listen to them. If needed, I can even leak it to foreign media. They might be more interested, Linton added. Is 1 week too short? And what's the minimum compensation? Gentlemen, don't be too soft on them. When they screwed us before, they didn't spare you an ounce of respect. If they dare to reach out, they should be prepared to pay dearly. You're Universal, one of the Hollywood Big Seven. When attacked, shouldn't you fight back hard? Or who'll respect us next time? Probably every cat and dog would bite us a bit. Also, $13 million is the baseline. I promise to reward you 10% of whatever we get as compensation. If it's more than $13 million, 40% of the excess is yours. All right, we're not pushovers either. We'll make those bastards bleed, they declared, turning their attitude around instantly upon hearing the generous rewards. One more suggestion. The full amount doesn't have to come from the Actors Guild. We don't know the real mastermind, but Haas definitely does. You can suggest they make the mastermind pay the bulk. Great. Let them fight among themselves. Maybe they'll tear each other apart. That'd be sweet revenge. Levitt gave a thumbs up. Fighting each other is unlikely, but at least the mastermind won't have it easy. Wait for good news. Linton left the details of how Universal pressured the Actors Guild, how the guild's internal clashes unfolded, and how Haas Carsenberg was forced to implicate the mastermind alone. The deadline was set. If no satisfactory answer came, he would not hesitate to blow the lid off. As for whether the guild would become hostile or refuse compensation, with his current influence and wealth, Linton wasn't too bothered. Later, he dove into the company's post-production studio, continuing to edit the movie speed. For safety, he recalled Sandy and others, rewarding each $10,000, and beefed up security at the estate, company, especially around himself. Whenever he went out, he was never without at least 4 armed bodyguards. Chapter 142. Reaping the Consequences, Seeking Help from the White House. In 1979, Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein, 2 brothers, joined forces to establish Miramax Films. The company mainly focused on producing low-budget movies as their core strategy and achieved tremendous success. Later, the company ventured into film distribution and gradually expanded into developing independent films. Thanks to their keen eye and cost control, several independent films achieved box office success and won numerous awards. By the late 1980s, they proactively participated in major film festivals to acquire film rights. Their precise judgment earned huge profits from the films they bought. Especially in 1988, Harvey made a significant move at the Sundance Film Festival by acquiring the rights to 3 films at once: Steven Soderbergh's Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Giuseppe Tornatore's Cinema Paradiso, and Jim Sheridan's My Left Foot. These 3 films reaped rich rewards at the 1990 Academy Awards. Cinema Paradiso won Best Foreign Language Film. My Left Foot took home Best Actor and Best Supporting Actress awards. Sex, Lies, and Videotape won Best Original Screenplay. The Oscar wins boosted the box office and rights income for these 3 films, elevating the company's development to a new level. Miramax Films had grown into a pivotal independent movie company in Hollywood, placing among the top tier below the major 7 studios. During the 1992 U.S. presidential election, the Weinstein brothers sided with the Democratic candidate Bill Clinton. They poured in money and effort, traveling extensively and contributing significantly to Clinton's eventual victory. Before 1992, California was traditionally a Republican stronghold. However, due to the Rodney King case, the Democratic Party and Jewish media groups orchestrated the Los Angeles riots. Combined with Hollywood's hardcore supporters stirring public discontent against the incumbent Republican administration, they flipped California in the 1992 election, securing its 55-vote share. Despite George H.W. Bush's achievements, like overseeing the Soviet Union's dissolution and winning the Gulf War, he lost the election largely due to losing California. After Clinton's victory, reciprocation came in the form of substantial support for Miramax Films. Harvey began to grow increasingly arrogant and overbearing. Naturally, movie investments also broke out of the low-budget range, turning into lavish spending. 3 films were approved this year: The Night We Never Met, The Innocent, and the trend-following Dance Fever High, inspired by Step Up, each with budgets exceeding $10 million. The Night We Never Met and Dance Fever High were already in production. Due to their outstanding performance and massive influence in the indie film sector, Miramax even attracted Disney's interest this year. In February, Disney launched a takeover bid for Miramax, and the two companies negotiated over acquisition price and equity shares. At this moment, in the Miramax president's office, Harvey Weinstein slammed a teacup onto the floor, roaring loudly, "This is outrageous. They're demanding $20 million in damages. Tell them I won't pay a single cent." "Sir, please calm down. Now's not the time to act on impulse. I heard Universal got some dirt on the actors' union and even recorded it on film. If we don't settle, they'll release the footage to the media," Harrell, his sycophant, cautiously advised. "What dirt? What footage?" Haas sent people to stop a few troublemakers on the Step Up 2 set. On camera, these people openly said the crew didn't violate any rules and that there was no need for rectification. The crew's troubles were caused by Haas Carsenberg deliberately harassing them. Useless. They can't even handle this, and there's evidence on record. Why didn't Haas come to me directly or call me? He's truly useless. Haas is overwhelmed now, and it's a mess inside the union. All the top brass are against him, demanding his resignation. Before he leaves, they want him to implicate us, at least forcing us to bear the compensation costs. Otherwise, they'll charge him with dereliction of duty. He's biting his lip, refusing to implicate us and avoiding meeting or talking with you. But he asked me to tell you he won't hold out much longer. If we refuse to pay, he'll have no choice but to expose us. Hearing this was like a bucket of cold water poured over Harvey. Miramax wasn't one of the big 7 studios. If they made enemies with both Universal and the Hollywood Actors Guild, their future would be bleak. More importantly, Disney's acquisition would surely be shelved or completely fall through. But $20 million in damages, even draining the cash flow, wouldn't suffice. What could they do? He never imagined this rash action would lead to such a disastrous outcome. Now, he was filled with regret. After silently pondering for a long time with no good solution, he decided to seek outside help, believing someone powerful in Washington could suppress this issue. Book me the fastest flight to Washington. On March 21st, at the Ovis Golf Club, Levitt and Lou Wasserman invited Linton to play golf. On the spacious course, Levitt dismissed the caddy and addressed business. "Linton, the situation has changed." "What change?" "Yesterday, the White House sent a staffer, Chris Hank, to mediate and pressured us, demanding we waive the compensation." "A White House staffer? Do they have jurisdiction over this?" "Officially, no, but being from the White House means representing the president's will. We have to take it seriously." "You scared?" "No way. This is a land of capital, and we represent the big capitalists. Besides, we're all Democrats. It's the same camp. We have to show the support." "I won't change my stance. Not even if the president himself shows up. Without a beneficial deal, I won't budge." "Of course, we don't ask you to cross your bottom line, just to coordinate negotiation strategy." "How so?" "Our previous offer to the actors' union was to have Haas resign and pay $20 million. $20 million, good. They need a lesson." Linton nodded, realizing that for a 40% profit share, these two had guts bigger than his own. "Since Chris represents the White House, we should give some respect. Our plan is to offer a discount, lowering compensation to $16 million. "All right, I have no problem. I stick to the terms I agreed with you earlier. Chris might try to pressure you. We must stick to the bottom line. $16 million because the losses are too big this time. Don't be fooled. Don't worry. I won't meet him alone. If at all, it'll be together with you guys. Lowering by $4 million is already a big concession." Ha ha ha. Chapter 143, White House Staff. Ellie truly was a professional public relations manager. After returning to Los Angeles, she secured a $200,000 marketing budget from Linton. Soon, there was a huge buzz across major and minor media outlets nationwide, discussing why Step Up 2 was sabotaged, who was behind it, and who stood to gain if the movie failed. These topics sparked massive discussions. This brought enormous exposure to Step Up 2, with publicity value exceeding millions of dollars. Linton was pleased and rewarded Ellie with a $200,000 check. All media outlets uniformly criticized the hidden perpetrators, calling them disruptors of the free market economy. Some influential media even uncovered the names of companies and projects already planning new youth musical films, claiming the culprits were among them. The companies named, including Miramax Films, all accepted media interviews to deny involvement and insisted on their innocence. Of course, a small portion of media criticized the Hollywood Actors Guild for its reckless behavior, accusing it of abetting the troublemakers. All this took place before the Actors Guild's secretly recorded video was made public. If it were released, it would have caused a massive uproar. This put enormous pressure on the Actors Guild and Miramax Films. Sure enough, on the morning of March 22nd, at Sherman Golf Club, Chris, Hank, Levitt, and Linton met. Chris was a man in his 40s, eloquent and graceful, with a gentle smile that made him very approachable. After playing sports, they moved to the center of the wide golf course, dismissing the caddy. Chris first praised Step Up as an excellent film. He said his own children, even the president's kids, loved watching it. He complimented Linton as a rare young talent and a symbol of Hollywood's American dream. The president was paying close attention to him. Chris encouraged Linton to keep up the good work, hoping he might receive an honorary medal from the president next year or even be invited to a White House dinner. Linton smiled throughout but inwardly thought, "What nonsense," thinking these were just empty promises with no real benefit or commitments. It was naive to think some sweet words and empty promises would get him big rewards. After praising Linton and Universal Pictures, Chris steered the conversation back to the Hollywood Actors Guild. "Thanks to your joint efforts in the film industry, Hollywood is thriving and its global influence is growing. This prosperous environment is hard-earned. We must cherish and protect it, keep developing, and contribute to promoting America's democratic and free values abroad. No worries. Maintaining Hollywood's environment is the shared responsibility and mission of every company and filmmaker." Lew Wasserman replied diplomatically. "I heard there was some conflict between you and the Actors Guild." "It's not a conflict between us and them. They conspired with outsiders to frame us, but we caught them and secured evidence in time. I think, given the great environment we're in, it's better to seek peace. Let them apologize, punish those responsible, and reconcile quickly. Don't escalate the conflict. We're all part of Hollywood after all." "No problem. We never wanted to escalate or make this public or turn the Actors Guild into a target. We wanted to reconcile and put forth very sincere cooperation terms. But if they refuse, we'll have to spill the beans to the global media. But I heard your conditions were too harsh for them to accept." "Not harsh at all. Compared to the losses from their framing, our terms are minor, including $20 million in compensation. Is that really small?" Mr. Hank, Step Up brought over $100 million in profits to Universal and Linton Films each. Step Up 2's profits would have been even higher. If their sabotage succeeded, the film would be finished and the investment lost. With a risk over $200 million, asking for $20 million is less than a tenth. Clearly minimal. Linton, as a young prodigy and company owner, what's the lowest acceptable offer from your side?" Chris asked, trying to get a crack out of Linton. "I'm young and inexperienced. I follow Universal's lead. You're a big boss too. Don't be shy. Give your honest opinion. I just want to ask if they considered Hollywood's overall interests or the risks we faced when they schemed against us. As I said, I've already criticized them. Enemies should make peace, not worse." "I agree, but what about our losses? Who compensates us?" "I agree on compensation, but the amount is too high. They can't afford it. Let Mr. Lew Wasserman decide on the compensation amount then." Chris didn't expect Linton to be so indifferent and pushed the responsibility back to Universal. Wondering if Linton didn't want to improve or didn't get the hint, he decided to be more direct. "Linton, the president specifically mentioned you before I came and will invite you to the White House. Thank you for the president's and your recognition. That makes me want to produce even more audience-loved films. So, what about lowering the compensation amount? I can reduce it by $2 million from my share. How does that sound?" "Fair enough. Can it go lower?" "That's up to Mr. Lew Wasserman." It seemed these were crafty negotiators. No easy way to fool them. The problem circled back to Universal's Lew Wasserman. "Well then, Mr. Lew Wasserman, for the sake of the White House, give us a real price. I really hope you uphold Hollywood's broader interests. Mr. Hank, we definitely respect the White House's request. I'll risk the board's anger and reduce Universal's share by $2 million as well, for a total of $16 million. That's quite a discount." $16 million? I doubt they can still afford that. Can it go lower? If the Actors Guild can't pay, there's still that hidden culprit, right? Let them share the burden. Linton suggested. All right, I'll negotiate with them again. By evening, Lou Wasserman sent word that the Actors Guild accepted Universal's terms. Haas Carsenberg resigned and would compensate the Step Up 2 crew $16 million. Also on this day, Step Up 2 finished filming. Double celebration indeed. Chapter 144 compensation received, The Shallows test screening. The next morning, Linton, along with Robert and Goodman, met with Universal's Lou Wasserman and Levitt at the Hollywood Actors Guild. Under the witness of White House aide Chris, the three parties signed a memorandum of understanding. The Actors Guild terminated Haas Carsenberg and compensated the Step Up 2 crew with $16 million. Universal and Linton Films promised not to pursue any further responsibility from the Actors Guild and agreed to destroy all related footage. With Chris's coordination, the three sides shook hands and made peace. Haas Carsenberg left the Actors Guild dejectedly, but in the end, he did not reveal who was behind it all. Cheers. At Universal's president office, Linton, Lou Wasserman, and Levitt toasted to celebrate. After signing the memorandum in the morning, the Actors Guild quickly transferred the $16 million to the production account. Linton kept his promise and transferred $1.25 million each to the two of them. Hollywood competition is getting more ruthless. Too bad we didn't catch the mastermind behind this, Levitt said with some regret. It's simple. According to who profits the most is the prime suspect. The mastermind must be one of those copycat film companies. This time, we've made them lose both reputation and resources, cutting off their hand behind the scenes. This $16 million probably cost them a lot. Linton knew Harvey Weinstein was behind it, but acted unaware. I've heard, of the $16 million, the Actors Guild paid $6 million, and an overseas offshore fund contributed $10 million. That $10 million must be from the mastermind. Lou Wasserman shared the information he had gathered. That sounds right. The Actors Guild wouldn't be such a big scapegoat. $10 million is no small sum. It must have hit them hard. But the best benefit is the publicity. Step Up 2 is already well known through all this. As long as the quality isn't bad, I believe the box office will do great. Levitt happily talked about the movie promotion. The other side definitely didn't expect this. Trying to sabotage us ended up helping us promote the film. A complete win for us. Right? We'll serve them a good lesson with great box office numbers. Cheers to Step Up 2's roaring success. Since The Shallows got such a great response in the audience test screening, what's the plan for its release? After discussing Step Up 2, Linton inquired about The Shallows' distribution. Don't worry. We've already discussed it internally. Though it's a low-budget film, it has huge box office potential, and you even have a cameo. We'll release it as a mid-level commercial production with $6 million for marketing and distribution. How wide will the theatrical release be? April is a low season and competition is light. We'll conservatively launch in 2,000 theaters with 4,000 screens. We're hosting a cinema rep screening the day after tomorrow, and I believe The Shallows' potential will impress them. Our goal is to expand to 2,500 theaters and 5,000 screens. Let's work hard together. I wish The Shallows a box office success. That evening, Linton hosted a dinner for Frank, Anne, and Jennifer. Most of the production crew had already disbanded and gone home. The dinner was both a congratulatory send-off and a way to soothe their nerves. Unexpectedly, despite the setbacks in Baltimore, thanks to Linton's timely intervention, the filming budget didn't overrun. This gave him a higher opinion of Frank and Anne. Thinking of the recent big payout from the Actors Guild, Linton decided on the spot to reward the core production staff with $100,000, leaving the distribution plan to Frank and Anne. Since the post-production studio was still occupied by Speed, which was expected to take another 10 days to finish, Linton reminded, and she could take a short break to relax during this period. After the dinner, Jennifer naturally rode with Linton back to the estate, where they discussed the meaning of life and created a harmonious atmosphere. However, Jennifer left the next day to visit her parents back home. Linton returned to the editing room to continue the fine cut of Speed. The film's fine cut was nearly complete. The main task now was to work with industrial light and magic to seamlessly integrate visual effects with the storyline. Due to many VFX shots, a lot of time was needed for rendering and embedding effects into the story. But Linton was in no rush since the film wasn't scheduled for release until July, giving plenty of time. On the afternoon of March 25th, Linton left the editing room to attend Universal's Cinema Reps screening of The Shallows. Universal's strength was unquestioned. Although The Shallows had lots of thriller scenes, it still managed to secure a PG-13 rating. As with Step Up last year, Universal invited over 150 cinema representatives from all cooperating theaters. Zach, Blake, and Cameron accompanied Linton. Unlike Linton's confidence, the three were anxious, closely watching the audience's reactions, since this was their first film as a producer, director, or lead actor. After the screening ended, all four breathed a sigh of relief. At the start, the sun-kissed and handsome Linton riding the waves attracted female reps' screams and male reps' awe. Then Cameron's swimsuit scene caused a collective gulp from the audience. As the plot progressed, the thrilling and scary scenes kept the audience hooked and excited. Especially the finale, where the heroine smartly led the shark to its own demise, eliciting screams and applause. Throughout the 90-minute runtime, the reps were engrossed, often gasping in surprise, with no signs of distraction. When the lights came up, the theater erupted with thunderous applause. Then Levitt took the stage, sharing survey results from the audience test screening and engaging with the reps. The cinema reps screening was a solid success, with representatives assuring sufficient scheduling. Universal preliminarily estimated the opening would involve no fewer than 2,500 theaters and 5,000 screens, investing $6 million in promotional expenses. An intensive publicity campaign would follow, with Cameron scheduled for a busy promotional tour. Such good news naturally boosted Cameron's enthusiasm. That night at Linton's estate, their intimate moments were even more passionate, and the music more vibrant. "Darling, do you think our film will be a hit?" Cameron asked softly during a break, resting in Linton's arms. "Yes, baby, you're about to become a big star." "Great. I can't wait. Honey, what's your box office prediction for The Shallows?" "At least 50 million in North America and over 100 million worldwide." "Wow, fantastic. I can't hold back. Let's keep going." Their passionate moments continued, accompanied by joyous music. Cameron was extremely excited. It was a major female-led film with her as the sole lead. If successful, it would greatly boost her career. Hollywood never lacked talented or glamorous actresses, but what it really needed were female stars who could carry box office hits. At that moment, Cameron had the potential not just to be a second-tier actress, but to become a major star. Chapter 145, The Oscars. On March 29th, the 65th Academy Awards took place at the Los Angeles Music Center. Since Step Up was not the kind of film the Oscars usually favored, its chance of receiving any nominations was basically zero. Linton and Universal didn't bother entering it at all. He initially thought this year's Oscars had nothing to do with him, but unexpectedly, in early March, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences sent him an invitation to attend as a presenting guest. As the hottest rising male and female stars of 1992, Linton and Sharon Stone starred in box office hits. Across the board, although neither received any Oscar nominations, the Academy couldn't ignore their popularity. For the sake of TV ratings, they had to invite both of them as special guests and presenters. Of course, Naomi, the lead actress of Step Up, also received an invitation, but within the industry, it was widely believed Linton carried the Step Up box office, so she did not get the honor of being a presenting guest. Among Linton's women, Madonna got an invite thanks to A League of Their Own crew, and Winona through the Bram Stoker's Dracula crew. When Cameron, Jennifer, Catherine, Heidi, Christina, and even Sophie Marceau learned Linton had a VIP invitation and could bring a date on the red carpet, they all called him, hoping to accompany him to the Oscars. In the end, considering Cameron's film The Shallows was about to be released and needed exposure, he gave her the slot, but promised the others he'd try to get them chances next year. As the highest honor in the film industry, the Oscars' status and influence were undeniable. Annual TV viewership regularly exceeded 40 million, second only to the Super Bowl. Naturally, the ceremony became the premier stage for movie stars to showcase themselves and boost their visibility. The Oscars' red carpet was a glamorous showdown, where actresses competed to outshine each other. To present their best images in the spotlight, every female star preparing for the red carpet would start about 2 weeks in advance. Beauty treatments, dieting, custom-made gowns, and strictly following nutritionist-designed diets. On the day of the ceremony, from 10 a.m. onwards, eating and even drinking water were prohibited. Because the dresses, crafted for maximum beauty, often required several assistants to help put on, the stars absolutely could not use the restroom during the entire event. For actresses, attending the Oscars was like a battle. It was difficult, but everyone eagerly embraced it. Madonna and Winona had been through this in previous years. But this year, things were simpler, as Jennifer discovered something special about Linton. Other women realized that being with Linton made them glow and shine in a way no makeup or beauty treatment could achieve. More importantly, their bodies were invigorated from inside out, making them feel years younger, surpassing any cosmetic or surgical effect. Thus, Madonna, Winona, Naomi, and Cameron quietly moved into Linton's estate 3 days early to avoid paparazzi. Linton started his first-ever 5-player game, dealing with 4 women at once, with passionate sounds lasting all night. Nourished by Linton's vitality, the 4 women's states improved daily, their complexions becoming more youthful and their looks more radiant. Nicole Kidman also realized this effect. As a top actress, she too received a guest invitation from the Academy and was preparing for the red carpet. Even though Tom was currently in a tricky relationship phase, she repeatedly called Linton asking for a meetup, all of which he refused. To comfort her, Linton promised to arrange them to meet in April. Since this was a top-tier event, brand sponsors were naturally involved. Armani suits, Timex watches, and Jones shoes had all sent their latest products for Linton to try and choose. Madonna, Winona, and Naomi were all in-demand stars with their own endorsement deals. They had carefully selected exclusive gowns, shoes, jewelry, watches, and handbags for the red carpet, ensuring no duplicate outfits would appear on site. Only Cameron, who was not yet a top star, had to rent everything herself. For upcoming stars, expenses were substantial, and good items were prioritized for the bigger stars. Madonna introduced Cameron to her endorsement brands, resolving the issue and allowing Cameron to borrow ideal attire free of charge. On the afternoon of March 29th, Linton escorted Cameron down the red carpet, the cheers on both sides echoing. Linton realized the Oscars ceremony truly was unique. From the luxurious scene setup, the scale and enthusiasm of the fans, the number and caliber of the stars present, to the large number of media reporters participating, no event compared, not even the AMAs or the Grammys. After walking past the red carpet area to the media interview zone, myriad microphones were thrust towards him. Mr. Anderson, you've had 3 consecutive singles topping the Billboard charts for long periods. What's your secret? Anything you want to say to your fans today? Mr. Anderson, has the mastermind behind the sabotage of Step Up 2 been found? Did the Actors Union play a role? Mr. Anderson, what kind of film is Speed, and when will it be released? Linton answered effortlessly, promoting his single Sold Out, the movie Step Up 2, and Speed, finally introducing Cameron to everyone. This is Cameron Diaz, lead actress of the movie The Shallows, which I wrote. It's set to release on April 16th. Please give it your support. Entering the auditorium, the front row was reserved for nominees and presenting guests, rows 2 to 10 for nominated production crews, behind that the Academy members and other guests, and finally some seats for sponsors. Linton and Cameron's seats were front row, right side. Unexpectedly, Sharon Stone was sitting right next to him and warmly hugged him immediately upon meeting. Before the ceremony began, Sharon invited Linton for a night at the Four Seasons Hotel. Darling, I booked a room for 3 nights at the Four Seasons. Can you keep me company tonight? I can't tonight. I already have a date. We can all go together, I don't mind. Really can't tonight. Maybe tomorrow night I'll come find you. You're so conservative. Fine, here's the room key. Be early tomorrow night, don't bail on me. Chapter 146, Oscar Night, Conflict. The award ceremony was hosted by Billy Crystal, who kicked off the night with an impressive stand-up routine, officially marking the start of the Oscars. Tonight, Warner Bros. Unforgiven was without a doubt the big winner, taking home 4 major awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Film Editing. Winona Ryder starred in Bram Stoker's Dracula, which had been released last November and grossed $216 million worldwide. The film won 3 awards for Best Costume Design, Best Sound Editing, and Best Makeup, though it didn't snag any of the top-tier categories. Universal's death becomes her manage to secure Best Visual Effects, adding valuable leverage for future licensing and keeping their losses minimal. Linton presented the Best Supporting Actress award. Amidst cheers from the crowd, he took the stage, opened the envelope provided by the staff, announced the nominees, and finally revealed the winner, Marissa Tomei for My Cousin Vinny. The ceremony was relatively smooth, and prior to Harvey Weinstein's notoriously unscrupulous Oscar PR antics, the Oscars were still considered quite objective and fair. The awards this year were mostly well received. However, the winner of Best Foreign Language Film, Indochine, sparked considerable controversy. The main issue was that an Argentine film, A Place in the World, was far superior both in quality and artistic merit. The story behind A Place in the World was legendary. In 1992, the Argentine Film Association had initially submitted the film to compete for that year's Best Foreign Language Film Oscar. But due to the sensitive content of the film, they changed their mind and replaced it with a different movie. Out of frustration, the director took the film to his wife's home country, Uruguay, to be their official submission since his wife was Uruguayan and had contributed to the screenplay. Although it was made entirely by Argentine nationals, director, actors, and crew, the film represented Uruguay in the competition and even got nominated for Best Foreign Language Film. Ironically, the replacement Argentine submission failed to get nominated. This put the Oscar foreign film jury in a tough spot. The film was undeniably excellent, but awarding it would violate the rule that a film must represent the country of the majority of its creators. In the end, the jury stuck to Oscar's rules and gave the award to the French film Indochine, even though A Place in the World was actually the better film. This outcome faced overwhelming criticism from public opinion. Under the pressure, the Oscar committee later revised their selection rules, making the foreign film submission process more transparent and stringent. Consequently, A Place in the World gained tremendous fame, and its rights and box office performance far exceeded the boost from the Oscar itself. To be fair, in the early 90s, America had just won the Cold War after the Soviet Union collapsed. National confidence was high, industries flourished, and diversity was embraced. So, the Oscar committee's rule change made sense then. Unfortunately, 10 years later, as America's dominance grew amidst global upheaval, attitudes shifted toward arrogance. By that time, no one even questioned the increasingly shameless PR tactics openly manipulating Oscars. Another 10 years on, with fierce political battles between parties, extreme methods emerged, and bizarre social movements gained stages. Black Lives Matter, women's privileges, LGBTQ+ rights, environmental and animal protection groups, and more. Less than 10 years after that, American society fractured deeply, with chaos reigning across all social strata. America had effectively become a battleground of social unrest. However, Linton had no intention to change any of this. As long as it didn't interfere with his Starlight Spark cultivation, it was all irrelevant. His method was versatile. It could be pure or dark, and he would clear any obstacles without hesitation. After the ceremony, Linton took Cameron along with the crowd to the Beverly Hills Hotel for Vanity Fair's Oscar night party. The most striking impression at the party was that everyone, young and old, was joyfully feasting. To prepare for the ceremony, guests had been dieting for days, only sipping small amounts of nutrient juices recently, and since this morning hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Now that the ceremony was over, no one could hold back their hunger. It was a moment where nothing mattered more than the growling stomach. Tina Brown, Vanity Fair's editor-in-chief, was a longtime acquaintance of Linton's. She greeted him warmly and quickly arranged a time to conduct a feature interview. After everyone ate their fill, the socializing began. As a film company head and renowned director, Linton was the center of attention. Numerous directors and stars came over to greet him and exchanged contact information. Especially the actresses, one after another approached with bright eyes, eager to stick close to Linton, even though Cameron stayed tightly by his side. Soon, Linton found himself surrounded by a crowd that included Sharon Stone and Nicole Kidman, who seemed determined to spend the night with him. He had planned to meet legendary directors George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola, but found it impossible to break away. As Linton was busy handling the flock of starlets, a commotion erupted near the lobby. The sound of a woman shouting caught his attention. It was Naomi. Could she be in trouble? Without hesitation, Linton excused himself. "Excuse me, I think a friend over there needs help. I'm going to check it out." When he hurried over, he saw Naomi struggling as Harvey forcibly led her toward a corner. Naomi was shouting, "Let go of me." Linton was both angry and amused. In broad daylight surrounded by well-dressed celebrities, this fat jerk dared to openly try to force himself on his woman. "Stop right there, Harvey. In the middle of the day, in front of everyone. What do you think you're doing? Mind your own business. I'm giving her a chance to come to my room to discuss the script. Linton, help me. He's not here to talk about the script. He's trying to force me." "Shut up, bitch. Me showing you the script is a favor. Don't be ungrateful." Linton was furious. This was no different from a thug from a bygone era trying to kidnap a woman. At least make a better excuse. "Harvey, you're a well-known producer. Don't you have any shame? So many people are watching. Mind your own business." Harvey's arrogance shocked Linton, but what surprised him more was that no one around intervened. Fuming, Linton stepped forward, grabbed Harvey's hand, and used 30% of his mind shock ability to intimidate him. He hissed, "Get lost." To the crowd, it sounded like a normal voice, but to Harvey, it was like thunder crashing, a fierce roar from a tiger against a lamb. Terrified, he ran off without a word, stumbling and falling a couple steps away. Shaking, he got up and kept retreating without looking back. The onlookers were stunned. How did the arrogant and domineering Harvey suddenly change? Just to get lost from Linton, and he ran? Soon, Tina Brown and the hotel manager arrived, apologized sincerely to Naomi, and asked everyone to keep the incident confidential. Out of respect for Vanity Fair, everyone agreed to keep quiet, though whether they would actually comply was anyone's guess. After this incident, Linton was deeply disappointed in the so-called celebrities who constantly preached democracy and freedom but lacked basic justice. He also felt disgusted with Vanity Fair and the Beverly Hills Hotel. How could a top-tier media and a five-star hotel host a party where a woman was openly assaulted in public, and neither staff nor organizers intervened? There was something fishy, and he refused to believe otherwise. Now that the situation seemed resolved, they thought a simple apology would make it all go away. "No way," Linton bluntly said. "Tina, I need an explanation from both your organizations." He then ignored everyone else and left with Cameron and Naomi. Chapter 147, Tit for Tat. After getting into the car, Naomi was still a bit shaken. Oh my God, how could he dare to do that in front of everyone? Is he a demon? Yes, how could he be so bold? Harvey Weinstein's actual offenses of harassing women at public parties really happened later in history, but here it's placed during an Oscar night party. After Harvey's downfall, some tried to defend him, claiming he was a victim of the feminist movement. It was just unbelievable. Based on all the media reports revealing the shocking extent of his sexual assaults, it was astonishing that he remained so arrogant and untouchable until 2017. It seemed that the $10 million settlement wasn't quite enough of a lesson for him. Maybe his earlier actions were a deliberate retaliation, especially considering everyone knew Naomi rose to fame because of Step Up. If the lesson wasn't harsh enough, then no one could blame him for hitting back hard. It was a way to protect the public and indirectly save countless women from his abuse. "All right, it's all in the past now," Linton said softly, comforting Naomi while thinking to himself, "Thank goodness you were there. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what could have happened." "Sweetheart, you did great just now. When faced with something like that, you have to stand up and fight back. Why didn't anyone among the crowd help me stop him?" Yeah, Hollywood's so-called elite have their morals buried at their feet. Plus, the staff on site seemed indifferent. There's definitely something fishy involved. Don't worry. I will get to the bottom of it. "Honey, I'm so glad you're here," Naomi said, pressing a kiss on him. On the side, Cameron was completely mesmerized by Linton's actions. She lowered the partition between the driver's cabin and the back seat and wrapped her arms around Linton, planting a kiss. "Honey, you were so bold and manly just now. Cut it out. We're in the car, and we're almost at the estate." Not long after Linton and the others returned to the estate, Madonna and Winona also rushed back. They had been on the other side of the lobby and hadn't heard Naomi shout at the time. After learning what had happened, both were filled with righteous anger, but also shivered at the thought. What if it had been them? Don't worry too much. Villains like Harvey are thankfully the minority. And since you're all celebrities, public figures, most people wouldn't dare try anything with you. But you still have to be vigilant. Didn't I arrange bodyguards for you? Make sure to keep them close. Also, you could learn some basic self-defense from the bodyguards. That could be really helpful in a pinch. Okay, we'll start learning right away. The women agreed. Even Madonna accepted the arrangement, planning to pick a female bodyguard before leaving tomorrow. All right, the unpleasant thing is behind us. You're all leaving tomorrow, and it's already late. Let's cherish the remaining time and enjoy, Linton said, sensing everyone was low, so he initiated the challenge. Yeah, let's go upstairs. With teamwork this time, we'll definitely beat him. A sweet and joyful chorus followed. The next day, after sending off the 4 women, Linton continued the post-production of Speed. He initially thought Vanity Fair and Beverly Hills Hotel would come apologize or explain, but nothing happened. All the media were covering the Oscar winners, some praising the winners as well-deserved, others feeling certain films were snubbed. There was no report about what happened at the Oscar night party. Clearly, Vanity Fair, Beverly Hills Hotel, and Harvey joined forces to suppress the news. It seemed he was still too weak to be taken seriously. Since that was the case, it was time to make a big move, a real message to scare others. That night, Linton arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. He took the elevator from the underground garage up to the 12th floor and used the room key Sharon Stone had given him to open the door. As soon as he entered, a soft, delicate body threw itself into his arms and kissed him. Honey, you finally came. Soon, sweet and happy music echoed. Without Linton's energy nourishing her, Sharon could only keep up for so long before collapsing into deep sleep in the early hours. All right, time to work. After tidying up a bit, Linton lightly stunned Sharon again to deepen her sleep and went to the living room. Opening the window, he jumped down. That night, a fire broke out at the film storage room during filming of Dance Fever High at Warner Brothers. By the time firefighters extinguished it, over 2 months of filming had turned to ashes. The same night, Miramax's post-production studio in Burbank also caught fire and was reduced to ruins by the time the fire was out, burning all footage from The Night We Never Met, which had just wrapped and entered editing. There's an old saying, those who harm others often get harmed in return. Harvey had been so arrogant and malicious, making so many enemies, and provoking Linton multiple times. So Linton gave him a taste of his own medicine. What surprised Linton was that after setting the fires, he felt uplifted and his development in Radiant Core at the 5th level unexpectedly advanced a step, nearing breakthrough. Originally, he planned to train for at least another 2 weeks, absorbing more admiration, especially from Sharon Stone and Nicole Kidman, before pushing through. This gave him new insight. This was not just about absorbing and refining fame energy. Breaking through personal mental barriers and achieving clarity of thought also helped advance his development. No one noticed as he quietly flew back to the hotel suite through the window, finding Sharon Stone sleeping soundly. It was not even 5 a.m., and since the opportunity for breakthrough was here, he intended to make the most of it. He removed her sleep stun and gently caressed her. Sharon soon awoke and then lost herself in Linton's passion. During the passionate encounter, the fame absorption activated automatically. With Sharon's high star power aiding him, he easily broke through to the 6th level of Radiant Core. 3 hours later, their intense morning session ended. Sharon was soft as melted butter, curled up on Linton like a little kitten. Honey, you're incredible. I thought I saw God just now. Baby, you were amazing too. Can you stay with me a couple more days? Since you're so good, how about you rest up during the day while I work? I'll come back and be with you tonight and tomorrow night. You're too good, moi, Sharon said, excitedly kissing him. Chapter 148, Miramax shuts down. As Linton just got into his car, Danny happily reported, Boss, last night there was a huge fire at Miramax Films. I heard it was completely destroyed. Good. That's what you get for playing dirty. Too bad, Harvey Weinstein wasn't caught in it. No worries. We'll deal with him eventually. Besides, with the company burning down, the financial losses will be a heavy blow for him. Right. Even if his company doesn't go bankrupt now, This will definitely hurt him bad, making it easier to handle him in the future. Send someone to keep an eye on Miramax, see what changes happen. But no other actions for now. Got it. If there are any updates, I'll report immediately. Also, let everyone be more vigilant during this period. Security at the company and estate needs to be tightened, including nights. Understood, we'll make sure it's foolproof. When Linton arrived at the company, he found everyone buzzing about the Miramax fire. Although the fire department had not revealed the cause, people speculated that Harvey must have upset someone and was being targeted. Since Linton hadn't told anyone at the company about the sabotage behind the Step Up 2 crew, nor about the Oscars incident 2 days ago, no one suspected their boss. As for the Warner production lot fire, hardly anyone cared since explosions and fire scenes were common during shoots. Without official information, it barely attracted public attention. Noticing Linton's arrival, everyone dropped their reservations. Office manager Megan suggested, "Boss, it seems highly possible this fire was arson. I think we should boost our own security too." Danny has already been told. Security measures start today. You should also coordinate with the building management to increase security there. Understood. Thanks, boss. All right, everyone, back to work. Unexpectedly, that afternoon, Tina, the editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair, and Hannister Dale, general manager of the Beverly Hills Hotel, came to the company. They apologized to Linton for the harassment of Naomi at the Oscar night party, fired those responsible for the event, and offered to compensate Naomi with $200,000. Apparently, the severe warning worked. Although the fire department and police hadn't disclosed the Miramax fire cause yet, news damaging Miramax surfaced that morning. The 2 big-budget films Miramax invested in this year, Dance Fever High, nearly finished after 2 months of shooting, had all its film destroyed at the Warner lot. And The Night We Never Met also had all its footage burned in the office building fire. These 2 fires didn't just burn down Miramax's offices, but also obliterated 2 heavily funded films. What a fierce vendetta. It seemed like someone was determined to bankrupt Miramax. Though no evidence pointed to arson, Tina and Hannister had felt Linton's wrath at the Oscars event 2 days earlier and had been clearly dissatisfied, even insisting on an explanation before leaving. Everyone had instinctively dismissed it, siding with Harvey given his Washington connections, even suppressing media coverage. But now, it seemed Linton was a ruthless figure, quiet but deadly. This Miramax fire might well be his revenge. Of course, there was no proof linking Linton to the fires, but they weren't law enforcement and didn't need evidence. Just the suspicion made them uneasy. If Linton really was a vindictive, ruthless man, it was unwise to pick a fight with him over unrelated matters. After hurried discussions that morning, they came to Linton that afternoon seeking forgiveness and to remove any threat. Linton accepted their apology graciously and approved the compensation for Naomi, asking them to deliver it in person. Since Naomi was currently on tour, Linton arranged a meeting for 3 days later at the Beverly Business Club, where Tina and Hannister would apologize and give compensation face-to-face. Before they left, Linton used soul induction to ask why they supported Harvey so strongly, even risking their own company's reputation. Harvey isn't that special, but last year he got close to the president, apparently highly favored, helping many people out of big troubles. That's why we gave him some leeway. No wonder. It made sense now. But in the face of real threats, distant powers you can't reach don't matter. These people were smart. Using an example to warn others clearly worked. It was uncertain if the police would come knocking, but even if they did, without evidence, they couldn't do much. Linton was no small fish now. He was a film company owner, famous director, big star, and had connections with the LAPD leadership. That night Linton went to the Four Seasons Hotel, continuing his passionate encounters, using it to absorb Sharon Stone's star power and strengthen his own abilities. After their rest, Sharon Stone lay in Linton's arms, saying, "Darling, have you heard? Miramax might be finished." "Yeah, I heard there was a severe fire." "Not just that. Their 2 major films this year were also destroyed in the fires." "I thought Miramax mostly backed low-budget films. How bad can losses be? And didn't they have insurance?" "The company shouldn't be finished." "Right. They used to do small projects under $3 million, but this year their style changed. Those 2 films each exceeded $10 million investment. Plus, with the office fire damage, they're in deep trouble. What do you think of Harvey and Miramax? Harvey's a jerk. Hardly anyone likes him except those desperate for fame. But Miramax itself was decent, producing many good movies in recent years. It's a shame, but Hollywood never lacks film companies. True, you're already a top star, unlikely to work with them anyway. If they fall, it's no big deal. Enough about them. Darling, shall we go again? Sure, I'm only afraid you won't have the stamina. Soon, their passionate duet resumed, filled with sweet melodies. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, the fire department officially stated the causes of the two Miramax fires. The office fire was caused by outdated electrical wiring. The Warner Lot fire resulted from improper management of the crew, storing flammable and explosive materials unsafely. Seeing this announcement, Linton couldn't help but appreciate the Los Angeles Fire Department's professionalism. No wonder wildfires kept spreading each year. On April 4th, clearer news arrived. Miramax officially shut down and prepared for sale. Miramax had been a medium-sized company with annual profits of just $2 to $3 million. Recently, they paid $10 million in damages to the Step-Up 2 crew, draining their cash flow. Now, with two devastating fires destroying the company and two big-budget films, Disney, who had been negotiating to acquire shares, cut off talks immediately. There was no way Miramax could continue. However, Miramax's copyrights and distribution networks still had value, so the Weinstein brothers wouldn't be completely ruined. But without Miramax as a platform, Harvey's arrogance wouldn't last. No rush. Linton had plenty of time to deal with him slowly. Maybe this was justice for the people. That day, post-production on Speed was completed. Also, after multiple invitations, Nicole Kidman successfully arranged a showdown with Linton at the Hilton Hotel. Could this be considered triple blessings? Chapter 149, Extremely Exciting Experience. That evening, in the Hilton Hotel's business suite, a fierce showdown unfolded between Linton the Wizard, wielding his staff, and the enchanting but dangerous elf queen Nicole. The sounds of fighting and screams filled the room. Truly a clash of titans, meeting worthy opponents. On April 5th, in the company screening room, Linton gathered the relevant personnel to review the final cut of Speed. Levitt and his team of screening experts were also invited. The theater lights gradually dimmed, and the big screen slowly brightened. First appeared the Universal logo, followed by a scene of a whale breaching the ocean, with the words Linton Films and a Linton Anderson production displayed below. Boom! The film opened with a breathtaking explosion. A runaway elevator plummeted rapidly downward, the terrified faces of the passengers immediately grabbing the audience's attention. As the plot progressed, Levitt's heart raced with tension, almost catching in his throat, especially when Jack was caught in the blast shockwave and thrown through the air. He felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. As Universal's head of distribution, he had seen countless films, at least 100 every year, but never had he witnessed such a fast-paced and intense movie. From the moment the building's security guard fell, Levitt felt completely gripped. The rapid-fire editing, non-stop explosions, created a fresh and exhilarating experience rare in Hollywood films. The camera swiftly switched between police, criminals, and passengers, showing their varied expressions and emotions continuously on screen. Even though he knew the passengers would ultimately be saved, he still couldn't help but worry for their fate. The film held his emotions and attention tightly from start to finish, with a gripping percussive score, spectacular fights, insane car chases, and earth-shaking explosions, effects only a top-tier blockbuster could deliver. As the film neared its end, an unmanned bus crashed into a large cargo plane. The explosion's fiery light dominated the enormous screen, pushing Levitt's emotions to a peak. Finally, against a beautiful sunset seaside backdrop, Jack and Annie shared a passionate kiss. After the harrowing life-and-death ordeal, the deeply satisfying kiss gave the audience a profound sense of relief and joy. It was an incredibly thrilling viewing experience. This was unquestionably an A-plus top-tier commercial film. After watching, this was Levitt's only thought. Clap, clap, clap. After the 110-minute film ended, warm applause broke out, along with whistles, cheers, and screams. An assistant drew back the curtains, letting bright sunlight pour in. The 110-minute film is finished. Please share your thoughts. Levitt, Chairing the meeting, said. Expert A said, "The movie is so cool. The thrilling scenes come one after another. Watching it makes your heart pound hard, but you can't stop. It's nonstop excitement throughout. I give it a perfect A+. Expert B said, "This isn't a traditional action film. It perfectly combines intense fights, thrilling car chases, and crazy explosions. Audiences will love it. I also give it an A+. Expert C added, "The film creates an eye-catching visual spectacle, especially with the fast editing and flaming explosions. It all fits the film's story amazingly, making viewers feel immersed and fully engaged. My score is also A+. The eldest, Expert D, said, "The film is thrilling, with a rapid pace, exciting action, chases, and explosive scenes. It left me breathless. This is an innovation Hollywood hasn't achieved before. But to me, it feels like an extended music video. Audiences might love it, but critics probably won't say anything good. Don't worry about the critics for now. From a market and audience perspective, what score would you give?" Levitt interrupted. "From market and audience view, I'd give it an A." Others like Robert, Tim, and Universal's distribution colleagues were also completely captivated by the film. They chimed in, praising its thrilling and captivating nature, and unanimously gave it an A+. Levitt left satisfied, hearing everyone's praises. He grew more certain this was an ultra A-grade top commercial production destined to be a massive box office hit. The $35 million investment was extremely worthwhile. Knowing that Hollywood's top-tier productions usually require at least $60 million, finding a film with such box office potential was rare. The only drawback was Universal's investment share was just 40%. He prepared to report back to the board to ensure the highest level of distribution. Before leaving, he reassured Linton not to worry about critics. The film was a major production, and Universal would handle the public relations professionally before release. Even if critics didn't say nice things, there'd be no harmful rumors. He also instructed Linton to quickly edit 2 versions of the promotional trailer, one 90 seconds and the other 3 minutes, and hand them over for Universal's marketing. Just like with Step Up, Linton planned to produce the 3-minute trailer on DVD to distribute to fan clubs worldwide for promotional sharing. After the screening, post-production on Speed was basically complete. Michael Bay and Ryan's assistant directing work was successfully wrapped up. Both felt they learned a lot during filming and deeply appreciated Linton's trust and selfless guidance. Not only did Linton involve them extensively during pre-production, but he also frequently gave them opportunities to operate cameras independently during filming and involve them thoroughly in editing. Without exaggeration, after this opportunity as assistant directors, they felt they had gained enough ability and confidence to direct a film themselves. It was something they had never imagined before. They regarded Linton as their teacher. Linton was also very satisfied with their performance. Both had solid directing fundamentals, determination, strong learning abilities, and excellent aesthetic senses. They already had basic commercial directing skills and could consider assigning them solo director roles. Coincidentally, 2 scripts Linton worked on improving, The Rock and Happy Death Day, were nearing completion, both styles suited for them. Besides, The Rock was originally Michael Bay's project. Linton didn't want to find new directors. "What are your plans next?" asked Linton. "First take some rest, digest what we've gained, then look for opportunities to direct independently," Ryan replied honestly. "Same for me. I'm confident I can be a good commercial film director now," Michael said with confidence. "All right, take a month off. Have a good vacation, summarize and recharge. Then come to me next month. I'm preparing 2 new films, and we'll put you to the test. If you qualify, giving you directing the films isn't impossible." Really, they felt like a godsend. "We don't need rest. We can start working right now." "No, you need rest and time to summarize and recharge. Besides, our scripts are still being revised." "All right, thank you so much. We'll come next month." Chapter 150, Acquisition Target, The Shallows opens. After Michael Bay and Ryan left excitedly, Robert asked somewhat incredulously, "Boss, are you really going to hand over the directing of The Rock and Happy Death Day to them?" Don't underestimate those 2. After the experience of Speed, they've both gained the capability to be qualified directors. But whether they're really suitable or not will depend on their performance, Linton replied. Yes, please personally evaluate them when the time comes." No rush. For now, have the screenwriting department polish the scripts. All right, boss. Do you have time now? What's up? Tell me. I'd like to report on the distribution channels. Robert handed over a thick dossier. Oh, you already have acquisition targets? Currently, there are two companies to consider. The first is Hank Films, located in Burbank, established in 1985. They originally focused on film production and distribution. Later, to avoid risks, they specialized in low-budget and independent film distribution. Another key business is acquiring inexpensive indie film rights from overseas and distributing them in North America. Their distribution channels are quite well established, but their performance is average, with annual revenue of only about $2 to $3 million and minimal profits. What about the other company? Banana Pictures, based in New York, established in 1983. They rely mainly on East Coast art school resources, producing 1 or 2 independent films yearly. Their main business is distributing indie films, releasing 5 or 6 per year. Their channels focus on art house cinemas. Their performance is also average, with annual revenue around $4 to $5 million. Banana Pictures in New York, only doing indie films, not suitable. Hank Films barely meets the criteria, but will they sell? Not sure. We'll know after reaching out. But judging by their current performance, if the price is right, shareholders are likely to sell. All right, put them on the list as potential targets and have someone conduct a detailed investigation. Actually, there's another option worth considering. What option? Miramax Films. They just announced their shutdown yesterday and are looking for buyers. Although Miramax suffered huge losses from a fire that caused their financial crisis, their distribution channels remain intact, exactly what we need. Thinking it over carefully, Miramax really fits. After years of management by the Weinstein brothers, especially benefiting from the 3 films purchased in '88 that won Oscars in '90, their distribution channels cover almost all mainstream and art house theaters in North America. Their film rights are valuable too, adding substantial depth to our company's portfolio. Production capacity doesn't matter much. It can be merged into the production department. And the financial disruption isn't a big deal for them. Good. Represent us in the acquisition. First, hire a professional agency to understand their true situation, including assets, liabilities, and distribution channels, and to evaluate the purchase price. Okay, I'm on it. Robert left happily. Next, Linton spent an afternoon editing 2 promos for Speed. Thinking of Nicole Kidman, the alluring elf waiting at the hotel, he decided to take 2 days off to fully relax. The next 2 days were wild, with nonstop passion, moans, and thrills filling their hotel room. For 2 whole days, they never left the room. Aside from meals, it was pure ecstasy, truly the pinnacle of experience, and Linton's starlight spark advanced slightly. Nicole benefited greatly too, appearing significantly younger. Her glowing fair skin looked even more radiant, and her entire presence exuded mesmerizing allure, shining brilliantly. After 3 days, refreshed and vibrant, Linton returned to the company. The Shallows was less than 10 days from release, with its marketing campaign in full swing. Following Universal's arrangement, Linton, Zach, and Cameron appeared on MCA Television's talk show to promote The Shallows. When asked what inspired the story, Linton smiled. When I was a kid, I was deeply moved by Spielberg's Jaws. Recently, while surfing on vacation, I thought, what if a single woman surfing at the beach is attacked by a shark? That story would be thrilling. Expanding on that idea led to The Shallows. It was a clever nod to Spielberg and Jaws to grab some buzz. I heard you even made a cameo, the host continued. Yes, such a great story, I had to contribute. I play myself in a surfing scene. I think everyone will like it. The studio's large screen immediately showed Linton surfing, stirring cheers and applause from the audience. At the show's end, Linton performed the song Sold Out live, with its energetic melody and determined spirit perfectly expressed. The performance received enthusiastic cheers, boosting the song's exposure. Following Daniel's eager anticipation, a week-long chart promotion campaign for Sold Out began. Although Sold Out was explosive and high quality, its Billboard performance lagged behind I Swear and Taste the Feeling. Despite debuting at #1 on Billboard's singles chart, Linton's absence from promotion meant Sold Out only held the top spot for 2 weeks before Mariah Carey's Dream Lover took over, with Sold Out lingering in second place for the next 3 weeks. Still, sales were impressive, 7.2 million in North America and 8.4 million overseas, totaling 15.6 million copies in 5 weeks. Due to time constraints, Linton chose to focus on the 7 strongest markets, starting in New York, followed by Chicago, San Francisco, Houston, Phoenix, Philadelphia, and finally Los Angeles. The promotion involved visiting the top 3 to 4 radio stations in each city for interviews and listener interaction, boosting Billboard scores to try reclaiming the #1 spot and increase sales. He also gave interviews to major local media, always ending with a plug for The Shallows and revealing his cameo, gaining extra exposure for the film. The strategy worked. Sold Out reclaimed #1 on this week's Billboard chart, with sales rising, an impressive feat for a 6-week-old single. Since The Shallows' investment was small and star Cameron lacked fame, there was no premiere event. The film opened widely on April 16th. Universal was confident, spending $6 million on marketing, advertising everywhere, from bus stops and malls to theaters, magazines, and across their global TV networks. Though lacking big-name stars, Linton's role as screenwriter and co-producer added buzz, and Cameron's dedicated promotion helped create solid momentum. April was usually a slow month for North American box office, often under $60 million weekly, less than a third of summer blockbusters. Hit movies generally avoided this period. Competing films like Indecent Proposal, Fit to Kill, and Dominoes showed no signs of box office success. With theater owners optimistic about The Shallows, Universal secured 2,800 theaters and 5,800 screens for opening, including 2,000 theaters and 4,200 screens for midnight showings. The soundtrack CD was already on shelves nationwide, with promotional posters displayed prominently. Universal's merchandise shops stocked shark models, but due to lack of confidence, supply was limited. If sales boomed, restocking would be swift. Cameron temporarily ended pre-release promotions and settled into Linton's estate. At midnight screenings, instead of attending theaters, they stayed at the estate awaiting news. Chapter 151, Midnight Box Office for The Shallows. Cameron was a bundle of nerves. Ever since dinner, she had been pacing non-stop in the study, unable to sit still for a moment and constantly clasping her hands as if praying. Linton simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. The midnight box office numbers wouldn't be available until around 3 a.m. at the earliest. So he decided to give her a couple of calming injections right there in the study, letting her be swept away by joyful music so she wouldn't be preoccupied. At the theater down in Beverly Hills, the most prominent spot was covered by a giant poster for The Shallows. On the poster, Cameron wore a bikini, flaunting a scorching hot figure, and behind her loomed a terrifyingly lifelike giant shark. The lobby's big screen was also playing trailers for recently released movies, with The Shallows trailer appearing most frequently. Jimmy, a surveyor from CinemaScore, was assigned to this theater to gather audience feedback on The Shallows. He was surprised that even in the chilly month of April and during a midnight screening, quite a few people still chose to watch The Shallows. As the audience was checked in and entered the theater, Jimmy followed along and found a seat at the last row. Counting roughly, about 50 out of the 100 seats were filled, far exceeding his expectations. Before the movie started, he overheard some viewers chatting. "I heard the script was written by Linton, and he's also a co-producer." Yeah. I also heard he has a cameo in the movie. We better watch carefully to spot him. Aren't you more interested in the stunning lead actress? That chest, those legs, don't you think she's incredibly sexy?" The movie officially began. After the logos of Universal Pictures and Linton Films flashed on the screen, the story quickly kicked off. Linton appeared wearing swim trunks, shirtless, riding a surfboard freely on the waves, performing various tricks and high-difficulty maneuvers. Especially when a huge wave struck, he unleashed his ability, standing firm on the surfboard atop the wave, as if he was the master of the sea, his extraordinary posture rivaling the mythic god of the sea, Poseidon. The audience, men and women of all ages, erupted with wild screams and cheers. When Cameron took off her jacket on the beach, revealing a stunningly sexy figure, the male audience collectively swallowed hard, with some quietly sighing, "God, she's so sexy." The plot moved rapidly. Just as everyone was admiring Cameron's figure, a whale carcass appeared on the beach, followed by a shark attack. As the story progressed, the audience watched tensely, their eyes glued to the big screen, concerned for the heroine Nancy's fate. With one terrifying shark attack after another, Nancy managed to escape the jaws time and again. The film frequently shifted to the shark's point of view, ramping up an atmosphere filled with tension, suspense, and breathless excitement that gripped the audience. Finally, Nancy's never-give-up spirit led her to use her intelligence and surroundings to kill the shark and survive. Everyone in the theater let out a collective sigh of relief, followed by a deep sense of exhilaration, as if they had contributed to killing the shark themselves. This was just so thrilling, so intense, so damn exhilarating. Jimmy quietly left the theater to prepare the survey. After the movie ended and the audience exited, survey company staff handed out questionnaires and small gifts. Jimmy glanced over the results. The vast majority gave the movie an A or A+ rating. He even overheard some viewers discussing plans to bring friends for another screening tomorrow. Just after 3 a.m., Linton received a call from Levitt. "Linton, I've got good news. The midnight box office numbers for The Shallows are in. It made a total of $640,000. Is that good?" "Absolutely. Don't forget it's April. Cameron doesn't have a huge fan base, and you asked us not to push your cameo. This is a very solid performance. What's the next step?" "Don't worry. We'll ramp up promotion. Also, have Cameron and Zach get ready. If the numbers look good tomorrow, we'll arrange a promotional roadshow the day after." Linton hung up. Cameron, who had been quietly listening nearby, suddenly embraced him, planting a kiss. "Yeah, I'm going to make it, honey. I'm going to reward you good." She already sensed she would soon rise to stardom in Hollywood just like Naomi. Driven by the good news of the midnight box office, Cameron was bursting with excitement. She threw herself into passionate nights that were filled with relentless enthusiasm and sweet, happy music. The next morning at 9 a.m., Levitt sent over the survey results from the midnight screenings. CinemaScore had conducted in-person surveys across 90 theaters in 30 cities. The survey sampled 2,257 viewers, with 56% male, 78% under 25 years old, and 14% minorities. Of these, 1,636 gave the film an A+, 337 gave it an A, and fewer than 50 rated below B+. This was excellent data. According to the survey company's forecast, The Shallows' North American box office would not fall below $50 million. Seeing these results, Universal decided to kick off a promotional roadshow for The Shallows. They notified Zach and Cameron to prepare. Starting tomorrow at 9 a.m., the tour would last 2 weeks, with New York as the first stop. In the afternoon, at Cameron's strong insistence, the two got dolled up, wore masks, took movie tickets bought early by their assistant, and quietly went to the Beverly Hills Theater. They deliberately entered the screening after the movie started. Having watched the film many times, they were quite familiar with the plot. Their main goal was to observe the audience's reactions firsthand. The theater Linton entered seated 100. There were 39 viewers, a 39% occupancy rate, quite decent for a Friday afternoon. A slow time. They guessed that the evening's primetime screening could reach over 70%. When Linton appeared in the film, the entire audience screamed wildly. Then, when Cameron took off her jacket on the beach, displaying her explosive figure, the male audience swallowed hard, confirming to Linton that the box office was guaranteed. As the plot advanced, and the audience became completely engrossed, nervously cheering and shouting for Nancy, Linton knew the movie's box office was certain to be a hit, likely exceeding $50 million, and it might give him a big surprise. When Nancy killed the shark using her environment, the two quietly left the theater. Back at the estate, Linton shared his insights with Cameron. Already exhilarated by the bright future, Cameron embraced him and kissed him. "Darling, you're amazing. Carry me upstairs. I want to thank you properly." Soon, sweet and joyful songs filled the air again. Chapter 152, Opening Day Box Office and Miramax's Value. At 12:30 a.m., Levitt called again with good news. The Shallows had earned $5.42 million on its Friday opening day. Including the midnight screenings, which brought in an additional $640,000. The total was $6.06 million, securing the top spot at the box office that day. In second place was last week's release, Indecent Proposal, with $3.87 million in box office receipts. Third place was Fit to Kill, also released that day, earning $2.84 million. Though the opening exceeded expectations, what was especially notable was that none of the films released at the same time could genuinely compete. Levitt said they would further communicate with the theater chains to secure more screenings. With such huge positive momentum, the ferry immediately bounced back fully charged, launching a fresh offensive with even sexier moves. The next day, Cameron went to Universal energized, planning to join director Zack and Universal's staff for a promotional tour across major cities. Linton was swimming leisurely in the pool when Robert arrived at the estate carrying a thick folder. "Boss, The Shallows' opening day box office was a huge hit. Great news." Seeing Linton come out of the pool, Robert thoughtfully offered a towel. "It is indeed great news. Have the production team keep in close contact with Universal's marketing department, cooperate with them to enhance the promotion, and aim for even better results. Tell them the bonuses won't be small." "Good. You're amazing. I was worried about The Shallows at first, with Zack being a rookie director and Cameron a newcomer actress. I didn't expect the market response to be this good." "Stop flattering me. It's mainly the crew's effort. They made a film the audience loves." Linton knew Robert was flattering him but appreciated hearing it, smiling warmly. "Actually, it's mainly thanks to you. You wrote the script, arranged the project, selected the director, finalized the leading role, and were also co-producer. You even put effort into assembling the crew. And had a cameo yourself. So the success of The Shallows is undeniably mostly yours, at least 60%. What a way for Robert to flatter. Linton felt pleased yet knew he couldn't foster a culture of flattery in the company. He wanted to reprimand him but ended up saying, "All right, let's stop with such words in the future. They don't look good. Let Mina take you to the study for a bit. I'll change my clothes and be right there." "What is it?" In the study, after Mina brought coffee, Linton asked. "This is the detailed information on Miramax from a third-party research firm." Robert handed over the folder. "Oh, highlight the key points. Miramax's most valuable asset right now is their distribution network. After 14 years of development, their North American distribution system is very comprehensive, capable of pushing films into all major mainstream and art house theaters across North America. Its estimated value is $23 million. Their distribution network is good. Among Hollywood's Big Seven, probably only New Line can compare. The second valuable asset is their ownership of rights to 130 films, including Oscar-winning titles like Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Cinema Paradiso, and My Left Foot. Over 60 of these were purchased from foreign markets, with North American rights only, valued at $11 million. These are the two valuable assets. The other production units aren't worth much, and their office assets were destroyed by a major fire. How about liabilities? There are two main liabilities. One is a $4 million bank loan. The other involves two previously produced films, The Night We Never Met and Dance Fever High. The total investment was $22 million, with Miramax only investing $5.5 million. The other $16.5 million came from outside financing. Now that the film's prints have been destroyed by fire, the investment is lost. These financiers have applied to the court to convert their investment into debt. Those two liabilities together total $20.5 million. So the net value is about $12.5 million? In theory, yes, but it depends on whether there are competing buyers and their offers. Are there any buyers yet? Several have submitted acquisition offers. The strongest competitors are Disney and Fox. Other offers come from smaller Hollywood indie companies, though their bids are unknown. What do you suggest? Miramax still holds significant acquisition value for us. Owning them would let us fully handle North American distribution for our films, which is very profitable. More importantly, their industry status is exceptional. Distribution companies hold a higher position than production studios, upstream in the film industry, and every production house relies on them. Since you had plans to enter distribution before, I think now is a perfect opportunity. It's a good choice. What do you think is a fair offer. Based on company valuation, it's theoretically worth $12.5 million. But with many competitors, there will be a premium. I suggest we initially offer $12.5 million. No premium yet. An express acquisition intent to Miramax. The Weinstein brothers will probably approach us, likely trying to pit the bidding companies against each other to drive up the price. Okay, let's do that. You and Goodman prepare an acquisition proposal and formally approach Miramax. The price can be raised moderately, but I have one condition. After acquisition, offer the Weinstein brothers two choices. First, to continue working at the company for at least 3 years without guaranteed positions. Second, to take a buyout, but must sign a non-compete agreement not to work in film or TV production and distribution for 3 years. Got it, but they might find it hard to accept this. It's necessary. Disney and Fox will probably have similar conditions. You have to understand, their most valuable asset is their distribution network, reliant on their distribution team. Without this restriction, the brothers could take the team and start their own company, leaving us with the short end of the stick. In reality, in the original timeline, Miramax was bought by Disney in 1993. In 2005, Harvey and Bob Weinstein clashed with Disney chairman Michael Eisner, faced suppression, were forced to leave Miramax, relinquish their Disney and Miramax shares, and immediately set up the Weinstein Company with former staff members drawn from Miramax. Yeah, boss, you really thought this through. Chapter 153, The Farm, Thunderstorm Protection System. In the afternoon, Winnie arrived at the estate with information about farms in Montana. Recently, she had spent half a month touring various counties across Montana and selected 4 suitable farms that were currently listed for sale. The first was located in Park County, with a farm area of 230,000 acres, adjacent to the Rocky Mountains, abundant water resources, and convenient transportation. It was about 110 kilometers from Bozeman-Yellowstone International Airport, approximately a 1-hour 20-minute drive. It was also about 80 kilometers from Cody Airport in Wyoming's Park County, roughly a 1-hour drive. The asking price was $94.5 million. The second was in Gallatin County, with a farm area of 140,000 acres. Slightly smaller, but also neighboring the Rocky Mountains with sufficient water and even more convenient transportation. It was about 50 kilometers from Bozeman-Yellowstone International Airport, around a 30-minute drive. The asking price was $58.8 million. The third farm was in Deer Lodge County, covering 110,000 acres. It was also close to the Rocky Mountains with ample water and accessible transportation. It was about 80 kilometers from Burt Mooney Airport in Butte, approximately a 1-hour drive. The asking price was $46.5 million. The fourth was in Beaverhead County, with 90,000 acres, again next to the Rocky Mountains, rich in water and convenient transportation. It was about 60 kilometers from Burt Mooney Airport in Butte, around a 40-minute drive. The asking price was $38.7 million. The prices were quite similar, about $400 per acre. Other options were either too small or too far from airports. It was clear that Winnie had been very meticulous in acquiring farm information. She prioritized strictly according to Linton's requirements and brought back very detailed materials. Honey, Montana really is a great place. Beautiful scenery, fresh air, far away from industrial pollution. It feels like a paradise, an ideal vacation spot. But do we really need to buy such a large plot? I drove around that Park County farm. 230,000 acres is way beyond my imagination. It's more than 100 kilometers driving around its perimeter, Winnie said. Linton hugged her and kissed her, making her sit on his lap. Baby, this farm is very important. I want to build it into the Anderson family's stronghold, a legacy place where our future children will grow up. Furthermore, as my wealth grows with your help, I'm confident that in the near future I will become a super billionaire. A $10 billion net worth is just the starting point. 100 billion, even a trillion. That's the goal. But along with that, my personal strength has to improve simultaneously. Otherwise, I'd just be a sitting duck for others in this cutthroat society. So we must cultivate an elite armed force to defend ourselves among the wolves around us. The farm is the ideal place to build this power. Honey, $100 billion. Is that really possible? The world's richest man now, Warren Buffett, only has a fortune of $8.3 billion. Winnie replied. Baby, trust me. Within 10 years at most, my wealth will surpass theirs. In fact, Warren Buffett is only the public face of wealth. The real super rich don't stand in the spotlight. Families like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Morgans, they each control fortunes over $100 billion, but they're well hidden and unknown to the public, Linton said confidently. Honey, are you saying our Anderson family will one day stand alongside the Rothschilds and Rockefellers? Winnie exclaimed in disbelief. Baby, have confidence. In 20 years at most, we will catch up with them, Linton declared, showing unprecedented ambition. Honey, you're amazing, moi. Winnie was so moved by Linton's strength of belief, she gave him a passionate kiss. Baby, I can't hold back anymore. Carry me upstairs, she whispered. As you wish, Linton said, lifting Winnie and heading to the third floor. Soon, a sweet, charming song played continuously in the background. Actually, Linton buying a large farm had another very important purpose he hadn't disclosed yet. He had already reached Stage 2, Level 6, of the Starlight Spark, and at this pace, he expected to reach the peak of this stage by early next year. The next step would be to attempt the Celestial Presence stage. However, the Celestial Presence breakthrough required absorbing natural energy, known as the Thunder Trial. Linton's cultivation was solely based on absorbing others' admiration and popularity. He hadn't absorbed a speck of natural energy from the world and had never experienced such. More importantly, Linton didn't possess any artifacts to protect him during the Thunder Trial. He relied solely on his own body to withstand the storm, which meant 100% certain destruction. He thought of building a Faraday cage to shield from the Thunder Trial, but Linton understood the true nature of this celestial lightning. The Thunder Trial was punishment and test. When the natural order detected someone surpassing human limits, it would lock onto the target and send down a devastating storm. Once locked on, there were only two ways. Use every means to defend and survive to raise your power and lifespan, or be destroyed. There was no third option. Avoidance was impossible no matter where you hid, underground or underwater. A Faraday cage might block the lightning, but the storm would keep pounding with increasing power until the cage collapsed. Then, the lightning's strength would be multiplied, and Linton would face even greater destruction. After extensive research, Linton conceived a solution. Perhaps modern technology such as lightning rods can be used to divert most of the lightning energy. With less damage, his survival chances would improve significantly. But the trial's power was far beyond ordinary lightning or high-voltage electricity. A standard lightning rod would be overwhelmed instantly. He needed to construct a super lightning tower capable of withstanding the Thunder Trial's strikes without collapsing, with enough land to dissipate the discharged energy safely. So he needed to buy a massive farm and build a sturdy steel tower at its center. The tower's foundation would extend 10 meters underground. From the base, 100 large copper pipes would spread in a circular pattern at least 10 kilometers deep underground, preferably 15 kilometers. During the Thunder Trial, he would stand beneath this steel tower, which would absorb most of the storm's energy, with only a small amount striking him. As long as the underground dissipation was fast enough, the tower would not collapse. He calculated that 10 kilometers was the minimum length needed to discharge energy effectively. A shorter length risked a tower collapse. Based on a 10-kilometer radius, the ideal circular area needed would be roughly 78,500 acres. In practice, he'd need at least an 110,000-acre farm. If he used the ideal 15-kilometer radius, the area would expand to approximately 176,625 acres, so he'd need a 240,000-acre farm. Of course, it didn't have to be 15 kilometers exactly. The longer, the better. He named the system the Thunderstorm Protection Array and hoped that by channeling immense Thunder Trial energy underground, he might invigorate the land with some vitality, possibly spawning spiritual energy. If so, he'd gain tremendous benefit and invaluable legacy for himself and his family for generations to come. Chapter 154, Anderson Farm. Chapter 154, Anderson Farm. The next day, Linton and Winnie, along with their assistants, bodyguards, Goodman, Henry, and a group of 9 people, flew to Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport in Montana. They then took 3 Mercedes-Benz SUVs arranged in advance by Mina to Parker County. Given the importance of his assets and safety, choosing the largest possible farm that met the geographical conditions was a priority. Naturally, his first target was this farm in Parker County called Bruce Farm. As Winnie had mentioned, the air in Montana was incredibly fresh. Without any heavy industry, the environment was well preserved. Endless lush green farmland stretched everywhere, with forests covering about 30%. The temperature was relatively cool, around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The roads were average, and vehicles didn't move quickly. Although traffic was light, it still took nearly an hour and a half to reach Bruce Farm. The farm was rectangular, running about 34 miles east to west and 27 miles north to south. On the west side, it bordered the Rocky Mountains, and a river called the Missouri River originated there. It flowed from west to east across the farm, over 65 feet wide, carrying enough water to irrigate the whole farm. Most of the terrain was flat plains, with some rolling hills near the western edge by the Rockies and a lake over 5 acres in size in the middle of the farm. There was also another lake of about 3 acres. Currently, the farm primarily grew barley and sugar beets. A small number of cattle and sheep were raised on the western hills. It was planting season in April and May, and the entire farm echoed with the sound of machinery. Workers were driving tractors plowing the fields. The main entrance was on the south side, about 2 miles from the state highway on a private farm road. Not far from the gate was the farm management area. There were 3 buildings. In the center stood a massive 3-story villa, meant for the owner's residence and office, though it was currently vacant, awaiting its new owner. On either side were 2 long 2-story buildings housing over 40 workers in total. The yard had more than 10 pickup trucks and ATVs. About 150 feet away stood a stable housing over 30 horses, next to a huge warehouse. Beside the warehouse were several large farm vehicle garages for tractors, seeders, harvesters, mowers, and balers. A small river, likely a tributary of the Missouri River, flowed nearby. Bruce Farm was about 12 miles from Parker County's main town, a small town with fewer than 15,000 residents. The entire county had about 28,000 people, but the town had decent businesses and all essential amenities. After surveying the farm, Linton was quite satisfied. Although the north-south length was slightly shorter than ideal, it was still sufficient for installing his super anti-lightning towers. He skipped viewing other smaller farms and decided to purchase this one straight away. Next came the negotiation with the real estate agency. Henry, Winnie, and Goodman took turns bargaining with the agent, finally closing the deal at $92 million, with 40% down payment. The remaining 60% was financed with a bank mortgage arranged by the agency, to be repaid over 10 years. After signing the contract and paying the down payment, though other procedures were pending, Linton was essentially the owner of the farm. The agent handed over the farm's affairs to him. The current farm manager was a white man named Tuck Alanka, 36 years old, along with 37 staff members. Since there weren't good hotels in Parker County, Tuck suggested that Linton's group stay overnight in the villa, which had been empty for months, but regularly cleaned and was far better than local hotels. After Linton approved, arrangements were made immediately to prepare the villa. Then Tuck showed a ledger and reported on the farm's operations. Bruce Farm covered 230,000 acres, with 180,000 acres of arable land mainly growing barley and sugar beets. The farm practiced crop rotation, 1 year planting, 1 year fallow. Last year, they harvested 200,000 tons of barley and 80,000 tons of sugar beets. The 10,000-acre hilly pasture near the Rockies on the west raised about 5,000 cattle and 5,000 sheep. Farming was mostly fully mechanized. Last year's total output value was $38.6 million. After costs, staff wages, and taxes, profits were about $9.5 million. The farm's return rate was quite good, over 10%. Although operating costs were not low, the net return was about 8%, which was decent and stable, though not as high as in high-tech sectors like computing. Linton wondered why the previous owner wanted to sell. However, the farm's operating funds were zero, so they would have to inject new capital. Linton handed the ledger to Winnie and Henry to review for any improvements. Linton gently used soul induction to ask, "Where are you from?" "I'm a local from Parker County," Talk answered. How long have you been here? Since 1983, about 10 years now. Do you have family? Where do they live? A wife and 2 kids. Our home is in Parker Town, and I go back every weekend to see them. What about the other workers? All are locals from Parker County. Most live in Parker Town, some from nearby small towns. How do they handle time off? They take turns resting. Each person gets 4 days off per month, coordinating so they don't overlap. During planting and harvest seasons, no vacations are allowed, while longer leaves are rotated between November and February. Is all the accounting accurate? Are there other ledgers? Boss, rest assured. This is the only ledger. There are no hidden accounts. When exactly are barley and sugar beets planted and harvested? They're planted from late April to early May. Barley harvest is mid to late August, while sugar beet harvest is in early September, as their growing season is a bit longer. When does it start snowing here in winter? Usually light snow starts in November, turning into heavy snow by December. Can we switch to planting only barley this year? That's unlikely. We signed an agreement in March with the sugar factory to supply 80,000 tons of sugar beets. Changing plans now would likely bring penalties. Also, we've already bought and started cultivating seeds for both crops. With seeding just days away, changing now isn't feasible. Can we ensure all barley and sugar beets are harvested before September 10th? No problem. The whole farm is fully mechanized, and the process is fast. By this point, Linton had a good idea. To avoid disrupting production and attracting outside attention, the thunderstorm protection array work should proceed during the fallow period starting mid-September. Considering heavy snow begins in December, the actual construction window was just about 80 days. He would need to find a capable construction company and prepare everything in advance: site surveying, material procurement, machinery, etc. From now on, our farm is renamed Anderson Farm. Starting tomorrow, change all farm signs to Anderson Farm. Sure, boss. Chapter 155, Thunder Guards. The next day, Linton had Winnie handle the transfer and renaming paperwork for the farm with the agency team, injecting the first capital of $10 million into the farm. He personally, accompanied by bodyguards Danny and David and guided by Talk, conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the farm. They spent a full 3 days surveying the terrain and topography, giving Linton a detailed plan for the thunderstorm protection array's layout. He was ready to draft specific construction blueprints and list material requirements once back. This was merely a lightning protection system. No matter how large the distribution range was, it was a piece of cake for him with his abilities. Linton planned to calculate material quantities and construction effort next, seek cooperation from capable contractors, negotiate prices, and finalize contracts to ensure construction would start mid-September and complete by late November. Of course, to guarantee the array's effectiveness during the crucial period, he would personally oversee the site in November. After scouting the array layout, Linton, Danny, and David moved to the farm's western hilly region. I'm planning to designate 1,000 acres here to build a security base. What do you think? Boss, 1,000 acres is huge. How large a unit are you thinking of assembling? The first phase aims to establish a 200-person elite military force, modeled after the Marine Corps. Beyond training here, they'll rotate to Africa for mercenary missions, gaining combat baptism to ensure absolute fighting capability. The space is ample, but how will we solve the weaponry and equipment issues? Once back in Los Angeles, I intend to start a security firm. Running it under that name allows us to legally purchase most weapons. For the latest or regulated weapons, we'll figure out strategies gradually. That sounds feasible. Security companies can indeed acquire sufficient arms. However, recruiting personnel, base renovation, and weapon purchases will require huge funds. Money's no object. I'll handle funding. Which of you two is interested in managing this? After nearly 2 years of testing, Linton trusted both their loyalty. Both had served as junior officers before their transition and possessed strong military skills. Managing a small military base was within their capabilities. I'll take it. I miss the military life more than this comfortable existence, David volunteered. Good, it's yours. You'll be the commander of this unit. Your salary increases by 50% immediately. Boss, can I have Sandy and the others too? No problem. When back in LA, pick whoever fits. If they're willing, I'll transfer them all to you with a 30% pay raise. You'll form a compact elite force with you as the core. Thanks, boss. I'll build an elite, fiercely loyal team with absolute combat readiness. I'm naming this unit the Thunder Guards. I want its combat prowess to be as formidable as thunder, ruthless and relentless in battle. Understood. We'll honor the Thunder Guard's glory and mission. But remember, loyalty is paramount. Absolute loyalty to me and the Anderson family. Understood, boss. Absolute loyalty to you and the Anderson family. We'll stay here a few more days. Danny, coordinate with David to survey the terrain, confirm the base location, and draft construction plans and preliminary budget. After finalizing farm legalities, Goodman and Henry returned to L.A., while Winnie stayed to accompany Linton. Apart from occasional discussions about the military base with David, Linton enjoyed peaceful moments with Winnie on the farm. Winnie held special significance to Linton. They respected farm operations, didn't need talks accompaniment, spent days exploring the boundless, vibrant farm, naturally feeling exhilarated and fulfilled. Nights were filled with joyful exchanges and sweet melodies that echoed over the villa. 3 more days passed. David and Danny confirmed the military base's location near the Rocky Mountains foothills on the farm's western edge, naming it Thunder Base. They secured roughly 1,000 acres, set boundaries, sketched detailed topographic maps, and planned a private 10-kilometer road linking to the interstate. Linton informed Talk that from then on, farm workers were prohibited from entering or interfering with this zone. They intended to discuss detailed construction plans with Sandy, Hayden, and Gully back in L.A. to ensure thoroughness. It had been a week since Linton left, with Robert continuing intense negotiations with the Weinstein brothers. The film The Shallows was currently a hit, but the tax season was near. It was time to return. By the way, U.S. cellular coverage was poor. Carriers cared only about profits, not universal service. His phone had signal only in Parker County. Out at the farm, it was dead, essentially useless. Communication relied solely on the villa's landline. The assistant stayed close to the villa, not daring to go out, thankfully with no emergencies. The Shallows performed well at the box office. Opening day grossed $6.06 million. Saturday brought $6.73 million. Sunday, $6.27 million. The 3-day opening weekend totaled $19.06 million, topping weekend charts. Though the gross wasn't huge, it accounted for 40% of the market during the typically slow April season. Second place was last week's release, Indecent Proposal, with $12.53 million. Third was Fit to Kill, also opening that day, with $7.64 million. Not in the same league. Starting Monday, major chains expanded screenings to 3,000 theaters and over 6,000 screens. Universal quickly added $2 million in promotion funding. Media reviews were positive. Hollywood Entertainment called The Shallows a high-energy, non-stop thriller with chills lingering afterward, a strong recommendation. Hollywood News Century said it captured the desire to break from mundane life for a thrilling escape, helping audiences find courage and renew life's meaning in the theater. Even the Los Angeles Times reported, a beach, a rock, a lookout tower. Simple props combined with straightforward plotting maximized suspense and allure, keeping eyes glued throughout. Gender rights groups praised The Shallows for promoting female empowerment and resilience, rallying women to support the film. Nevertheless, critics overwhelmingly slammed it as shallow, flashy sex appeal and thrills without substance or value. Yet audiences chose sexiness and tension, undoubtedly due to Linton's star power. Surprisingly, the movie's shark figurines sold well, prompting Universal to rush more orders. Monday made $4.22 million with a healthy drop. Tuesday, $4.62 million. Wednesday, $4.17 million. Thursday, $4.19 million. After a full week, The Shallows totaled $36.26 million, firmly claiming box office champion. The industry was stunned. Linton's film company, and both Linton and Robert had become famous. 2 mid-budget flicks turned massive hits sparked interest and caution about upcoming releases Speed and Step Up 2 from the industry. Big winners were Cameron Diaz and Zack Snyder. Cameron's popularity soared, holding her own as a major female lead, rivaling Naomi Watts, receiving multiple film and commercial offers. Zach successfully transitioned from music video director to mainstream filmmaker, gaining major studio attention. But The Shallow's run was limited. The summer blockbuster season would start soon. On April 30th, several hot movies, including Warner's big-budget Dave, would release. Universal projected The Shallows would earn about $80 million in North America, a huge success on a $7 million investment. Overseas releases would begin gradually from April 30th onward. Chapter 156, Acquiring Miramax. Right after returning to Los Angeles, Robert came to report on the acquisition negotiation status of Miramax Films. Just as anticipated, due to many companies involved in the bidding, the Weinstein brothers raised their price, triggering everyone to increase their offers. Now, all the smaller companies were out. The remaining contenders were Disney, 20th Century Fox, and Linton Films. Disney's latest bid reached $22 million, with a premium over 75%. Should we continue bidding? With the debts included, the acquisition cost rose to $42.5 million, which was indeed quite high. However, compared to the already mature and solid distribution network, it was still very cost-effective. In a few years, it would require at least $100 million, not to mention the 130 movie copyrights. We should proceed. Miramax under our hands could create far more value than Disney or 20th Century Fox. They just want to supplement their distribution network and value independent films. But for us, it's a complete distribution network. Just think about the profits from distributing Step Up and The Shallows. One blockbuster alone can recoup our investment. True, but what's our bottom line? $30 million. Above $30 million, we can discuss again. Okay, hopefully, we won't need $30 million. I think $22 million is close to the bottom line for Disney and 20th Century Fox. At the Sherman Golf Club, Hofdell skillfully sunk his ball into the hole, and Linton matched him by sinking his ball quickly and neatly. Linton had invited LAPD Deputy Chief Hofdell. With the previous cooperation on Speed, the two naturally admired each other. One was a powerful LAPD executive and member of the five-person committee. The other was a movie company owner, a new multimillionaire, a great director, and a star. Both had resources the other needed, so they quickly became good friends. After a round, they rested in the clubhouse loungers. Golf courses really were ideal for discussions. No reporters or nosy people to disturb or eavesdrop, no surveillance. The exercise was mild, the air fresh, and the scenery lush green, all soothing. Because of its high price, golf was considered an elite sport and an important venue for American elite cooperation talks. Linton first briefed Hoff on the progress of Speed, scheduled for July 9th, and invited him to the premiere. Speed had become LAPD's image promotional film, receiving great support during filming. LAPD hoped to use Speed's release to change public perception and restore citizen trust. Hoff readily agreed. Hearing that Linton promised a donation to LAPD after the film's release, Hoff couldn't hide his smile. With the mood set, Linton brought up the request to open a security company. Hoff agreed without hesitation. It was a minor matter for him, and he gave Linton a subordinate's contact to submit application materials. The next day, Linton had Goodman prepare the documents and submit them to LAPD. With Hoff's support, the security company license was quickly obtained. Then, Goodman and David registered Thunder Security Company, with David Reed as the legal representative. Linton also selected a new bodyguard named Carter Finn as his personal guard. With official security company credentials, they could order various weapons, except those restricted by the Pentagon. David also convinced Sandy, Hayden, and two other new bodyguards to join Thunder Security. Linton invested $10 million initially into Thunder Security for building a training ground, weapon purchases, and staffing. The only requirement: form combat capability quickly while ensuring loyalty. Linton also quickly drew the detailed blueprint of the Thunderstorm Protection Array, including material specifications. The public name was changed to Farm Lightning Protection System. He handed it to Winnie to find professionals to calculate workload and materials to prepare for negotiations with construction companies. By the end of April, tax season arrived again. Linton spent a day calculating last year's tax with Henry and Goodman. His personal tax was easy. Though his income was high, most was donated to charity. Plus, having just bought a big farm, he ended up owing zero in taxes. But Linton Films owed much more due to Step Up's huge profits. Despite investments in 3 new films and maximum charitable donations, plus Henry's tax avoidance maneuvers, the company still owed $16.35 million, causing Linton considerable pain. The charity fund mostly did long-term stock investments. Stock appreciation did not count, and dividends were under $5 million. A 1% federal tax was negligible. Other properties and copyright studios had minimal tax burdens. The charity fund's major expense was charitable donations. $7.5 million spent last year. With increasing income, Linton expected to expand the charity fund and charitable spending. Aunt Kelly had already told Linton to allocate $3 million this year for charity in their grandmother's hometown. Linton wholeheartedly supported this and said he'd accompany her to visit and pay respects when she finalized the location. Regarding the Miramax acquisition, after multiple rounds of bids and clashes, 20th Century Fox withdrew at $24 million. Only Disney and Linton Films remained. Disney then proposed a joint acquisition with Linton. Robert was tempted, but Disney required a majority 51% stake, making Miramax a Disney subsidiary. Linton declined after much thought. He refused to being a worker for Disney. His bottom line was at least 51% ownership. After several rounds without compromise, the joint bid fell apart, and they returned to price competition. Finally, Disney withdrew at $27 million. After nearly a month of negotiations, the acquisition succeeded. On April 30th, just before month-end, both parties signed the acquisition contract in front of lawyers. Linton Films acquired all shares of Miramax Films for $27 million cash and assumed $20.5 million debts. Chapter 157: Integration and Consolidation. Before officially signing the acquisition contract, Linton demanded that the Weinstein brothers lay off all non-production staff at Miramax, keeping only distribution personnel and producers. These bastards had to be forced into doing it. There was no way he would bring those problems into the new company. What surprised Linton greatly was that both Harvey and Bob Weinstein chose to stay and signed 3-year employment contracts. From being movie company owners, they became employees. It was uncertain whether they would adapt to this shift in status. However, they didn't lose out, as the brothers held nearly 70% of the original company's shares. After this transfer, they received a huge cash payout, comfortably becoming multimillionaires. After the acquisition, Linton had private talks with Harvey and Bob, essentially using soul induction to question them. "Harvey, why did you choose to stay? I love the film industry, and all my skills lie in it. If I leave, I don't know what else I can do. Plus, powerful figures in Washington want me to stay in the film industry to maintain influence. You wouldn't let me go to other film companies, so I have no choice but to stay. Why didn't these Washington big shots step in to help your company through the crisis? They've been disappointed in me lately. Not long ago, I asked them to help solve a major problem. Then there was this fire that wiped out the entire company. They probably think I'm not worth the effort to invest in. So they abandoned him. No wonder the company collapsed so easily. Have you found out the real cause of the fire? Didn't the fire department give their conclusion? 2 separate places caught fire at the same time. Don't you think that's too coincidental? It is, but neither the police nor the fire department found evidence of foul play. I had to trust them. Do you or your brother have enemies? No. At most we deceived a few actresses, but they didn't have the capacity for this. Linton nodded with satisfaction. Apparently they never doubted him. He continued, "Are you willing to just be an employee at my company?" "Definitely not. This acquisition contract limits me. I'll keep a low profile here for 3 years, but after that, I'll start a new venture." Indeed, they were unwilling to stay down quietly. But this wasn't Disney, and after 3 years, they couldn't just take a bunch of people and start over easily. When Linton used soul induction on Bob, his answers aligned with Harvey's, except regarding enemies. "I don't have any enemies, but Harvey does. He deceived too many girls, sleeping with them, but never fulfilling his promises. I strongly suspect one of them is seeking revenge, but I have no evidence." "Did you tell the police?" "How could I? Reporting it would only embarrass us. The police wouldn't investigate all those girls. More importantly, If I exposed this, those girls might sue Harvey and the company, which would be disastrous. We'd be shamed, lose money, and become untouchable in Hollywood. Linton felt completely reassured. They never doubted him, because from their perspective, he had no reason to act otherwise. Regarding the Step Up 2 scandal, Linton hadn't suffered any damage. Instead, they paid $10 million in compensation and never realized they had been exposed. Naomi Watts wasn't seriously harmed during the Oscar night incident. If anything, Harvey had lost respect. Indeed, winners don't hold grudges against losers, but unfortunately, they met someone who didn't play by the usual rules. Looking at it this way, Harvey was a shameless womanizer with brazen audacity. Even his own brother disapproved. No wonder he eventually fell. To protect the company's image and healthy growth, Harvey would no longer be allowed to wield hidden power. After resolving these doubts, Linton began consolidating company resources. He decided not to keep the Miramax brand, instead breaking it up. Following layoffs of non-production staff, the company retained only the production and distribution departments. Distribution was the core and most valuable asset, with over 70 employees. Besides the headquarters team of over 20 involved in marketing, planning, and content selection, most staff were stationed in various states. The production department was small, just around 10 people, mostly a few producers and post-production personnel. Like many independent film companies, most crew members were hired temporarily during shoots. Linton merged the former Miramax production team into Linton Films' production department, with Robert continuing as manager and Bob Weinstein as deputy manager, responsible for independent films with budgets under $3 million. With an established distribution network, these films were unlikely to lose money if costs were controlled. The distribution department kept the original Miramax team, with Linton personally as manager and Harvey Weinstein as deputy manager. However, distribution would no longer be under Harvey's full control. After testing the original distribution manager, Klinsman Reed, with sole induction, Linton found that although Reed was promoted by the Weinsteins, he was not blindly loyal. He showed strong ambition and sought recognition from the new management. Naturally, Linton saw potential and promoted him to deputy manager, equal with Harvey. Though the company currently had no films ready for distribution, the distribution business was upstream in Hollywood's industry, so no concerns there. Previously, distribution focused on art house and horror films, mostly foreign films acquired from film festivals. They rarely handled commercial movies. Though profitable, margins were thin except for a few Oscar-winning films. It wasn't that they didn't want commercial films. Rather, commercial films rarely approached them, preferring the major 7 Hollywood distributors and their subsidiaries. Now under Linton's ownership, future company movies would be distributed internally. After a few successful cases, commercial films from other companies would naturally consider them, since the major 7's distribution terms were too strict. Since Miramax's offices had burned down, Linton seized the opportunity to rent the 9th floor as the distribution department's new office. After moving into the new space, Linton called back all distribution personnel, including those stationed elsewhere, and held one-on-one meetings. Through sole induction, he identified a small number of people deeply loyal to the Weinstein brothers. He noted them for future marginalization. Thankfully, most staff retained an employee mindset, working for whoever paid, hoping for a bright company future and opportunities for promotion based on performance. Linton then held a full meeting, painting a promising future for the distribution division. He announced plans to shift towards commercial film distribution. He promised that future commercial films would be handled by this team, giving them a chance to build reputation and attract more commercial productions, ultimately growing into a major influential Hollywood distributor. Performance-based assessments were emphasized. Company success would lead to higher bonuses, and top performers could expect promotion. He also announced a 5% salary increase for all new and existing employees. With these initiatives, Linton swiftly absorbed Miramax's assets and gained the full support of its staff. Chapter 158, The Mentor, the Talent Scout. As Linton worked on integrating his company, May quickly arrived, and the film market was heating up with the bustling summer blockbuster season. The film The Shallows continued to dominate in its second week, grossing $26.83 million over 7 days. maintaining its position as the top box office hit. Its total cumulative box office reached $63.09 million. Encouragingly, merchandise related to the movie, such as shark figurines, sold well, earning over $16 million in 2 weeks. Universal's prepared inventory of $20 million was expected to sell out soon. However, the movie's original soundtrack didn't perform as strongly. Since Linton didn't personally contribute a song, the soundtrack's quality was just passable. Even with the movie's popularity boost, it sold only about 900,000 copies in 2 weeks. On April 30th, the summer blockbuster season officially kicked off, with numerous commercial productions releasing, including Warner Brothers' A-grade film Dave. As a result, The Shallows' screening slots sharply declined from 3,000 theaters and 6,000 screens to 1,200 theaters and 2,600 screens. Naturally, the third week saw a steep drop in box office to $12.46 million in 7 days. However, after 3 weeks, its cumulative box office reached $75.55 million, enough for Universal and Linton Films to pop champagne in celebration. Universal raised its North American box office forecast to $85 million. Starting April 30th, The Shallows began releasing overseas in the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, Spain, Australia, Mexico, and Brazil. Thanks to its roaring success in North America, the film also performed well overseas, earning $19.8 million across those 10 countries in its first week. Among these, Australia stood out, pulling in over $3.2 million in a week, ranking first for international box office. The film's popularity in North America also boosted the fame of Australia's Lord Howe Island, with several North American tour companies reaching out to establish travel routes there. This greatly motivated the Australian Tourism Board, which began nationwide promotion, helping The Shallows exceed expected market performance in Australia. Seeing the film's impressive overseas box office, Universal started overseas promotions led by Cameron Michelle Diaz from May 5th. However, Zack Snyder did not participate in overseas promotions. Directors in this era were mostly behind the scenes. More overseas markets were set to open soon. Early in May, Michael Bay and Ryan eagerly came to Linton, seeking opportunities to direct films independently. Although Linton was busy consolidating his company, he honored their appointment and set aside an afternoon for Robert from the screenwriting department to bring over the scripts for The Rock and Happy Death Day. After more than 2 months of revisions, the scripts for The Rock and Happy Death Day were finalized. Linton handed Michael Bay the script for The Rock and gave Ryan the script for Happy Death Day. These are the 2 movies our company plans to launch in the second half of this year. You have 1 month to storyboard, develop a shooting plan, and make a detailed budget. If your submissions satisfy me, I'll consider letting you direct. Thank you, boss. We won't disappoint you. Both breathed a sigh of relief seeing 2 different films instead of one, initially fearing competition for the same position. Thinking of the current success of Zack, both felt inspired. They had served as his assistant directors, received his selfless guidance, been recognized by Linton, and were assigned to direct films backed by Linton. They were confident they could succeed and become the next Zack. It was true. During The Shallows' promotional tour, Zack repeatedly thanked Linton before the media. He called Linton his mentor and shared that while serving as assistant director on Step Up, Linton had taught him generously, nurturing his growth, helping him transform from a music video director to a commercial film director. Most importantly, Linton believed in him and gave him a chance, which made directing The Shallows possible, something unthinkable at other studios. When asked by a host, Director Zack, with Linton as co-producer on The Shallows, what specific help did he provide during your directing process? 3 main aspects, Zack said. First, during crew preparation, being a newcomer, he helped me build the crew, chose the lead actors, and reviewed the shooting plan. Wait, you said the female lead was chosen by Linton? The host interrupted, addressing the audience's most pressing question. Yes, Linton wasn't only co-producer. He also wrote the script. Naturally, he knew best who suited the female lead. I remember when he introduced Cameron to me and the producer, we all agreed she was perfect. So, how do you think Cameron performed? Zack directed the question to the audience, engaging them interactively. Great. Do you like her? Yes. You see, the audience's reaction proves our casting was spot on. Was he bossy about casting? I heard Naomi Watts was directly picked by him for Step Up. Not at all. On the contrary, he respected everyone's opinions on set. Take Naomi, for example. At the casting meeting when I was assistant director, Linton introduced Naomi's profile to us, and we all thought she was the perfect fit. The movie's great success proved it, and Naomi won wide audience affection. He has an uncanny insight for finding the perfect fit immediately. So, do you think Naomi performed well in Step Up? Zach engaged the audience again. Yes. Do you like her? Yes. You mentioned Linton's first type of help. What about the second? The host, slightly frustrated looking for juicy details, quickly shifted topics. Second, 2 days before shooting started, he flew to our set to check preparations. After the shoot began, he quietly observed the schedule for a day, then was satisfied and ready to step back. At that time, for box office considerations, I asked him to cameo in the film, which he gladly agreed to, giving us that smooth surfing scene. What do you think of his surfing shot? Zach asked the audience again. Awesome. Too short, though, came the enthusiastic cheers. What else did he do during filming? The host quickly followed up. He confirmed on set that I could fully command the crew and shoot all required scenes, then completely trusted me and didn't appear again. He trusts you so much. Exactly why I call him a great talent scout. I believe many new directors have great talent but lack recognition and opportunities. Compared to them, I'm very fortunate. Is it really hard for new directors to get chances? Very hard. Hollywood follows the rule of success. Directors are chosen based on previous success. No one dares risk giving a newcomer commercial film directing. What about Linton's third form of support? Post-production. After filming, he gave me guidance and then entrusted me completely with post-production. You mean you handled post-production yourself? Yes. I heard most Hollywood commercial directors don't even get final editing rights. True. But Linton fully trusted me and handed over all post-production responsibilities. He gave you full control over final editing? Not entirely free rein. After my first cut, he and the producer reviewed it and gave precise, insightful feedback for revisions. The version everyone sees now is based on his notes. This interview episode achieved particularly high ratings, and throughout the subsequent promotional tour, the media repeatedly asked these 3 questions. Zach constantly found new ways to praise and thank Linton. Universal saw this hype boosted box office and actively promoted it further. Linton earned the reputation of the best mentor and talent scout. Chapter 159, The Selling Points of Step Up 2. Logically, Linton's acquisition of Miramax Films should have impacted Universal Pictures the most. After all of his current films were distributed in partnership with Universal, bringing substantial profits, especially with The Shallows' huge success. Normally, Universal would have been quite concerned. To Linton's surprise, Universal didn't really pay much attention. Levitt just called him to confirm that the 3 film collaborations planned for the year wouldn't be affected and then left it at that. Well, considering Universal was one of the big 7 studios in Hollywood, they had some grace and didn't see Miramax's distribution capabilities as a real threat. By mid-May, after fully merging Miramax Films, Linton had digested and integrated the company. After over a month of post-production, and finally completed the director's cut of Step Up 2. Linton watched the first cut of Step Up 2 alongside Robert, Frank, Silva, and herself, and had already shown she had a commercial directing level. The movie basically carried on the core elements from the first film: youthful dance, romance, and inspirational themes. The pace was brisk, featuring handsome actors and beautiful actresses. Several large dance scenes were particularly cool, fully showcasing Leonardo's incredible charm and Jennifer's stunning beauty. It was thrilling and captivating from start to finish. However, some shots were a bit slow and dragging, which could distract the audience. Also, the movie ran for 98 minutes, which extended to 102 minutes when including opening and closing credits. This obviously didn't meet Linton's standards and wasn't good for box office. He pointed out the slower scenes one by one, asking and to speed up the storytelling. The final cut should not exceed 94 minutes. With credits, the total should stay under 98 minutes. And, being a first-time director influenced by traditional Hollywood films, worried. Isn't that pace too fast? Won't the audience have no time to think? Linton explained, this is a commercial film. The goal is to keep the audience hooked continuously, not giving them time to reflect. We want the audience to enjoy it non-stop, making them unable to look away. That's what makes a successful commercial movie. 2 days later, and re-edit the film as requested. The final cut fully met Linton's standards, running only 94 minutes. Linton then invited Levitt with his associates, some screening experts, and Daniel for a group review, also including Harvey and Klinsman to observe and learn Universal's approach to distributing commercial films as preparation for their own future releases. In terms of story, Step Up 2 was actually weaker than the original Step Up. The first film not only had cool youthful dance, but also fully depicted the growth of the male and female leads, which was very inspiring and touching. The romance was complete, beautiful, and heartfelt. But the sequel's plot was thin and cliched, mainly revolving around comeback and competition, with very superficial character growth and emotional lines. Characters lacked depth, emotional conflicts were bland, and dramatic tension was not enough, making motivations feel insufficient. It also had almost no connection with the first film aside from the title and scriptwriter. The core story, director, lead actors, and plot were all unrelated. However, the film had strong merits. It continued the street dance culture, youthful growth, and visual intensity. The greatest highlight was the dance scenes, which were stunning. The choreography was complex and creative with strong visual impact, perfectly capturing street culture's energy. The entire film was filled with high-level dance arrangements, especially the final rain dance scene that merged street, contemporary, and breakdancing. It was utterly captivating. Next, the male and female cast were perfectly chosen. Leonardo's charm and Jennifer's beauty were absolute box office draws. There's a saying, looks are justice, which Linton and Naomi already proved with the first film. Lastly, the music and atmosphere stood out. The soundtrack combined hip-hop, electronic, and pop music, especially 2 songs written by Linton that matched the dances perfectly, enhancing the rhythm and immersion. The music selection fit street culture and infused the film with youthful dynamism. That was enough. 3 main selling points backed by the fanbase from the first film would almost guarantee a big hit. Several screening experts shared similar views and were confident about the box office. The target audience was clear. 1. Fans of the first film. 2. Teenagers. 3. Street dance culture enthusiasts and dance movie fans. 4. Viewers seeking visual thrills and light entertainment. As long as the promotion effectively reached these groups and stirred their interest, the box office would surely be strong. Moreover, the market's demand for such films was currently quite high. On May 6th, Paramount rushed to produce Dance Fever High, investing less than $10 million. In terms of plot, leads, and particularly dance quality, it was far behind Step Up 2. But despite this, it still made over $12 million in its first 7 days. Industry predictions estimated over $33 million total, promising a big payday for Paramount and heralding the return of youthful dance films. Step Up 2 had another unique advantage. After a recent scandal, thanks to Linton's publicist, Ellie, the media had buzzed extensively, making the film widely known across the nation. Everyone was very confident, expecting the North American box office to surpass $100 million. However, Linton thought ahead. With so many copycat projects announced and ready to release by year-end, 7 or 8, and more to come due to the money-making trend, audiences might soon get fatigued. This year's copycat films might still earn well, but the ones that followed could struggle, just like traditional Hollywood dance films. After the sequel, the third film would likely wait a few years until the market cooled down before starting production. Although it was still early, nearly 3 months before release, the film's promotion needed to start gradually. Besides trailers, posters, media interviews, and talk shows, Universal planned to strengthen community outreach because of the street dance culture theme. But when Levitt suggested mimicking the first film's promotional strategy with rumored romance between Jennifer and Leonardo, Linton rejected it. First, Step Up 2 was already generating enough hype. More importantly, Jennifer was his woman now. He didn't want to see her getting too close with other guys. Plus, he didn't trust Leonardo. He also noticed and breathed a sigh of relief when he vetoed the plan. Looks like the on-crew couple wasn't quite over yet. Hopefully, this incident wouldn't completely change Leonardo's loyalty. Otherwise, what would happen to those 18-year-old blonde supermodels? Chapter 160, Yacht Party. Winnie contacted a professor from the architecture department at Harvard University. After signing a confidentiality agreement, she asked him to conduct a safety and feasibility assessment of the lightning protection system Linton had designed for the farm. He also prepared a detailed budget covering materials, labor, and overall expenses. The professor was surprised that such a powerful lightning protection system was necessary for the farm, but due to the confidentiality agreement, he couldn't inquire further. After thorough calculations and evaluations, he confirmed the system was safe and feasible. According to Linton's blueprints, the project required 80 tons of steel rebar and 1,200 tons of 10-centimeter diameter copper cable. Including construction costs, the total budget was estimated at $4.6 million. They next contacted Gensler, the top-ranked architectural design firm in the U.S. and globally headquartered in San Francisco. Accompanied by Winnie, their professionals inspected the farm site and quoted $4.8 million for construction plus a $200,000 confidentiality fee. After some negotiation, they settled on a $4.7 million contract. The contract specified detailed material specifications, construction and acceptance standards, construction deadlines, and confidentiality requirements. All construction had to strictly adhere to the farm's lightning protection blueprints, with work beginning on September 11th and completing by the end of November. To ensure timely completion, Linton required Gensler to have all preparations, materials, personnel, and machinery in place before September 10th. The contract also imposed a hefty penalty of $200,000 for each day of delay beyond the deadline. After signing the contract, Linton paid a 50% upfront deposit to cover material purchases. By late May, with all these matters settled, Linton entrusted his company to Robert and was ready for a vacation. The ladies had been eagerly awaiting his break and had already planned a 7-day, carefree sea trip on Madonna's yacht, completely undisturbed. Except for Winnie, who was too shy to join the group parties, and Cameron Diaz, who was overseas promoting. The Shallows, the rest of the group, Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, Shania Twain, Jennifer Connelly, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Heidi Klum, quietly gathered at the estate. Thankfully, Linton's master suite was spacious, with a large bed. That night's activities were lively, accompanied by continuous singing stretching through the night. Taking the opportunity, Linton announced 2 rules for everyone. 1. Loyalty. No involvement with other men from now on. 2. The members must love and support each other. Conflicts should be addressed openly and resolved without sabotage or internal fighting. If anyone disagreed, they were free to leave. If anyone violated the rules, they would be immediately removed from the group. He also standardized their benefits. Each member gets a private room in the estate. Each member is provided with a personal vehicle for getting around. Each member receives $500,000 for purchasing a home near Beverly Hills. Each member is assigned a female bodyguard. The next morning, the group arrived at the Santa Monica Pier with their bodyguards and boarded the yacht, which had been docked and ready. For this sea vacation, Linton brought only Danny, Carter, and assistant Mina. Including the 9 female bodyguards of the women, security was solid. They were also well armed with various types of weapons to guard against any potential threats. The yacht's horn blew, and they set off toward the open sea. The ladies proceeded to the second deck cabin to change clothes, while Linton, Danny, and the bodyguards thoroughly inspected the yacht and prepared defensive positions to ensure safety. When Linton arrived on the second deck, all 9 women were dressed in tight uniforms: flight attendant, nurse, office professional, police officer, and military officer outfits. The common feature: all wore high heels and black stockings on their long legs. Linton was dazzled and exhilarated, the seductive atmosphere fully charged. The theme of today's party was a seduction contest. Each day during the 7-day yacht trip had a theme. For the seduction contest, each woman took turns performing a 3-minute talent show showcasing their most alluring skills. Linton and others scored their performances based on a seduction index, with Linton's vote weighted at 52% and the others at 6% each. After all the performances, the scores ranked the participants from highest to lowest. The top-ranked member earned the privilege to have a private half-hour encounter with Linton. The second and third rank teamed up for a joint half-hour encounter. The fourth, fifth, and sixth rank combined forces for another half-hour session. The last three ranked united for a final half-hour showdown, with the top-ranked player allowed to volunteer to join them, making it a 4-on-1. If the top-ranked declined, the second-ranked could choose to join instead. Throughout the show, Linton was amazed by the talents. Handstands in a split, spinning splits, aerial spins, moving backbends, and more. Ultimately, Catherine Zeta-Jones won the competition with her solid dance skills and fiery performance, securing unanimous recognition. Following her were Heidi Klum and Christiana Reilly. Fourth to sixth places were Madonna, Sophie Marceau, and Jennifer Connelly. The last three were Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, and Shania Twain, which made Winona protest the unfairness of the system, citing her less polished skills compared to others. However, her complaint was ignored, and she accepted the results. Next came the reward phase. Notably, during the fourth round of encounters, Catherine naturally joined the 4-on-1 group, turning it into a fierce 4-on-1 battle. Eventually, it evolved into an all-out free-for-all, 1 versus 9. Waves never ceased, the yacht gently swayed, and songs filled the cabins late into the night. The next day, the party theme was Pass the Parcel. Again, in the second-deck cabin's main hall, a stand held a drum with no drumstick beside it, but a dulled rose was placed nearby. The women wore various colors of sheer, sexy nightwear, with nothing underneath aside from stockings for an ethereal allure. They pushed Linton to the drum and sat around him. In a circle, the rules. Linton would tap the drum, and the rose would be passed starting from Madonna to the left. When the drum stopped, whoever held the rose could invite Linton up to perform a special talent together. Performances were scored by Linton and the other 8 based on seduction level. There were 9 stops in one round. If lucky, a woman might receive the rose multiple times, allowing multiple performances, though subsequent scores were halved each time but added cumulatively. If unlucky, a woman might not receive the rose at all, scoring 0 for that round. At the end of the round, rankings determined their next encounters with Linton, following the same sequence as the previous day. Where's the drumstick? I can't keep tapping with my hand. Linton looked around but didn't find one. Already thought of that. Your own drumstick, Madonna said, crouching by him. By the time she returned to her seat, Linton's drumstick was set. To keep things fair, the women blindfolded Linton before he played the drum. Everyone who performs is responsible for getting Linton's drumstick ready. Let's start, Madonna called out. The drum beat resounded, and the rose was passed. When it stopped, Heidi Klum held the rose. She set it down, slipped off her nightwear, licked her lips, removed Linton's blindfold, and led him on stage. Supported by their joint posture, she performed a breathtaking 360-degree split spin, leaving everyone spellbound and earning thunderous applause. The game continued with Linton drumming. Even blindfolded, his senses detected everything, ensuring impartiality. Every woman got her chance to perform with him. Heidi topped this round, followed by Madonna, Winona Ryder, and Catherine. The upcoming encounters promised to be exceptionally exciting. On the third day, the party theme was Deserted Island Survival. On the fourth day, it was End of the World. Chapter 161, Considerations for the Second Album. For 7 consecutive days, everyone threw themselves into the fun and excitement, naturally having a fantastic time. To keep everyone energized for the long haul, Linton generously provided his vitality essence. Despite the non-stop, high-energy parties and activities over those 7 days, nobody showed signs of exhaustion. Instead, each person seemed radiant and full of life. Of course, Linton benefited even more. With continuous, intense sessions, absorbing the popularity from the women around him, his abilities advanced rapidly, nearing the peak of level 6 of the second stage. He anticipated breaking through to level 7 within about a month. Happy times were always short-lived. 7 days soon passed by, and with reluctance, the group ended the party and began their journey back home. On the last evening, under the cover of night, their yacht returned to the marina at Santa Monica. Everyone, disembarked in groups and quietly traveled to Linton's estate under the dark sky. Back at the familiar and warm estate, except for Sophie and Christiana who planned to rest a few more days, everyone else's schedules were packed, with departures set for the next day. Naturally, the evening entertainment was left to Madonna, Heidi, Naomi, Winona, Shania, Jennifer, and Catherine. The next day, after bidding farewell to the reluctant 7 ladies, Linton took Sophie and Christiana to his study. He pulled out the scripts for The Rock and Happy Death Day, handing them over to the two. Sophie had already decided to fully shift her career to Hollywood this year. The distance was simply too inconvenient. Even though she missed Linton, due to work and distance, she could only visit Los Angeles about once every 2 months, which she found hard to bear. Besides, she had long planned to develop her career in Hollywood. Christiana followed Linton's plan. She had just finished filming a TV series called Perfect Match in which she played the female third lead, and she was eagerly waiting for Linton's movie projects. These are 2 films my company is launching in the second half of the year, and you 2 will be the female leads. Study the roles carefully. Moi, dear, you're the best. The 2 took the scripts happily and blew kisses. Sophie, your film The Rock is a big-budget movie with an investment exceeding $50 million. However, it mainly features male leads. Although you're the female lead, your screen time is somewhat limited. But as your first Hollywood breakthrough film, it's quite suitable. Thanks, moi. I love you so much. Sophie kissed Linton and tightly clutched the script. Christiana, Happy Death Day is a low-budget film, but a rare female-led story, much like The Shallows. You're absolutely the star, and if you perform well, it will be very impressive. Dear, you're amazing. I'll reward you properly. Christiana excitedly crawled under the desk. Sweetheart, I'm going to reward you too. With that, Sophie transformed into a fierce cowgirl and launched an attack on Linton from above. Soon, the study was filled with lively and cheerful voices. Afterwards, Linton returned to his company and found everything impeccably managed by Robert. Aside from the gradual promotion of speed, there didn't seem to be much requiring his attention. He was happy to relax and planned to work on his upcoming second album at home during the day and enjoy fun games with Sophie and Christiana at night. The album had 13 songs. Counting the 3 hit singles previously released, I Swear, Sold Out, and Taste the Feeling, he needed 10 more songs. Typically, the theme song from his previous album, Be What You Wanna Be, could be included, but Linton was confident in sourcing fresh hits himself and saw no reason to reuse old songs. He spent 2 days pulling 10 new songs from his mind. 1. Makes No Difference. 2. High Hopes. 3. Hall of Fame. 4. Never Keeping Secrets. 5. You Are Not Alone. 6. Someday. 7. Back at 1. 8. I'll Make Love to You. 9. All of Me. 10. Just in Case. They consisted of 3 rock songs and 7 blues love ballads, perfectly aligning with recent musical trends. After having Mira register the copyrights with BMI, Linton brought the 10 new tracks to Universal Music, a place he hadn't visited in a while. Boss, you finally came, said his assistant Molly, who was sorting through fan mail. As Linton's assistant, she enjoyed a comfortable position at Universal with a high status, little work, and a good salary. But since she hadn't seen Linton for a long time and wasn't truly close to him, she was uncertain when this good situation might change. Seeing Linton now made her very happy. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been? Great. Just missed having you around and help you share the workload. I sometimes feel like I'm not doing my job well as your assistant, Molly said quickly, preparing coffee for Linton. You've done great. You've kept the fan mail and gifts managed excellently. I'm very satisfied. Thanks, boss. But maybe I can help you with more tasks to feel more accomplished, Molly said boldly. How about, when you have time, helping Bella manage the fan club? Linton had always known Molly was ambitious, but since she was an employee of Universal, he hadn't assigned her extra duties. However, seeing her continued eagerness, he decided to give her a chance. Thanks, boss. I'll do my best. And I won't neglect the fan mail and gifts here either, Molly said excitedly. You get to work first. I'm going to find Daniel. Walking around the office and seeing everything neat and tidy under Molly's care, Linton felt very satisfied. A rare visitor. What wind blew you here today? Daniel joked when he saw Linton. Rare visitor? I'm still a Universal artist, aren't I? Do you remember signing with Universal? How long has it been since you last came to the office? Daniel said with mock grievance. I've been busy before. Now that I'm free, I came over. You came just in time. I was about to look for you. Is it about something? To discuss the second album. You've signed a 3-year contract for 2 albums with Universal. This year is the last. You have to release the album, and it can't be worse than the first. We're on the same page. I already have the 10 new songs for the second album. Here you go. Linton handed over the data. Great, let me check them first. But I have to say, if the songs don't meet the quality standards, I won't approve it, Daniel said, diving into the tracks. You check them first. I'll head out. After you finish, pass them to Lisa. Let her produce the album, get the arrangements ready, and prepare for recording. Okay. Also, I'm preparing your second payment for the 3 singles and the first payment for the Shallows soundtrack. You should have the accountant review the books, Daniel added. Chapter 162. Visitors from Japan. Back at the estate, Linton began thinking about his next movie. After the July release of Speed, his popularity would skyrocket, and he should finally be able to break into the ranks of superstars. But his purpose of making movies, singing, and being a star was still to develop his Starlight Spark ability. He knew he couldn't slack off. He had to keep releasing great works, so the audience would remember, talk about, and even idolize him, generating strong emotions that would help his cultivation. So he always chose songs that were easy to sing along with, and that attracted fans immediately. The movies he made had to top the box office, first and foremost to attract fans. He was destined never to make art films for the sake of the Oscars. Instead, he only made commercial movies with a charismatic male lead, someone with a strong personality and unique charm, naturally possessing idol-like qualities that could attract widespread popularity. Movies like Mission, Impossible, The Matrix, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, National Treasure, Wanted, and The Man from Nowhere all fit the criteria. But considering simplicity in filming and low special effects requirements, The Man from Nowhere was the most suitable to film. Next, so he spent 2 days writing the script for The Man from Nowhere. However, since the original movie was Korean, many dialogues and street life details needed to be localized to America of this time. After Mira registered the copyright, they handed the script to the writing department for script doctors to revise and improve. Sophie Marceau and Christiana really also bought neighboring villas in the Silver Lake community beneath Beverly Hills. Silver Lake was a high-end gated community delivered just last year, with tight security management and frequent LAPD patrols, making it very safe. The landscaping and property management were excellent, so the housing prices were quite steep. Their villas were about 4,300 square feet, 2 stories tall, featuring a grand double-height living room, 6 bedrooms, and 5 bathrooms. Each villa was sold for around $950,000. The villas came fully furnished and ready to move in, but neither of them had moved, only adding or replacing furniture to suit their tastes. They still lived at the estate, spending their days refining scripts, working out with Linton when tired, swimming, playing ball, and enjoying carefree nights playing card games, living a very pleasant life. That day, while Linton was swimming and playing in the pool with Sophie and Christiana, his assistant Mina handed him a phone on the shore. "Honey, we're in Los Angeles now," said the excited voice of Sukato Matsushita. On the line, "Linton, I miss you," added Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai from beside her. "Where are you now?" Linton felt a warm feeling thinking of the three. "We're at the Beverly Hills Four Seasons Hotel. When are you free to come over?" "All right, don't go wandering the hotel. I'll be there right away." Putting down the phone, Linton apologized to Sophie and Christiana. "Darling, I have to go out. 3 good friends from Japan have come. You guys play on your own. Are they close friends?" Sophie, overhearing the call, asked curiously. "Not sure yet, but I won't be back tonight. Why not invite them to the house tonight?" "Sweetheart, inviting someone to the house is a sign of status and acceptance. They haven't reached that level yet. Let's not talk about it now. You two keep playing. I have to go." "Wait, give me a kiss before I go," Linton said, which made Sophie and Christiana happy. They gave him kisses before he left. In the Four Seasons presidential suite, Sukato Matsushita, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai excitedly packed, waiting for Linton's arrival. "Sister, do you think Linton will be upset that we came without giving him a heads up?" Noriko Sakai asked nervously. This is a surprise for him. Besides, don't you miss him? Of course, I think about him every day. Well then, if we waited for him to come find us, who knows how long it would be. Also, remember, when he arrives, I want to be the first to, no fighting over it. Are you not embarrassed to say that out loud? Look at you guys, shy but secretly dying inside. Just then, the doorbell rang while the three women were playfully teasing each other. Sakato Matsushita dashed forward and opened the door first. As soon as Linton entered, a soft body embraced him fiercely, accompanied by passionate kisses. He closed the door with his foot, then lifted the beauty in his arms. Looking up, he saw Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai shyly watching nearby. He freed a hand, hugging each of them briefly. Let's go inside and make the most of our time. Soon, joyful, sweet singing soon filled the room. What surprised Linton was that during the joint training, he discovered Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai's popularity was unexpectedly high, almost on par with Sophie Marceau. Their recent development exceeded his expectations. Should he invite them into his inner circle? Originally, he hadn't thought about this, but now with their recent surge in popularity and that they came all the way here to bring him warmth, Linton was a bit hesitant. After all, Sakato Matsushita wasn't from the entertainment circle. As a socialite, she might have some reputation in her small circle, but it didn't help him much. Still, the experience she brought was fantastic, far superior to the other two. The problem was her status made things more complicated. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. This is more important. 3 hours later, the first stage of their intimate encounter ended. Sweethearts, why did you come without telling me? Linton finally had time to ask. Linton, we missed you so much. Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai answered softly together. Honey, we haven't seen each other in so long. Didn't you miss us? We couldn't wait any longer. Luckily, all three of us were free. Also, I saw on the news that you finished filming a movie recently and acquired a film company. I guessed you'd be in Los Angeles, so we came straight here. Surprise. Sakato Matsushita announced like the big sister. Of course, it's a surprise. I missed you too. I planned to come to Japan for movie promotion at the end of July to reunite, but you came early. That's really great. So how are you going to reward me? What kind of reward? Stay with us for a whole week, okay? Absolutely. Linton was deeply touched and responded happily. Chapter 163. Return to the farm, progress at the base. After this, Linton decided to put everything else aside for a while and focused on playing with Matsushita Sakato, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai at the Four Seasons Hotel. After non-stop matches for 2 days, thanks to Izumi and Noriko's high popularity, Linton surprisingly leveled up to Stage 2, Radiant Core, Level 7. Feeling happy, Linton didn't hesitate to use his essence to empower them, though he felt a bit guilty. He thought staying at the hotel every day wasn't ideal or fair to the three ladies, but going out easily might attract paparazzi. After consideration, he decided to take them to his farm for a few days' vacation, and he would also check on the military base progress. Honey, how about I take you all out for a vacation? Great. Where are we going? Matsushita Sakato was the most enthusiastic. Izumi and Noriko looked on with anticipation. I bought a farm in Montana recently. The scenery there is beautiful and the air fresh. We can spend a few days there without worrying about paparazzi. Perfect. I want to go, moi. Sakato exclaimed happily and gave him a kiss. I want to go too. Izumi cheerfully supported. Wherever Linton goes, I go, Noriko said obediently. Before going to the farm, Linton called Sophie Marceau and Christiana Reilly, who were staying at home, to reassure them. Sophie, are you with Christiana? I have some business and need to be away with them for a few days. Nothing serious, you don't need to worry. I'll be back in about a week. Just stay home and work on the script. Accompanied by Danny, Carter, and assistant Mina, Linton chartered a business plane with Matsushita Sakato, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai to Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport in Montana. They took a Mercedes SUV and a business van that Mina arranged in advance and headed to Anderson Farm in Park County. The farm had finished all planting. Barley and sugar beets had already sprouted, filling the vast fields with lush greenery. Farm manager Tuck had already refreshed the villa upon Linton's notice. The three ladies were deeply impressed by the vast size and beautiful scenery of the farm. Their excitement showed how much Linton cared for them. After setting down their luggage, Linton planned to show them nearby scenery, but they were already overwhelmed with emotion. Sukato even threw herself into his arms and planted a kiss, with the others hugging him from both sides. He decided to postpone the tour and enjoy their time together. The afternoon plans were canceled. The four of them stayed in their rooms except for meals. It wasn't until the next morning that they finally went out to explore the farm. Wide open fields, thriving crops, the rushing Montana River, tranquil and beautiful lakes, and grazing cattle and sheep were everywhere. Their happy laughter and footprints left memories across the farm. They spent their days leisurely enjoying the nature and nights passionately indulging in love, living comfortably and fulfillingly. Apart from vacationing with the three ladies, Linton did not forget to inspect the Thunder Base. On the third night, after their first round of passion, Linton told them, "Honey, I have some important work tomorrow during the day and won't be able to accompany you. Mina and Carter will take you around the farm. You might want to consider boating or swimming at the lake. Dear, your work is priority. Don't worry about us," Sukato said lovingly, with the other two nodding in agreement. "Thank you for understanding. Looks like I owe you all twice the reward. We're looking forward to it." The next round of passion began. The next morning, after breakfast, Linton let Mina and Carter accompany the three ladies to continue exploring the farm, while he and Danny went to inspect Thunder Base. With ample funding, after about a month of construction, Thunder Base had taken shape. The 1,000-acre base was surrounded by a 2-meter-high fence. A private road connected the base to the interstate highway 10 kilometers away, planned to be upgraded to a dual carriageway. A temporary barracks was completed for transitional use during construction, with a row of high-standard barracks nearby, still under construction. Various training grounds were nearing completion: flat shooting ranges, mountain shooting ranges, and physical fitness training areas. Training equipment had all arrived. David and others also planned several complex tactical training areas based on the hilly terrain, but those projects were still under development. Recruitment went smoothly, with over 60 personnel on board already, including white, black, male, and female members, all with U.S. Special Forces experience. Recruitment continued. David planned to reach 120 members for the first phase, with an evaluation after 6 months to eliminate underperformers. Linton strongly agreed. The military must maintain high-intensity training and a sense of urgency. Combat readiness was the sole standard, with loyalty as a prerequisite. He individually interviewed all new recruits, using soul induction to test them. He wanted to avoid infiltrators, spies, or dangerous antisocial elements. Luckily, maybe because Linton wasn't yet prominent, no unusual members were discovered. With certification as a security company, procuring various training weapons went smoothly and deliveries were ongoing. The U.S. was quite lax about security company weapon controls. Various pistols, rifles, machine guns, including powerful M2 and M1919A4 heavy machine guns, and sniper rifles were all available for purchase. To his surprise, even rocket-propelled grenade launchers and armored vehicles could be bought. Arms dealers spared no effort courting officials in Washington, seemingly unconcerned about triggering domestic conflicts. "That's nothing. I heard that with enough money, even Apache attack helicopters, cruise missiles, and howitzers can be bought," Danny revealed. "Aren't those tightly controlled? Who would dare sell them? Not through official channels. They have ways. For instance, in a military training or war, they can exaggerate weapon losses. Like plane crashes due to pilot errors, howitzers mistakenly fired, or actual missile usage of 5 units recorded as 50 on waste sheets. These scrapped weapons can be sold off." Man, sounds bold, playing such a big game. Yeah, the Pentagon folks are the boldest. They're the top dogs, so no one dares to stop them. No wonder conflict zones in the Middle East and Africa abound with advanced weapons. The source is here. Not only abroad, many established domestic families, big security firms, and military contractors are major buyers. Domestically? Really? Aren't they afraid of investigation? Who would investigate? And who'd dare? With such a huge profit chain, before they reach the real target, they'd probably get assassinated with multiple shots. As long as you don't cause major damage domestically, no one dares to check. How do you know all this? Linton looked at Danny with newfound respect. Boss, don't forget I served over 15 years in Delta Force. Some comrades remain in the military, some in high positions, part of this chain. Good. Once the base is fully operational, when our warriors go as mercenaries to Africa or the Middle East, maybe we can think about acquiring some of these super weapons. Chapter 164, Parting Gifts. After inspecting the Thunder military base, Linton was very satisfied and gave full credit to David's work. However, he reminded him that the Thunder Guards were still just at the beginning of a long march. To truly form a powerful fighting force, long-term dedicated scientific training and the trials of blood and fire on the battlefield were still needed. Afterward, he relaxed and happily continued vacationing at the estate with Matsushita Sakato, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai. The farm was large enough, the season was just right, and the scenery was unique and diverse. Most importantly, the nighttime entertainment was exciting and fulfilling. Nourished by Linton's essence, the three became more energetic. Their appearances blossomed with radiant beauty, leaving Matsushita Sakato, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai with unforgettable memories. But happy times always pass quickly. Soon, a week was over. On the night before leaving the estate, Linton called the three into his study. After much thought, he still didn't want to officially bring them into his inner circle yet. But since they were important to his development, he should offer them some benefits. This could also help them further boost their popularity, accelerate their growth, and ultimately better aid his cultivation. More importantly, their gentle and obedient nature provided him emotional support that his other women couldn't compare to. My three little darlings, to thank you for coming all this way to bring warmth, I have a gift for each of you. What do you think? Dear, you're too good to us, moi. Whatever you give us, I'm fine with it. The three didn't expect Linton to put down work, play with them, and even give gifts before leaving. They were so touched they showered him with kisses. Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, both of you are entertainment stars. I'll give you two choices. 1. I'll write an English song for each of you and have Universal release it in the US and globally. Awesome. What's the other choice? Given their futures, they grew excited and shifted from being gentle. You know I have a film company that invests in movie productions annually. The second option is to appear in a supporting role in one of my upcoming movies. Of course, you won't be the lead, just a supporting character. I'll choose the song. Izumi Sakai decided first. This matched Linton's judgment. She was truly destined to be an Asian pop queen. Good. After you return, sign the overseas European and American record contracts with Universal's Japan branch. If you hit any snags, Sakato can help. Once done, come find me in Los Angeles. Yes. If there's any problem, just tell me. I'll solve it. Matsushita Sakato eagerly volunteered. Thank you. I love you so much, said Izumi, usually shy, but this time she boldly crawled under the desk. Noriko, how about you? Linton skillfully tied Izumi's long hair into a ponytail with his left hand while turning to Noriko. I choose the movie role. You know I've acted in Hollywood films. As long as it's globally released, no matter the role's size, it will significantly boost my career. All right, next month, my company will start prepping a film. I'll adjust one character to be Japanese. Filming should start around the end of August. When you return, find a reliable American agency to manage your work there. Can you introduce me to an agency? Sure, go with my current agency. Once you're in LA, I'll have my agent contact you. Dear, you're too good to me. I have to thank you properly, she said softly, following Izumi's lead and crawling under the desk. Sakato, the song and movie roles probably don't appeal to you. I don't know what you want. Why don't you tell me a wish, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Linton tied the long hair of the other two girls into ponytails and looked at Matsushita Sakato. I want to marry you. Is that possible? Matsushita Sakato boldly proposed, rolling her eyes playfully. Absolutely not. Pick another, Linton quickly interrupted, dismissing the unrealistic idea. I heard you have a charity foundation. Could I work there? Sakato already knew the first request was impossible, but she figured there was no harm in asking. Seeing no hope there, she revealed her true wish. My charity foundation has two branches, investment and philanthropy. What exactly do you want to do? I want to do charity, to help you accumulate good karma and fortune. But the charity office is in San Francisco. Is that okay? It's fine. San Francisco is close to Los Angeles. Whenever I miss you, I can visit. I have no problem with that, but can your family agree? As long as you agree, I'll talk to my dad, persuade him a bit. He should agree. You're thinking too simply. You're the daughter of the Matsushita family. They might have arranged marriages for you already. It'll be hard for your family to approve. I don't care. I'll handle my family. You just need to agree to let me work at your charity foundation. Fine. I have no objection. But your request is too simple for me, and your family might not agree, which isn't fair for you. I'll give you this bracelet I wear. It's a treasure. You must wear it all the time. Over time, it will have an unexpected effect. Of course, you can give it to your elders too. Linton thought Sakato's request was unlikely to materialize, so he gave her his prized red sandalwood bracelet he'd been wearing for nearly a year as compensation. He still had 4 more at home, so switching one out was fine. This bracelet was made from very precious material and had the power to nourish the spirit. After buying the last batch, the store's subsequent stock was inferior, so he had stopped purchasing. Whenever new stock arrived, he would check it out. Wearing it daily, the bracelet had become a rare treasure with strong calming and beautifying effects. It repelled evil forces and wasn't something money could buy. Dear, you're so kind. I have to thank you properly, Sakato said, deeply moved by Linton's gesture. Encouraged by Izumi and Noriko's enthusiasm, her desire boiled over, and she became a fierce warrior, initiating an attack from above. Knowing they were about to part tomorrow, the 4 poured their hearts into their passionate encounter. Sweet and melodic voices filled the study and master bedroom, echoing without end. Chapter 165, Michael Bay's Dream. Returning to Los Angeles, it was already June, and the film market was blazing hot, with fierce competition everywhere. Several heavyweight commercial blockbusters, Hocus Pocus, The Tommyknockers, and Cliffhanger, began releasing from late May. Next week, the nuclear-level Jurassic Park was set to hit theaters. Because of this, the screenings for The Shallows had dropped to fewer than 300 theaters, with 520 screens showing it, and daily box office receipts had fallen below $350,000. Still, it was a huge win, as The Shallows had already grossed $82.6 million in North America, with a final box office expected to surpass $85 million. Overseas box office results were also excellent. In over 40 countries and regions where it had already released, cumulative box office had exceeded $75 million. Universal predicted the overseas total would reach around $120 million. Cameron had completed overseas promotion and returned to Los Angeles. After The Shallows, her popularity had skyrocketed and her worth had doubled. She had firmly reached the tier of A-list actresses. It's not an exaggeration to say she was shining bright. Her agency, eager to solidify this huge surge of attention, booked her countless appearances and endorsements. She was busy nonstop, flying all across the U.S. She didn't even have time to meet with Linton, but despite the complaints, she enjoyed every bit of it. Michael Bay and Ryan Coaster had already completed the script storyboards, filming schedule, and production budget, anxiously waiting for Linton's review. As soon as Linton finished his vacation, he rushed to the company and received the script storyboards, shooting plan, and budget. Linton called in Robert, and the two audited the materials together. Michael Bay and Ryan Coaster, personally mentored and favored by Linton, had, under the rigorous training from Speed, fully demonstrated their directing abilities. They grasped the script's essence perfectly. The storyboards were excellent. The shooting schedule was methodically planned, and the production budget was reasonable, albeit somewhat tight. Let's start with The Rock, Linton said, summoning Michael Bay to his office. Michael Bay, rightly nicknamed Explosive Bay, perhaps influenced by the filming of Speed, had included magnificent explosions in his storyboard, most intended for live shooting. He even proposed in his shooting plan to seek sponsorship from the Pentagon. Just like Speed benefited from the Los Angeles Police Department, he believed that The Rock, promoting patriotism and military spirit, would appeal to the Pentagon. He was confident they would generously support the film and provide various filming assistance. In his shooting plan, he aimed to secure advanced planes, weapons, and equipment from the Pentagon for free, and even requested that a Special Forces unit star as the film's task force at no charge. He was a true talent, though not entirely dreaming out loud. After all, Speed had set a precedent. In the previous version, during that film's production, he had gained full support from the Pentagon, fulfilling nearly all their requirements. Therefore, his final production cost estimate was only $35 million, quite reasonable. Without hiring top stars, including actors' fees, the total investment wouldn't exceed $50 million. This estimate was pretty close to Linton's projections. Michael, do you really think the Pentagon will give us this much support? Robert asked, unable to hold back his skepticism. I think the chances are very high. After all, Speed set a very good example. Once Speed hits the theaters, I'm 80% confident we can secure these terms. It's not quite the same. The LAPD badly needed to mend its public image after last year's riots. That unique situation made collaboration easy, but the Pentagon doesn't seem to have that kind of need, Robert countered. Linton, intrigued, looked at Michael to hear his response. No, they do need it, strongly. Since the Vietnam War defeat, our military has lacked faith and suffered from widespread war fatigue. The public has shown little trust or support for the troops. Though we won the Gulf War 2 years ago, it didn't boost enthusiasm for enlistment. They need movies like ours, promoting patriotism and military spirit as propaganda. I still don't quite get it. Boss, what do you think? Robert turned to Linton. I think Michael has a point. It's worth trying. Once the project is greenlit, give me authorization to the production team. I'm willing to personally try to convince the Pentagon. Let's not rush. It's better to wait until after Speed's release before approaching the Pentagon. If needed, I can join you, Linton added. Thanks, boss. I have a relative who works as a Hollywood liaison at the Pentagon. I can ask for help then, Michael said. Good. But we shouldn't wait. The project can be initiated now, with a tentative $55 million total budget. This is a big budget production and our top priority for the second half of the year. Robert, you'll be the producer. I'll be co-producer. Michael Bay will direct. The two of you should form the project team and start preparations. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. I won't let you down. Michael, feeling a mix of surprise and excitement, said. His dream was finally taking off. Boss, such a big project. Michael has never directed one before. Will he manage? Should we let him do a smaller project first? Robert worried, knowing $55 million was an unprecedented budget, even for Hollywood's major studios. No problem. During Speed, he already got comprehensive training. Besides, I'm acting as co-producer. Everything will be fine. All right, as long as you're confident. Also, I'll ask Universal if they're interested in co-investing. But regardless of their involvement, we'll maintain control, just like with Speed. Should we wait for their reply before starting? No need. Start preparations now. This movie must hit theaters next summer blockbuster season, but shooting will be complex, so we need plenty of time to prepare. Chapter 166, Launching The Rock and Happy Death Day. Compared to The Rock, Happy Death Day was relatively simpler. It mainly relied on creativity, introducing the concept of a time loop where a college girl relived her death repeatedly, unraveling the killer's mystery amid suspense and humor, culminating in a twist that defied expectations. The shooting locations were also very simple, a school and a hospital. Moreover, due to the time loop, scenes could be reused multiple times. The shooting schedule was short, planned for 40 days, partly because Ryan was a newcomer. If Linton had directed it, filming could have finished in at most 20 days. Ryan proposed a production budget of just $1.5 million, which was reasonable. Also, this kind of movie didn't require big stars, so including crew salaries, the total budget wouldn't exceed $3 million. However, the largest expenses were likely Linton's script fee and the co-producer's pay. With the huge success of The Shallows, his fees rose to $1.5 million each, and he does not accept any other plays. Linton and Robert were both quite satisfied with Ryan's proposal. Robert, what do you think? I think it's good. Great. Let's greenlight Happy Death Day and assign Ryan as director. Thank you, boss. I won't let you down. Boss, what about the producer and budget? How do you want to handle that? Let Kenneth be the producer. I'll co-produce. The budget is tentatively set at $6 million. Since this is a thriller, I recommend releasing it between Halloween and Christmas at the end of the year. Right, that doesn't leave much time. Keep a close eye on it, and have them start preparations immediately. Also, we should distribute this movie ourselves. Add Harvey and Klinsman to the project so they can get involved from the start. Let's aim for a big hit. Soon after, Linton Films officially announced the greenlighting of The Rock and Happy Death Day. Project teams were established, initially injecting $6 million for The Rock and $1.5 million for Happy Death Day. The crew signed directing contracts with Michael Bay and Ryan Coaster respectively, with salaries of $200,000 each. Hollywood insiders eagerly sought details about the two projects. Upon learning both would be helmed by rookie directors, it caused a huge stir in the industry. Two complete newcomers to the film industry. Both had only served as assistant director on one film for Linton, but was now taking the helm alone, and one of them was a commercial blockbuster. This was unheard of. Supporters praised Linton as a great mentor and talent scout, highlighting his ability to discover and nurture new talent. This sentiment was partly influenced by Zack and The Shallows' ongoing success. Critics lambasted Linton for reckless behavior, claiming he ignored industry norms, and confidently predicted his approach was premature and detrimental to both talent and investments. Linton and his film company became more famous within industry circles, though the general public remained focused mainly on stars rather than directors behind the scenes. Linton didn't mind. Praise and criticism barely affected him beyond slightly aiding his Starlight Spark training. He preferred to let box office results speak for themselves. Good news soon arrived from Universal Pictures and Universal Records. After financial audits, Universal Records settled earnings with Linton and his film company from The Shallows' soundtrack album and 3 singles, I Swear, Taste the Feeling, and Sold Out. The first part was revenue sharing from The Shallows soundtrack album. Since Linton hadn't participated in production, and the album quality was average, the sales were moderate despite the film's blockbuster success. By the end of May, the album sold 1.95 million copies at an average price of $14.50. Per agreement, the film company's share was $5.655 million. The second part was from the single I Swear, which sold 27.35 million copies in total. Since March, it sold an additional 550,000 copies at $4.90 each, giving Linton a personal share of $592,900. The third part was from Taste the Feeling, with total sales of 25.3 million copies. Since March, it sold 7.7 million more copies at $5.30 each. Linton's share was $8.978 million. The fourth part was from Sold Out, which sold 24.7 million copies at $5.40 each. His personal share amounted to $28.802 million. The fifth part was new licensing fees from I Swear, Taste the Feeling, and Sold Out combined, totaling $7.58 million, with Linton's share being $1.516 million. The sixth part was licensing revenue from songs on The Shallows soundtrack album, totaling $870,000. The film company's share was $174,000. In total, Linton Films received $5.829 million, while Linton's personal total share was $39.8873 million. After deducting 6% for the agency and 1% for Henry, Linton kept $37.095 million. He kept $7.095 million for himself, injected $10 million as working capital into the Anderson farm, and transferred the remaining $20 million to the charity foundation account managed by Winnie. Shortly after, Universal settled home video rental and sales revenue for Step Up's second quarter with Linton Films. From mid-February to the end of April 1993, Universal sold 780,000 videotapes, mostly director's cut editions, at an average price of $34.50. The tapes were rented 2.43 million times, at an average rental price of $4.20 each. Total revenue was $37.116 million. According to the agreement, Linton Films received $8.9078 million. After the video revenue settlement, Linton and Robert brought the Rock script and project plan to the Lew Wasserman office. Linton, congratulations. The Shallows' box office was a huge success, Lew Wasserman said happily. The film's release had brought Universal significant profits, and with the following Jurassic Park, Speed, and Step Up 2, Universal's performance this year was set to make a complete turnaround. Thanks, we all benefited and made big money together. Honestly, I never imagined such a small-budget film without big-name stars could perform so well. Your script was fantastic. Of course, Zach and Cameron did great too. Yeah, I didn't expect such a hit either. I initially hoped for $40 million domestic box office, so this was a huge surprise. I hope Speed and Step Up 2 also smash box office records. Definitely. I'm very confident, but your distribution and publicity have to be top-notch. Don't let it down. Don't worry. Universal will handle those films with the highest release and promotional standards. Jurassic Park premieres soon, then full efforts will go into Speed's release. I feel relieved. I have high hopes for those films. Jurassic Park's premiere is on June 9th. Invitations have been sent to you. Don't forget to come support it. Of course, Jurassic Park is Spielberg's latest masterpiece and adapted from a best-selling novel. I'm really looking forward to seeing it early. Wishing the film huge box office success in advance. Chapter 167, Negotiation. I heard your company has recently launched 2 new projects. Can we continue to collaborate? Lou Wasserman shifted the topic and asked about Linton's company's new projects. We came to you today to see if you are willing to collaborate. Here is the script and project proposal for The Rock. Take a look first. Robert handed over the materials. An investment of $55 million? This is a top-tier commercial production. Hold on a moment. I will call Levitt and Roman over to discuss it. I hope you don't mind if I make 2 copies. No problem. They are experts and old acquaintances. Lou Wasserman asked his secretary to make the copies and notified the 2 men to join the meeting. Linton, The Rock is a great project, but this big project, why did you choose Michael Bay as director? I recall he used to be an ad director and only served as an assistant director on Speed. Levitt was the first to speak. Yes, Linton acknowledged without hiding the fact. Isn't it too risky to have someone with no directing experience helm such a high-budget commercial film? Levitt asked his concerns, with Lou Wasserman and Roman showing similar doubts. Choosing Michael Bay was a carefully considered decision. When shooting Speed, I noticed his great directing talent. His sense of camera work and ability to schedule large-scale scenes was outstanding. I aim to cultivate him then. He independently handled most explosion and car chase scenes on set, including post-production. I believe he is fully capable of directing a commercial film, Linton explained. Why not let him direct a smaller budget film first? I suggest you direct and star in this one. Levitt revealed his ultimate point. No need. Before deciding to give him the director role, we assessed him. The storyboards and shooting schedules he prepared met my requirements. I think he can handle it. Also, I'm busy the second half of this year. I have a record contract with Universal Records with an album to finish. But don't worry, Robert will be the producer, and I'll be co-producer to help control the filming direction, Linton replied. Though Linton's words didn't fully ease their doubts, the 3 could only reluctantly accept. Roman then raised the second question from production department. I read the script and production plan. So many large-scale scenes need advanced aircraft, various weapons, explosions. Even if we don't invite top stars, $55 million budget won't be enough, right? We plan to follow the model of Speed's cooperation with LAPD and seek funding from the Pentagon. Look carefully. The Rock is a patriotic American blockbuster promoting patriotism and military spirit. It must appeal to the Pentagon. We are confident they will generously support the film with advanced aircraft, weapons, and equipment, free of charge, which will save us a lot. That's worth trying. The Pentagon sponsors some Hollywood films yearly, but such huge funding might be tough. It might be difficult now. Our plan is to approach after Speed's release. After seeing its campaign effect, the Pentagon will likely be interested. Can we decide after Speed's release? You know, for such a big investment, we need to go through the project review board and directors. With uncertainties now, I guess support will be hard. Lou Wasserman admitted awkwardly but frankly. Another option is to increase budget to $60 million, ignoring Pentagon funds for now. If later we get the sponsorship, we reduce our investment accordingly, Robert proposed. Let's wait. I think the Pentagon's funding chance is quite high. Okay, but our company has already launched the project, formed a team, started preparations. Whether you invest or not, we won't stop. If you don't join, we invest independently without issues. Linton implied clearly this wasn't a plea for funding. Last question. If we invest, what share can we get? What's the cooperation detail? Lou Wasserman was inclined to invest, since Linton had consecutive successes. Cooperation with successful figures was a Hollywood tradition. Max 40% share. The project is mainly controlled and produced by Linton Films. Other terms same as Speed. But I have a condition. What condition? As you know, I recently acquired Miramax. The company has some distribution power now. We want to participate in North American distribution of The Rock. Our share needn't be high, 30% is fine. We won't join overseas distribution, which you handle all. We'll consider it. This is a prerequisite. If you can't agree, we have no cooperation. I'll seek other majors from Hollywood Big 7 studios. Sure, we will consider carefully. Also, didn't you initiate 2 movies? Doesn't Happy Death Day need investment? Happy Death Day's total budget is only $6 million, including my scriptwriting fee and co-producer payment of $3 million. So actual investment is just $3 million. Such a small investment isn't necessary. Distribution? Small budget, we plan to distribute ourselves. I don't expect much, as long as it doesn't lose money. Consider it as training our distribution team. Not necessarily. Step Up and The Shallows were small investments, but huge box office hits. I believe Happy Death Day can do well too. Should we co-distribute? No need. Such a small investment isn't needed. But if it really does well in North America, I can give you priority for overseas distribution. Just priority? I don't even know if I can get overseas distribution now. What if North American box office is poor? How about a trigger clause? If North American box office reaches 15 million, Universal helps push overseas with terms like The Shallows. No problem. Sign it together with The Rock later. Linton, Speed premieres on July 9th. Can you stir up some rumors with lead actress Catherine? Boost selling points and publicity materials. Discussing collaborations on The Rock and Happy Death Day finished. Levitt turned to Speed's distribution. Sure, I fully cooperate. June 9th is Jurassic Park premiere. Both of you attend together, act close. I'll arrange reporters to photograph. Chapter 168, Jurassic Park premiere. On the afternoon of June 9th, Universal held a grand premiere for Jurassic Park at the Los Angeles Dome Theater. Many celebrities, including Linton, were invited and attended the event. As expected, a huge crowd of fans and reporters gathered at the premiere, making the venue feel like a sea of people. Amidst the roaring cheers and screams, Linton walked closely with Catherine down the red carpet, creating a frenzy among the paparazzi, who snapped countless shots. At the theater entrance, many industry heavyweights were waiting. The 4 legendary directors, Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, George Lucas, and Spielberg, were all present. Actors like Harrison Ford, Liam Neeson, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, Sylvester Stallone, and Arnold Schwarzenegger made the premiere even more star-studded. Linton took the initiative to greet these veterans warmly. When he met George Lucas, George firmly shook his hand and said, "You are young and promising. Just the other day, I went back to the school where Johnson mentioned you. He says you're the school's new pride. You are not only a senior, but also a role model for us. Many of my classmates feel honored. You're not bad either. The future is yours." The alumni meeting will be held in October. You'll be invited, and you must not miss it. Thank you. It's an honor. I'll be there on time. When greeting Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman was standing closely by his side, which made Linton a bit awkward. Still, he warmly greeted the couple, and no one noticed any awkwardness. True professionals all around. After the interviews with the main cast and crew concluded, staff guided the guests inside the theater to their seats as the movie started immediately. Spielberg truly was phenomenal. Using almost miraculous cinematic language, he transported the audience to a prehistoric world billions of years ago. When the T-Rex's pupils glowed blood red under the car headlights, when the Velociraptor's shadow slithered across the kitchen tiles, and when herds of dinosaurs galloped across the plains. These incredible scenes, combined with real foreground foliage and digital dinosaur backdrops, created an immersive ecological spectacle, a visual illusion that truly broke the fourth wall. At the ending, the T-Rex tore through a banner reading, "When dinosaurs ruled the earth," and roared to the sky. shaking the rainforest's morning dew. This darkly humorous scene was utterly impactful. Since Jaws, Spielberg's cinematic techniques have only gotten more refined and commercial. His films have become quintessential mainstream blockbusters, and Jurassic Park was his masterpiece. It perfectly combined science fiction, action, thriller, and drama elements, fully utilizing special effects without over-relying on them. The characters and story were vividly portrayed, effortlessly immersing the audience emotionally. Industrial light and magic's computer effects shone beautifully in this film. All the dinosaurs looked lifelike, especially the several-floor-tall Brachiosaurus appearing for the first time by the lake. Its presence left viewers speechlessly amazed. Predators-like. The Velociraptor and T-Rex each had unique characteristics. Their ferocity and terrifying images deeply impressed audiences. The film also featured excellent DTS surround sound effects. When the huge T-Rex suddenly roared around the theater, many people shuddered in fright. Catherine even hid into Linton's arms, nervously looking around. All these combined to create an unparalleled audiovisual feast, striking down other films by comparison. Movies released simultaneously would be unlucky. Linton remembered the film grossed over $350 million in North America and over $900 million worldwide, breaking all records. The film ended with thunderous applause. Spielberg and his crew took the stage to thank the audience. Catherine, deeply moved by the movie, said, "Honey, this movie is incredible. The box office is going to explode, right? More than explode. I think it will break every record. North American box office will be at least $300 million. That's amazing. Won't it affect our movie's speed?" she asked worriedly. "Don't worry. The two movies are 1 month apart, so the peak viewing period will be over then." "Good. I'm still hoping our movie will do great at the box office. Trust me and yourself." On stage, Spielberg and crew finished sharing behind-the-scenes stories and began inviting guests to share their impressions. All guests praised the film without originality, and when asked about box office predictions, the boldest estimated just over $200 million in North America. When it was Linton's turn, he went all out. "I believe this is a groundbreaking film." Director Spielberg takes us into a dreamlike ancient era, delivering an unprecedented audiovisual feast. More importantly, he perfectly combines America's most advanced film industry with storytelling. From now on, Hollywood films enter a new industrial era, which is a game-changer to films from other countries. Jurassic Park will open doors worldwide to national film markets and will be recorded in history. Linton's words stunned everyone, including Spielberg himself, who wondered, is this film really that amazing? The Universal host was excited and trembled. "Linton, can you explain your reasoning?" "As I said, this film embodies the latest achievements of Hollywood's film industry. The logic is simple. Our previous films could be copied by other countries locally, but no country can replicate this movie. Can you predict Jurassic Park's box office?" Of course. Being a groundbreaking film, the box office will also be groundbreaking. I think it will break all records. You're confident? Definitely. Any specific numbers? At the North American box office, it may not cross E.T. the Extraterrestrial's $350 million, but Jurassic Park will make at least $300 million. What about worldwide? The global box office record before was E.T. at more than $650 million. Like I said, Jurassic Park will strike down films from other countries and open all their markets. It will definitely surpass previous records. I think around $900 million would be about right. Boom. Linton's words blew the theater away. The earlier statements sounded reasonable, but a $900 million global gross was quite a brag. People wondered how much PR money Universal gave him to make such a reckless prediction, and what he'd say if the box office fell far short. Even Lucas and Spielberg had doubts. $900 million was far beyond anyone's expectations. But in the end, it was good for both Linton and the film. Surely, Linton's remarks would dominate all entertainment media headlines tomorrow. Chapter 169, MV Casting. After the premiere, Lew Wasserman and Spielberg asked Linton to stay behind and invited him to the VIP lounge. "Linton, were you sincere in what you just said?" Spielberg asked with some doubt. "Of course, I never lie. Do you really think Jurassic Park's global box office can break $900 million?" Lou Wasserman asked curiously. Absolutely. The box office potential is definitely there, but the key is a strong overseas distribution strategy. I think you can assemble an elite team to focus on markets we haven't penetrated before. Trust me, it will pay off big time. Can Jurassic Park really have such a huge impact? Definitely. Director Spielberg really did a great job, and this film faces no political, racial, cultural, or ideological barriers. Those obstacles that usually hamper a film's reach are completely absent. It's suitable for audiences all over the world. More importantly, apart from Hollywood, no other place in the world can pull off a film like this. It's impossible to imitate. Why? Because they don't have the strong film industry support that we do. You could ask the folks at Industrial Light and Magic how they built the models for Jurassic Park, how many servers, algorithms, and specialized personnel were involved, and how much rendering power was used in post-production. I don't know all the details, but Linton makes a solid point. The most important part of Jurassic Park is definitely ILM's special effects, Spielberg agreed. Such capabilities only Hollywood currently possesses worldwide. Other countries can't develop that level for at least a decade. All right, I'll immediately organize a team to tackle the overseas markets and use Jurassic Park's dinosaurs to tear open the global box office. Here's a tip. For markets with stricter controls, you could partner with the MPAA to break through them. You really are a genius, seeing through everything so clearly. How can we thank you? No need. The more markets you conquer, the more I benefit. Speed will be released next month, and Step Up 2 will follow. Haha, don't worry. We will give Speed and Step Up 2 top-tier promotional support. As expected, Linton gained fame again. That night, some TV channels reported on his evaluation and box office prediction of Jurassic Park at its premiere. The next day, almost all media covered Linton's opinions and box office forecasts from the premiere, mostly front-page headlines. Even the Los Angeles Times placed it atop its entertainment section. These reports included editorials and sparked widespread discussions. Experts weighed in, though most saw Linton's views as attention-seeking. Still, Linton benefited from the buzz, and his abilities advanced faster. The biggest beneficiary was Jurassic Park, which unexpectedly gained free promotional buzz, becoming a household name and exciting Universal. Universal seized the opportunity to contact major theater chains and expanded the opening scale. The Friday opening day grossed $19 million. The first weekend hit $59 million. The full week smashed $100 million. It was a genuine blockbuster that broke all box office records, impacting other movies released simultaneously. Seeing Jurassic Park's explosive success, more people acknowledged Linton's insight, praising his market acumen. Moving on to Linton's second album, it became the top priority for Universal Records. President Daniel personally supervised, and Lisa's team efficiently arranged and prepared the 10 songs. The day after attending Jurassic Park's premiere, Linton went to Universal to start recording. Under Daniel's plan, the album was slated for late August release after Speed's promotion wrapped up, allowing full attention to the album. Linton agreed but planned a 10-day break from September 8th to 17th to oversee the setup of the farm's lightning protection system starting September 11th, asking Daniel to adjust the promo schedule. Universal gave the album an A+ rating, believing every song had the potential to top the Billboard charts. Confident sales would surpass his first album, promising a high-standard production. Naturally, each song required an MV. The crew was the same as the previous 2 songs: producer Carson, director Jack, and choreographer Axe. Jack's MV scripts featured handsome men and beautiful women. Besides Hall of Fame, the other songs included 2 rock numbers full of energetic dance and 7 blues tracks with intimate romantic scenes. It fit the current era perfectly, and Linton didn't bother changing it. Considering the women around him no longer needed his MV to boost their fame, Linton asked Carson to hold open auditions for the MV to find 1 or 2 rising stars. He wouldn't attend the first 2 rounds, but might join the final round depending on circumstances. Next, Linton focused on recording. Thanks to Lisa's thorough preparation and his improving vocal skills, particularly with his enhanced control of his body and vocal cords due to his rising abilities, the recording process was swift. They expected to finish the 10 songs in 7 days, which amazed Lisa. The crew completed the first audition round. The assistant said over 200 actresses and models auditioned, all young and stunning, making the competition fierce, highlighting Linton's current popularity. With role models like Cameron, Naomi, Christiana, and Heidi Klum, many talent agencies were eager to join. On June 15th, after leaving the recording studio, Carson sent Linton a thick packet with materials of 50-plus actresses and models who passed the first audition. So many. Linton was surprised seeing the hefty file. Competition was intense, all with solid qualifications. There are 2 more rounds, so the standards weren't too harsh this time. We rejected over 170. Linton browsed through, noticing all beautiful, tall, and slender women. No wonder so many were retained. Unexpectedly, he saw 2 familiar names. One was Charlize Theron, future Oscar queen, affectionately called the Queen C. The other, Monica Bellucci, a true top-tier beauty, often mentioned alongside Christiana. Chapter 170, Catherine and Monica. The photo showed Charlize Theron with stunning blonde hair, finely sculpted features, and a tall, sexy figure, radiating youthful charm. She seemed to have just arrived in the U.S. from South Africa this year. Not sure if she had turned 18 yet. Oh, the records showed. She was born in August 1975, so she would be legally adult in 2 months. But that was okay. Soon enough. More importantly, her potential was enormous, definitely worth cultivating as one of the top talents. Monica Bellucci was already a well-known star in Europe, wasn't she? She starred last year in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Why did she still need to be the lead in music videos? But she was indeed beautiful, her alluring charm practically overflowing from the photos. No matter, it would be just these 2. Discovering 2 top talents already was a big gain. Carson, these 2 don't need to participate in the later editions, they've passed directly. They passed directly? Yes, each gets 2 songs. Each person can have 2 songs? Yes, makes no difference, and just in case for Monica Bellucci, high hopes, and you are not alone for Charlize Theron. What about the others? Carson felt almost overwhelmed. For songs were taken already. How could the rest be distributed? Would he end up empty-handed? I won't participate in the later editions. You 3 decide quickly. I still have 2 days of recording left. Everyone will rehearse a few more days. Let's aim to start shooting by the 21st and get as many songs done before July 6th. You won't participate in the last round of auditions? Carson was thrilled but couldn't help confirming again. Yes, I looked over the finalists. They're all pretty good about the same. You decide, but they should have good basic dance skills. Okay, no problem. We'll finalize the 5 additional picks the day after tomorrow at the latest. Carson happily left. Though 2 had been directly chosen by Linton and had 4 songs reserved, the power to decide on the 5 remaining songs was given to him. Though Jack and Axe would share profits, he should at least have a say in their picks. This was great. He planned to carefully choose those most talented and skilled. Linton paid no attention to how Carson and the others operated. He fully focused on recording. Unexpectedly that night, while taking a walk with Catherine at the estate, since Jurassic Park premiered, and for the sake of tabloid publicity, Catherine had been living on Linton's estate. He received calls from Monica Bellucci and Charlize Theron separately. Both called to thank him and wanted to show him more of their talents. Their motives weren't simple. Possibly they wanted to secure their positions with him, being cautious since anything could happen before filming started. Actually, both Charlize and Monica were surprised too. Before this, they'd hardly any interaction with Linton, hadn't even met him, and their agents had no connections in his circle. How did they suddenly get told they had passed without further additions? Their agents inquired around, but couldn't find out the reason, just that Linton personally selected them. Of course, this was good news, but left an uneasy feeling, so they each called to meet and clarify. Linton, considering Charlize was still under 18 and his movie Speed would be released next month, plus he was promoting a scandal with Catherine, couldn't afford a big controversy. He tactfully declined Charlize's meeting request, only assuring her she was personally chosen and that she could sign the contract the next day and focus on rehearsals. Though she didn't meet Linton or perform for him, his personal promise eased her mind. She even thought Linton was a rare gentleman in the world. With Monica's invitation, he had fewer reservations. Monica was indeed beautiful and had been on his radar for some time, but there hadn't been a chance to make contact. Now she called him first. How could he refuse? However, With the movie release and scandal publicity ongoing, he remained cautious. After consulting Catherine, he asked Carter to quietly pick her up from outside to avoid paparazzi and bring her to the estate. Catherine had long accepted Linton's philandering, even experienced a 9-to-1 yacht party, so she didn't mind Monica coming over. If Monica refused and Linton went out to meet her anyway, that would make things worse. Monica had obviously prepared carefully for the evening. Perfect, flawless features, long hair draping over her shoulders, dazzling red lips. She wore an elegant black fitted gown and black high heels, emphasizing her sexy figure. Her delicate face with a graceful swan-like neck and square shoulders combined classical sculpture beauty with natural sensuality. Her distant gaze contrasted with her tall, curvy figure, creating a cool aura mixed with hot allure. She was like a tempting enchantress. To avoid awkwardness, Catherine retreated to her room first. In the study, faced with such a goddess, Linton couldn't hold back. Both understood Monica's real intent tonight, so there was no need for formalities. He pulled her into his arms. Monica willingly returned his passionate kiss. As they kissed deeply, they gradually felt each other's warmth rising. At the height of their passion, Monica whispered by his ear, "Darling, not here. Take me upstairs." Linton lifted Monica and carried her up to the 3rd floor. They eagerly helped each other out of their restraints. Then, joyful, sweet music filled the room. After some time, the passion subsided. Monica lay like a kitten on Linton's chest. "Darling, you're amazing. Baby, you're amazing too." Under the lighting, Monica looked like a perfect work of art, breathtakingly beautiful. As they exchanged sweet words, the bedroom door opened, and Catherine entered, dressed in sexy pajamas. "Baby, don't be nervous. Let me introduce you. This is Catherine Zeta-Jones, my good friend and lead actress of Speed, Them. Catherine, this is Monica Bellucci, the lead for my next 2 music videos. You're both beautiful. I believe you'll become good friends." "Monica, nice to meet you." Catherine stepped forward generously to shake hands and hug Monica. Monica was completely nude and felt shy and embarrassed. "Catherine, you're not mad? What's there to be mad about? I'm used to it. You shouldn't be embarrassed either. Later, we'll team up and conquer it together." Unconsciously, a new round of passion began, sweet and joyful singing continuing through the night. Chapter 171. Monica takes initiative. After a whole night of continuous intimacy, Monica was surprised to find that not only was she not tired, but she actually felt refreshed, vibrant, and glowing. While freshening up, she looked at herself in the mirror and was stunned by how radiant and alluring she appeared. It was nothing short of a miracle. No wonder Catherine didn't mind at all and even treated her like a sister. Now she understood. It seemed she needed to change her approach. Previously, she had planned to climb Linton's bed to gain some resources, but now that seemed far from enough. She should find a way to truly blend in with the sisters' circle. Linton never imagined that just one night of intimacy, giving a bit of his essence, would completely captivate Monica. However, he did notice that Monica's popularity wasn't high at all. It didn't match her stunning looks. Just like Christiana back then, he thought he should provide Monica with more opportunities and resources to help her grow quickly. At breakfast, Linton finally understood why Monica had come to audition for his music video's lead female role. Last year, through an introduction, she met the Italian director Francis Coppola and got a role in the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula, playing one of Dracula's vampire brides. But her part was too small, with only a few scenes, and the film wasn't a big hit. It drew no real attention and didn't help her career at all. Afterward, she returned to Europe to continue modeling. This year, feeling dissatisfied, she came back to Hollywood looking for a chance and happened to hear that Linton was shooting a music video and casting for the lead female role. Her agent highly recommended her, citing examples like Cameron, Naomi, and Christiana, so she came, and unexpectedly gained Linton's approval so quickly. "Darling, I feel as if fate itself brought me to your side. What do you think?" Monica looked at Linton hopefully. "Since it's fate, let's not waste it. You and Catherine should rest well at the estate today. Have your agent go sign the contract directly," Linton said. "You're too kind, moi." Monica eagerly planted a kiss. "All right, I'm off to Universal to record some tracks, but I'll come back tonight to keep you company." Linton continued to record in peace. Charlize and her agent, along with Monica's agent, successfully signed contracts with the production team. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Charlize and Monica were ecstatic, but the other auditioning actresses and models were furious. Supposedly, the casting would have 3 rounds to choose 9 spots. Yet 2 people have been chosen without any notice, and they took up 4 chances. It was blatant favoritism. Others auditioning cursed the 2 girls bitterly, though beneath the anger, everyone wanted their spot. But there was nothing they could do without connections, and their agencies were weak. They didn't even stand a chance for an unsaid compromise. This industry was ruthless. Connections and opportunities meant everything. No connections meant no chances, no matter how beautiful or talented you were. But once you grabbed a chance, you could soar to the top, beyond anyone's reach. Naomi and Cameron had already set the example. Fortunately, 5 spots remained, about a 1 in 10 chance. Upon learning that Carson, Jack, and Axe held the decision power, the 3 men immediately found themselves in a happy dilemma, lost in a sea of desires. Into the circle and deepen their relationship took the initiative. Catherine, I envy you. You get to star in Linton's movie so early. No need to envy. Your chance will come soon. Why do you say that? Your music video role was personally chosen by him, right? Yes, but I've never interacted with him before. I don't know why he suddenly picked me. Don't overthink. Just know that he has great taste and judgment. If he selected you, it means he values something in you. What do you think he values in me? I can't tell, but you can ask him yourself. The most likely reason is your beauty and sex appeal. You're so stunning. How could any man not be attracted? Don't just talk about me. You're just as beautiful. That's why I get to act in his films and live here at the estate. How did you 2 meet? I don't know exactly. I heard he saw me in a TV series while promoting in London. My role and vibe matched his movie's casting needs, so he invited me to audition, and here I am. That's simple. Yes, that's simple. So I'm telling you, don't worry. Your chance will come soon. I still don't understand where the chance really lies. The chance is that you're just too beautiful, and he noticed you. Just like he noticed you back then? Exactly. Later I realized he chose me, sent me that audition invitation mainly because of my looks. But he promised me to be the lead in 2 music videos. That's so different from starring in films. You agreed to the music videos before entering the estate, right? Yes. I reached out because he promised me the videos. Now that he's let you into the estate and kept you here, it's different. Isn't that just the entertainment industry's unspoken rules? What's different? You can't judge him by typical industry standards. He's got extremely high standards. Usually, a woman can't just get into his bed, let alone this estate. Really? Tell me more. Look at his status. Film studio owner, a famous director, a top star, and a billionaire. He's incredibly handsome. Which woman wouldn't want a connection to him? But as far as I know, very few actually do. Aren't men just ruled by their desires? He's not an ordinary man. Didn't you notice anything special during last night's encounter? Yeah, after an all-night session, I'm not tired at all today, feeling almost like I had a deep rejuvenation session. Exactly. Have you ever heard of such a thing before? Never. So you see, he's extraordinary. Now you know what it means for him to let you into this estate and keep you here. You mean he took a liking to me? Yes. He even said last night he hoped we could be good sisters. Today, he let you stay so I could keep you company. Isn't that obvious? If I truly became your sister, what benefits would I get? Didn't you? Just say you felt it? Fighting side by side continuously, not only is he ridiculously strong, but he also helps you maintain peak stamina. Your looks and complexion keep improving and stay youthful. Really? Can that effect last long? Of course. Plus, he can provide resources to help you rise to fame quickly. Then how can I truly gain his recognition and become your sister? I don't know for sure either, but since he let you stay, it's probably what he wants. There's one way to try. What's that? Perform well tonight. I'll have my agent get some props for us. But I still don't understand. Shouldn't you be wary of me? Even try to stop me? Why help me like this? Because he's already set the rule that his women must love and support each other. His women? He has many women. You don't really think I am the only woman living in this estate, do you? That night, during the game, Linton noticed Monica's unusually enthusiastic and proactive attitude. Later, with Catherine, she performed all kinds of playful displays with costumes, uniforms, and stockings. Chapter 172, The Shallows Taken Off Theaters. With Monica taking the initiative and Catherine assisting, their love games were absolutely thrilling, giving Linton an unforgettable experience. At the same time, he noticed Monica's change in attitude. It seemed she wanted to join his inner circle willingly, but as usual, he never invited her first. Sure enough, the next morning after their morning workout, Monica lay on top of Linton, catching her breath before coquettishly asking, "Darling, can I stay here often?" "Baby, do you know the rules here?" "Darling, Catherine told me last night. I'll only have you as my man from now on. I promise I won't get involved with any other men. Anything else? I'll get along well with the other girls." "Are you really sure you can stick to those two?" "I've thought it through. After having sex with you, who else could I have feelings for?" "All right, I get your intention. But if you really become my woman, it won't be easy to change your mind later. To avoid any rash decisions, I'll give you one more day to think it over. If by tomorrow morning you still feel this way, come talk to me, okay?" "Darling, you're a real man. I think I've fallen for you already. You're amazing too, baby, but I want you to be sure so you won't regret it later. For now, you can stay in the mansion today. If Catherine has no work commitments, you two can spend more time talking. But do not mention anything about the mansion to outsiders, including your agent." "Thank you. You're so thoughtful." Linton continued recording at Universal Records and was on schedule to finish today. After 2 days of auditions and various challenges, Carson, Jack, and Axe were exhausted but finally finalized the 5 spots. They sent the final list just as Linton wrapped up his recording. Looking at Carson's worn-out expression, Linton reminded him, "Take it easy. Watch your health. It's a rare opportunity. I didn't expect these vixens to be so powerful. I won't overdo it next time." Linton glanced at the final 5 selected. All were beautiful and talented. He approved without much scrutiny, asking Carson to start rehearsals and prepare the shooting schedule. However, as Speed was set to release on July 9th and the premiere was on July 7th, shooting had to end by July 6th. Starting June 20th, there were only 17 days, and with promotional events in between, they could shoot at most 6 music videos. The rest would have to wait until after the movie's release and promotional tour in August. Linton requested that the 4 music videos featuring Monica and Charlize be filmed first. Back at the mansion in the evening, their intimate battles continued. Monica was even more wild and aggressive, her fighting spirit electrifying as she teamed up with Catherine for an exciting showdown with Linton. The battles were as dazzling as ever and their sweet, enchanting voices lingered in the air. At breakfast, Linton asked Monica, "Honey, have you made up your mind?" "Darling, I decided to join you. I won't regret it." "Good. Later you can pick a room on the 2nd floor and decorate it however you like. Amy, the housekeeper, will help." "You. Moi, you're so kind." Monica kissed him excitedly. Regarding other arrangements, considering this is the critical period before Speed's release, Catherine and I are still faking a scandal to divert attention. To avoid accidents, we will arrange the rest after the movie finishes its run. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But my agent told me I have to rehearse dancing with the crew today. Can I come back tonight?" Linton was hesitant to let her come during this risky time, but seeing her pitiful face and remembering how good she was in bed, he said, "Sure, but avoid paparazzi. Contact Carter to pick you up and take you to your agent first." Monica happily went off to rehearsals. Linton and Catherine followed Universal's lead and spent a relaxing day at Disneyland. At night, they dined intimately at a restaurant on Sunset Boulevard, followed by paparazzi trailing them, some hired by Universal, others just fans. After 8 weeks, The Shallows officially left North American theaters, grossing $85.23 million, a spectacular result. It was the 3rd highest-grossing movie in North America in 1993 and expected to break the top 10 for the year. While it didn't hit $100 million domestically, with a production budget under $7 million, it was a huge success. Internationally, The Shallows performed well in over 50 countries, bringing in a total of $93.6 million overseas, with global box office likely surpassing $190 million. Zach officially rose to major director status, drawing mainstream Hollywood attention. Cameron advanced to near A-list stardom, busy nonstop across America with interviews, endorsements, and business deals. Yesterday, she called Linton, complaining she barely had time to enjoy their intimate sessions, and said she had several new scripts being reviewed by her agency. Linton recalled her breakout role in The Mask and advised her to keep an eye on potential lead roles at New Line Cinema. Over 100 North American theaters requested extended runs, which might increase box office. But theaters took 80% of extended gross, so Linton's studio wouldn't earn much from long runs. After the movie finished, Linton coordinated with Levitt to review box office and merchandising revenues, notifying Henry, Mary, and Goodman to audit earnings with Universal. Universal also rushed negotiations for The Shallow's TV and home video rights. Chapter 173, Talk Show and Music Video Shoot. On June 18th, Linton and Catherine appeared on MCA Television's talk show to promote Speed. The show began by playing a 20-second promo featuring various explosions and high-speed chases, which caused the live audience to gasp and cheer. The host then introduced Linton and Catherine as they walked onto the stage. When Linton linked arms closely with Catherine as they entered the studio, the crowd erupted in screams. Shows like this always followed a formula. First, they talked about the scriptwriting process, then shared challenges and behind-the-scenes stories during filming, and finally, they touched on the gossip that viewers loved. The host asked him, "Your last movie was Step Up, a youth musical about growing up and finding oneself. What made you switch gears to create a thriller action movie like Speed?" "I once watched the Japanese director Akira Kurosawa's film Runaway Train, which tells the story of an out-of-control train. It inspired me to write a script about a bus going out of control because of a bomb. I thought it would be more thrilling and relatable. Thus the idea for Speed was born. To make it more intense, I added the element of speed, which shaped the whole story framework. Once the framework was set, adding twists and details became easier. I watch a lot of movies myself. So how do you come up with new ideas? Maybe it's because storytellers see people and events from different perspectives. As a creator of scripts and songs, you need to be observant. Observe the people and stories around you. Extract the genuine and beautiful. Accumulate material. And occasionally inspiration strikes. Sometimes a script or a song naturally forms. The world of geniuses is a bit too deep for me. Looks like I'll never be a creator, the host joked. Don't be modest. Making tens of millions of TV viewers laugh every day is a remarkable talent in my eyes. Linton replied, "I heard the shooting had many intense, explosive scenes. Can you share any stories?" Since it's an action film, it had to have plenty of car chases and explosions. As everyone saw in the clip, the movie features many explosions. I think audiences will really enjoy it. I remember the craziest explosion was when we used military-grade explosives to blow up a real villa. On cue, the director switched the screen to footage of the house blowing up. The loud explosion and towering flames stunned the audience. "Wow, that was actual footage." "Yes. We found a real standalone villa in the suburbs and detonated it with military explosives. Everyone, including me, was scared by the massive blast during filming." "Wow, such an awesome movie. I definitely need to see it first." The movie will officially premiere on July 9th. "We hope everyone will head to theaters. You won't be disappointed," Linton said. "I heard there was a spark between you and Miss Jones on set." The host, knowing what the audience loved, immediately went for the gossip. "Catherine is so beautiful. Who wouldn't be attracted? I'm just a normal man. Working together every day, it's natural to be drawn to her," Linton said. "How did you fall for him?" The host asked Catherine. "Linton is so talented and handsome. He's very serious and charming at work. I couldn't help but be attracted to him, and I fell for him first," Catherine replied then. Kissed Linton softly. Applause, screams, and cheers filled the studio. "Some say you got this role through favors. Is that true?" For ratings, the host pulled out a big question, though it was a scripted line since MCA had tightened control over hosts following a prior incident. "That's nonsense. I didn't even know Linton before. I was working in the UK, and the film crew sent me an audition invite. I came to Hollywood, auditioned, and earned this role fair and square," Catherine explained. "Let me clarify. Catherine and I didn't know each other before, nor had any contact. I remember early last year when I was promoting my album Grow Up in England, I happened to watch a TV series called The Darling Buds of May. Her role impressed me deeply. When we were preparing Speed, I felt her look and aura perfectly fit the female lead. So I had someone invite her to audition. Fortunately, she accepted and traveled from London to the set. During the audition, the producers and I agreed she was perfect. There's no favoritism involved at all, Linton said. He kissed Catherine again, and unexpectedly she held him tightly and shared a passionate kiss. The studio erupted into cheers and screams, nearly blowing the roof off. The show was a huge success. The producer said it would air on primetime July 6th, the night before Speed's premiere. Linton didn't expect Monica's insatiable appetite. Every day after rehearsals, Monica would sneakily have Carter pick her up to bring her to the estate. Together with Catherine, their combined energy was overwhelming. Linton felt incredibly happy and content, enjoying every day without hesitation. He had intended to ask her to stop coming for a while, but never got around to it. On June 20th, at Universal Studios, the shooting for the music videos began. The first two videos starred Monica. Makes no difference, and just in case. Thanks to thorough preparation and solid dance skills from both Linton and Monica, possibly boosted by Linton's essence, Monica's performance was extraordinary. She executed difficult dance moves with ease, grace, and fluency. The crew worked harmoniously, and filming proceeded smoothly. They expected to finish in 5 days, a day ahead of schedule. During shooting, Monica cherished her time with Linton, secretly finding Carter every night to evade paparazzi and enter Linton's estate. By day, filming music videos. By night, teaming up with Catherine for lively gatherings, occasionally using props to spice things up. Their days were fulfilling and sweet. Chapter 174, Sleepless in Seattle premiere, Naomi's rising star. Linton was busy shooting a music video on set, while the North American film market continued to heat up. Jurassic Park kept soaring, becoming a phenomenal hit. After its opening week box office surpassed $100 million, it pulled in another $45.6 million over the second weekend, holding the top spot by a wide margin. On June 25th, another big film, Sleepless in Seattle, was set to premiere. The movie was written and directed by Oscar-winning screenwriter and renowned director Nora Ephron, starring Tom Hanks and Naomi Watts. The premiere was held on the evening of June 23rd at the Grand Theater. Naomi had already prepared the premiere invitation for Linton. He had to cut his shooting short that day and attended the premiere with Catherine, warmly supporting Naomi. Sleepless in Seattle was a deeply romantic comedy, a fairy tale-like love story that touched hearts. Naomi's performance was highly praised, successfully portraying a new-era woman bravely pursuing love. Tom Hanks delivered a superb acting performance, perfectly embodying his character's devotion to his wife, love for his son, and courage to start a new life, fully showcasing the traits of a loving male lead. From Linton's perspective, Tom Hanks' performance was Oscar-winning material. He also couldn't spare praise during the guest-sharing session. The love story in Sleepless in Seattle deeply moved me. It had a touching power that rekindled the yearning for love in couples uncertain on the road of love, fulfilling the audience's emotional desires for true and sincere love. Tom and Naomi's performances were fantastic. They successfully brought to life the protagonists Sam and Annie. I believe it will be the hottest, most candid, and funniest date movie this summer. Amidst applause, the host asked, "Linton, everyone says you're very accurate in predicting the box office. Can you forecast Sleepless in Seattle's box office?" With such a well-made and moving story, plus Tom Hanks and Naomi Watts, it will definitely be a box office hit. Can you give a specific number? At least $100 million in North America. The audience was stunned by his bold prediction. Though the film was good and touching, it was still just a romantic film. Although called a big movie, it wasn't a blockbuster like action, war, or sci-fi genre with huge budgets. The investment was less than $30 million. For it to surpass $100 million domestically would mean big profits for Columbia TriStar Pictures. Is that possible? Actually, not more than 10 films each year break $100 million in North America. Are you sure about $100 million? The host asked excitedly. Yes, I'm sure, Linton replied. What's your basis? I already explained, Linton said, unwilling to elaborate further since it wasn't his home court, and he had no collaboration with Columbia TriStar. He didn't want to steal the limelight from the film's main team. Late at night, Naomi managed to evade paparazzi and quietly came to Linton's estate. Without a word, she jumped straight into their intimate games with the group. 2 hours later, during a break, Naomi lay happily on Linton's shoulder and asked, "Darling, you said Sleepless in Seattle would break $100 million here. Is that true?" Not only Naomi but Catherine and Monica looked on with concern. Crossing the $100 million mark would greatly boost her profile. Naomi, having starred in Step Up, wasn't a top box office draw yet, but the film's blockbuster performance had pushed her into the rising star tier in Hollywood. Her salary had jumped to $3 million. If Sleepless in Seattle also broke $100 million domestically, that would be 2 major hits starring Naomi in a row. With these achievements, she would truly enter the top-tier female star league, potentially raising her pay to $6 million and becoming one of Hollywood's leading ladies, just behind Julia Roberts. Don't worry, when have I ever gotten box office predictions wrong? I think $100 million is just the baseline. If the follow-up promotion is strong, it might even catch up to Step Up in the North American market. Moi, thank you. It's because you encouraged me that I fought hard for and landed the lead role. The production company valued your fame and solid acting. It was deserved. No, it was your insight. You know, the first choice was Julia Roberts, but she passed. Because she passed, and I fought so hard, they picked me. I wonder if she regrets it now. Julia Roberts' status doesn't lack good scripts. She might feel a little regret, but probably not much. Ultimately, it's your own fame, image, and acting skills. Julia Roberts rejected Sleepless in Seattle. Was Naomi joining Sleepless in Seattle your suggestion? Catherine and Monica's eyes shone when hearing their exchange. Before becoming famous, actresses always grasped every chance tightly. After fame, choosing projects smartly became critical. Some chose blockbusters or award-winning films, propelling their careers, while others picked wrong projects that flopped, declining their star power. Now hearing Linton both managed resources and could predict a project's value gave them great excitement. They decided to follow all Linton's plans tightly in their careers and never let go of his support. Darling, enough talk. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning for a busy promotional tour. We probably won't see each other for a long time. Shall we make the most of our time now? Yes, let's celebrate Naomi together. Catherine and Monica responded in unison. They resumed the game, with sweet and joyful singing filling the room. Chapter 175, Charlize Theron's Move. The music video shoot went smoothly, taking only 5 days to complete the 2 songs Monica collaborated on. Makes no difference, and just in case. On the night the music video wrapped, Monica quietly visited the estate as usual. Before the action began, Linton took Monica to the study and pulled out the script for Happy Death Day. "Baby, this is a film our company is preparing to shoot. Filming is scheduled to start in mid-July, and you'll play the second female lead. Make sure you get ready. Darling, you treat me so well. I have to reward you properly." Unexpectedly, Monica was so excited she slipped under the office desk. Next were the music videos for High Hopes and You Are Not Alone, starring Charlize Theron as the lead actress. At this time, Charlize was just a classic blonde sweet girl, truly youthful and beautiful, with rosy cheeks and 2 distinct dimples. Perhaps still untouched by the Hollywood scene, she had an air of innocence mixed with allure, easily winning men's favor and even stirring their protective instincts. Previously, Linton hadn't allowed her to come to the estate. Although she signed her contract on the second day, it was common in Hollywood for roles to be snatched away before filming started, which had greatly worried Charlize. Now, with the music video shooting underway, she finally relaxed. She clearly knew how to use her advantages. Since the shoot began, she clung to Linton with a bright, innocent demeanor, even insisting on calling him boss. "Boss, I brought you coffee." Just after lunch, Charlize approached with 2 cups, handing one to Linton. "Didn't your manager teach you? Never drink someone else's water or drinks on set," Linton said sternly without taking the cup. "I know, but since we have a special relationship, I even call you boss. Isn't it normal for me to get coffee for you?" Her voice grew softer under Linton's gaze. "How about I take a sip first?" Charlize opened one cup, drank it herself, and then offered the other to Linton with a pitiful, almost tearful look. "Now you're assured, right?" Linton couldn't help but admire the craftiness. Indeed, no one who made it in Hollywood was simple. The full load of scheming, playing cute, endless persistence, and quick mood changes was impressive. However, her acting was still quite immature, nowhere near future Oscar winner level. Thanks to Charlize's relentless efforts, they gradually grew closer. The shoot went well, and it was already the 6th day. The final day for the 2 songs Charlize starred in. Yet Charlize was clearly not satisfied with just growing close or simply cooperating on 2 music videos. Her goal was to become like Naomi and Cameron. After shooting music videos, she hoped to star in movies produced by Linton's company, ideally with his powerful backing as the lead actress, boosting her star career. From the 5th day onward, she barely left Linton's side, sticking with him for everything. On the final day, even lunch break was spent in his trailer. But Linton, having spent every day playing with Catherine and Monica, had built up strong resistance to other women. Although Charlize was youthful and pretty, that was about it. Without any popularity boost that could aid his ability, plus being under 18, Linton didn't want to risk trouble. Especially since it was a critical time to promote Speed, and his rumored relationship with Catherine was key. He gently warned her, "Charlize, being alone with a man can be dangerous. You need to protect yourself. Go rest in the makeup room. But I really like you. How can being with someone you like be dangerous? Even if you wanted something from me, I'd be willing. But you're not yet 18, which means you're a minor. But today is our last shoot day, and I'm afraid you might forget me. Am I not pretty? Don't you like me?" Then, without hesitation, she hugged Linton and kissed him. A delicate feminine scent wafted lightly, the kind he had only smelled on Winnie. Could Charlize also be a virgin? If so, he'd hit the jackpot. "Charlize, I have a question. Please answer honestly. What is it? Have you had sex before?" "No. I'm South African, and my family is conservative about premarital sex. I didn't meet any outstanding guys at school, or even date anyone. Since coming to America earlier this year, I hadn't found anyone until meeting you. Do you dislike me?" "Dislike you? Why would I? In America, don't women say if you're 16 and haven't had sex, you're nobody, even laughed at? Don't listen to that nonsense. To me, you're perfect." Linton was thrilled. Thanks to South Africa's conservatism and their recent meeting, he felt lucky. "Really? So you like me? You're gorgeous, of course." "I do. So can we." "Not now? Our loss as under 18 is a minor. Maybe after August." "Moi. Just let me have 2 kisses first." "Kissing isn't illegal, right?" Charlize eagerly sought a kiss. "Charlize," Linton started. "Darling, you can call me Sally. My family calls me that." "Sally, your acting is still immature. You never formally studied drama, right?" "No. I trained as a ballet dancer since childhood. I wanted to be a ballerina, but I injured my knee last year, which ended that dream. I tried modeling, but never acting professionally." "Okay. After these music videos, don't rush to find other jobs. First, enroll in a good acting school. Learn properly to improve." "Darling, I'll listen to you. By year-end, our company will launch a film. I'll arrange a role for you then." "Darling, you're too kind." "Moi." Charlize kissed him excitedly. "Remember, my birthday is August 7th. After auditing by both parties' accountants, Universal Pictures settled the earnings from The Shallows with Linton Films. First, box office revenue. The domestic gross for The Shallows was $85.23 million, with Linton Films earning $25.569 million according to their agreement. Second, TV rights. Universal sold a 7-year TV license for $8.5 million, with $6.8 million going to Linton Films. Third, video rental and sales rights. Universal sold these rights for a $9 million upfront fee, plus 30% of rental income, with $7.2 million credited to Linton Films as the initial fee share. Fourth, merchandise. Shark figurine sales reached $20 million, generating an $8 million profit, and Linton Films received $4 million. Fifth, overseas rights. Universal purchased full overseas rights to The Shallows for $34.1 million. In total, Linton Films earned $77.669 million, plus quarterly 24% rental income from videos. Including pre-shoot advertising income of $1.7 million, The Shallows was a massive hit, greatly improving Linton Films' cash flow. With an investment under $7 million, these astonishing returns thrilled everyone at the company, especially employees who had transferred from Miramax and had never seen such profits. As year-end bonuses were distributed, with promises of generous profit sharing for all employees, loyalty to Linton Films strengthened. Miramax was already forgotten. This success also made Universal executives envious and more convinced of the necessity of collaborating with Linton. They grew even more excited about Speed and Step Up 2. Of course, their earnings weren't less than Linton Films, since distribution remains at the top of the film industry's food chain. Chapter 176: Happy Death Day Preparations. The production of Happy Death Day was even simpler than a beach shoot. All they needed was a hospital and a school, with no special effects required. Kenneth and Ryan moved quickly. The crew was already assembled, and although Linton was listed as co-producer, the crew was so small that he didn't have much to worry about. The two shooting locations were set in the suburbs of Los Angeles, both very affordable, with the school even offering the location for free, as long as its name appeared in the closing credits. Other props and costumes were being organized methodically. The soundtrack production continued to be handled by Universal. Casting for the actors had begun, and 3 main actresses were already planned out. The lead female role was Tree Gelbman, played by Christiana. The second female lead was Tree Gelbman's roommate, Monica. The third female lead was Tree Gelbman's other roommate, Noriko Sakai. For this, Linton modified the script, changing the third female character to an Asian student. He left the rest of the casting to Kenneth and Ryan, wanting to give them some motivation. However, he insisted that the male lead must be a handsome white guy. For this kind of creative horror movie, outstanding acting skills were not strictly necessary, but the leads had to be attractive. Imagine a stunning beauty getting killed repeatedly in creative ways. Wouldn't that spark your protective instincts and anger? Furthermore, having Monica as the second lead meant that the two most beautiful girls were starring together in one movie. With good marketing, this was a surefire hit. The movie had previously grossed $55 million in North America and $125 million worldwide. With these two big stars joining, even in a different era, Linton believed the box office would surpass the original. After their last meet-up, Noriko had followed Linton's advice by signing her American entertainment agent contract with the William Morris Agency under Myra's management and arrived in Los Angeles once notified by the crew. However, Izumi Sakai and Sukato Matsushita weren't so lucky. After returning home, Sukato had asked her family for permission to work for the Linton Charity Foundation in Los Angeles. Once her real intentions were discovered, she was immediately grounded, and even her communication devices were confiscated. Clearly, she had crossed the family's political marriage rules, an untouchable taboo. Linton was powerless to intervene as there was no proper justification. Izumi Sakai's contract with B.Gram Records was a full singer's contract. It was well known that Japanese agencies strictly controlled and exploited their artists. Her intention to sign a separate contract for Europe and America was impossible without the intervention of powerful connections. Izumi had counted on Sukato for help, but she was struggling herself and could not be relied on. Eventually, Izumi reached out to Linton for help. He informed Daniel and said he would specially compose an English song for her. Daniel confidently promised to resolve the issue with the Japanese branch, and Ichiro later replied that it would be resolved within a month. Linton hadn't initially planned to bring Noriko into his estate, but considering the numerous paparazzi in Los Angeles, it was too risky to welcome her outside. After careful thought, he arranged for Noriko and Christiana to stay at the estate and introduced them to Catherine and Monica. He instructed the three to follow the director's arrangements on set, to focus on filming, and to avoid diva behavior or sabotaging each other. The success of the movie was essential. Although Christiana and Monica initially had some reservations, Linton's straightforward talk quickly dispelled them. After all, a successful film meant greater benefits and future opportunities, and upsetting Linton was not a wise choice. With Linton's mediation, the trio let go of their grudges, and, combined with Noriko's gentle nature, they quickly became good friends. Although horror films didn't demand top-tier acting, the three had significant screen time. Christiana was well prepared, but Monica and Noriko had just received their scripts, and Linton was concerned about their acting skills. He called Mira to arrange an acting coach for Monica and Noriko to provide individual training to enhance their performances. That evening naturally turned into a lively game of cards, with the four ladies teaming up against Linton, the ultimate challenge. Since Christiana, Monica, and Noriko had to check in with the crew the next day and stay at the hotel arranged by the production, the games were intense and prolonged, their sweet singing carrying through the night. After setting the cast for Happy Death Day, Linton resumed work on music video shoots. As Linton had predicted, Sleepless in Seattle showed strong box office potential from the very start, raking in $31.16 million over its opening weekend in North America. Though it came in second behind Jurassic Park's $39.8 million, it was clear that the film would surpass $100 million in the North American market without question. Naomi Watts and the rest of the crew embarked on a nationwide promotional tour to boost the box office. Jurassic Park was truly groundbreaking. In less than 20 days since release, it had made $190 million in North America, and its merchandise sales had exceeded $180 million. More astonishingly, starting its foreign release in the second week, it dominated overseas markets, earning $180 million in about 10 days, like a T-Rex rampaging through international box offices. Universal Pictures, along with the Motion Picture Association of America, seized the opportunity, negotiating with previously closed markets to use distribution of Speed, which was to be released in less than 10 days, saturating the market with advertisements. Posters were everywhere, in movie theaters, shopping malls, and subway stations. TV commercials, late-night talk shows, and variety programs relentlessly featured the movie. From late June, Linton almost nightly appeared with Catherine on various TV shows arranged by Universal. Media interviews about the cast and crew, as well as rumors about Linton and Catherine's relationship, spurred intense media coverage and more TV broadcasting. Linton's fan clubs, organized by Bella, also launched offline and online promotional campaigns. It was a comprehensive and multifaceted publicity campaign. The summer movie season was fiercely competitive, with Jurassic Park and Sleepless in Seattle still drawing crowds, and the lawyer drama The Firm releasing on June 30th fighting hard for audiences. On July 9th, Columbia Pictures' action blockbuster In the Line of Fire, directed by Wolfgang Peterson and starring Clint Eastwood, John Malkovich, and Rene Russo, was set to debut. The film reportedly had a budget exceeding $50 million. With rivals ahead and contenders behind, pressure was intense. Universal had no choice but to maximize its promotional efforts. However, Universal was confident in Speed. Early screenings and theater representatives' viewings had been overwhelmingly positive. At audiences' test screenings held in 5 major cities, 1,218 questionnaires were collected. An astonishing 1,105 gave an A+ rating, 57 gave an A, and 23 an A-. Only 33 rated below B+. These results indicated tremendous box office potential for a commercial film. The theater representative screenings were even more encouraging. All agreed Speed had totally exceeded their highest expectations and promised wide release. In the latest negotiations, Universal secured an opening scope of over 2,700 theaters and 5,700 screens for Speed. Chapter 177, The Film Critics. To ensure comprehensive and flawless promotion for Speed, Universal organized an exclusive screening event for film critics, inviting them to watch the movie and spending a hefty budget on public relations to rally their support. After all, it was the 1990s, the peak of film critics' influence. Unless a movie was purely fan service or targeted solely at teenagers, their recommendations greatly affected the choices of general moviegoers. But with the rise of the internet era, audiences gained more channels to access movie information. The influence of film critics on the general public gradually faded, leaving only a slight impact on older viewers. Their true influence remained mostly during award season. Universal naturally couldn't miss involving critics to ensure Speed's success. They held exclusive critics' screenings and lavish dinners, with PR budgets reaching into the 7 figures. Linton had to cut short his afternoon music video shoot by an hour to head to the Hilton Hotel for the critics' banquet after their screening. Linton, this is Roger Ebert, Pulitzer Prize-winning film critic. Levitt introduced him to a bespectacled, balding middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Ebert. I'm Linton Anderson, Linton said, shaking his hand. Linton, this is Kenneth Turan, a well-known critic. Linton, this is Todd McCarthy, another famous critic. Under Levitt's introductions, Linton greeted the professional critics. Except for a few big names, most were unfamiliar to him, but that didn't stop him from offering them smiles and warmth. After all, he needed these industry parasites to promote speed. As for their reviews, Linton didn't care. Since they accepted Universal's invitation and PR perks, any review, positive or negative, must draw audience interest to the film. Take this critics' PR event as an example. Aside from travel expenses and accommodations at the Hilton, Universal prepared checks or gifts for critics based on their industry status, totaling over $1 million. Roger Ebert alone received a six-figure sum. This was a PR extravaganza organized by Universal. Both the studio and critics understood the unwritten rules. Accepting a movie company's par means managing one's pen to speak favorably. Naturally, any review written before publication had to be vetted by Universal's distribution department. Random negative. Reviews without studio approval would result in a blackout. No more free screenings or PR privileges from Universal and its partners. Other studios would question the critic's credibility. 2 breaches, and the critic would be blacklisted, cutting off all future studio freebies. This was a self-imposed rule between critics and studios. No one broke it easily. Studios didn't force critics to write glowing reviews. Even negative critiques were permissible, but only if they sparked audience interest. For example, if a critic wrote, "The film is nothing but explosions, car chases, and fights with no substance," Universal would accept it. Most viewers like those elements. Though a criticism on the surface, it actually highlighted the movie's selling points, drawing viewers in. This was Hollywood insider knowledge. The relationship between movie studios and critics was both cooperative and adversarial. Studios needed critics to rally support, while critics needed studios for handouts. Having lived through the internet era, Linton knew how to handle critics. Neither disregard nor overvalue them. Treat them as just promotional tools. At the hotel lobby, glasses clinked, and Linton, guided by Levitt, shook hands and made small talk. Director Anderson, Roger Ebert found him, holding a glass. "You can call me Linton, Mr. Ebert." "All right, Linton. Your film shows unique strengths in narrative through visuals, quick editing, and thrilling explosion scenes," Roger said, fixing his gaze on the tall, handsome young director, his tone oddly patronizing. "However, you shouldn't overemphasize sensory thrills. You need to invest more in meaningful elements, like exploring why Payne, a cop, becomes a vengeful villain, or Jack's internal struggles facing danger." Under Roger's earnest advice, Linton's expression darkened. If he shot the film as suggested, what distinguished it from those damn arty films? Who'd want to watch? "If you did as I say, your film would have significant artistic and cultural value," Roger insisted. Linton was done listening. This man's famous name meant little. He was too detached from the market and audience. Maybe he had ulterior motives, digging a pit under the guise of art. It wasn't easy to secretly try out soul induction on him with so many eyes watching, but it didn't matter. Ignoring him outright was enough. "Mr. Ebert, I'm new to the film biz and focus on commercial movies," Linton started but got cut off. "Trust me, Linton, if you follow my advice, you'll earn excellent critical acclaim," Roger interrupted. "Critical acclaim? That's just critics' call. Can it help box office numbers?" Everyone in the biz knew these critics were out of touch with the market. Without PR, they opposed popular tastes, flaunting their unique artistic sensibilities. Audiences loved commercial films, but critics opposed them. They praised slow, confusing, sleep-inducing art house films as sophisticated art. Yet, Hollywood studios rarely risk massive investments in such high-art films, except for award-targeted projects. Most art house films stayed under $3 million budgets. Like now, Universal had paid them well. Regardless of speed's quality, critics would heap praise in media, driven by PR cash, not artistic sincerity. Linton couldn't stand it anymore. After a few words to the boastful Pulitzer winner, he turned away, fearing he'd snap if he stayed longer. Unbeknownst to Linton, Roger's face soured as he watched him leave, seeing him as an immature, disrespectful kid unworthy of mentorship. But Linton didn't care. He had no obsession with snagging an Oscar. Chapter 178, Aunt Kelly's Charity Plan. After finishing the music video shoot with Charlize, Linton quickly proceeded to shoot 2 more music videos, You Are Not Alone and Someday. Although the female leads in these 2 videos were also young and beautiful, with fair skin and long legs, and showed great enthusiasm towards Linton, playfully tempting him as if unable to hold back their desire, Linton was not interested. When Linton thought of the scene of Carson and the other 2 holding their waists during the audition, he immediately lost interest, and he had no impression of them in his memory. They held little value for his training, so eventually, they left disappointed. Nevertheless, he was professional, and the shoots went smoothly, wrapping up before July 6th. On the same day, Aunt Kelly and her family arrived from San Francisco. They were here to attend the premiere of Speed Tomorrow and to discuss the next phase of their charity plan. They sought Linton's opinion. When Linton returned to the estate after the shoot, he found Aunt Kelly's family already getting along well with Catherine. Catherine was walking and chatting happily with them around the estate, laughter ringing out. Seeing Linton come back, his cousin Judy leapt into his arms, saying, "Cousin, you're finally back." After greeting Aunt Kelly and her husband, Linton affectionately ruffled Judy's hair. "Judy, you're all grown up now. Don't be so touchy with boys." "You bad cousin. I just missed you. We haven't seen each other in a whole year, and you hardly come to San Francisco to visit." Fine, I'm at fault. But how's school?" "No gifts if your grades are bad. Don't worry, I'm a straight-A student. My teacher said I'll get into an Ivy League university next year for sure." "Wow, impressive. What's your goal?" "I want to go to Stanford University to study computer science." "Good ambition, but Stanford's tough. You've got to work hard." "I believe I can do it," Judy said confidently. "Great, Judy's the best. I believe in you. When you get into Stanford, I'll get you a big gift." Considering Linton's influence, a strong recommendation. Let her with decent grades would make getting into any university easy for Judy. But he didn't want to relieve her of pressure just yet. Though Catherine and Aunt Kelly's family were already familiar, Linton introduced them properly, explaining Catherine was his co-star and the lead actress in Speed. Unexpectedly, Aunt Kelly asked outright, "Linton, is Catherine your girlfriend?" Seeing Catherine's hopeful look, Linton honestly admitted, yes. In fact, Catherine was one of his girlfriends, and he hadn't said she was the only one. Saying something nice made Aunt Kelly and Catherine happy, which was well received. Sure enough, Catherine smiled joyfully, linked arms with Linton intimately, and publicly kissed him. Aunt Kelly appraised Catherine, meticulously studying her, then nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Catherine is really pretty and very polite." The butler Amy and the chef Michael Donovan prepared a sumptuous dinner, featuring prime A5 Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, pan-seared red snapper, French foie gras, Hawaiian caviar. Linton brought out 2 bottles of vintage 1980 Romanicani from the wine cellar. The meal was a great success, with everyone enjoying themselves. Judy ate so heartily she joked, "Oh, looks like I'm going to gain a couple of pounds." Laughter filled the room. After dinner, Catherine accompanied Judy and her father Jeff for a walk in the garden, while Aunt Kelly joined Linton in the study to report on this year's charity plans. Based on the size of Linton's charity foundation, Henry predicted this year's charity spending would not be less than $10 million. Aunt Kelly's plan included 1. Allocating $3 million specifically to her late mother's hometown to support charity projects such as road repairs and school building, with final decisions to be made on site. By the way, the chef was also Chinese, actual namely Fu Hai. 2. Continuing donations of $1 million worth of supplies to children's welfare homes in San Francisco, already fulfilled. 3. Continuing donations of $1 million worth of supplies to senior homes in San Francisco, already fulfilled. 4. Donating $1 million worth of supplies to children's welfare homes in Los Angeles. 5. Donating $1 million worth of supplies to senior homes in Los Angeles. 6. Addressing famine issues in Africa by cooperating with the San Francisco Red Cross to purchase $3 million worth of food for distribution to refugees. Linton had already discussed and mostly approved the plans. Then Aunt Kelly explained the preparations for visiting her hometown. Early this year, she contacted the American consulate in San Francisco submitted detailed information on her grandmother, and requested help verifying her grandmother's hometown and relatives. Last month, the consulate replied with information about her grandmother's hometown and relatives. Her grandmother Luca Shurez was born in 1920 in a wealthy family in a town in southern Colombia. She had an older brother, Alvaro. During the unrest and political turmoil in the region, her family decided to flee, hoping to reach safety in California, but met with an accident en route and got separated. Eventually, only Luca managed to wander into San Francisco, USA. With the help of foreign affairs officials and humanitarian agencies, Luca's remaining relatives were traced back to her grandmother's hometown near Cauca. There, her cousin Miguel Shurez and his family were located and contacted. Her parents and brother remain unaccounted for, likely lost or dispersed in the chaos. Aunt Kelly had coordinated with Foreign Affairs and Miguel Shurez, planning to visit the hometown in August to fulfill her mother's wish, pay respects, and based on conditions, launch charity projects. Linton, will you come in August? I'm busy promoting Speed and working on my album. No time this year. Okay, your career comes first. I'll go scout ahead, and you can visit later when you're free. Why don't you? Uncle and Judy go together. It's a chance to pay respects, and Judy can learn about our culture, which would help her growth. That's already planned. She'll be on vacation then. Also, for the charity work in Colombia, let's allocate all funds directly to the projects. The local government can help implement, but it's best to have foreign affairs and the local elders supervise. It's okay to spend extra for good quality, since prices there are lower. Ensuring quality is the priority. Got it. I'll follow your lead. Chapter 179, Speed Premiere. On Wednesday afternoon, July 7th, Speed held its grand premiere at the Los Angeles Dome Theater. Universal Pictures invited a dazzling array of movie stars to attend. Legendary directors like Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, and James Cameron were present, along with promising new filmmakers such as Zach and Ann. Top-tier stars graced the event as well, including Harrison Ford, Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Pierce Brosnan, Sharon Stone, Julia Roberts, and Meg Ryan. Besides Naomi, who was promoting the film outside, Linton's star-studded entourage included Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Ricci, Winona Ryder, Shania Twain, Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Connelly, and Heidi Klum. Huge crowds of movie enthusiasts filled the venue, many of whom were loyal fans of Linton, some traveling from other cities just for the event. Linton, thanks to your keen insight, Jurassic Park is releasing just as you predicted. Especially overseas, it's doing exceptionally well. I really appreciate your support, Spielberg said, beaming as he saw Linton. Steven, it's not just me. It's mainly because your film is outstanding. Linton, I trust Speed will be just as thrilling. Can't wait for it, Spielberg added. Thank you. Linton, congratulations on yet another fantastic production, George Lucas remarked, always supportive of his younger colleague. Let's strengthen our collaboration moving forward, Linton responded warmly. Count me in. I won't miss it, George replied. When chatting with Cameron, Linton smiled and asked, I heard you met with film critics recently. Did they still try to sway your vision? Don't get me started. They all fancy themselves as artists but are clueless and still want to tell me how to make films. It was frustrating, Cameron said bluntly. That's how it is with critics. All talk and no real understanding. Just stick to your instincts. For art films, you can listen to them, but commercial movies must serve the market and audience demands, Linton advised. Absolutely. I've always thought that way. Seems like we're on the same wavelength, Cameron said with a chuckle. Great minds think alike, haha, Linton laughed. After greeting other celebrity attendees, the whole group entered the screening room. The theater lights gradually dimmed and the big screen brightened. First, the Universal logo appeared, followed by the image of a whale breaching the ocean, alongside the words Linton Films and Linton Anderson Works. Bang! The movie opened with a heart-pounding explosion. An elevator spiraled uncontrollably downward, with the horrified faces of the passengers, grabbing every viewer's attention instantly. From the first blast, the deafening sound captivated everyone. No one could look away from the screen. Finally, against a stunning seaside sunset, Jack and Annie embraced and shared a passionate kiss. After a harrowing fight for survival, Their sincere and heartfelt kiss was incredibly moving for the audience. Joe Morton, who portrayed police officer Mike, joked, "I thought Linton was a madman on set, a complete explosion addict. Hey now, why do I get labeled the explosion maniac?" Linton protested, unwilling to cede the title of Explosive Bay. So he playfully pushed Michael Bay forward. "Let me introduce you all to our assistant director, Michael Bay. He has a special knack for organizing explosion scenes and large-scale sequences. He shot all the explosions in this film, and next, he'll be directing a movie under my company," Linton announced proudly. This bold public endorsement from Linton stirred mixed feelings among the people present, who secretly grumbled at Michael's elevation. The event concluded with a media interview session. Sally from Hollywood Entertainment asked, "Linton, can you predict Speed's box office?" All eyes turned to Linton, eager for his response. "I forecast the North American box office will hit around $150 million, he answered candidly, expecting some skepticism. He was surprised when boos erupted from the crowd. It was clear many thought his estimate was too modest and underestimated the film's success. Chapter 180. The Women Reunite, Auntie's Double Standards. The premiere concluded successfully. Linton ignored Sharon Stone's farewell invitation and also declined the harem group's request to throw a party. Instead, he took Catherine directly back to the mansion. With the movie about to be released, paparazzi were keeping a close watch on him. One wrong move could lead to scandal. None of them gave him peace. What Linton didn't expect was that evening, while he and Catherine were on the third-floor terrace at the mansion, sipping drinks and chatting with Aunt Kelly's family and enjoying the view, 8 compact cars arrived one after another. Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Ricci, Winona Ryder, Shania Twain, Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Connelly, and Heidi Klum. All of them quietly showed up at the mansion. It seemed they all missed the yacht party. Seeing these beautiful women, whom they usually only saw on TV and in movies, casually come over to greet everyone, Aunt Kelly's family was stunned. In front of Aunt Kelly's family, even Linton's thick skin was tested. But since they were here, he couldn't just send them away. So, he shamelessly introduced them to Aunt Kelly's family. Finally, Aunt Kelly, unable to hold it in any longer, pulled him aside and whispered, "Be honest with me. What exactly is your relationship with them?" "Just as you think. They're all my girlfriends," Linton admitted. "The same kind of girlfriends as Catherine?" "Yes." "Have you all slept together?" "Yes." "Don't they argue among themselves?" Aunt Kelly asked, surprised. "Do they look like the fighting type to you?" "How do you manage that?" "Must be my charm," Linton said, feeling increasingly shameless. "So what's the meaning of them coming over tonight? Forcing you to pick sides?" "No, nothing like that. They just finished the premiere, happened to be free, and wanted to come and celebrate." "Wait, you don't all sleep in the same bed at night, do you?" Aunt Kelly asked in disbelief. "Probably. How can you be so reckless? You'll lead Judy astray and corrupt your uncle." Aunt Kelly felt her values shattered and became worried about Jeff and Judy. "I didn't plan this either. They came on their own, and I couldn't just kick them out." "No matter. Tonight, no strange noises, and tomorrow we leave for San Francisco early. I don't want Jeff and Judy influenced by you all," Aunt Kelly said angrily. Afterward, she returned with Linton and forced a polite smile at the ladies. "You all enjoy chatting. We'll head downstairs to rest." She pulled Jeff and Judy away, ignoring their protests, and went downstairs. "Mom, what's wrong? I finally met my idol Madonna and was having such a great time chatting with everyone." Judy's complaint came from afar. "Linton, is your aunt upset about our relationship?" Seeing Linton's awkward expression, Madonna took his arm and asked, while the other women looked concerned. Looking at the beautiful faces before him, any dissatisfaction in Linton's heart quickly dissipated. At this point, this was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. It's fine. She just needs time. She might have trouble accepting it now, but eventually, she'll come around. Since Aunt Kelly's family all stayed on the second floor, Linton used his power for the first time in the bedroom to create a sound barrier, completely isolating the bedroom sounds from the outside world. Fortunately, being at the late Radiant Core stage, he could easily maintain the barrier all night. Inside the bedroom, everyone finally relaxed, indulging fully. At first, the women were worried their sounds might carry upstairs since the elders were nearby, so they held back a bit. After Linton assured them of the special soundproofing, they began singing loudly, performing passionate group songs non-stop through the night. Downstairs, Aunt Kelly informed Jeff and Judy that they would return to San Francisco the next morning. Mom, why? We finally got to vacation at cousin's house, met my idol and so many big stars, and they promised to play ball and swim with me tomorrow. Why leave so soon? Judy protested. Don't ask why. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Did cousin upset you just now? But I saw you both laughing and talking. Seeing Judy's carefree attitude made Aunt Kelly even more frustrated. Your cousin is good at many things, but when it comes to relationships, he's a complete scumbag. When you find a boyfriend, be sure to avoid someone like him. Wait, you mean cousin and those 9 ladies are? That's unbelievable. Judy, slow to realize, finally understood. So your cousin's a scumbag. We're leaving tomorrow to avoid trouble and to keep him from corrupting you. And Jeff, if you ever do what Linton does and mess around with other women, don't blame me for killing you, she warned and made a scissors gesture to her husband. Don't worry, I only love you, Jeff quickly reassured, though inwardly jealous of Linton. It's a sin, Linton's reckless lifestyle. I worry about his health. He's my sister's only son. If his health breaks down due to these vixens, what will I say to my sister? Aunt Kelly fretted. After warning her daughter and husband, she worried about Linton's health, causing Jeff and Judy to roll their eyes at her double standards. That night, Aunt Kelly feared Linton and company might get too wild on the 3rd floor, making inappropriate noises that could influence Judy. Unexpectedly, it was quiet upstairs until late into the night, which comforted her. At least they know to restrain themselves, considering elders downstairs. Slowly, she fell asleep, never having imagined such a magical thing as a sound barrier existed. Chapter 181, Media Reviews, Merchandise. The next morning at breakfast, Aunt Kelly noticed the women all glowing with vitality, looking radiant and utterly captivating. With her experience, she naturally understood what had transpired. Her heart skipped a beat. It seemed these vixens had been thoroughly satisfied the previous night. She worried a little that Linton's energy might have been drained by them. She took a closer look at Linton and found him in excellent spirits, his complexion healthy and normal. She breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but marvel. Looks like Linton's got quite the stamina to handle such a large group of sirens with ease. Aunt Kelly felt a bit displeased with the group of women, but since everyone was an adult, she didn't dare to scold them harshly. Instead, she repeatedly reminded Linton to take care of himself and subtly warned the ladies to be moderate, as they'd need sustainable energy, not to drain him dry. All the women, including Linton, nodded in agreement, secretly amused. They thought, you clearly don't know how tough your nephew, Linton, really is. After breakfast, despite Judy's reluctance, Aunt Kelly decisively took the family back to San Francisco. Once Aunt Kelly left, the women instantly felt freed from restraint and relaxed. Madonna announced first, I'm free for the next couple of days. I'm staying here too. Chill. The others agreed, eager to enjoy the last 2 days of freedom before Linton's publicity tour. At that moment, Amy the housekeeper brought in the day's newspapers. As expected, the premiere of Speed dominated the entertainment headlines, including box office forecasts, praise from James Cameron and Steven Spielberg, and especially Sharon Stone's overt flirtation with Linton, which grabbed nearly every entertainment page. Although The Competing in the Line of Fire premiered at the same time, its media coverage was completely overshadowed. Hollywood Report's front page read, Speed premieres with a star-studded cast and famous directors rave about it. Hollywood Entertainment Daily's headline, shocking. Linton claims Speed will surpass Jurassic Park at the box office. Hollywood Gossip Gazette's headline, Hollywood's sex goddess Sharon Stone publicly declares love for Playboy Linton. Entertainment Weekly's headline, Speed, a film lauded by James Cameron and Steven Spielberg. Seeing Hollywood Entertainment Daily's headline, Linton's mood darkened. Is this what I actually said? Total fabrication and no class at all. He quickly scanned the details. Thankfully, the sensational headline was just a clickbait. The full story was mostly accurate. Because Universal had absolute confidence in Speed, from the premiere day, they lifted the embargo on media reviews and ratings. Typically, unless the distributor had special reasons, reviews were held until the second day after the official release. The worse the film, and the less confident the distributor, the later reviews would be allowed. Of course, PR money rarely swayed critics to praise poorly made films. Conversely, with quality movies and high box office potential, distributors would release critics' reviews early to build audience interest. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times, despite some dissatisfaction with Linton, still gave Speed 2 thumbs up. Speed is a clever and creative thriller, tightly linking action, stunts, special effects, and excitement that keeps you glued to the screen without a moment to blink. Plus, the film is full of uplifting energy. The New York Times praised it as well. Speed's gripping plot combined with its epic score captures the audience's heart. The leading man is handsome and charming, the leading lady beautiful and brave. Their chemistry is palpable on the big screen. Kenneth Turan of the Los Angeles Times added, "The content lives up to Speed's title, tense, thrilling, and suspenseful to the max, fully exploiting the theme of velocity. Lead performances are solid and recommendable." Of course, not all reviews were glowing. The Washington Post criticized the film for excessive intense scenes focused only on endless public transport battles between protagonist and antagonist, lacking any depth or human reflection. Renowned critic Hal Jensen noted, "The film contains many plot holes and logical flaws. Its explosions, chases, and fights throughout, but beyond that, it lacks substance." Balanced feedback was normal. Regardless, any publicity served the film's marketing goals, a payoff for the seven-figure PR budget. Controversy wasn't bad either. Debates heated up the buzz, stoking audience curiosity and drawing them into theaters. To further boost publicity, Universal scheduled numerous media interviews and TV appearances for Linton and Catherine on July 8th. Luckily, the other 8 women were familiar with the estate now, spending their days organizing basketball, swimming, fitness, and dance activities. At night, when Linton and Catherine returned, of course, they enjoyed happy nights together. Since no one else was in the main house, there was no need for soundproofing. Sweet, joyful, passionate singing filled the mansion all night long. At midnight on July 9th, Speed's midnight screening officially began. The film opened on about 2,500 screens in North America, second only to Jurassic Park in 1993, outperforming its competitor in the line of fire. This reflected the exhibitor's confidence in Speed. Universal's latest info revealed the film would officially open on 2,760 theaters on 3,400 screens. The original soundtrack CD hit every music store, and its poster held prime display spots. In partnership shops, 8 versions of the movie's bus model merchandise were also launched. Notably, merchandise for the film was scarce, but with Linton's rising popularity and good looks, they followed Tom Cruise's example and produced dolls of Linton's character for sale. Since they used Linton's image, a licensing fee was paid. As per Hollywood norms, 20% of doll sales went to the star. Linton agreed and even suggested Catherine's character dolls be made. Given the huge difference in their fame levels, Universal produced $20 million worth of Linton dolls and $2 million for Catherine's, maintaining a 10-to-1 ratio. At the Beverly Hills Theater, around 2 a.m., 2 screening rooms for Speed ended simultaneously. Excited patrons exited, eager to discuss the film. "This movie's insane. From blowing up the elevator to the bus, then the house, plane, and subway. Had me on the edge of my seat. So touching. Linton's so handsome, Catherine's so beautiful. That final passionate kiss was just perfect. My idol Linton keeps getting better movies. I'm coming back tomorrow. Who's joining? I'm in. Count me in." Staff handed out surveys. All ratings were A+. Outside, they saw the brightly lit merchandise store across the street. Clark grabbed his friend. "Bruce, let's check out the merch store." The store was packed with fans freshly out of Speed. Besides the bus models, there were 3 versions each of Linton and Catherine. Dolls, priced at $199, $99, and $69. "I want the biggest Linton doll and the bus model." "How much?" a young woman asked the clerk. $298 total, ma'am." "Wrap it up. I'll pay by credit card. I want the biggest Catherine doll and the bus." Another handsome guy added, "I want all 3 Linton dolls, one of each," a young woman declared. Usually, male fans frequented movie merch stores, but tonight, more women than men showed up. mostly buying Linton dolls and some bus models. Male fans weren't left behind. Some bought Linton dolls, but more purchased Catherine's alongside a bus model. Within one night, most Speed merchandise at the store sold out. Mr. Sidge, this is the Beverly Hills Theater's merch store. Speed's merchandise is flying off shelves. We need restock by tomorrow morning. Chapter 182. Big Hit. Linton and Catherine didn't go to the theaters in person. Instead, they stayed at the estate, having a great time with the whole crew while waiting for the midnight box office updates. To protect his assistant's well-being, Linton even took his phone away from her and placed it by his bedside. At 3 a.m., amidst the energetic celebrations, Linton received a call from Levitt with good news. Linton, great news. The midnight showing of Speed hit an 82% attendance rate. Across 2,500 theaters, the midnight box office grossed $1.69 million. That's fantastic. Looks like we've struck gold. Again. Haha, absolutely amazing. With such an explosive start, I have a feeling Speed's North American box office will top $150 million. That'll depend on how hard you push the promotion and distribution in the coming weeks. Don't worry. This is our top-tier project. Our goals and interests align perfectly. Anyway, get some rest. Remember, at 9 a.m., you all need to meet at the office to head out on the promotional tour across America. Got it. Sweet dreams. But, after hanging up, Linton scooped up Catherine, who had been listening beside his ear. We did it. Speed made $1.69 million during the midnight showings. Catherine was beyond excited, shouting, "Honey, you're amazing. I want to reward you properly." The rest of them joined in the celebratory cheer. Let's party together. Another round of festivities kicked off, filled with beautiful harmonies and cheerful singing. At 9 a.m., Linton headed out with Catherine, Mina, Bella, Danny, Carter, and Ellie to meet Dennis Hopper, Jeff Daniels, and Joe Morton at Universal Studios. With Jason from Universal's PR team accompanying them, they embarked on a promotional tour covering America's first 15 cities. Besides Los Angeles, which was always the top market, the other cities lined up were New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., Houston, Philadelphia, Denver, Atlanta, Seattle, Detroit, Orlando, San Antonio, Tacoma, and Boise. They covered one city a day for 14 days straight, traveling day and night, enduring rough conditions despite Universal stepping up with business jets for travel. It was exhausting, but the daily exploding box office results kept their spirits high. Speed opened in 2,760 theaters with 5,800 screens, grossing $11.57 million on its first day. Adding the midnight $1.69 million, the total first-day box office was $13.26 million, clinching the day's top spot. Second place went to Jurassic Park with $8.34 million. Third was In the Line of Fire at $8.23 million. Fourth, The Firm with $7.59 million, and fifth, Sleepless in Seattle with $5.61 million. Surprisingly, the anticipated head-to-head battle between Speed and In the Line of Fire didn't materialize. From the start, In the Line of Fire lagged far behind, not only in comparison to Speed, but even Jurassic Park, which had been in theaters for 4 weeks. CinemaScore's audience survey gave everyone renewed confidence and high spirits. On July 9th, CinemaScore distributed 9,000 surveys across 150 theaters in 30 cities and collected 8,831 responses. Among them, an astonishing 8,257 viewers rated the film A+, 327 gave it an A, 124 an A-, and only 123 gave lower scores. They predicted the North American box office would reach around $180 million. With this data in hand, Universal intensified the promotion and managed to secure even more screenings in theaters. However, at the same time, media attacks on Speed suddenly increased. Speed's plot is cliché, nonstop explosions, car chases, and fights. It made me almost nauseous. Rumor has it, there's casting favoritism. Female lead landed the role through compromising. Shockingly, Speed is basically a police propaganda film. Seriously, can we even find a Jack as brave and fearless in real life? Universal soon discovered these attacks came from Columbia Pictures, the distributor of In the Line of Fire. But the tactics were unoriginal and didn't influence Speed's box office at all. Linton found it somewhat amusing. Such smear campaigns usually backfire, giving the public more to talk about and actually increasing the movie's buzz. Seems like Columbia really was struggling, plagued with incompetent management, making them a weak competitor. After discussing with Levitt, they agreed to ignore it and let Columbia flail about however they pleased. Sure enough, 3 days later, the first weekend box office numbers came in. First place, Speed with $42.37 million, ending Jurassic Park's 4-week reign at number 1. Second place, Jurassic Park with $26.73 million. Third, In the Line of Fire with $24.79 million. Fourth, The Firm with $20.73 million. Fifth, Sleepless in Seattle with $15.53 million. Though it didn't match Jurassic Park's original box office domination, the $42.37 million weekend debut was still eye-popping. No one doubted. Speed's final North American gross would surpass $180 million. That same day, media attacks against Speed virtually disappeared. Columbia seemingly accepted reality, recognizing they were no major threat, and further attacks would only waste money and energy. The box office success and the tour greatly boosted the popularity of the main cast, especially Linton, who felt his star power skyrocketing and his Starlight Spark ability rapidly advancing. Next was Catherine, who played a strong character in Speed, not just a typical pretty face in a blockbuster. Her role was witty, brave, determined, and fearless, driving the plot forward. Combined with her natural beauty, she quickly won the hearts of American audiences, and her popularity also soared. Linton noticed this most during their nights together. At every stop, the amount of flowers she received from fans nearly matched his. She could barely carry them all. The fan base was clearly divided. All her flowers came from male fans, while the majority of Linton's flowers came from female fans. This clear division underscored the movie's success, with various fan groups finding something to connect with, becoming more eager to spread good word of mouth. Catherine grew more and more excited each day, constantly pestering Linton for more energy replenishment sessions, as she called it. The whole promotional crew, worn out, visibly deteriorated in spirit by the end, but Linton and Catherine remained vibrant and full of energy. Catherine positively glowed, radiant and alluring. Dennis Hopper, Jeff Daniels, and Joe Morton, though weary, found humor in the situation, enviously remarking, "Youth really is a blessing. Popularity sure keeps you energized." Chapter 183, Overseas Release, LAPD Invitation. A full week had passed, and Speed grossed $69.31 million to claim the top spot at the North American box office. In second place was Jurassic Park with $42.83 million, bringing its 5-week total to $297.38 million. In the Line of Fire held third with $38.53 million, followed by The Firm in fourth with $34.46 million, totaling $82.37 million after 2 weeks. Sleepless in Seattle rounded out fifth place with $23.61 million, reaching $84.72 million over 3 weeks. The summer movie season was fiercely competitive, with blockbusters releasing one after another. This year was especially brutal, as several high-grossing films clashed head-on. Yet the competition fueled an intensely hot film market. On July 16th, 2 more major films premiered. Warner Brothers' Free Willy and 20th Century Fox's Rising Sunday. Inevitably, screen time for other movies had to be reduced, but Speed's performance remained outstanding. Though its number of theaters slightly declined, it still showed on 2,760 screens across 5,800 theaters, roughly the same as its opening. Other films saw varying degrees of decreases, especially Sleepless in Seattle. And In the Line of Fire. When In the Line of Fire debuted, its opening scale was comparable to Speed's, 2,600 theaters and 5,400 screens. However, a week later, box office differences were stark. Despite Columbia's efforts negotiating with theaters, the film's screening was significantly reduced to 1,700 theaters and 3,500 screens. It was simply the harsh reality of the business. Even for a studio among Hollywood's Big Seven, poor box office meant less influence, since theaters needed to maximize profits during the hot summer season. Perhaps the earlier blockbusters were just too strong, consuming much of the audience's enthusiasm and attention. Neither of the two new releases met expectations. After the three-day weekend, their total weekend grosses didn't make the top three, placing fourth and sixth, which was surprising. The top 7 weekend box office rankings were 1. Speed, $31.51 million, holding firm at number 1. 2. Jurassic Park, $20.91 million. 3. In the Line of Fire, $19.24 million. 4. Free Willy, $17.52 million. 5. The Firm, $15.93 million. 6. Rising Sun, $15.43 million. 7. Sleepless in Seattle, $12.53 million. Indeed, several blockbusters experienced declines, but overall North American box office totals remained roughly consistent with the previous week. The competition was simply too intense, and other films essentially became casualties. Starting July 16th, Speed began its overseas release in the UK, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, South Korea, Spain, Australia, Mexico, and Brazil. By July 24th, after Linton and team completed their promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles, Speed's 2-week box office totaled $113.28 million. Overseas markets contributed an impressive $33.4 million in just 1 week. From July 23rd, another 10 countries and territories started showing the film. Thanks in part to Jurassic Park's international success, which opened many overseas markets for Hollywood titles, Speed's international release scale expanded steadily. Merchandise linked to the movie also performed spectacularly. Sales of the film's bus model surpassed $25 million over 2 weeks, and Universal's $40 million inventory was expected to sell out soon. Linton and Catherine's action figures sold better than expected, prompting Universal to urgently order an additional $20 million worth of Linton figures and $6 million of Catherine's. The movie soundtrack sold strongly as well, buoyed by the film's popularity. In North America alone, sales totaled 1.8 million copies within 2 weeks, while overseas numbers exceeded 1 million in just 1 week. The theme song The Pretender, written by Linton but sung by another artist, soared to number 8 on the Billboard singles chart thanks to the film's success. The blockbuster's popularity also brought an unexpected yet predictable result, a significant improvement in the image of American police nationwide. As Columbia Pictures had criticized when attacking Speed, the film effectively functioned as a police image promotion piece. What surprised everyone was that audiences not only didn't reject it, but really enjoyed the portrayal. The protagonist Jack perfectly embodied the American public's fantasy of a capable, superpowered cop, something they wanted more of to protect the populace. Within the U.S. police forces, the LAPD benefited most because the film was set in Los Angeles, and the credits clearly showed a special thanks to the Los Angeles Police Department. LAPD Deputy Chief Hofdell happily called Linton. After the film's release, the LAPD's image, which had hit rock bottom after the LA riots, began a remarkable recovery, successfully reversing public perception and regaining citizens' trust. Many donors who previously refused to contribute have recently changed their stance, with some actively inquiring about upcoming social appreciation events to prepare checks, much to LAPD's delight. During the call, Hoff sincerely invited Linton to attend an LAPD social appreciation event on August 16th. Invitations would be sent to his film company, and Universal would be invited as well. Linton checked his schedule and believed he would have returned from overseas promotion by then, so he happily agreed. He also planned to persuade Universal's Lew Wasserman to make a donation to the LAPD from Speed's earnings under the studio's name. After all,